then warp to 4-1, play 4-2, warp to 8-1, then play 8-2, 8-3, and finally 8-4 to finish the game. That's 2 levels in World 1, 2 levels in World 4, and 4 levels in World 8, for a total of 8 levels. Normally, for an any percent speedrun, you have to play through all 8 of these levels consecutively, beating the entire game. But here's the thing. Since Super Mario Bros. Has been so broken down and optimized over the years, we actually know fairly definitively what the fastest possible time is. It comes out to 454.26. This was pulled off in a tool-assisted speedrun, or a TAS, where the player uses save states, slowdown, and frame-by-frame to create a theoretically perfect speedrun in any player, by a TASer named Maru. There's a slightly faster version of the TAS at 454.03 by Happy Feet, but that version allows you to press left and right on the controller to accelerate.
The stream is going to continue over at Kick
can't be done
and Gamer Resting Area.
So,
want to get into some trouble.
Is our perfect
Good night.
Unless something new is discovered, it's physically impossible to beat Super Mario Bros. Faster than 454.26. Now, if you know much about Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, you probably know about the game's frame rule system. Essentially, Super Mario Bros. Only checks
the stream is going to continue over at Kick Gamer and the YouTube channel Gamer Resting Area.
So, in every stage,
good night, you guys.
You can
very
only
exhausted.
gain time in increments of 21 frames. There's an analogy for this created by former world record holder Darbian, so I'll let him explain it.
Imagine that this little castle that Mario walks into is not a castle but a bus stop. And imagine that in the Mushroom Kingdom, buses operate on a very, very specific schedule such that every 0.35 seconds a bus departs a station and takes its passengers to the following level. So no matter how quickly you play a level, you have to wait for the next bus to depart to get there. And what this means is that when you speedrun the game, you don't have to play each level perfectly to avoid losing time. You just have to play each level well enough to get on the same bus as somebody who did play perfect.
So, the goal is to catch the same bus as a perfect run. This frame roll system applies in every stage except 8-4, where timing stops immediately upon touching the axe. And so, getting the fastest possible frame rolls plus a frame perfect 8-4 puts the run at 454.26. Now, let's go back to 2016. This sum of perfection at that point was a frame slower, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep it at 454.26. And that was the perfect time. The sum of best that humans had pulled off was 457.01. 2.75 seconds behind perfection. That time difference came from the fact that on each of the 7 levels before 8-4, the best humans had done was 1 frame roll behind perfect. No more, no less. Humans were off by 1 frame roll in each stage. The fastest ways humans could beat stages usually involved just running to the end as fast as possible. There were some tough tricks, yes, but the task frame rolls each involved doing something extra. Clipping into blocks, doing frame-perfect maneuvers, all tricks that humans didn't know how to do. One of these tricks in particular appeared over and over again in the run. This is the flagpole glitch. By very precisely clipping into the flagpole block, you can make the level end without having the flag slide to the bottom. You can see here how Mario reaches the castle faster without having to wait for the flag. In some cases, this is enough to save a frame roll. In 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3, the task uses the flagpole glitch to do just that. In those 3 stages, the flagpole glitch was the difference between humans and the task. But for years, nobody knew how to do it in real time. To clip into the block, not only does the jump have to be perfectly timed, but Mario's subpixel positioning also needs to be correct. That's his position within a pixel. Certain inputs will change this position by a lot, so getting the correct ones couldn't be done reliably. That, combined with needing the perfect jump to get in position, and and needing to do the proper inputs once in the block to touch the flagpole put this trick out of reach. At least until late 2015, when players started to look into it a bit more. That December, a runner named Door TK made a save state from a jump on the staircase, and brute forced the inputs of the block until he was able to touch the pole. It was the first time a human had done the end inputs for a flagpole glitch. A few months later, runner Mav6771 replicated it and then went a step further, using a save state from the pipe instead of during the jump. This was the first ever full flagpole glitch done. It was starting to come together, but for this to be official, it had to be pulled off in a full level, and there was a lot needed for that to happen. You needed to be fast enough in the underground to save the frame rule, then jump from the perfect pixel off the staircase, then hope you got the right subpixels from a mid-air hesitation, and finally, do the perfect inputs of the block to fit in. Just the luck from the subpixels alone put the trick at 1 in several dozen. But even for the best players in the world, chaining all of that together would be in the magnitude of 1 in several hundred. The community needed the best of the best for the chance to pull this off. The player who was most likely to hit multiple frame-perfect tricks in a row. Who would it be? Well, how about the world record holder, Darby?
0.35 seconds.
On August 19th, 2016, Darby successfully hit the flagpole glitch in 1-1. For the first time ever, the perfect frame roll had been achieved in a level of Super Mario games. It was impossible to save another flame. Now, there were 2 more levels the flagpole glitch could be used on, 4-1 and 8-3. But keep in mind, with the subpixels and frame-perfect maneuvers needed, these would each be 1 in several hundred chances. But luckily, a month later, the community would get some help. Sockfolder is a speedrunning wizard, best known for discovering the canonless setup in Super Mario 64 and various tricks in Zelda Ocarina of Time. By September 2016, he was looking into ways to make the flagpole glitch consistent. More specifically, finding a way to control Mario's subpixel value to make the trick possible every time. He had a bot that ran thousands of input combinations at the end of the level, before finding a setup that involved landing on this step without holding B, then holding right and B for 2 frames before doing a full jump. If done properly, this gives Mario the subpixel values he needs so he can always clip into the block. This setup meant that the 1-1 and 4-1 flagpole glitches could be performed much more consistently, and it was just a matter of time before Darbian was able to match the perfect frame roll in 4-1. The second stage to hit perfection. 8-3 required a slightly different setup to manipulate subpixels, but just 2 weeks later, on September 30th, Mav was able to pull it off. That made it 3 stages that were completed perfectly. Over the course of just 2 months, the sum of best was taken down over a full second. 3 levels down. But after the flagpole glitch revolution was done, everything slowed down. The problem was, these final 4 stages required tricks much more difficult than a flagpole glitch. In fact, they seemed impossible. Here's why. In 1-2, you would have to do a trick called the pipe clip. This standard method of completing the level was to run on the ceiling above the pipe, enter the warp zone, and head into World 4. Easy enough. But to get the perfect frame rule, you would have to do this clip into the pipe, then scroll the screen far enough while preserving enough speed to turn around and make it in time. You can see here that, if done fast enough, the pipe clip method does save the frame rule. The problem was the difficulty of stringing everything together. You need to land right next to the pipe, slow to walking speed, press jump for just one frame so you don't go too high, stop the clip at the right time, then scroll the screen far enough so that World 4 loads, and turn around to go in the pipe. It also all had to be done fast enough to save the frame rule. Humans weren't coming close to getting it. In 4.2, you have to do a wrong warp where you push Mario forward on the screen, leaving the warp zone loaded while you go down this pipe, and the game is fooled into sending you to the warp zone while skipping the vine animation. This isn't hard to do in real time, but the key is getting it all as fast as possible. By a combination of an extremely fast clip, impeccable movement into the pipe, and a quick turnaround in the warp zone, it was technically possible to make the fastest frame rule. But people didn't even know where to begin to make that happen in real time. Nobody even tried to save it. That's how out of reach it was. 8.1's frame rule involved doing a flagpole glitch at the end, just like 1.1, 4.1, and 8.3. However, there was a catch. Since you normally finish 8.1 with 0 frames to spare, you had to save a full 21 frames over normal in this stage to make the next frame roll. A sock folder setup flagpole glitch only saves 15 frames. That could increase to 19 if you performed it without slowing down. However, you'd have to find a way to manipulate your subpixels beforehand. But you still needed to save 2 more frames, which you could get via a fast acceleration at the start of the level. Mario accelerates slightly faster while facing opposite the direction he's moving, so by doing a small backwards jump at the start, it's possible to save exactly 2 frames. But to do so, you need to hold B and left for 1 frame, then hold B alone for another frame, then hold B, right, and A for a frame so Mario jumps, then hold B and right. Each of those moves had to be frame perfect and only last for 1 frame. Humans really struggle to do inputs that precise, so combined with the incredibly hard flagpole glitch at the end, 8.1 was out of the question. And finally, there was 8.2. This stage wasn't understood too well, but it was believed that to save the perfect frame rule, you had to play the whole stage flawlessly down to the frame. And that involved a fast acceleration at the start of the level, a maneuver over the piranha plant that lost 0 frames, and at the end, a frame-perfect bullet bill glitch. This is a trick similar to the flagpole glitch where you bounce off the bullet bill and clip into the block, but instead of just skipping the flag animation, it also skips Mario walking to the castle. This trick would also have to be performed on the first possible frame to save the frame rule. The fast acceleration, the multiple frame perfect input piranha plant jump, and the frame perfect bullet bill glitch. Getting one of those 3 would be hard enough. As far as everyone was concerned, getting all 3 was essentially impossible. So, once again, the 8.2 frame rule was ruled out. That's 4 stages. Each of them had 1 frame rule to be saved, but none of them were even being attempted. The only one that seemed remotely possible was the 1-2 clip, thanks to Happy Lee's setup where you could clip into the pipe with proper subpixels. World record contender Cosmic did serious attempts at getting the 1-2 clip in October 2016, and was able to clip into the pipe, but he was still several frames too slow to save the frame rule. If one of the best players in the world wasn't able to get this, it was beginning to seem hopeless. These perfect frame rules were just too much to ask, and months passed with nothing. Then, suddenly, in April 2017, a Mario runner posted some rapid progress in 1-2. First clipping into the pipe from a save state, then doing the same from the start of the level, but just missing the frame rule. And then, on April 16th, he did it. Out of nowhere, somebody had just saved the 1-2 frame rule. Who was the runner? Well, you might have heard of him before. On April 16th, Andrew G became the first player to save the frame rule in 1-2. He mastered the one-frame A-press, the clip into the pipe, and the movement in the warp zone. He was also always able to get proper subpixels for the clip by avoiding slowing down for even a single frame in the rest of the stage. 1-2 was now the 4th stage to reach perfection. That made it just 3 stages where the perfect frame rule hadn't been matched. The problem, of course, was that these 3 stages went way beyond the difficulty of the first 4. You had the task-like movement needed in 4-2, the fast acceleration and flagpole glitch needed in 8-1, and the frame-perfect everything needed in 8-2. None of these stages were viable. At least, not without some help. But in early 2018, that's exactly what the community would get. A setup to make one of these stages at least a little bit more reasonable. And once again, it came from a familiar face. It's time to visit an old friend. This is 420 Blaze It. 420 Blaze It is best known for creating a 4-2 wall clip setup for any percent runs. He's a tasser who's adept at coming up with human viable setups for hard tricks. This time he was looking at 8-1, and in November 2017, he posted a video of a possible way to save the 8-1 frame rule. The start of the stage featured a fast acceleration. This was still incredibly hard. For the flagpole glitch at the end, however, he jumped off of this step, very briefly tapped left in the air, and clipped into the block. The left tap was slight enough that Mario never actually slowed down, but significant enough that it changed his subpixel value to allow for the clip. This was still super hard, as it featured jumping for 1 frame less than a full jump and an incredibly precise tap of the left button, but at the very least it showed the trick was humanly possible. The next step was getting a human to perform it, and in March 2018, Stuck in a Plate wanted to be the first. Plate is an incredibly talented speedrunner, the record holder in Ghosts and Goblins, top 10 in Ninja Gaiden, and in March 2018 he was 4th place in Super Mario Bros. He had the platforming expertise needed to pull this off, but first he wanted to find a way to make the subpixel manipulation a bit easier. So, he spent 12 hours straight working on it. In the end, he realized that the left press could be done during any jump in the level and still work, and a small jump off the top step would work to clip into the block. Those 2 steps made the no slowdown flagpole glitch easier. So, he started doing attempts to get the full level. And about 20 minutes later, he did this. That was the 5th stage down. In a year and a half, the community had gone from this to this. The flagpole glitch, pipe clips, and fast accelerations were each revolutionary in their own way. 2 stages left. So close to perfection. The community was on a roll. But suddenly, that roll stopped. A year came and went without any new improvements. 2019 came around, with 4-2 and 8-2 still remaining unsolved. Remember, these 2 stages were essentially believed to be impossible to get the perfect frame rule on. In 4-2, you'd have to figure out a faster way to get Mario forward on the screen, combined with task-like movement in the warp zone. And in 8-2, you needed sheer perfection from start to finish. Perfection that would even be harder than 8-1. 8-2 in particular was believed to be the hardest frame roll to save in the entire game, and it makes sense why. The frame roll had 0 frames to spare, and had several nearly impossible tricks throughout. A certain other speedrunning YouTuber even told 7.5 million people that the perfect 8-2 frame roll was impossible.
It can be ruled out.
You had a fast acceleration, a jump with multiple frame-perfect inputs, and a frame-perfect Orville glitch. It was believed that getting all of these tricks in a row to save the frame roll on the last possible frame was humanly impossible. But it turns out, this belief was sort of unfounded. for the simple reason that nobody had really tried to do it before. There was just a perception that they would all be too difficult for a human to chain together. That perception made sense, but by 2019, somebody decided they might as well try. And who better to do that than 420 Blaze It? In July 2019, Blaze It started to create a proof of concept for 8.2. He used a save state before the fast acceleration, a save state before the plant jump, and a save state before the bullet bill glitch to try and see if he could save the frame rate. And it took him a lot of attempts, but with 3 save states to use, he was actually able to get it. There were a lot of frame perfect inputs, but practice eventually led to him getting them all. Blaze It mentioned that the plant jump in particular was incredibly hard, but with enough tries he was even able to make it past that. So, once again, Blaze It had proven that a task frame roll could be saved. The misconception had been broken. The only thing left was somebody pulling it off in real time. Back in 2016, when the flagpole glitch setups were first discovered, the community looked toward the world record holder to pull them off first. By 2019, the record holder had changed, but the principle had stayed the same. The person who put attempts in to save the 8.2 frame roll was the best player the game had. The world record holder, Taven Webb.
Got it. I think I got it. We did it. We got it. We freaking did it already.
And just like that, another stage down. Celebration rang out amongst the community. Funnily enough, players would later discover that Taven actually didn't have to be frame perfect to save this frame roll. With a perfect fast acceleration, he actually had a frame of wiggle room. Thanks to Blaze It and Taven's combined efforts, there was now just one more frame roll to be saved. 4-2. This last frame roll was really quite different from all the others that came before it. As explained before, to get the wrong warp to work, you need to push Mario forward on the screen at least 20 pixels. That would allow you to reach this pipe with the warp zone still loaded, since the screen is further back than Mario is. The key to doing this trick fast was figuring out how to get Mario forward by 20 pixels as quickly as possible. There were 2 main methods for humans. One was a wall clip discovered by 420 Blaze It, where you tap left to clip into the wall and get pushed forward by 20 pixels. The other was 2 backwards bumps discovered by Andrew G, each potentially pushing Mario 10 pixels to make the wrong warp possible. The wall clip method from Blaze It, even if optimally performed, was a few frames too slow to save the frame roll. The 2 bump method, on the other hand, was slightly faster, and in September 2018, runner King of Johnny Boy proved that by doing everything perfectly down to the frame, you could make the fastest frame roll with no time to spare. However, that entailed getting 10 pixels from each bump, doing extremely difficult inputs and getting proper subpixels and subspeed to stop on the pipe perfectly, doing a double fast acceleration in the warp zone to save an additional frame, and once again a combination of perfect inputs and subpixels to turn around perfectly. This combination was magnitudes of difficulties higher than any other stage. Simply put, it wasn't happening. Later on that month, however, Happy Lee showed an alternative method that was a bit faster. It involved clipping into the top brick of a wall and jumping out of it to get back up to speed faster. However, this trick was incredibly hard too, as you had to slow down as you jumped to avoid hitting this block, then speed back up by pressing right, then finally tap left again to clip into the wall. Once in the wall, you had to do multiple frame-perfect inputs to get out of it with maximum speed. People tried this trick, but it too wasn't happening. Small improvements would be made to both the 2-bump and top wall clip methods, and players tried both. but had little success being fast enough to save the frame rule. 2019 came around, and then 2020. Nothing. This was the one level that couldn't be solved. And then someone had an idea. In June 2020, a third method for possibly saving the frame rule was found. At first, it was brushed off as just another hopeless possibility. But as time went on, runners realized that this method was something different. It was really hard. Of course it was. But it gave just enough wiggle room to make it doable. And this is what it looked like. It started with an 11 pixel bump from the elevator. It's normally next to impossible to get 11 pixels from a backwards bump like this, but by manipulating both your sub-pixel and sub-speed values with a precise input combination, you could reliably get 11 pixels. You could then get the remaining 9 pixels from doing a backwards wall jump off of this pipe. The wall jump is a glitch, where if you hit a specific pixel in a wall between two blocks, the game thinks Mario is standing for exactly one frame. If you jump on that frame, you can jump off of the wall without hitting the ground. That meant it had to be both a pixel-perfect jump into the wall, and a frame-perfect jump to execute the wall jump. But if both of those were pulled off, you could get the second backwards bump off of the pipe. Quickly entering the pipe also involves sub-speed manipulation and more precision from your inputs. Of course, in the warp zone itself, you'd have to do another fast acceleration and a quick turnaround into the pipe. But the method in the underground section was possible. This strategy was once again discovered by King of Johnny Boy, and it was a big one. A few people tried to get this frame rule in late 2020 and early 2021, but the front runner was a player named Nifsky, the second place runner and former world record holder. He had the strategy, he just had to pull it off, and the last frame rule would be saved. It was time to make history.
Where's my 11 pixels at? Oh my gosh! Please, please! Yes! 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 Oh my god! I did it! Let's freaking go! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
Nifsky had just saved the last frame rule for an any percent speedrun of Super Mario Bros. After half a decade of collaboration from the community, it was impossible to save another frame on any level. Absolute perfection.
We are tied with every frame rule all the way up until 8-4.
Well, until 8-4, that is. 8-4 is the last level in Super Mario Bros., and it's unique because, as mentioned before, it doesn't operate on the frame rule system. The timing ends on the exact frame when Mario touches the axe at the end, which isn't tied to a frame rule. That means that to be perfect in 8-4, you have to actually play the stage perfectly down to the frame. There's no being close enough. It's the only level in Super Mario Bros. That works like that. The stage itself is broken down into 5 rooms. A starting room where you simply run to the end and go in the pipe. The next room where you have to do a wall jump off the pipe to make it in fast. The turnaround room where you have to do a wrong warp by scrolling the screen to load the next zone, then turning around to go in a pipe quickly. A water room where you have to swim to the end, and finally the last room where you jump past Bowser to touch the axe. There's a lot that goes into this to do it quickly, but all the way back in November 2013, Cosmic submitted one of the earliest 8-4 records. It was quite impressive for the time, and there were even people that thought it might be the closest 8-4 would ever be to perfect. Even Cosmic himself thought that, titling the video "The Closest 8-4 Will Ever Be to Perfect." That was a bold move. But this was a really good 8-4. He started off the first room with a fast acceleration, then dashed into the pipe. In the wall jump room, he did a frame-perfect jump to avoid slowing down or hitting a pipe, then did the frame-perfect, pixel-perfect wall jump facing backwards to accelerate faster. In the turnaround room, he only scrolled the screen one pixel past where he had to do the wrong one. In the water section, he managed to navigate Mario almost perfectly between the ground and the fire bars, losing just one frame on the exit by touching the ground a frame too early. And in the last room, he ran under Bowser to finish it off. Adding this 8-4 onto the perfect first 7 stages that would be achieved years later put the human sum of best at 454.71. Remember, the theoretical limit was 454.26, meaning there was a 0.45 difference in 8-4. Less than half a second from perfection. But was Cosmic right? Was this the best 8-4 possible? No. No, it was not. A couple years later, Cosmic beat his own record and lowered the time down to 454.56. The key was fast accelerations. Back in 2013, Cosmic was under the impression that a fast acceleration could only save one frame. But by 2016, the community had gained the knowledge that if performed optimally in the first room and turnaround room, it could save up to 5 frames in each spot. That's what Cosmic did, as well as adding one into the wall jump room to save up to another 2 frames. This time would later be tied by Stuck in a Plate, but a little over a year later, Cosmic lowered it even more, 454.53, creeping ever closer to perfection. Most future records from here on out were played on a ROM hack that gave information about your pace on the top of the screen. However, no gameplay was modified, so it's legal. Once again, the time saved came from improving the fast accelerations. It was really hard to save 5 frames with each, but Cosmic was able to get closer. Eddie Cat Gaming tied this time a few months later, before GTA's lowered it by 1 frame. 454.51, just a quarter of a second away. But at this point, 8-4 was getting really optimized. The fast accelerations, the perfect movement, everything was either perfect or a frame away from perfect. Where did the rest of the difference come from? Well, other than a frame here and there from tighter execution, double fast accelerations were part of the key. If performed in the turnaround room properly, doing another fast acceleration immediately after the first would bring Mario up to speed 1 frame faster. However, this involves extremely quick switches from left to right on the D-pad. You have to be holding right, tap left and A for 1 frame, then switch to right again. It's much more difficult than a normal fast acceleration. Similar was the falling fast acceleration, where you accelerate facing backwards off a ledge to save an additional frame. 4 frames in total could be saved with these double fast accelerations, but as nobody had even pulled off one once, they were ruled out as being TAS only. But there was one other fast acceleration players could try. Since you have to quickly get back up to speed after turning around in the turnaround room, it was possible to do a fast acceleration there. Similarly to the other double fast accelerations, this trick required super quick and precise inputs. But the main benefit of this trick was if performed optimally, it could save up to 5 frames. For years, the world's best players tried saving time with it, but weren't able to. It was always slower than normal. That is, until TavenWeb tried it in 2019. Taven decided to try messing around with the impossible double fast acceleration, and to everyone's surprise, he was actually able to get it. He found himself saving multiple frames with it on good attempts, and for a while, he was the only one able to do so. This opened the door to push the record much lower. If Taven could get it in a good run, a lot of time could come off. How far could he close the gap?
Yes! I tied the record. That's it. Yes! Oh my goodness. That's it. Yeah, oh my gosh.
The time was now 454.39. Taven had lowered the gap to just 8 frames. That was the difference between humans and perfection in Super Mario Bros. He was more than a tenth of a second ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. Pure domination. The only time save Taven was going for that he didn't get was a single frame in the wall jump room. He was perfect everywhere else. And with the other double fast accelerations being out of reach, it's no surprise that this record stood for a long, long time. Finally, by May 2020, someone was able to do it. Kriller was a Super Mario Bros. Tasser and individual level specialist, and he had had a plethora of runs make it deep into 8-4 that barely died. But on May 7th, he managed to tie Taven to the frame. And crazily enough, even though it took 15 months for somebody to tie the record, it would just take a few hours for the next person to tie it.
I got it! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
This made it a 3-way tie between Taven, Kriller, and Niftsky. And ultimately, Niftsky would be the one to break it, lowering the time to 454.38. He got every frame he wanted to through the water section, so he was able to omit the last fast acceleration. GT Ace would later tie this time, so the very next day, Niftsky beat him by adding back in the fast acceleration in the final room, 454.36. And when Velxino tied this time a month later, Niftsky responded by squeezing out one more frame from the turnaround room to take it to 454.34. At 454.34, players were presented with a unique problem. They were starting to run out of frames to save. They were just 5 frames away from perfection. The problem was where these frames were located. One frame was from a falling fast acceleration in the first room. One was from a falling fast acceleration in the wall jump room. 2 were from a double fast acceleration and perfect movement in the turnaround room. And 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the final room. 5 frames. All of them were from doing task fast accelerations. Humans couldn't do those, so the 8-4 record seemed to be at its limit. Well, one thing was clear. The only path forward was to try doing these fast accelerations. Nobody had ever been able to do one before, so they appeared to be impossible. But in the past 5 years, players had done so much on other levels. Flipping into walls, doing flagpole glitches, doing fast accelerations. At points in time, all of those tricks were thought to be impossible too. After half a decade of this, the Super Mario Bros. Community had made one thing very clear. Nothing was impossible.
Oh wait, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I got it! I got it! I got it with both fast accels.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
This is the current human sum of best. We are 2 frames away from completely running out of time to save in Super Mario Bros. A 30th of a second is what stands in the way between humans and perfection. Of the 2 remaining frames, one is in the turnaround room for manipulating subspeed and playing perfectly. It's extremely difficult, but there's no doubt this frame will be saved in a run one day, lowering the sum of best to 454.28. As for the last frame, it's in the first room from performing a falling fast acceleration. However, there are serious doubts as to whether or not this one is humanly possible. Not because of its precision or difficulty, but because we don't know if human fingers can actually move fast enough to do this. You have to release right for only 1 frame, then quickly repress it, tap left for 1 frame, and go back to holding right. It's never been pulled off at full speed before, but it's theorized that this trick would be easier on keyboard than with the controller, which would likely create a big controversy in the future. But that's it. Outside of those 2 frames, humans have solved Super Mario Bros. That's a rare accomplishment in speedrunning. It might shortly be impossible to save any more time, and the only thing that can stop that is a new time save. A new frame roll hasn't been found in Super Mario Bros. In over 10 years now, which is pretty incredible, but that doesn't mean there are for sure none left. The secrets to saving time might still be out there. We just have to find them. And maybe, just maybe, a 453 is in Super Mario Bros.'s future. Thanks for watching. Contra is known for being a really hard game. There's enemies everywhere you look, and 1 hit means you're dead. Of course, there's some people who are masters of Contra, who can beat the game without even dying. But there's a select group of gamers who can do even better. They can speedrun it. For the past decade, speedrunners have spent thousands of hours trying to beat Contra as fast as humanly possible. You can't slow down, you can't stop for anything. You just have to keep flying forward level after level. This is the story of the gamers who've conquered this record. This is the history of Contra World Records. For many years, the earliest Contra records were thought to be published on Speed Demo's archive, a site where players from around the world uploaded their fastest speedruns for everyone to see. This was pretty much the place to watch speedruns in the mid-2000s, and starting in 2006, the first run of Contra was published there, by a runner known as T-Mont. These early Speed Demo's archive runs were thought to be the earliest Contra world records for many years, but very recently, a run predating the Speed Demo's archive runs was discovered. It was incredible for its time. This run was performed in August 2005. The final time was 10 minutes and 55 seconds, a half minute ahead of the run on Speed Demo's archive from the following year. And the runner was Matt Turk. This is the same Matt Turk who held all 14 records in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for almost a decade. The guy whose record stood strong despite the combined efforts of some of the greatest players in the world. It turns out, Punch-Out wasn't his only interest. In 2005, right in the middle of his record-setting spree in Punch-Out, he noticed there didn't exist a full speedrun of Contra on the internet. So, he decided to do one himself. And unlike most of his Punch-Out runs, which had no video proof, this one did. This is a recording of a VHS tape that Turk sent over, so it's a little hard to see at times, but we can still see what we need to. He started off in the jungle, the first of the 8 stages in Contra. This strategy was pretty simple here. Run to the right and shoot any enemies in your way, while slowing down as little as possible. That was made a little bit more tricky by the random enemy spawns. Outside of the first few enemies in the stage, most of the other backpack soldiers spawned in random locations. Turk had to stay on his toes to react to where they were and clear the path ahead. He also picked up the spread gun. This is by far the most powerful weapon in the game, as it shoots waves of 5 bullets to obliterate enemies in the way. It definitely helped him a lot on the way to the boss of the stage, where Turk mashed fire and took it down. On to stage 2, also known as Base 1. Base 1 features 5 rooms, each with a blue target you need to take out to move on to the next room. Of course, there's also enemies and bullets Turk had to avoid too, but a big focus was mashing the fire button hard enough to take out the blue targets quickly. You have to repress the B button every time you want to fire another wave of shots, without the use of turbo buttons. So, Turk had to do his best to just keep pressing B over and over and over across the whole entire run. Now, one of the fundamental problems with running Contra is that it has a 10 bullet sprite limit. That means you can only have 2 waves of spread on screen at once, limiting how fast targets in the base stages could be taken out. Turk was occasionally able to get more than 2 waves on screen at once, but he didn't entirely understand how, and he couldn't do it consistently. After the 5th room was a boss fight, where 4 targets had to be taken out before the boss appears. Turk jumped up and destroyed them, then moved on to stage 3, the waterfall. This stage is an upward climb to the top, jumping from ledge to ledge with enemies and projectiles spawning around you all the while. He slowed down a bit, and while going across the bridge in the middle of the stage, he picked up invincibility to get through enemies cleanly. Next up was Base 2. Turk once again was able to get more than 2 spread shots on the screen at times, but wasn't able to consistently keep it. He moved through the 8 rooms fairly quickly while skillfully dodging all shots that were fired at him. Base 2's boss fight features 2 heads that need to be destroyed. When they're together, they're vulnerable, but they move apart for a few seconds between coming back together. Each time they're together is referred to as a cycle, and Turk managed to get a 5-cycle kill. Stage 5 is the snowfield, which is infamous in speedruns for having extremely random and unforgiving enemy spawns. Turk had to preemptively fire his spread gun all over to prepare for enemies that could pop up nearly anywhere. He lost a lot of runs to this level just from bad luck, so he was lucky to make it through safely. The boss fight was pretty easy, but also pretty random. There's 3 locations it can spawn: on the left, in the middle, or on the right. You essentially just have to guess where it's going to spawn and start firing underneath it. Turk lined up on the right and it spawned there, allowing for a pretty fast kill. Stage 6 is the energy zone. It's filled with lasers that kill you upon contact. Some were activated when Turk got close to them, while others seemed to cycle on a random pattern. He had to wait aloft to get out of his way, but was able to get through the stage unscathed. Stage 6's boss fight is pretty tricky, and like the others, the way to beat him is to mash bullets into him. He can randomly jump and shoot projectiles, both of which lose time. He jumped once and shot once for Turk, and then he was on to stage 7, the hangar. The hangar has claws that operate in a similar random pattern to the lasers of Energy Zone. If one drops down and hits you, you're dead. Turk had to wait a little bit for the claws, and he had trouble mashing fast enough to get through the walls, but once again he made it through the stage. Finally, he was on to stage 8, the Aliens Lair. This stage is perhaps the most set in stone of all. The enemies mostly spawn in the same place at the same time, and there's 2 bosses to defeat, the head and the heart. Both are taken out by jumping up and mashing as quickly as you can press the button. Turk made his way through the stage cleanly, and then finished the game without dying in just 10 minutes and 55 seconds. A sub 11-minute run of Contra was simply incredible for 2005. Years after this run, Matt Turk would go on to set some of the most famous world records in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out history. His legacy would be defined by these records, and his name would become a legend among so many speedrunners. But on that amazing day in August 2005, his focus was on playing Contra, and he did it so well that the entire Speed Demos archive community had some catching up to do. It took until the middle of 2006 until anybody was able to match Turk's run. But that June, well-known speedrunner Freddie Anderson tied it to the second, achieving a 10:55 of his own. This run lost some time over Turk in the early stages. He got a bad boss pattern in the jungle, had a tougher time getting through the targets in base 1, and was a little bit slower in the waterfall. He gained some time back, however, in the base 2 boss fight, saving about 4 seconds by getting a 4-cycle kill instead of Turk's 5-cycle. This up and down pattern of gaining and losing time continued in the second half. He gained about 5 seconds from not having to slow down as much in the energy zone, but got a worse pattern in the hangar and had to hesitate more. In the end, it was enough to tie Turk to the second. And a few months later, a new challenger was able to top both of them with a 10:50, a runner known as Croc-Doc. He gained a few seconds in base 1 from fast movement through the rooms and taking out targets quickly, and he hesitated less overall in the waterfall and snowfield. He lost some time from worse laser patterns in energy zone, but gained 5 seconds in hangar from great claw patterns. 10:50 was a great final time, and these types of runs more or less defined early Contra speedrunning. One player would get slightly better luck in one stage, then slightly worse luck in another. It usually got close to evening out by the end, so world records would typically be very small. That's just how Contra speedrunning worked. At least until 2007. See, of those 3 early runners, Matt Turk, Freddie Anderson, and Croc-Doc, one of them had a distinct advantage over the others. A fairly big part of Contra is how fast you can repeatedly press the fire button to take out bosses, walls, and other obstacles. Turk's mashing speed was the slowest of the 3, at about 5 to 6 presses per second. Croc-Doc was a bit faster at somewhere between 9 and 10 presses per second. Freddie Anderson's, on the other hand, was estimated to be somewhere around 13 presses per second. That was obviously a huge help. But Anderson was also able to master a technique in the base stages known as spread rhythm. Remember how early runners were able to sometimes get more than 2 waves of spread in the base stages? There's a concrete reason why that happens. When a wave of spread fires, it's an arc of 5 bullets. If you fire 2 waves of spread, that's 10 bullets on the screen. The first of these 10 bullets will leave the screen before the rest do, leaving 9 bullets left. If you then repress the fire button right after that first bullet is gone, the game will allow 1 more bullet to be fired from the gun to get the number of bullets back up to 10. This cycle can then be repeated for the other waves of spread as they continue to fire, allowing for a very steady stream of bullets coming down the center. If you're able to match in a steady rhythm, this can be maintained indefinitely. It's theoretically possible to have 10 waves of spread on screen at once, all in a steady line, but this is virtually impossible to achieve. 3 or 4 waves is a good start, but quite a bit more is possible with incredible mashing finesse. The normal gun has a 4 bullet sprite limit, but spread rhythm combined with the spread gun's 10 bullet limit can lead to incredibly fast target destruction in the base stages. Add in Anderson's skill and mashing speed, and there was a ton of potential to keep lowering the record just from the base stages alone. So, in May 2007, Freddie Anderson blew the competition out of the water with a 10:40, a solid 10 seconds ahead of second place. This run featured a 3-cycle kill on the base 2 boss, as well as some decent spread rhythm in the base stages. With a 10:40, Anderson was very clearly the best Contra player in the world. His mashing speed was just too fast, and his expertise at running and gunning outmatched everyone else. He really didn't have to keep going. But as time passed, multiple new strategies were developed. So in early 2008, already 10 seconds ahead of anyone else, Anderson came back, and after a series of improvements, dropped this time for the Speed Demo's archive verifiers. When this run was posted, it was considered to be one of the greatest speedruns ever performed on the site. That encompasses nearly every game on nearly every console ever released. Anderson's 1024 on Contra was one of the best. What made it so good? Well, for one thing, his spread rhythm greatly improved. He was able to get streams of 4 bullets going and occasionally even higher. There were also a plethora of new strategies. He waited a bit longer in stage 3 to pick up invincibility so he didn't have to slow down as much, a move developed by Fiesel. He got better at dealing with the lasers and the claws in stages 6 and 7. It turns out they operate on a global timer for power on. Every 128 frames, their cycle resets and the lasers or claws restart from the beginning of their cycle. So, for instance, if Anderson arrived at the first set of lasers in Energy Zone and the middle laser was the first to fire, he would know that he was at a good point in the global timer and could quickly jump up to the top. If the top or bottom flame fired first, he would pretty much always have to hesitate for longer. In the 1024, he unfortunately got the bottom flame pattern, but got a pretty good global timer in Hangar to make up a bunch of time. And after some intense mashing in Alien's Lair, the 1024 was complete. A masterpiece of a run from start to finish. Freddie Anderson submitted this run to Speed Demo's archive and was finally able to stop running the game for a while. After all, what else is there to do when you hold one of the greatest speedrun world records of all time? Well, you could always beat it by 7 seconds. This was certainly unexpected. There weren't any big new strategies or developments. Freddie Anderson just took a nearly perfect run and shaved 7 seconds off of it. His spread rhythm in the base stages reached new levels of greatness, making the spread gun look more like a constant beam of bullets right into the targets. He got the middle flame in Energy Zone, meaning the best pattern possible. The boss jumped once, but Anderson was just pounding bullets into him to take it down. The claw patterns in the Hangar allowed him to barely have to hesitate at all. It was brilliant. Nobody even wanted to try to beat it. And so, Freddie Anderson's 1017 stood as the record, with no rivals, throughout the rest of 2008 and into the next year. It seemed like it was going to be a record that stood for years. But, unexpectedly, in 2009, somebody else started playing Contra again. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Turk was back. His personal best may have been far off the record at 10:55, but in 2009, Turk came back to try to lower his time. It had been 4 years since his last attempts, so he started off by doing practice attempts without even recording, but on just his second day of doing runs. Matt Turk was clearly a god gamer. If it only took him a couple of days to get 2 seconds off of Freddy's insane record, there was no telling what he could do with a bit more time. So, he kept playing even harder than before. The record was inevitable. After several weeks of attempts, Turk still hadn't quite gotten there. But that was okay. His 1019 happened so quickly that he still had some time to keep trying. Anderson's run was ridiculous, but there were little things he could do better. Anderson had missed a jump in Hangar that cost him a bit over a second, and the stage 6 boss had jumped once. So a time around 10:15 was at least possible, but clearly was going to take time to achieve. All he could do was keep pushing. At last, in December 2009, Matt Turk submitted a video to Twin Galaxies, which at the time was one of the main places to submit speedruns. When converting the run to the same timing method the Speed Demos archive used, the final time was 10:41. That's 22 seconds slower than his alleged 10:19 from several months prior. It's unclear exactly why Turk wasn't able to get closer to the record after his initial attempts. There was definitely a combination of some bad luck and unfortunate mistakes, but it just goes to show how difficult it was to get a time under 10:20. Matt Turk may have had the record back in 2005, but by 2009, he just wasn't able to keep up with Freddie Anderson. But Turk wasn't the only one who couldn't keep up. For the rest of 2009 and 2010, Anderson's 10:17 stayed on top as the world record. Other than the push by Matt Turk, he had no rivals trying for it. But in 2011, a player on the Speed Demos Archive forum made a post explaining all of the little things a player could do to improve Freddie Anderson's 10:17. He said that he was going to embark on a quest to beat it, and his name was Hide Rage. To pull this off, Hide Rage was going to need both new strategies and improvements on the slowdowns from Anderson's run. As far as the slowdowns go, there is the aforementioned missed jump in Hangar and the boss jump in Energy Zone. But Hide Rage also pointed out that the boss fight in Base 1 was a bit slow. He missed some of his shots on the first target, causing the boss to appear about a second later than normal. There were other smaller things too. He lost a half second from needing to weave around bullets against the Stage 1 boss. His positioning could have been better for the Stage 5 boss. Hide Rage mentioned that you lose 1 frame from every extra jump that you do, and across the whole run, Anderson did several extra jumps. He also had one fairly big new strategy. He would skip picking up invincibility in Energy Zone and jump straight across over this gap. Since he wouldn't have to go down and get invincibility, it would save 2 to 3 seconds. This new strategy, combined with all the potential improvements from before, meant Hide Rage had a real shot at doing this. But getting enough of the improvements to save time, combined with playing as well as Anderson did elsewhere, would prove to be nearly impossible. Months passed, and Hide Rage wasn't able to beat it. But then, in July 2012, after Hide Rage had stopped playing for a while, a Contra player known as Mr. K came along with a breakthrough. That boss fight in Base 2 with the multiple heads that move apart, remember how they're only vulnerable when the heads are together? It turns out, if you hit them on the frame before they start moving, they stay vulnerable, allowing the heads to take damage while moving apart. Successfully hitting the head on this 60th of a second window means they could potentially be destroyed in just 2 cycles, saving about 4 seconds over Anderson's 3 cycle. So now, Hide Rage had a few more seconds to work with. If there was any time to pull off this run, it was gonna be now. Hide Rage got back to the grind, and this time, he wasn't stopping until he beat it. It was time for this 4-year-old record's reign to end. In September 2012, Hide Rage posted a time. It was 10:16, beating Anderson by 1 second. Instead of celebrating having beaten a 4-year-old record, however, Hide Rage dwelled on the places he lost time. His base stages had fairly poor spread rhythm compared to Anderson, despite his improvements on both of the bosses. He got the bottom flame pattern in Energy Zone, meaning he had to slow down, and he hesitated a long time on some of the later flames too. There were also reports from Freddie Anderson himself that he had achieved a 10:16 of his own, although he apparently wasn't proud of this run and never released video of it. So, Hydrage wasn't done yet. He may have beaten the 10:17, but he knew it could go lower. But what happened on September 30th, 2012, blew expectations out of the water.
I'll settle for a 12. I will settle for a 12. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I will settle for a 12 and I will submit.
Hydrage had just completed an incredibly strong run. He had saved 4 seconds from better spread rhythm in the base stages, on top of nailing the 2-cycle kill on the base 2 boss. His global timer patterns were great, getting the middle flame in energy zone and little hesitation needed in hangar. But he also knew he had lost some time, mainly from missing the jump to skip invincibility in energy zone, so he was really hoping the final time of this run would be 10:12. If it was a 10:13, he had decided he would keep doing attempts to go lower. So, he retimed his run via a frame count, begging that the final time would say 10:12.
Come on! Come on! Yes! Yes! Oh, yes! I'm done with this game! I'm fucking done with this game! Oh my gosh! Oh, hell yeah! Oh, God, I got it! Oh.
For the first time in 5 years, someone other than Freddie Anderson was the Contra record holder. Hydrage's 10:11 would stand as the record well into 2013, when players once again began looking into finding new strategies to go even faster. The run was starting to get close to the 10-minute mark. Getting under 10 minutes wasn't realistic, but getting closer to it began to seem more possible. But toward the end of 2013, a new competitor began to rise. Today, he's known for his Cuphead speedruns and for having beaten every NES game ever released. But in 2013, he was a fairly small speedrunner just trying to get some records. This is the Mexican Runner, better known as TMR. By October 2013, while playing on emulator, TMR had lowered his personal best down to right behind Hydrage's world record. Thanks to some new strategies in Hangar, he knew he could save the few seconds he needed to get the record. The biggest was found by Dusseler and TMR. If you pick up invincibility and take the bottom path, you can then go straight through the claws without stopping, saving about 2 seconds. So, he began doing some attempts to beat Hydrage. And on October 7th, 2013, he had a good run going in the base 2 with great spread rhythm. Unfortunately, he missed the 2-cycle kill on the boss, which made TMR a little angry.
¡Hijo de tu puta madre! Of course, you fucker de mierda! Vete a la verga, puto!
However, he would ultimately pick this time back up in the later stages. He successfully made the jump in Energy Zone where Hydrage fell, then executed the new route through Hangar. In the end, it was enough to get a 10:11. It beat Hydrage's recording by a tenth of a second, but when adjusted to the same frame rate as his, it was actually slower by just a fraction of a second. TMR would go on to beat this time twice more that same week, officially taking the record and lowering it to 10:10. These times were all performed on an emulator, but by November 2013, he made the switch to playing Contra on a real NES. He saw results almost immediately, getting a 10:10 on console after just a couple hundred attempts. But he wasn't satisfied yet, so throughout the next couple of months, he kept doing attempts to lower the record closer to 10 minutes. On December 2nd, 2013, TMR had a run going that was about even going into base 2. After some good spread rhythm and a 2-cycle kill on the boss, he knew he was on a really good pace. He got the good boss spawn in Snowfield, then was on to the Energy Zone. but he unfortunately got the bottom flame pattern and 2 jumps from the boss. Still, because his 1010 got an even worse global timer, he picked up about 1.5 seconds. The hanger was excellent. He got a great global timer and executed the invincibility route well. Going into the last stage, he knew all he needed to do was not mess up, and he would have a big new world record.
¡A huevo, puta madre!
That's it, man. That's it. Goodbye, fucking Contra. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
This was pretty huge. Congratulatory messages poured in from across the community. He had played for 9 hours straight, only to get this incredible record at the very end. A fitting reward. And in the description of the video was this sentence: "Enjoy the run, because this time might stay for a while."
¡Yes! ¡World record!
World record, man. World record. In your fucking face. You're the best at the end.
Well, that was unexpected. A 10:05. This run had a very clean opening with some good spread rhythm, and was even with the record through stage 4. The difference between this run and the 10:08 came from an even better energy zone and hanger. TMR got the ideal middle flame pattern, with just 1 jump on the boss, and flew through the hanger even faster than before. This run pretty much cemented it. TMR was the king of Contra. He had set the last several records in a row, and nobody was showing any signs of making a push to beat him. He was on top of the world. But there was one other top level player. His name was DK28. He didn't have a super fast time, but that's partially because he had focused on other categories, like the Japanese version, which skipped cutscenes and allowed for an overall lower time. In January 2014, he started focusing his attempts on any percent, where TMR had just recently achieved his 10:05. But it quickly became clear that DK28 had one very distinct advantage over TMR. See, as the record became more optimized, the quality of the player's spread rhythm in the base stages was becoming more and more important. There's 2 main components to how good your spread rhythm is: how fast you can match, and how well you can match in a rhythm. On screen is the estimated mashing speed of the last 2 Contra record holders, measured in presses per second. You can see that Hydrage's mashing speed was significantly faster than TMR's. However, Hydrage struggled to maintain a consistent spread rhythm. He had the tendency to overmash, and often lost the rhythm after getting a good start. TMR, on the other hand, was quite good at getting and maintaining a good rhythm, but his mashing speed limited how many waves of bullets he could get on screen. The ideal Contra masher was somebody who had the mashing speed of Hydrage with the rhythm of TMR. Enter DK28. DK's mashing rhythm was excellent. Once he got a rhythm going, he was pretty much always able to maintain it and keep it strong. But his mashing speed wasn't as good as Hydrage's. It was even better. This was the magic combination for amazing spread rhythm, which gave him a big advantage. Folks, we're about to enter the reign of DK28.
We got it. 10:04. Yes!
2 weeks after TMR's legendary 10:05, DK beat it with a 10:04. The way he did it was by saving 3 full seconds in base 2. His spread rhythm was amazing enough to save that much time in 1 stage alone. But he wasn't done yet. A month later, he got a 10:02 with a cleaner boss fight in base 1 and less hesitation in Hanger. It was quite clear at this point that DK's skill set would be the future of Contra speedruns. Incredible spread rhythm combined with precision elsewhere. He had a 3-second lead over anyone else in the world, so he took a break from Contra in mid-2014. But after 4 months, DK saw just how close he was to breaking the 10-minute barrier. Ever since Matt Turk's 10:55 from 2005, every single Contra record had begun with a 10. When looking at his splits, he knew he could make it start with a 9. He could save 4 seconds in energy zone since he got a really bad global timer in the 10:02 and a slow boss fight. There was also a bit he could save on the boss fight in base 1, the potential for a little bit of time saved from tighter jumping in the waterfall. The potential for a time in the 950s was more real than ever. If anyone could do it, it was DK. In July 2014, he got back on his quest, trying to get the first ever sub 10 in Contra.
PB. We got a 10-1. We got a 10-1. Oh, we finally broke the wall. We finally broke the wall. Done. No spiders. Take your immortality. Holy shit!
This was DK28's self-proclaimed Holy Grail. It was a 9:58 that smashed the 10-minute barrier. The community celebrated, and DK was simply overjoyed. His only significant time losses were from unoptimal jumping in the waterfall, and getting some lag in the energy zone from a sprite overload. That was really about it. His spread rhythm was once again excellent. He got the 2-cycle kill, he got the middle flame pattern, 0 jumps from the boss, and virtually no hesitation in anger. Echoing Freddie Anderson's 10:17 from years prior, this run was called one of the greatest speedruns ever performed. And so, it stood unrivaled.
Alright, so far so good. This is a better run too. That was weird. What just happened? What just happened? Tell me you guys saw that. What? I just skipped half of stage 1. Holy crap.
On December 15th, 2014, DK was doing some Contra attempts when the level end theme played and he walked off of a ledge. When he respawned, he was suddenly in stage 2. He had just skipped the second half of the jungle, and he had absolutely no idea how. This opened all sorts of doors. If this could be used consistently, and levels could be ended early, minutes could come off of the run. Contra speedruns would completely change. Now, all they had to do was figure out how it worked. So, the community began a huge search effort. People broke down the code of the game to determine exactly what the cause was, and how it could be replicated. A guy named Alyosha was leading the search, and he broke down his quest every step of the way, documenting exactly what he was looking at. The community was following him with every update he posted, anticipating the discovery that would change Contra speedrunning forever. Finally, 3 months later, he posted his findings. He couldn't figure out what caused it. After searching everywhere he could, Alyosha couldn't find any way for a player to trigger anything to end a level early. His conclusion was that it was most likely a random hardware error, meaning it wouldn't be reproducible on command. To this day, it's unknown what caused this glitch, although there have been reports of a level end glitch happening to other players too. If it ever gets figured out, Contra speedrunning as we know will be revolutionized, and its discoverer will forever go down in speedrunning history. Even without this glitch, by May 2015, DK was wanting to go back to any %. He was reliably able to save a second in Stage 3 from better jumping and a better boss kill, and without the lag in Energy Zone, he could save over a second there as well. So, he decided his goal would be to take the record down 2 more seconds to a 9:56. And on May 21st, he got halfway there.
Done.
Oh, baby.
Later that same day, DK would get some more ammunition to help him out. Speedrunner Zallard1 found a new strat in the waterfall that could save about a second. The objective of the waterfall is simply to jump to the top as fast as possible, but the height of each jump actually varies slightly. Sometimes you would get a higher jump that allowed you to skip some platforms, but for years it was thought to be random when this occurred. Mr. K later determined that your jump height can be somewhat predictable. If you take the same moves up every time, and hold each right-facing jump for their full duration, you can ensure that your jump heights will be the same each time you play the waterfall. So, Zallard figured out a new route to the top that could be taken every time that had 2 built-in higher jumps at strategic points to skip a couple of ledges. This allowed the waterfall to be both really consistent and about a second faster than before. Thanks to this extra second, and some potential time save in Base 2 and Snowfield, DK got paces going quite a bit ahead of 9:57. However, something always tragically went wrong.
Fucking asshole. Game over. That's it. Oh my god. Those spawns despawned my fucking minecart. We just lost record because of spawning.
And then, on June 1st, 2015, he got on this run. Unbelievably, DK was on 9:53 pace. There was no way this could last. Something had to go wrong. But as Energy Zone started, he got the middle flame pattern. The perfect global timer. This was it. This was actually happening. DK was on his way to smash his own world record.
No!
Or maybe not. 9:53 was just a little bit too unrealistic. But in the meantime, there were still more records that DK knew he could get. A week later, he took the record down to a 9:55, thanks to some big time saves in the waterfall in Base 2, but Energy Zone had some lag and a slower boss fight. He just knew that there was a little more he could do. Every run had time losses somewhere, even if they were small. Because of his mashing skill, he had the potential to get times that nobody else in the world could get. The question was, how low was that potential? Well, he was on 9:53 pace once. Maybe he could do it again.
Oh, baby! 9:53. 9:53.
This run got a fast boss kill in Base 1. This run got the new waterfall route. This run got the 2-cycle kill in Base 2. This run got the best boss spawn in Snowfield. This run got the middle flame pattern in Energy Zone. And this run had the perfect global timer in Hangar. DK called it his masterpiece. And it really was. It was the result of months of grinding, and a skill set that nobody else possessed. A couple months after this run, DK stopped speedrunning, and at this point, he hasn't done Contra attempts in over 5 years. But what he did to the game won't be forgotten. He had the skills to do things that nobody else could, and used them to grind for times way ahead of anybody else. And since he was so far ahead, his 9:53 sat on top of the leaderboard for years. But in 2017, someone new started making a push up the board. His name was Angry Lynx, and in January 2017, he became just the 4th person in the world to get a sub 10. A month later, he was in 2nd place and quickly closing in on DK's world record. And as the months went on, he got even closer. As you would expect, Angry Lynx's mashing couldn't quite keep up with DK's. It was around 12 presses per second, but he was still quite good at keeping it in a rhythm. He didn't have much in the way of new strategies either. There was a new route in the waterfall developed by Chambers to make a jump over a flame on the bridge much easier, and some new ways of shooting in base 2 to speed up a couple of the rooms. But beyond that, there wasn't a lot that he could do to improve over DK. Take this run on July 29, 2017. Even with his new strategies, he lost 0.9 in base 1, 0.7 in the waterfall, and 1.7 in base 2, putting him at 3.3 seconds behind the record halfway through the game. He just couldn't keep up with DK's mashing, and it made paces like this all too common. This run seemed like a lost cause, but believe it or not, it wasn't. Despite over 3 seconds of deficit, there was still theoretically a way Angry Lynx could pull this back. As he moved into the snowfield, he committed to going for an incredibly risky jump that TMR popularized, the YOLO jump. There's a section toward the start of the stage where the grenades being thrown are just too close for comfort, so speedrunners usually briefly hesitate for it. But it's technically possible to make it over them without hesitating if you execute a frame-perfect jump. 1/60th of a second too late or too early, and you hit the grenades and die. Lynx went for the YOLO jump and timed it right, so he saved a 1/5 of a second. He had about a second to save an energy zone from DK's slowdowns, like the slight lag and the jump from the boss. But 1 second wasn't enough for this run, so Lynx decided to go for another incredibly risky strategy, a trick nicknamed the Leap of Faith. This particular flame isn't tied to a global timer, and it randomly fires out. Players usually sidestep it by taking the top route, which is slow because of the need to dodge this flame and jump down afterwards. However, it's possible to just go for the jump and hope the flame doesn't fire. You only have about a 5% chance of not dying, but it saves a second over the top route. Angry Lynx decided he had to go for it, and pray he didn't die.
Oh, sick! No fucking way!
He also got a good global timer and 0 jumps from the boss. Incredibly, he saved more than 2 seconds over the world record. In Hangar, he saved just over half a second from dealing with the final set of claws better. DK had pause buffered, while Lynx simply jumped over the claw. Miraculously, Lynx was less than half a second behind the record going into Alien's Lair. There were a few tenths of a second he could technically save there from better mashing into the head, so he had a slim chance at this. It was gonna be close.
Oh, are you serious? Did I split early? Oh my god.
This run would be retimed to a 953.80, a new world record by 3/100ths of a second. For the first time in 3.5 years, someone was faster at Contra than DK28. But Angry Lynx wasn't done yet, because just a few days after his record, the biggest development in years was made. This is the 1 cycle kill. Back in 2013, when Mr. K posted his findings on 2 cycling the base 2 boss, he pointed out that a 1 cycle kill was theoretically possible too. By doing the vulnerability glitch on both heads instead of just one, they can both be taken out while moving apart. However, his setup involved wasting time to destroy the top target, which normally wasn't taken out, and was noted for being incredibly precise. The general consensus was that it wasn't worth doing for a small time save. However, in July 2017, speedrunner Dexter came along with a brand new setup that didn't involve taking out the top target. You had the fire in the center, have a bullet hit both heads on the exact frame before they start moving, then move to the right in a precise spot and fire them down. It was still incredibly difficult, but it was doable, and it saved 2.5 seconds over the 2 cycle kill. So, with an extra chunk of time to save, Lynx had no choice but to keep going. And on August 25th, he had a run that saved nearly 5 seconds in base 2. half from the one-cycle kill and half from really good spread rhythm. However, he bled time pretty badly in the back half, losing almost 4.5 seconds from no leap of faith or YOLO jump, a worse energy zone boss pattern, and a slower claw pattern in Hangar. But he was just able to keep it together in Alien's Lair for a modest world record. So now he had two incredible halves. If you take the first half of his second record and add it to the second half of his first record, it comes out to a 9:48. That wasn't a realistic time to achieve, but getting closer to it certainly was. So, throughout much of 2018, Lynx grinded Contra to clean up the run and push it even lower.
I split late. It's definitely a new world record. Sweet. Go. This might be a 952. Yes, dude. Yes. Yes. Fuck yes. Yes, dude. Fuck yes, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Yes. Oh, what a run.
950.55 is where the record stands today. Aside from not going for the super risky jumps in Snowfield and Energy Zone, and a couple of imperfect global timers, this run had practically everything that Lynx could have gotten. That being said, sub 950 is pretty much inevitable, but who's gonna get there, and how? To this day, Angry Lynx has been doing lots of Contra attempts to try to get the coveted 949. It's getting really tough to save time though. There's about a second that can be saved from better global timers, but beyond that, he needs to go for super risky moves like the Leap of Faith. And he definitely can do it. His consistency is incredible, and Lynx stringing together a nearly perfect run is certainly feasible. However, the potential for this record is even lower. If you take someone with the mashing level of DK28 and give them all of the knowledge and strategies of today, getting a time in the mid-940s can't be ruled out. His 16 presses per second and incredible rhythm abilities are so important, and they can save enough time in the base stages to take the record a couple seconds lower. But still, beating Angry Lynx's record is going to be incredibly hard regardless of who's playing. Will DK ever come back to try for the sub 950? Will a new player rise up to the challenge? Or will the reign of Angry Lynx continue on? We'll just have to wait and see. Thanks for watching.
Start development felt that they had perfected the genre. I felt like, with Super Mario World, we had done everything we could with a side-scrolling jumping game, he said. With development finished, all that was left was for Nintendo to release the Super Famicom. Ever since Nintendo announced the delay of the system a year earlier, the company had been mostly silent. But on June 21st, 1990, they finally had an update. The Super Famicom was coming out on November 21st, 1990. On August 28th and 29th, Nintendo held a Shoshinkai trade show at the Harumi International Exhibition Center in Tokyo. There were now 33 developers making games for the Super Famicom. Many of the companies were at the show to demonstrate their upcoming games. But all eyes were on Nintendo. For the first time, they premiered the final version of the Super Famicom. The system would cost 25,000 yen, or around $170, and come with 2 controllers. To keep the price down, Nintendo didn't include any cables or power adapters. Nintendo also premiered their 2 launch titles. The first was F-Zero, an ultra-fast arcade racing game. It showcased one of the Super Famicom's new technologies, Mode 7, which gave a faux 3D effect. The second game was Super Mario World. Nintendo set up 10 Super Famicom stations at the trade show so attendees could try out the new games. 8 of them were dedicated to Super Mario World. People packed the booth for the entire show. The media was impressed by all the latest changes to the game. Electronic Gaming Monthly called it the premier piece of software shipping with the Super Famicom. The hype for Super Mario World and the Super Famicom was bigger than ever. Nintendo received 1.5 million pre-orders for their new console from wholesalers. With so many pre-orders, Nintendo worried that launch day might be a little chaotic. So they encouraged retailers to implement a reservation system when selling the Super Famicom. One store had so many reservation requests, they held a lottery and sent out postcards to the winners. 2 years after announcing the system, Nintendo was finally ready to enter the next generation, and for the first time, they were launching a new console with real competition in the market. In the early morning of November 20th, Nintendo loaded 100 trucks with boxes of Super Famicom consoles, along with F-Zero and Super Mario World cartridges. In an event dubbed Operation Midnight Shipping, Nintendo sent out their newest console and games in the dead of night, hoping to ward off thieves. And on the morning of November 21st, 1990, the Super Famicom and Super Mario World were officially on store shelves in Japan. Launch day was a mixed bag. The Haku Hinkan Toy Park store, which didn't take reservations, had a massive line outside the entrance. The store sold Super Famicoms on a first-come, first-served basis. As a result, many customers left without a console. But other stores, like the Odakyu department store, were relatively calm. The store issued reservation tickets 6 weeks ahead of time, anticipating that kids would play hooky to get the system. The store sold 1,500 Super Famicoms on launch day. But the biggest issue was the lack of stock. Although Nintendo had 1.5 million pre-orders, they could only ship 300,000 consoles. Many smaller stores, particularly mom-and-pop shops, didn't receive any consoles. Some stores took advantage of the shortage by offering the Super Famicom bundled with software at a marked-up price. Retailers accused Nintendo of stalling production to create a false shortage and drive up demand. Nintendo responded by promising to increase their manufacturing capacity in 1991. Despite the issues, the Super Famicom was a hit. According to a report from Nintendo, the initial stock of 300,000 consoles sold out in just 3 days. And Super Mario World was the crown jewel of the system.
To put it simply, it's everything a game should be. Challenging, frustrating, rewarding, and most important of all, unbelievably addictive. I'm still nursing an injured finger from a weekend solid, and I mean solid, play. If you've got a Super Famicom, this is as essential as the power supply. Julian Jazz Rignall, Mean Machines.
Super Mario World received rave reviews from the press. Famitsu magazine gave the game a score of 34 out of 40. They wrote, "The Mario series repeatedly powers up, and this may surprise some players, but I felt a lot of power in this entry. It feels like it has 3 times the ideas without impacting any of the fundamentals that make Mario games so much fun." But even with all the praise, some reviewers came away slightly disappointed. They expected more from Nintendo's new 16-bit console. One reviewer considered the game a bit stale compared to Super Mario Bros. 3. Others found the extra controls challenging to learn. None of that stopped customers from scooping up Super Mario World. Many people bought the game even without owning a Super Famicom. By February of 1991, Nintendo had sold 750,000 copies of Super Mario World, despite only selling 600,000 Super Famicom consoles. Super Mario Mania, once again, swept over Japan. A new wave of Super Mario merchandise, including plushies and toys, hit store shelves. Bandai released Super Mario World, Mario and Yoshi's Adventure Land, an interactive anime compatible with Bandai's Terabiko toy phone. There were cross-promotions with food and beverage companies, including McDonald's. There were mangas based on the game, such as the Super Mario Kun series. Nintendo and Warner Pioneer released the game's soundtrack on CD, featuring new jazz arrangements of Koji Kondo's music. Konami even released a gambling machine, Mario Roulette, based on the minigame in Super Mario World. The Super Famicom and Super Mario World were a success. Nintendo hit its goal of selling 3 million consoles within a year by August of 1991, 3 months ahead of time. And in total, Nintendo would sell 3.5 million copies of Super Mario World in Japan, making it the second best-selling game on the Super Famicom. By 1992, the Super Famicom overtook NEC's PC Engine in sales, cementing Nintendo as the top dog in the Japanese video game market. But when it came time to bring the Super Famicom and Super Mario World over to North America, things wouldn't be so easy. When Nintendo first revealed the Super Famicom in November of 1988, sales of the 8-bit Famicom were declining. But its North American counterpart, the Nintendo Entertainment System, was setting sales records. In 1988, Nintendo of America sold 7 million NES consoles and more than 40 million games. For the second year in a row, the NES was the #1 toy in the United States. The country had Nintendo fever.
If you haven't heard about the Nintendo Entertainment System, odds are you've either just awakened from a 2-year sleep or you don't have a child under the age of 14. Nintendo is simply the toy of the late 80s, a marketing phenomenon every bit as remarkable as the Cabbage Patch Kids craze a few years back. Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
1989 looked to be another banner year for Nintendo of America. But just like in Japan, there would be new contenders in the market. At the 1989 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago, Sega introduced the Genesis, the North American version of the Mega Drive. NEC brought the PC Engine over as the TurboGrafx-16. And the hot buzzword of the show was bits. To the general public, more bits meant better video games. The TurboGrafx-16 was technically an 8-bit console, but sported dual 16-bit graphics chips, and NEC marketed the console as a 16-bit system. Sega boasted that the Genesis was the only true 16-bit system, and promised arcade-quality graphics, stereo sound, and unsurpassed gameplay. With NEC and Sega bringing in more powerful consoles, it begged the question, where was Nintendo's 16-bit system? Officially, Nintendo said it had no plans to launch a 16-bit console in North America. During their presentation at the Summer CES show, Nintendo played a video hosted by a costumed Mario that showcased the NES and Game Boy. Mario tried to convince the audience that 16-bit consoles were not the future of video games, and that the NES was plenty powerful. The press called it propaganda. But while Nintendo of America feigned disinterest in 16 bits, video game magazines were picking up news on the Super Famicom from Japan. Video game magazines had seen a resurgence in the past year thanks to a booming video game industry. Nintendo even had a magazine, Nintendo Power, with an estimated 1.2 million subscribers. Nintendo carefully chose what to cover and what to keep up its sleeve. And it wanted to keep the Super Famicom up its sleeve. But other magazines didn't have those restrictions and regularly looked to Japan for the latest video game news and rumors. There was GamePro, video games and computer entertainment, and Game Players. But by far, the magazine with the most coverage of Japan was Electronic Gaming Monthly, or EGM. In their very first issue from May of 1989, the magazine revealed the Super Famicom, calling it the most incredible game system ever seen. In their second issue, EGM had full-color photos of the Super Famicom prototype, along with the first mention of a new Super Mario game, Super Mario Bros. 4. It couldn't have made Nintendo happy. Super Mario Bros. 2 hadn't even been out for a year in North America, and Nintendo was spending 1989 hyping up Super Mario Bros. 3, due to come out in early 1990. By the fall of 1989, Nintendo of America could no longer deny that a 16-bit machine was in the works. Vice President of Marketing Peter Main confirmed the Super Famicom was real and coming to Japan. But he stopped short of announcing a North American release. Instead, Main affirmed that the company wanted to wring every last megabyte of power from the Nintendo Entertainment System before jumping into the 16-bit generation. In other words, any announcement of a new 16-bit system would cut into Nintendo of America's sales. But that didn't stop the press from talking about the Super Famicom in Super Mario Bros. 4. Electronic Gaming Monthly repeatedly brought over the latest news from Japan. In issue 4, they confirmed Super Mario Bros. 4 was now called Super Mario World and showed the game's first screenshots. Despite the whisperings of a 16-bit console, Nintendo of America had another record year in 1989. They sold an astonishing 9 million NES consoles. For the third year in a row, the NES was the #1 selling toy. In addition, Nintendo's new Game Boy handheld, introduced in August of 1989, sold around 1 million units in less than 6 months. And despite the new competition, Nintendo still controlled about 80% of the $4 billion video game market. And 1990 looked like another big year. Nintendo of America was preparing to launch their highly anticipated new game, Super Mario Bros. 3. The company spent the past year hyping up the game with teasers and early releases on the PlayChoice 10 arcade cabinet. The game was even in a Hollywood film, The Wizard. In January of 1990, Nintendo Power had an article about the making of Super Mario Bros. 3, featuring a write-up on Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto. The article briefly mentioned that Miyamoto was working on games for the Super Famicom, including Super Mario Bros. 4. But that wasn't all. In the mailbag section, a reader noted he read about the Super Famicom in other magazines and wondered why Nintendo Power had not talked about it more. The magazine replied that the Super Famicom wasn't even out in Japan. They only wanted to provide information that was, quote, timely and accurate. Nintendo Power now had a subscriber base of almost 2 million. This was their first acknowledgement of the Super Famicom and Super Mario World. With the hype of Super Mario Bros. 3 dying down, a new hype emerged for Nintendo's next console and Super Mario game. And those other magazines kept the hype train moving. Rumors swirled about what the Super Famicom would look like in North America and when exactly it was coming. One rumor suggested that the Super Famicom was actually a more powerful 32-bit system. Another report claimed that Nintendo planned to call the new system SFX in North America. There was even gossip that the Super Famicom would come to North America as an attachment to the NES. By the fall of 1990, it seemed like Nintendo was tired of the rumors and speculation. In September, Nintendo Power published a blurb on the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, along with screenshots of Super Mario World. They also took a jab at other publications, asking readers to stick with Nintendo Power for, quote, hard facts and not wimpy rumors. But Electronic Gaming Monthly also covered the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, and much more extensively. Their November issue had a multi-page preview of the console, Super Mario World, and other upcoming games. Still, with all the previews, rumors, and speculation, no one outside of Nintendo knew when the Super Famicom and Super Mario World were coming stateside. But 1990 proved to be a defining year for Nintendo of America. The company had another record-breaking year with $3.4 billion in sales. Nintendo now controlled 87% of the video game market. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a colossal hit, selling 7.5 million copies and grossing more than $400 million. At the time, it was the best-selling standalone video game ever. Nintendo also sold 3.2 million Game Boys, along with 9 million games. But despite all the accolades, Nintendo also saw problems. The Nintendo Entertainment System was saturating the market. 1 in 4 households owned an NES, and in homes with children aged 10 to 14, almost 100% owned an NES. For the first time in North America, NES sales declined, down to 7.2 million units, and the company's projections for 1991 were even lower. Nintendo estimated they would only sell 4.5 million NES systems. There was also the threat of competitors, particularly Sega. Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi once stated that Sega was not a legitimate contender in the US market. But that had changed. By the end of 1990, Sega had sold around 1.5 million Genesis consoles and had an 80% share of the 16-bit market. The company expected to sell even more consoles in 1991. The public was ready for the next generation. According to Sega, 60% of Genesis owners were Nintendo fans who traded up. A Rand Youth poll revealed that one of the most requested items on a teenage boy's wish list was a new video game system, despite 90% of the participants already owning a system.
The venerable NES is finally showing its age. Compared with its competition, the NES offers inferior sound and fuzzy graphics. In Japan, buyers are being treated to Nintendo's Super Famicom, an awesome new game machine, but no plans have been made for the US debut of this system. Come on, Nintendo. How about equal rights for American buyers? Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
Nintendo of America saw the writing on the wall. It was time to enter the 16-bit generation. In January of 1991, less than 2 months after the Super Famicom hit stores in Japan, Nintendo of America officially confirmed that the Super Famicom was coming to North America. At the 1991 Winter Consumer Electronics Show, attendees waited in line for 20 minutes to see a demonstration of the system. Nintendo showed previews of a few games, including Pilot Wings and F-Zero. But the biggest hit was Super Mario World. One reporter said it looked like, quote, the best Mario game yet. Nintendo of America's Peter Main predicted the Super Famicom would go on sale in the United States by the second half of 1991. Nintendo wanted to have more software available before launching. To entice developers and compete with Sega, Nintendo removed their exclusivity agreement. The Super Famicom would have a new design and, eventually, a new name in North America: the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Nintendo predicted it would sell 2 million consoles by the end of 1991. But selling the 16-bit system would be much more challenging in the United States than in Japan. In Japan, the economy was booming. Nintendo was selling Super Famicoms faster than they could make them, and this was despite a shrinking consumer base. Since the mid-1970s, Japan's birth rate had declined, and the average family had 1.5 children. The result? As one analyst explained, fewer children are surrounded by more rich adults, and that means that the money spent on each child increases. But in the United States, the situation was much different. The country was in the tail end of a recession. War in the Middle East more than doubled oil prices. The failure of many savings and loan institutions hit the lending market hard. More than 1.8 million people were added to unemployment. Because of this, consumers were spending less and saving money wherever possible. So when Nintendo announced a $200 video game system that was not compatible with NES games, many parents were outraged. In the United States, the average family spent $225 on toys per child. Almost all of it would have to go to the Super Nintendo. When a reporter asked a mother of 3 if she was going to buy a Super Nintendo for her kids, she exclaimed, "No way. We're not shoving the old Nintendo in the closet. I've got $700 invested in that baby." A father from California called it immoral. The press jumped on the controversy, claiming the Super Nintendo would make the Nintendo Entertainment System obsolete. Nintendo had to do some serious damage control. They argued that adding backward compatibility would make the Super Nintendo even more expensive. They also insisted they were not abandoning the Nintendo Entertainment System. The NES, they claimed, was an entry-level system for people not wanting the latest graphics, sound, or challenge. It was a cassette tape, and the Super Nintendo was a CD, a console for the veteran player who had gotten their full enjoyment out of the NES. But it wasn't just the Super Nintendo. Parents blamed Nintendo for their child's lower school grades and eye strain and claimed the games were too violent. Nintendo was also accused of monopolizing the industry. The company had been hit with multiple antitrust lawsuits. And for the past year, the FTC had investigated Nintendo over antitrust violations such as price fixing. Nintendo denied any wrongdoing, but settled the case and agreed to send out up to $25 million worth of rebates to customers. The rebate took the form of a $5 coupon that consumers could only use to buy more Nintendo games. But industry insiders were skeptical that people would ditch Nintendo completely. As one writer put it, Nintendo may have a tough time, but kids still tend to get what they want. That was true. Some kids couldn't wait and had already imported the Super Famicom from Japan. Plus, Nintendo had arguably the biggest weapon of all, Super Mario. Super Mario Bros. 3's success catapulted Mario into another stratosphere. According to his Q-score, a measurement of popularity among brands and celebrities, Mario was now more popular among children than Mickey Mouse. There were more than 300 licensed Mario products in the United States, worth $200 million in annual sales. There was a Saturday morning cartoon, a breakfast cereal, and even a planned feature film, with rumors that Danny DeVito would play the leading role. If anything could help convince consumers to pick up a new console, it was a Super Mario game. Back in 1986, when Nintendo launched the NES nationwide, they released a version bundled with Super Mario Bros. It played a significant role in driving sales. It seemed like a no-brainer to do it again for the Super Nintendo. On June 1st, 1991, Nintendo officially unveiled the newly designed Super Nintendo Entertainment System at the summer CES show in Chicago.
The big guy in the home video game market has finally caught up with the pack. You're looking at Nintendo's much-awaited 16-bit home system, the Super NES. It's a big step forward for Nintendo fans, better sound, better graphics, and much more sophisticated play.
This is positioned for the true heavy user who wants that next level of play experience, not for everybody.
Nintendo set up multiple Super Nintendo stations at their booth, where attendees could try out Mario's latest adventure and other upcoming titles. The system was scheduled to launch on September 9th, 1991, and come bundled with the latest Mario game, Super Mario World. But while Nintendo touted the Super Nintendo in Super Mario World, their competitor, Sega, had an ace up their sleeve, Sonic the Hedgehog. Sega came up with the character to compete against the Super Mario juggernaut. The company first announced their speedy new video game back at the winter CES show and was ready to launch the game to retail stores. Sonic the Hedgehog received high praise from the press. Video Games and Computer Entertainment declared, "At last, Sega has their own Mario." And Sega had one more surprise in store. The Sega Genesis was getting a price cut, down to $150, and would come bundled with Sonic the Hedgehog. The company knew the battle between Sonic and Mario would be critical in the 16-bit market, and Sega was not going to play around. They now controlled 90% of the 16-bit market and had a 2-year head start on Nintendo. Sega president Tom Kalinske shrugged off the Super Nintendo, claiming Nintendo would have to play catch-up with Sega. While Nintendo hoped to have around 18 games by Christmas, Sega would have more than 100, and for the second half of 1991, Sega had a $15 million advertising budget. After Sega announced their new Sonic the Hedgehog console bundle, sales surged. For the first time, Nintendo of America had legitimate competition in the video game market, but they hoped Super Mario could save the day. On Wednesday, August 21st, 1991, a Toys R Us store in Cerritos, California opened a shipment box from Nintendo. Inside was their new 16-bit console, the Super Nintendo. The system arrived almost 3 weeks ahead of time. Over the next few days, stores around the country started receiving shipments. Soon, the word got out. The Super Nintendo was here. The Super Nintendo launched with F-Zero, Pilot Wings, and the bundled game, Super Mario World. Praise for Mario's latest adventure poured in from magazines, newspapers, and school playgrounds. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the game a score of 36 out of 40, calling it easily the best Mario adventure yet. And Video Games and Computer Entertainment called it by far the best installment in the Mario saga. But some critics expected more from Super Mario World. Entertainment Weekly claimed Nintendo was beating a dead Koopa, and that Mario was doing, quote, all the things he's been doing for the past 5 years. But it didn't seem to bother anyone else who played Super Mario World. It was Mario at his finest. Nintendo backed the Super Nintendo launch with a massive $25 million advertising blitz. The September 1991 issue of Nintendo Power made its way to 2 million mailboxes across the country, with Super Mario World featured on the cover. Inside was a 16-page guide featuring maps, items, enemies, tips, and more. Nintendo invaded televisions as well. There were commercials with a jazzy new slogan, "Now you're playing with power, super power." And NBC aired a new Super Mario World cartoon on Saturday mornings. Super Mario World and the Super Nintendo even made their way into grocery stores. There were cross promotions with Pepsi, Kool-Aid, Shasta Soda, and Kraft Mac and Cheese. Nintendo also released Mario Mania, a 150-plus page guide all about Nintendo's hero, including a Super Mario World strategy guide. By October, Nintendo sold more than 500,000 Super Nintendo consoles and was on track to sell 2 million by the end of the year. But the demand for the Super Nintendo was not as high as it was in Japan. Some stores sold out quickly. A manager at Electronics Boutique in Greenville, South Carolina commented, "If we got 50 in tomorrow, we'd have 50 sold." But in other areas, the Super Nintendo was easy to find. One reporter in Detroit called 8 local Toys R Us stores, and all 8 had the system in stock. Nintendo could blame Sega for the lack of Super Nintendo craze. The Genesis was cheaper, had more games, and offered backward compatibility with Master System games via an adapter. and Sega was more than willing to pit Sonic against Mario. Their commercials featured the games side by side. The message was simple: Mario is old and slow. Sonic is fast and cool. Sega also launched the Sega World Tour, traveling to shopping malls around the country to let people try Sonic the Hedgehog in Super Mario World. According to Sega, 88% of the participants preferred Sonic.
House-to-house fighting continues unabated. War drums beat along the shores of Lake Michigan and bugles blare west of the Rockies. The martial music of the Silicon Samurais harks from the east. The question is no longer if there will be a video game war, but rather who will win it. Arnie Katz. Video games and computer entertainment.
The launch of the Super Nintendo and Super Mario World officially signaled the beginning of one of the greatest battles in video game history: the console wars. Sega and Nintendo duked it out for control of the 1991 holiday season. In the end, both companies claimed victory. Nintendo claimed it sold 2.1 million Super Nintendo units. Sega disputed the figure, claiming it was closer to 1.4 million. Meanwhile, Sega claimed it sold every system it could make in 1991, 1.6 million units. Nintendo argued it was closer to 1 million units. Nintendo knew they were in for a long war, so in January, they slashed the price of the Super Nintendo to $180. By the summer, Nintendo cut the price again to $150. That same year, Nintendo expanded their 16-bit territory by launching the Super Nintendo in Australia and Europe, bundled with Super Mario World. The game once again received glowing reviews. The fight between Sega and Nintendo would drag on for years. Both companies attempted to one-up each other with new and exciting games, hardware attachments, and peripherals. Children would argue on playgrounds and in classrooms, and declare their allegiance to Sega or Nintendo. For Nintendo, Super Mario World remained a key weapon in the console wars. It was bundled with the Super Nintendo for years. And Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi's declaration that the strength of a console was in the games rang true. The Super Nintendo's strong software library paid dividends. In the end, Nintendo would come out on top of the 16-bit console wars. Super Mario World was released during what many consider the best years of the franchise. In January of 1992, Nintendo Power reported that for each Nintendo system, the NES, Game Boy, and Super NES, the #1 game was a Super Mario game. When the Super Nintendo first launched, Nintendo's vice president of marketing, Peter Main, commented that the system was evolutionary, not revolutionary. The same could be said about Super Mario World. Mario's 16-bit debut did not significantly change the Mario formula, and many reviewers took issue with that. But Super Mario World did perfect the formula. And today, Super Mario World is widely considered a masterpiece. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto admitted he was happy with how the game turned out, but he felt that he was only scratching the surface of what video games could become. In a 1995 interview, he said, "I joined Nintendo because I wanted to create a product that people would talk about and remember, and that's what I want to do in the future too. Create something that will make an impact on the world." Over the next several years, Miyamoto would experiment with new, cutting-edge technologies on the Super Nintendo. And for Nintendo's next console, codenamed Project Reality, Miyamoto would bring the Super Mario series to the third dimension, giving Mario more freedom than ever before. But even with new advancements in technology, Super Mario World stayed with him. Miyamoto would later confess in an interview with USA Today that Super Mario World was one of his favorite Mario games. It was the culmination of everything that made the series great. But more importantly, Miyamoto was proud that it launched the careers of several of his co-workers. Director of Programming Toshihiko Nakago would continue to program countless games for Nintendo. Today, he is the president and CEO of the company he had been programming for years, Systems Research and Development. Level director Katsuya Eguchi would direct his first game, Star Fox, in 1993. Star Fox utilized new technology that pushed the Super Nintendo hardware to its limit. In 2001, he created Animal Forest, later known as Animal Crossing, which gave players their own world to explore. Today, he's a deputy general manager at Nintendo. Map director Hideki Kono would direct one of the best-selling games on the Super Nintendo, Super Mario Kart. Today, he is in charge of the mobile game division at Nintendo. Composer Koji Kondo continued to compose music for Nintendo, and still does today. He has written some of the most memorable tunes in video game history. Shigefumi Hino worked as a character designer for several more years before getting to tackle his own game, the quirky strategy game Pikmin for the GameCube. But Hino's most significant success may have been Yoshi. Yoshi was a hit with women and children, and Nintendo quickly realized they could do more with the character. Yoshi started getting his own line of games, and in 1995, he even starred in a spin-off of the Super Mario series, Yoshi's Island. It's no surprise that the cute green dinosaur is now a staple of the Mario franchise. Hino is still with Nintendo, working as a designer and planner. Director Takashi Tezuka would be heavily involved in just about every future Mario and Zelda game. Today, he is an executive officer in Nintendo's game development division. Over the years, his game design philosophy has remained consistent.
I want to make games that no matter how many times you clear them, you want to keep that game and hold on to it like a treasure. I want to keep making games with that mindset. Takashi Tezuka.
With Super Mario World, Tezuka succeeded in making a game that people cherished. Nintendo has re-released it many times. In 1994, they included the game in an updated version of the Super Mario All-Stars collection and bundled the game with the Super Nintendo. In 1998, Nintendo released Super Mario World under their Player's Choice banner, an honor given to Nintendo's best-selling games. In the early 2000s, Nintendo ported the game to the Game Boy Advance. Super Mario World has also been available to download on the Nintendo Wii, Wii U, 3DS, and Switch consoles. Some players who grew up with Super Mario World couldn't get enough. In the early 2000s, the internet brought Super Mario World enthusiasts from all over the globe together, and soon fan-made hacks of the game appeared online. One notable genre of hacks, known as Kaizo, contains extremely challenging Super Mario World levels.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! No! Oh my god!
In 2015, Takashi Tezuka led development on a dream game for Mario fans, Super Mario Maker. Now, players could make their own levels from various Mario games, including Super Mario World. For more than 30 years, Super Mario World has captivated players young and old. It's no surprise that many people consider it one of the greatest games of all time.
For anyone still on the fence about Super Mario World, the answer is yes. Download it now. This is the apex of 16-bit platforming, a cornerstone of the gaming canon, and most importantly, just as much fun to play today as it was 20 years ago. If you're yet to experience the thrill of discovering a secret exit, the joy of soaring through a level with your super cape, or the unique tragic comedy of accidentally running off a cliff while trying to catch up to a runaway Yoshi, you're in for some of gaming's best loved and most iconic moments. Morgan Sleeper, Nintendo Life.
For over a decade, the original Super Mario Bros. Has been one of the most optimized speedruns out there. In the standard speedrun, there's 8 levels, each of them being played as closely to human perfection as possible, ultimately resulting in a run just under 5 minutes long.
I cannot believe it! How?
This is an incredibly short speedrun, filled top to bottom with ridiculously precise tricks. But the fastest playthroughs require using the warp zones that work to World 4 and World 8. What if the player doesn't use them, and instead adds in the other 24 levels of the game as well? Well, there we unlock the craziness that is Super Mario Bros. Warpless. As with most games, tracking down a starting point for the first official world record is tricky. It's possible there were old records from the 90s or early 2000s that we just don't know about. Although a runner named Cam Allen reportedly finished runs in 2004, a video of him isn't around today. But then, in July 2005, a player posted on the Twin Galaxies forum that he had just beaten Cam's record. That player was Andrew G. To break this 14-year-old record down, it's important to understand how the levels in Super Mario Bros. Work. As most probably know, the game has 8 worlds of 4 stages each. The stages ending in Dash 1 are typically standard overworld stages. Dash 2 stages are a mix of underground, underwater, and overworld levels. Dash 3 stages are unique levels with no ground beneath them, and Dash 4 stages are castle levels with a Bowser fight at the end. The gist of speedrunning this game is quite simple. Getting from the start to the end of each stage as fast as possible. Andrew G stayed as Small Mario for most of this run instead of picking up the Mushroom or Fire Flower. Since it takes time to hit blocks to get the power-ups, and Mario's sprite gets bigger after the Mushroom, making it harder to avoid obstacles and navigate through the stages, it made sense to avoid getting them all together. Andrew was able to make it through the early stages quite easily. However, as the world number increased, Andrew became much more cautious and began to make some mistakes. You can see this cautiousness at the start of 3-1, where he waited behind each pipe for the piranha plants to go away. In 4-4, he struggled to get down to the bottom path in the middle of the level. The castle levels in particular were a pretty big problem for Andrew. Although the layout of each stage is consistent each time you play it, the positioning and patterns of the enemies within are not. This can be seen in many stages throughout the game, especially with enemies like Koopa Troopas or bloopers, but nowhere is it more obvious than in the castle stages. These feature fire bars and other obstacles that appear in seemingly random positions each time. So, Andrew had to be prepared to react to where the obstacles were in front of him. This caused him to slow down significantly in some sections while he waited for fire to clear out of his way. The late worlds ended up being not the cleanest. 6-3 is particularly slow, as Andrew waited on essentially every platform in bullet bill shot. He died twice in World 7, in the first and third stages, and in 7-2 he had an intense battle with this blooper. In the second to last stage of the game, 8-3, he picked up a mushroom for safety so that he could avoid dying if he took a hit. And he did indeed get hit, at the end of 8-4, although this was partially because his hitbox was taller from the mushroom. After touching the axe, his run was finished, and it clocked in at 21 minutes and 18 seconds from when he took control of Mario in 1-1. It's certainly possible someone did a faster run of the complete game before this, but this seems to be the fastest time with video proof on the internet back then. This run is pretty sloppy by today's standards, but it was good enough to be the official world record on twingalaxies.com in 2005, which was still one of the biggest hubs for speedrunning at that point. Andrew noted himself that it could be better. There were deaths, several hesitations, and mistakes that cost him significant time. Over the next couple of years, players tended to focus more on any % warps instead of warpless, so Andrew's time stayed on top for quite a while. Andrew commented in February 2006 that he'd beaten his own time by about 25 seconds, and a Japanese runner named Osaka apparently got a time of around 20 minutes and 30 seconds in January 2007. However, it seems that videos for both of these runs aren't around today. What is around today, however, is a world record from Andrew G from February 2007, the first ever sub 20 minute run. This run is essentially a more refined version of his run from a year and a half prior. Andrew once again stayed as Small Mario for most of the run. The early worlds were yet again quite smooth, but instead of getting much more cautious or making mistakes as the worlds got higher, Andrew was confident in his ability to succeed. 6-3, for example, was like night and day in this run versus 2118. Instead of slowing down at every platform, Andrew powered through and barely slowed down at all by strategically jumping when he needed to. World 7 this time around featured 0 deaths instead of 2, and instead of having to battle a blooper at the end of 7-2, he was able to finish smoothly. World 8 was a lot cleaner as well, perhaps because Andrew had more experience with any percent warps by this point, where World 8 is played every time. In 8-1, for example, Andrew G was able to do a pipe jump at the start of the level. By landing on the front or back edge of a pipe, it's possible to jump off of the edge even when a piranha plant is up. The hitbox of a piranha plant is actually much smaller than it appears, so even though their sprites overlap, Mario is able to successfully jump off the edge without getting hit. This is an extremely precise trick, however, as you only have 3 pixels to land on the edge of each pipe. Andrew went for more of these pipe jumps in the early worlds, but wasn't able to get them. They can potentially save time over stopping before the pipe and waiting for the piranha plant to go away, but going for them is a big risk, as missing could mean dying. In this run, Andrew opted to not pick up a mushroom in 8-3 and instead just took the chance at beating 8-4 as Small Mario. It worked out. He finished the run just 3 seconds under 20 minutes. Then, about a year later, Andrew came back to beat this run by another 17 seconds. A few seconds of the improvement came from 1-1. Since he submitted this run to Speed Demo's archive instead of Twin Galaxies, he was now able to use the pipe in 1-1 to skip to the end of the level, which was banned under Twin Galaxies rule set. The rest of the run was a bit cleaner too. The pipe jumps that he missed in the early worlds in his last run went a bit better this time. Levels like 6-3 that gave him trouble before, he was able to sprint through with no issue. However, even this run had some glaring slowdowns. He still struggled with patterns in the castle levels, and there were a few minor hiccups here and there. And he got pretty lucky to make it out of 7-1 alive. So, after a few years of grinding, Andrew had taken the record down to 1940. But this is where the record history takes a sudden turn. In most of the Western world, it was believed that Andrew's 1940 stood as the world record for more than 4 years. However, in Japan, unknown to much of the rest of the world, a group of gamers was trying to do the same thing. They posted their times on a website called Peercast, and the rules were a little bit different. The biggest one was that they were allowed to play with turbo buttons. When you held them down, it would repeatedly press the A or B button over and over, typically much faster than a human could press it. As will be shown in a couple of minutes, this came in handy in a few sections. Timing for their runs also started at different times. They started the timer when the title screen appeared, and then ended it when Peach finished her speech. Most runs in the Western world by this point, and still to this day, start when the player took control of Mario, and ended upon touching the axe in 8-4. So, all times from Peercast will be converted to this modern timing for purposes of this video. If these times are treated as equals, then instead of Andrew's run standing for more than 4 years, it stood for just over a month. According to research compiled by Blubbler, a runner named Maru Kome got a time in the upper 1940s by March 2008, and then runners Mogu Mogu, Royal Boy, and Hidori lowered it down over the next couple of years. But the only time with a video on YouTube today is Hidori's 1921, set in April 2010, nearly 20 seconds faster than Andrew G's time. Up until now, this video essentially hadn't been seen at all outside of Japan. The biggest strategy change from Hidori's run versus Andrew's was picking up the Fire Flower. Although it cost a couple of seconds for Hidori to pick up the mushroom in 1-1 and the flower in 1-2, and at times the larger hitbox made Mario harder to navigate with, the benefits largely outweighed these. Defeating Bowser at the end of each world with fire causes the game to skip the bridge crumbling animation upon touching the axe, saving a couple of seconds in each of the first 7 worlds. Fire also allowed him to defeat enemies more easily, especially piranha plants. Instead of having to do tricky pipe jumps, Hidori was able to simply kill the plant with fire, then land safely on top of the pipe. He picked up the time benefit of pipe jumps without actually having to perform them. This was especially important in stages like 6-2, where Hidori was able to fly through despite not doing any pipe jumps. In the water levels, Hidori used the manipulation to make his hitbox half the size it should normally be. By touching the ground, briefly ducking, then swimming before letting go of down, Mario's hitbox is only in the lower half of his body. This, combined with the already small hitbox of bloopers, caused sections like this. The water sections featured the usage of turbo, which is what causes an asterisk to be placed next to these records in America. Hidori was able to hold down the turbo A button to swim over and over, and was quickly thrust to the top of the screen. This didn't actually save him any time, but it made the water sections a bit easier, as he could get out of the way of certain enemies more easily. In the end, Hidori hit the axe in World 8 at 1921. He would have actually been a couple of seconds faster, but he defeated Bowser in World 8 in order to skip the bridge animation and get to Peach faster. Hidori's run stood unbeaten for quite a while, but over in America, it was still widely believed that Andrew's 1940 was the fastest run out there. In November 2012, speedrunner Cosmic was able to top Andrew by 5 seconds with a 1935. His run was done on the Wii Virtual Console. Since the Virtual Console runs at a slower frame rate than an NES or an emulator, it essentially plays in slightly slow motion. Cosmic didn't realize this at the time, but if he had played on console instead, his time would have been more like 1929 or 1930. Just like Andrew G did, Cosmic played as Small Mario, and when compared to Hidori's run, he lost quite a bit of time from the bridge crumbling. He was able to get quite a few pipe jumps in stages like 5-1 and 6-2, but Hidori's firepower allowed him to do several more. However, Cosmic's run was still quite strong for playing as Small Mario. The numerous pipe jumps he hit weren't easy, and he hardly had to wait in the castle levels for the fire patterns. But in January, world-famous speedrunner Hodorubi beat both Cosmic and Hidori with fire strats. He got a 1916 on the Purecast leaderboard, likely with turbo, and a 1924 without turbo. The video for the 1924 is still around today, and it features a run similar to Hidori's but without turbo. He used fire strats, kept fire until the end of 8-4, and picked up a bit of time over Hidori by getting good patterns in the castle levels. With runners like Hodorubi and Cosmic providing pressure, the scene shifted back to Andrew G, who wanted to push the time down further. After all, he was the Warps record holder, and had held the Warpless record for years, even with the time disadvantage of using Small Mario. Now, it was time to see what he could do with the Fire Flower. A grind from Andrew in the middle of 2013 saw him set 5 records and bring the record down to 1915. The 1915 itself was achieved live on his Twitch stream, and after touching the axe in 8-4, Andrew went crazy. In all of these runs, Andrew got the mushroom in 1-3 and the fire flower in 1-4, since they could be picked up slightly faster than in 1-1 and 1-2. He was also very aggressive with his Bowser fights, trying to slow down as little as possible while shooting the fireballs. Most of these 5 records followed a similar pattern. Andrew would gain some seconds over Hodorubi early on from the better fire flower pickup and cleaner castle stages, but typically he'd lose the fire flower somewhere in the second half of the game. So he would bleed a bit of time from the bridge crumbling animations and not being able to use fire to clear enemies for pipe jumps. Andrew also started going for the wall jump in 8-4. By landing on the correct pixel in a wall, right between the separation of two blocks, Mario will attempt to stand in the separation for exactly 1 frame, or a 60th of a second. By then pressing jump on this 1 frame, it's possible to jump again and make it up to the pipe that you need to go into. So, to successfully pull off the wall jump, you'd need to land on the perfect pixel and do a frame-perfect jump that you had a 60th of a second of time. That's not easy, especially at the very end of a world record pace speedrun. Going for the wall jump and getting it saves a little less than a second over the backup method of hitting the invisible block to get up to the pipe, but missing it loses the same amount of time. It's a risk that Andrew decided was worth going for. A few months later, Andrew set a time of 1912. It was yet another run where he kept fire until the second half of the game, this time 6-4, and then had to play the rest without it. However, this 1912 would end up standing for a very long time. There was no separate leaderboard in Japan beating it, no small Mario only run from someone else, just a solid record staying on top. It was set in November 2013, and coming into the year 2015, it was still the world record. But that April, a speedrunner who played on an emulator was able to snag the record. His name was Blubbler, and he took down Andrew's record by under a 1/10 of a second. Thanks to his run, it was easy to see how valuable it was to keep the Fire Flower all the way through the game. Blubbler picked up the mushroom in World 1-2 instead of 1-3, which is a bit slower but also a bit easier. From there through World 6, he pretty much maintained a pace of being a second or two behind Andrew, but once he was able to keep his Fire Flower while Andrew lost it, he pulled ahead, and a faster 8-4 sealed the deal. Once the record was achieved, Blubbler kept trying to push the time lower. He had one distinct advantage over Andrew G's runs, however. He could control the patterns of the enemies, including the random fire in the castle levels. As it turns out, they're not so random after all. Super Mario Bros. Checks for the completion of each level every 21 frames, or about every 0.35 seconds. This system is known as the frame roll system. The best analogy for this is one created by Darby a few years back. It's as if a bus leaves the end of each level every 21 frames. Sometimes you'll be able to catch the bus while only waiting a couple of frames, but if you're just a few frames later, you might have to wait 20 or 21 frames to catch the next one. This means that in every level except for 8-4, it's only possible to gain or lose time in increments of 0.35 seconds. As it turns out, the patterns of enemies in a level directly correspond to how long has passed since the last time the console was reset. So, by arriving at a level in the same frame rule, or window of 0.35 seconds, the enemy patterns will be the same every time. Blubbler was especially able to use this to his advantage in stages like 5-4 and 6-4, where he tried to arrive at the correct time to guarantee good fire patterns. This sometimes even included intentionally losing a frame rule in stages prior to the castle in order to ensure arrival at the correct time. This made getting runs late into the game much more consistent. In July 2015, Blubbler got the first ever sub-1910 run with a 1909, featuring a very quick last couple of worlds. However, some of the Bowser fights in particular were a bit slow, and he was losing time in World 1 from the power-up grabs, so he kept trying to take it lower. Andrew G had gone on record as saying 1905 was about as good as he thought locals could realistically go. Could Blubbler take it that low? After a several-month-long grind, Blubbler had achieved 1905, a time Andrew had theorized years prior. In the run itself, Blubbler wound up getting a bit behind his record after a slow 3-4 Bowser kill, but a fast 4-4 kill made up for it. The second half of the game was smooth too, with mostly clean Bowser kills and a nice World 8. In 8-4, he was able to do the more consistent 2-frame wall jump. By walking off the pipe at the start of the room, then pressing the B button to run while in the air, Mario's subpixels, or positioning smaller than the pixel, become manipulated in a particular way. This makes it so that the correct pixel on the pipe for the wall jump is much easier to hit, and Mario now has 2 frames to jump off of it instead of just 1. The 2-frame wall jump loses about 0.3 seconds versus the 1-frame wall jump, but it is significantly easier to hit. Glubler stopped running Warpless after this, and his record stayed on top for several months. But by late 2016, another runner was doing attempts to take it down. His name was Darby.
We're all just young boys on Twitch.
Darbian was one of the most popular Mario speedrunners out there, and he had the record for the fastest completion of the game with warps by 2016. After getting the first ever 456, he decided to try to lower his warpless time. His warpless personal best at the time was 19:15, 10 seconds behind the record. So he got to work to bring it down.
Or not. We did it. We did it. I can almost befriend Bowser and then stab him in the back and still be faster. If we make it past 5 or on pace with the record, that's the best one. No. No. It's a thing. A thing happened. No. Nah. We just lost the record there. But we didn't lose the PB. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. We did it. I didn't choke it away.
A month after his grind began, Darbian had taken his time down to 2 seconds behind Glubler's record. Shaving those last few seconds off, however, was going to be tricky. Making it through the middle worlds onto the end of the game was tough, especially because of the castle stages. Although the patterns could be largely controlled, it was still tricky to avoid the fire that was constantly trying to hit Mario. And the Bowser fights were even tougher. Only 2 of Mario's fireballs can be on the screen at the same time, and it takes up to 5 shots to kill him. Bowser can also jump over the shots, and various obstacles can hit them and cancel them out. Hitting Bowser with all the required fireballs while slowing down as little as possible takes incredible precision. Darbian struggled to get runs to World 7, especially because of castle levels like 5-4 and 6-4. But one day in November 2016, he was able to quickly kill Bowser and break through.
I just went through that hammer. Yes! 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 Yes!
Darbian had finally done it. Glubler's year-and-a-half reign over the world record had come to an end. In the run itself, Darbian was able to gain a frame rule in 6-3 by doing the level perfectly. Ending the stage with a 256 on the timer gives 6 fireworks, which loses time, but ending it right as the timer ticks over to a 255 gains a frame rule over a lower 255. It's undoubtedly one of the toughest frame rules to save in the entire run. He also gained time from a faster Bowser kill in 7-4, and gained about a second from not getting hit by Bowser in 8-4, ultimately resulting in a run about 1.5 seconds ahead of Glubler. Darbian was indisputably on top of the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning scene after his 1904. He was essentially in the same position that Andrew G had been in just a few years prior, with a stranglehold over both the Warps and Warpless world records. By early 2017, Andrew G hadn't actually held a Super Mario Bros. World record in a couple of years. He decided to try playing some Warpless to see what he could do to his 1912 personal best, which was now 8 seconds behind the world record. And even though he hadn't held the record since 2015, he quickly proved he was still a top-level player. On April 22nd, 2017, Andrew had a run going that saved 2 frame rules over the first world in the world record. In both 1-3 and 1-4, he was able to accelerate quicker after grabbing the power-ups. He maintained this pace for a while, and then in 4-4 he gained another frame roll from a slightly faster Bowser kill. Incredibly, Andrew was just over a second ahead of the world record halfway through the game. Andrew had intentionally delayed pressing start on the title screen to allow for this. Since the frame roll system starts counting from power on, and Andrew G was planning to get to 5-4 and 6-4 ahead of world record pace, he had to wait on the title screen to account for the patterns. It didn't affect his final time, of course, since timing starts once taking control of Mario after the title screen. He lost a frame rule over Darbian's really good 6-3, and then it was time for 6-4, 0.7 seconds ahead of the world record. He broke even with Darbian's record. It was the fastest he had ever completed 6-4, hence the gold split. Andrew was in a beautiful position to beat the world record. He just had to close it out in the last two worlds.
No. Oh no.
A few mistakes later, he was out of contention to get the world record. He was able to get a personal best of 1906, but there was still a sense of disappointment that he barely missed out on the record. About a month later, Andrew was on another great run late into the game. Entering 7-4, he was about a second ahead of the world record. However, this was a 7-4 Bowser fight. He fell behind, but thanks to a fast 8-4, he finished the run just 5 frames behind Darbian's world record. That's less than a tenth of a second. But Andrew G pushed onward. He had been trying for this record for months by now, and kept falling just short at the end. That emotional roller coaster can really be taxing on a person. Andrew certainly had the ability to get the record. All he could do was keep trying and wait for it all to align. And in June 2017, armed with his penguin hat, he got on a really fast pace. He gained 2 frame rules in World 1, once again from better power-up grabs, and picked up another frame rule from a fast 2-4 Bowser kill. He was now over a second ahead of the world record. A fast 4-4 Bowser kill saved him 2 more frame rules, and all of a sudden, Andrew was almost 2 seconds ahead of the world record halfway through the game. He lost the 6-3 frame rule again, as expected, but he was still maintaining a really fast pace. Entering World 8, he was 1.4 seconds ahead. Of course, it didn't really matter how far ahead he was. His goal was to get the world record one way or another. World 8 was clean, as he used his Fire Flower to clear all the Piranha Plants and Hammer Bros out of the way. But in 8-4, he had committed to going for the more difficult 1-frame wall jump. It would save him a third of a second over the record if he got it, but missing it would cost him big time. He was gonna go for broke. He nailed it, and entered the water section 1.7 seconds ahead. Andrew was now 2 screens away from a huge new world record. Once again, he just had to close it out.
No! Oh! Wait, I don't know. Maybe.
After he hit the axe in 8-4, Andrew kind of just sat there and thought about what had just happened. He thought he had lost the record yet again. All his efforts into this run seemed to have fallen just short at the last second. But as Andrew kept repeating how he thought he was too slow,
I don't think I got it.
his chat kept telling him otherwise.
I don't think I got it.
Andrew didn't look at what they said. Maybe he was in disbelief. Or maybe he genuinely didn't know what he had just done. Even after the slow water section, even after getting hit, Andrew had still gotten the world record by nearly half a second. Years after his world records had been surpassed, Andrew G was back on top. The next serious world record competitor was another familiar name, Cosmic, the same guy who got a 1935 with Small Mario back in 2012. In 2016, he took his time down to 1912 with Small Mario, still 7 seconds behind the record at that point, but it stands today as the fastest Small Mario warpless run. By mid-2017, shortly after Andrew got his 1903, Cosmic decided to bite the bullet and finally learn the fire strats in order to further improve his time. As expected, he was quickly able to get good with the fire flower. He took his personal best down to a 1905 after a bit over a month of grinding, before he decided to take his run to the next level and try for the world record once again. It had been over 5 years since he last held it. In January 2018, Cosmic was doing a session of world record attempts. His splits were comparing against his 1905 personal best, but he ultimately did want to beat Andrew's 1903. He matched Andrew's splits through the first 3 worlds, until 4-4, where he lost the frame roll to Andrew's fast Bowser kill. So he was 0.35 seconds behind the record until 5-4, where he picked up a frame roll on the Bowser kill, bringing him back to dead even with the world record. He gained a frame roll in 7-4 from yet another fast Bowser kill, plus a few frames because Andrew's game lagged from sprite overload while Cosmic's did not. If too many hammers or other enemies are on the screen at the same time, the game lags and slows down by a handful of frames. Then it was on to 8-4, 1 frame roll and change ahead of the world record. Cosmic had over a second to gain in the last level, mostly because of Andrew's slow water section. He knew he had a great chance at getting the record right here.
Alright, even if I take damage, I can still get record. I just have to hit wall jump and not be careful. Yes! That's the record.
It was a new world record by a full 1.5 seconds. This was essentially the exact run that Cosmic was going for. There was still potential to take it lower with faster Bowser fights and a couple of other tricks, but Cosmic basically got everything that he wanted. This 1902 would end up standing for much longer than most of the records before it. A 1.5 years later, even though the Warps record had been broken 4 times since then, nobody had been able to touch Cosmic's Warpless record. The only person who came close was Hidori, the runner who got a 1921 with Turbo in 2010. But in February 2018, without Turbo, he saved time in 1-3 and 6-3 and was 2 frame rules ahead of Cosmic going into World 8. However, in 8-4, he missed the wall jump and got hit on Bowser, causing his time to slip to a 1904. Still good enough for 3rd place. As of today, even though he was on pace to get the record, Hidori still hasn't beaten this time. Finally, a 1.5 years after Cosmic's record, another runner was doing attempts to beat it. It was a bit of a surprising source. His Warp's personal best was only in 9th place, but he had been grinding Warpless heavily and was ready to snag the record. This is GT Ace. GT Ace got his first ever sub-20 Warpless time in April 2018. Over the course of the next year, he would refine his Warpless skills to be nearly on par with the world record. A year after his first sub-20, GT Ace got a 1905, putting him just 3.5 seconds behind the record. The very next day, he was on pace for a 1903, but made this unfortunate mistake in 8-3. He still finished with a 1904, just over 2 seconds behind the record. A few weeks later, he got a 1903, largely because of the second he saved in 8-3 from not getting hit. Since he was only a second behind it now, GT Ace decided to start aiming for the world record. And a while later, he had a run that was even with the record until 7-4, where he lost time on the Bowser kill. He would go on to miss the world record by just half a second. GT Ace wanted something a little bit more to give himself a better chance at getting the record. So, he made the decision to start going for the incredibly difficult flagpole glitch in runs. This trick, formerly only used in short Warps runs, involves clipping into the bottom of the flagpole at the end of the level, skipping the animation of the flag sliding from the top to the bottom, and usually saving the frame roll. However, making this trick work involves manipulating Mario's subpixel positioning in extremely precise ways by releasing and tapping the left, B, and A buttons on the way to the flagpole. This human viable setup was discovered by a guy named Sockfolder, and the best speedrunners struggle to successfully do the flagpole glitch more than about 50% of the time. By doing the flagpole glitch in 1-1 and additional levels if necessary, GT Ace could save a significant amount of time over the record. That's exactly the run he was trying to get. In May 2019, GT Ace was on a roller coaster of a run. He had lost the frame roll in 3-4 and 5-4 from slower Bowser kills, but he gained 2 from the flagpole glitches and also gained 1 in 4-4. The end result was a 1 frame roll lead over the world record going into World 8. Now, he had 4 more levels to play to take down Cosmic's year-and-a-half-old record. GT Ace set a new record by about 1/3 of a second. With this new time, each of the past 5 warpless records had been set by a different runner. But shortly after GT Ace's run, both he and Cosmic were doing attempts to beat it once again. Just a few days later, GT Ace was able to get a run with the 4-4 clip. By crouching and jumping into this corner in 4-4, it's possible to clip through it and avoid having to go up top and then down. If done correctly, this trick saves about 2 frame rolls. So GT Ace was 0.7 seconds ahead, then gained another frame roll in 5-4. He was on a beautiful run. Until that happened in 7-4. Cosmic was also trying to beat the record, but he went about it a little bit differently than GT Ace did. He didn't go for the flagpole glitches yet, because he knew that with a 4-4 clip and faster Bowser kills, he could probably beat it more easily. And on May 30th, 2019, that's exactly what he did.
Dude, we did it, yes. 1901, let's go.
He got the 4-4 clip, which cancelled out the lack of flagpole glitches, and gained time in 3-4 and 5-4 to enter the last level 2 frame rolls ahead. The run was getting to the point where the next minute barrier seemed inevitable to be broken soon, and 1859, according to Cosmic's description, was on its way. The last time the minute barrier had been broken was when Andrew G got the first ever sub 20 all the way back in 2007. Now, 12 years later, it was time to try for a sub 19, and Cosmic was determined to be the first one to take it there. The first order of business for Cosmic was to take the time from a 19:01 to 19 minutes flat, which he did very quickly. On June 4th, using the flagpole glitch in 1-1 and a faster 1-4, Cosmic entered the last room on pace for 19 flat.
Yes, dude, yes, we did it.
So, now he had to take the last second off of the run. His method of doing so would be to save 2 frame rolls. One was in 1-3. By clipping into the block when picking up the mushroom, the game tries to eject you out of it, causing you to accelerate faster than otherwise possible. The other was in 6-4, by doing this extremely precise Bowser kill. Finally, he would go for the 1 frame wall jump in 8-4 to save another 1/3 of a second. The run that's been on screen is from July 2019, and got all of the above tricks. It was time to make history.
Come on, dude, please let me through here. Are you serious? Bowser hit me? Dude, come on.
He got hit by Bowser's hammers. They come out in a different pattern depending on what frame you arrive to him on. Oftentimes, Bowser's hammers won't all have hitboxes since so many of them come out, and the game can only have so many hitboxes on the screen at the same time, so you can safely jump through them. Bowser could have also randomly jumped forward, letting the player run safely under them. But this time, Cosmic got neither of those situations. It ended up still being a record by under 1/10 of a second. But alright, all he had to do was do that again, but get a better Bowser pattern. How hard could that be?
I'm so dumb.
For years, a time of 1859 was known to be theoretically possible. It was considered on the border between what humans could achieve and what was impossible.
Dude, I suck. How'd I shoot that fireball so early?
But oftentimes, that's what speedrunners do. If something is considered impossible, that's what they work hardest on. They change perspectives of what's possible.
Gosh dang it, dude. I hit it the other 2 times.
Looking back on this category's history is very unique. Just over a decade prior, one could achieve a world record while dying multiple times.
Uh-oh. Dude, what the heck happened? I blew it. I can't believe it.
Now, for Cosmic in 2019, essentially any mistake would kill the run. He had to control Mario with precision for just under 19 minutes.
Okay, I just actually suck, so we can just forget that run happened. Let's just move on.
Players used to play this category to get away from the Warps category, because unlike that one, Warpless had a margin of error. Now, that margin of error had been taken away.
Please be good. Please don't be the bad frame again. Oh my gosh! Dude, are you kidding me? If I were to go up to 4 frames slower, 4 frames slower, 3 frames slower, 2 frames slower, 1 frame slower, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 frames faster, Bowser would be easy, piece of cake. Yet somehow, I hit that frame. Why?
This grind from Cosmic embodies how cruel speedrunning can really be. Waiting for everything to line up sometimes pushes one's patience to its absolute limit.
Dude! Are you kidding me? I can't believe my luck with this.
Cosmic, as well as everyone watching the stream, wondered the same thing. When was this insanity gonna end?
Maybe if it let us pass, we might get it. Did I do it? Did I finally do it, dude? With the bonk in... I don't know for sure, but...
After 2 months of grinding, Cosmic had done it. Sub 19 was a reality. Unbelievably, Cosmic had lost 12 potential 1859 runs to 8-4, with 3 of those dying to Bowser. Many people wouldn't have been able to keep going, but Cosmic never let it stop him, and he kept doing runs until it happened. There's still quite a bit of potential to take the run lower. Cosmic has already started grinding for 1858, which involves getting some crazy Bowser kills in the extra 6-3 frame. 1857 and beyond is theoretically possible too, so the record is definitely far from its end. As much as has happened in the last 14 years, Super Mario Bros. Warpless still has a big history in front of it. Let's see who takes it there. Thanks for watching. So I know what you're probably thinking. How do you speedrun Wii Sports Resort Golf? It sounds like a joke. What, you just smack the ball as hard as you can, trying to hit hole-in-one after hole-in-one? Well, not exactly. The reality is, it's a lot more complicated than just that. You have to plan all your moves ahead of time, make on-the-spot calculations while under pressure, aim with impeccable precision, hit incredibly difficult shots while knowing you're on world record pace. Hardly anyone is up to the task, and over the years, just a few have risen to the top to claim the world record for any stretch of time. This is their story. Wii Sports Resort Golf is a strange speedrun. Given that it's a Wii game, the way you take each stroke is by swinging your arm using the Wii's motion controls. The harder you swing, the further the ball goes. It sounds simple enough, but given the tiny target you're aiming for, you need to be super precise. You can also pick which club to use. Drivers and irons are best for long shots, while wedges and putters are good for shorter range shots. The first run we're going to look at was performed by a guy known as Yaboy B. True. There probably were people who speedran it before him, but he appears to be the first person with recorded speedruns of Wii Sports Resort Golf. He did a series of runs in February 2015, before setting his best time that May. 12 minutes, 46 seconds. True's goal was simple enough. Get through all 18 holes as fast as possible. It all started right here on hole 1. He used the driver to hit the ball down the fairway, then an iron to hit it further onto the green, then used the putter to hit it into the hole. 3 shots. Pretty easy, right? Well, one other thing you have to take into account was the wind speed and direction. It can be one of 8 directions, and range anywhere from perfectly still to 20 miles per hour. He had 20 mile per hour wind to the west on hole 1, so he had to aim all of his shots quite a bit to the right of where he thought they needed to go. It worked out pretty well, and he was able to get himself a birdie. For hole 2, the hole is close enough to the start that you can hit a hole-in-one. But True actually didn't want to do that, because of the game's internal system that more or less controls how this game is speedran. The replay system. Although hitting really impressive shots like hole-in-ones or chip-ins seem fast, you ultimately end up losing time, because if the game thinks your shot is good enough, it will show you a long replay of it. The game system is complicated, but replays are generally triggered if one of 3 conditions is satisfied. If you chip the ball in off the flag or have the ball hit the flag and land close to the hole, if you putt the ball from far away or with a curved angle, or if you hit the ball from very far away and it either lands in the hole, like a hole-in-one, or lands within a few feet of the hole. The distance the ball can land from the hole and still trigger a replay depends on how far from the hole the shot was from. So, True's strategy for hole 2 was to hit the ball onto the green, but not so close to the hole that it triggered a replay, then put it into the hole. He did so successfully. On hole 3, he accidentally hit a tree, but was still able to get a solid birdie out of it. On hole 4, he missed the putt on a shot that might have triggered a replay if it went in. Then on hole 5, he overcompensated for the slope of the green. Holes 6 and 7, on the other hand, featured long putts that just barely made it in the hole. Hole 8 featured an interesting situation. He hit it super close to the hole, but then it started rolling. Since it took so long to stop moving and go to the next shot, it actually would have been faster to land further away. It's just another example of the accurate shots not always being the fastest ones. Hole 9 had another pretty bad missed putt, then True was on to the back 9. Hole 10 featured a very long putt, then hole 11 had this shot that probably missed a replay by half a foot.
Nice approach!
Hole 12 has 2 paths you can take. You can go to the right around the fairway, or aim for this tiny patch of grass on the left. The left path is ever so slightly faster on average, but depending on the wind, the right path is sometimes the better move. True went to the left and made it through. Hole 13 is an example of how a bad score can still be fast. True's first shot landed in the bunker, but that meant it didn't roll after landing. So he was able to really quickly set up for the second shot, then tap it in on the third one. Remember, a worse score on a hole doesn't necessarily mean it was slower. Hole 14 is infamous for its trees that line the portion of the course you want to aim at. True hit one with his first shot, but still converted it into a birdie after a nice shot onto the green later on. He unfortunately missed another tough putt on hole 15, and then on hole 16, he had a tough decision to make. There's once again two paths to take here, either going around to the left, or risking a shot right through the trees to just barely make it onto the green. The right path is undeniably faster, and True lined up to go for it, but then he saw the wind blowing to the west, which would have made his shot much harder. So he backed out and went left. He still got a birdie, it just wasn't as fast as it could have been. His first shot on hole 17 made it onto the green, but it was far from the hole. He had to do 2 putts to get it in. And finally, he was on hole 18, a hole made up of several islands to shoot onto. He made it onto the green in 2 shots, missed the putt, then tapped it in to complete his world record speed run. There were obviously a decent amount of mistakes in this run. He missed 6 putts across the 18 holes, for instance. There was also a lot that True did well. He finished 13 under par, and he wasted little time between shots by very quickly lining the next one up. It was a solid start, but there were still improvements to be made. However, for the next 3 years, nobody else really ran the game at the top level. By early 2018, True's time of 12:46 was still the world record, with nobody else even getting close to it. But that all changed in February 2018, because seemingly out of nowhere, one of the most famous speedrunners in the world began running the game. The runner, surprisingly enough, was Super Mario Bros. World record holder, Darbian. Darbian learned the game through the 12-hour challenge, an event created by speedrunner Golden where you pick a game and learn how to speedrun it in only 12 hours. Darbian ended up settling on Wii Sports Resort Golf, and quickly discovered how tough it was to aim accurately on every shot.
It's like, I've messed up every single one of these putts.
But he got a lot better, and after the challenge ended, he continued running the game. He found success with it, lowering his personal best down close to the world record using mainly the same strategies as True did. As of February 7th, he was just 5 seconds behind the record. Later that same day, he got a run that was ahead of the record by 5 seconds thanks to a really accurate shot on hole 2. Keep in mind, his splits are comparing to his personal best, not the world record. He missed an easy putt on hole 4, but the record missed a putt on both holes 4 and 5. So after hole 5, Darbian was 15 seconds ahead of True's record. Unfortunately, the next few holes were less than ideal.
I should have. No, that was bad. Yeah, that's a little too much. Too much of the juice.
He lost 26 seconds over holes 6, 7, 8, and 9. That meant he was 11 behind the record, but there was still a lot of time to save. True had some missed putts and other bad shots in the first half of his back 9, so Darbian got to work bringing it back.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Really, that's beautiful.
Darbian was actually a second ahead of the record going into hole 15. He was in a good position, and if he didn't miss any putts, he had a good shot at beating the record. And perhaps that pressure was on his mind when he got to the end of hole 15.
Not that. Oh, it went in! Holy cow.
This was a really good run. On hole 16, he was committed to going for the right side strat. Pretty much the best case scenario here was getting it in 3 shots. 1 shot to get it into the bunker or somewhere in the general vicinity of the hole, then 1 shot to get it in position for a realistic putt, then 1 shot to put it in. That's what he was going for. Instead, this is what happened.
Nice shot.
Yes. You can't make that shot off.
Nice approach.
The ball skidded off the bunker just enough to slow it down and have it land right near the hole. It was insane, and it paid off. Darbian was now 23 seconds ahead of the world record. His last 2 holes didn't even have to be that great, and they weren't. He had to do 2 putts on hole 17, and he took an extra shot to get closer to the hole on 18. But it was still enough to snag the world record.
Oh, man.
This speedrun of Wii Sports Resort Golf is a perfect example of a law that I call the Darbian effect. Darbian had several hundred, even thousands of viewers, watching him play Wii Sports Resort Golf, a category that had just 6 runs and a world record that hadn't been seriously challenged in 3 years. When a runner of his popularity brings that much attention to a game with a small speedrunning scene, it's bound to give it a huge boost. And as a result of the Darbian effect, within days of his record, Wii Sports Resort Golf had 3 new runners going for the world record: Alaska XP2, MD Cross, and 10 Dog. The first one to strike was Alaska XP2, just 4 days after Darbian's world record. Alaska had ran the game months prior, and was actually 2nd place behind True. But Darbian's push for the world record inspired him to keep going, so he lowered his personal best multiple times in early February. On February 11th, just 4 days after Darbian's record, Alaska had a great run going after the first 7 holes. He only had 1 real mistake up to this point, a single missed putt on hole 4. Unfortunately, this was his hole 8.
Oh, no. No, god damn it, dude.
Thankfully, Alaska cleaned up the run quite a bit in the back 9. He hit this super long putt on 13, then actually matched Darbian's insane hole 16. After a par on 17 and a birdie on 18, Alaska had himself a new world record.
Oh, dude.
MD Cross was next. He had a unique skill set. He quickly became known for being extremely good at hitting shots, but struggled to avoid replays and use the best routes. For example, take this run of his on February 13th. He nailed putt after putt in the first 9 holes, but then accidentally hit this shot on hole 10.
No way.
It triggered a replay that lost him time, and then 2 holes later on hole 12, Still, thanks to hitting most of his putts, he was 9 ahead of the record after hole 15. He didn't get the insane hole 16 that Alaska had, and he missed a putt on hole 17, but an excellent hole 18 was just enough to beat out Alaska with a 12-19.
He got it. Boom!
Alaska and Cross would each lower the record 1 more time over the next 3 days. These 2 runs followed the same pattern of Cross typically being more accurate with his shots, but taking longer to set them up. He ultimately had the record of 12-12 by February 16th, before 10 Dog was on a record-paced run the next day. 10 Dog loaded the game via USB, which reduced the loading times between holes by about 6 seconds overall. This method of playing the game would later be banned, but 10 Dog was allowed to use it at this point in time. Anyway, Ten Dog missed the putt on hole 5 and he triggered a replay on hole 6, but was even with Cross after the front 9. After pretty much maintaining his pace, he got into hole 18 just a few seconds behind the world record. If he could get an eagle instead of Cross's birdie, he'd just barely get the record. He would have to putt the ball in after this shot regardless of where it landed. This was going to be tough. He missed world record by 1 second. This is when a fourth competitor entered into the scene, Sir Tyler. He lowered the record to 12:07 with an unrecorded run, but on February 20th, he took it down to 12:05 with a video. Unfortunately, the video quality is pretty awful. It's not worth looking at this run too closely. So, here's where the situation was at. It had been less than 2 weeks since Starbean's record. 6 new world records had been set in that time, with the latest run clocking in at 12:05. 6 seconds from a sub-12 minute run, with 4 top-level competitors going for it. It was a mad scramble. Who was going to get the first 11-minute time? Well, the day after Sir Tyler's 12:05, MD Cross was in position to smash it. He was virtually perfect through 8 holes. Then even after missing a tough putt on hole 9, he was 5 seconds ahead of the world record. He had a clean 10 and 11, then nailed the left side strat on hole 12 to pull 12 seconds ahead. He kept hitting all of his shots, even hitting the flagpole on hole 14. And then it was time for hole 16, a hole that Tyler messed up pretty badly in his record. All Cross could do was aim to the right and hope for the best.
Oh yeah, it was. You gonna? Oh, first time I've seen you get on the green. Get him there, ball. Oh, he got it. No replay, no replay, no replay.
Cross was now an incredible 33 seconds ahead of the world record, with time to save on hole 17 since Tyler only got a par. He was on pace to get an 1120x. This was incredible. Unfortunately, he barely missed this putt on hole 17, so his pace fell back to the 1130s. But this was a chance to get a massive world record. He just had to get through hole 18.
Get up there. Get up there. Oh my goodness. Oh. That he came. No. Gonna get it. No!
I am so bad at this game.
A triple bogey on hole 18. Cross missed the record by 6 seconds. Sub 12 would just have to wait. Until later that same day.
Oh, you got sub 12. You got sub 12. Oh my god. Holy shit. Woo! Got sub 12. Oh.
And so, Cross had just barely taken the record to a sub 12, but it clearly had the potential to go much lower. Cross triggered a replay on hole 5, and holes 7 and 14 were pretty disastrous. Besides, he'd just had a run that was on 11:20 pace going into the last few holes, and even that run wasn't perfect. So yes, there was an 11:59, but the community's work wasn't done yet. The top 4 runners were all still there, ready to take the run lower into the 11-minute range. So, over the next few weeks, here's what they accomplished.
Oh my god! What?
point, something very interesting happened. After a guy known as the Roadrunner tied the record with 11:34, Tyler just started to take off. While the other competitors stayed in the background, Tyler kept going. He wasn't doing anything drastically different. He was just hitting nearly all of his shots and wasting no time. Sub 12 had been smashed. Was sub 11 a real possibility now? And then, something big was figured out. While Tyler was in the middle of his grind to lower the record, he and Ten Dog made a forum post detailing a new strategy that would forever change the way Wii Sports Resort Golf was played. Pin Minute. The pin location refers to the location of the flagpole, and subsequently the hole, on each of the 18 greens. Its exact position is random each time you play, which speedrunners just had to accept. Sometimes the pin location would be favorable to make an easy putt, while other times it would be on a slope or in a much harder position. But in March 2018, Ten Dog made a speedrun.com forum post explaining how the system isn't actually as random as it seems. As it turns out, there's a total of 6 pin locations on each hole. 3 are A pins, while 3 are B pins. The B pins are easier than A pins. They're located usually in the center of the green, typically away from slopes. The A pins, on the other hand, are farther from the center and on slopes. The way the game determines whether it'll give you an A or a B pin is your overall score. If you're doing well and are significantly under par, the game tries to make life harder on you and gives you an A pin. If you're struggling and your score is worse, the game throws you a bone by giving you a B pin. Now, speedrunners are pretty good at the game, so without exception, they were getting A pins on every single hole, and that just made sinking all of their putts even harder. So, this new understanding of how pins worked was nice and all, but did it actually matter? It didn't. Until Tyler and Ten Dog figured out how to use it to their advantage. Water strats on hole 1. The game forces you to give up and move on to the next hole after missing enough shots. So on hole 1, you would just hit the ball into the water over and over again until you moved on to hole 2. It takes 6 shots to get a give up on hole 1, and this is about 4 seconds slower than the traditional strategy of getting a birdie. However, it also puts your score at +8, meaning you're set to get the easier B pins on nearly every single hole until the end. So, even though you lose a few seconds on hole 1, it made life way better in the long run. All of those missed putts from previous runs would now become a lot easier. With pin manip to his advantage, Tyler kept doing attempts. He got an 11:07 unrecorded, and then on March 19th, he got a great run going early. He did the give up on hole 1, then kept moving. Thanks to better pin locations, he was getting birdies and eagles on a bunch of different holes. It wasn't perfect since he still did miss a putt on hole 7, but in general, it was obvious the pin locations were helping a lot. He got a couple pars in the back 9, but still had a slim chance at sub 11 after a solid birdie on hole 16. Hole 17 was another birdie, and then he answered hole 18. If he could get an eagle here, completing the hole in 3 strokes, he had a shot at sub 11, but he needed to play perfectly.
Yes. Oh my god. Just barely. 10:59.1.
And so, the Wii Sports Resort Golf World Record had been brought under 11 minutes. It's important to keep in mind that this still happened in March 2018. Darbian's record was just a month and a half earlier. Over the course of those 6 weeks, everything had changed. 19 new world records were set by 6 different runners, lowering the record down almost 2 full minutes. But after this 10:59, Tyler and most of the rest of the community took a break. He was cemented at the top of the leaderboard, with nobody else coming within 30 seconds of him, and he lowered the record down time and time again over the past month. And so, for the first time since Darbian's record, the world record remained stagnant. For 1 month. Starting in April 2018, Tyler spent the next several months running the category on and off. As was mentioned earlier, no one was even close to him, so he was the only hope to keep taking the record lower. Even though the world record was under 11 minutes, there was still time to save. Tyler could avoid the few missed putts he still had, get more birdies and eagles instead of pars, and be faster between each of his shots. So that's what he worked on doing. He got back-to-back records in the 1050s in April, before coming back for more in June. He had a run that was 13 behind the record after the front 9 thanks to some missed putts, but went all out in the back 9. Birdie after birdie, with eagles mixed in too. It would end up being a huge world record of 1040, and given how far behind he was early, this run proved that a time in the 1020s was possible. Some more months passed after this record, but in September, something absolutely insane happened. Something that nobody could have seen coming, that changed the way viewers would see Wii Sports Resort golf speedruns. Tyler got a capture card. Armed with a clear video feed, Tyler would continue doing attempts and lowering the record over the course of 2018. His attempt counter showed that he had done more than 13,000 runs of golf. That's a lot of attempts. And a few months later, he would begin using a trick that gave him just slightly better odds than a new record: windmilling. In March 2018, Tendog explained how, just like the pin locations, the wind was entirely random either. As was mentioned earlier, there's 8 wind directions. The game is forced to select one of the 8 directions for each of the first 8 holes without repeating any, then do the same for the next 8 holes, before 2 random directions for the final 2 holes. So, whichever direction you get for the first hole, you can guarantee you won't see again until at least hole 9. This comes into play on holes 3 and 5, 2 holes where generally eagles are only possible if the wind isn't blowing south in any of the 3 directions. If you get a southern wind on hole 1, that means that specific wind direction was eliminated for holes 3 and 5 too, since it can't be repeated. So, if Tyler saw wind on hole 1 that didn't point south in some way, he would immediately restart and try again, hoping to boost his odds by a bit by taking one of the southern winds away. Naturally, this would increase his attempt counter since more than half of his runs were reset just seconds into it. It also is convenient because of a new timing method that runners began using. Runs used to start upon selecting 18 holes from the menu, but now started upon pressing restart. That meant the timer now started with about 3 seconds added to it already to compensate, since the game begins quicker after hitting the restart button. Over the next several months, Tyler took a few seconds off the world record. There were highlights such as this run, where he got eagles on holes 3 and 5, but missed several putts after, before bringing it back with this shot on hole 18. By November 2018, Tyler had taken the record down to 1035. He had set the past 13 world records in a row, and quite simply, seemed untouchable. He had a 43-second lead over second place, and the odds in any of them catching up were minuscule. It's remarkable to see someone this dominant in a game for this long. You occasionally see it in people like Andrew G with Super Mario Bros. Or Arcus with Ninja Gaiden. Just like them, Tyler had no rival. He was just too far ahead. And there was only one person who could stop it. This is Danny, better known as the world record holder in the original Wii Sports Golf. By a mile. His closest rival in that game was none other than Tyler himself, but Danny had a big lead. He was the undisputed champion of Wii Sports Golf, holding the same type of stranglehold in that game as Tyler in Wii Sports Resort. Everyone was waiting for him to start playing Wii Sports Resort Golf, and he finally began in March 2019. Danny was pretty much the only person in the world with the skill needed to catch up to Tyler, so everyone was quickly monitoring his progress. He posted his first personal best on March 16th. This is where he got his time to by April 6th. It became obvious right away that Danny was going to make a push for the world record. He was the only one who could do it. One of his big strengths was sinking putts quickly and accurately. He rarely missed, and never took more than a fraction of a second to aim. It was remarkable to watch. Just a few days later, he got a run going that was looking good early. He got the eagle on hole 3, but didn't get the win for it on hole 5. Still, his front 9 was nearly perfect, as he sunk putt after putt on every hole. He kept it up in the back 9 too, and was 9 seconds ahead of the record after hole 16. Unfortunately, on hole 17, his first shot went into the water, causing him to lose his whole lead. Still, thanks to an eagle on hole 18, he managed to finish just over 0.2 of a second ahead of Tyler. It was just barely a new world record, and it took him less than a month after starting. But Danny wanted more, so he kept playing, and about a month later, he had this run that looked innocent enough early after getting birdies on both holes 3 and 5. After the front 9, he was 8 seconds behind the record. But he wasn't out of it yet, because he kept hitting putt after putt. On hole 17, he went for a different strategy, the intentional give up. He repeatedly shot the ball into the water over and over, similar to on hole 1. It's a couple seconds slower than getting a birdie here, but it's faster than a par, and given how difficult a birdie can be, it's usually safer to just take the give up and lose a tiny bit of time. So he had a bit of a lead going into the last hole, where he would need an eagle to beat the record. Shot 1 was good, but Danny undershot the next one, landing far from the hole. An eagle seemed impossible. But then, he did this. What was that? Well, the flagpole in Wii Sports Resort Golf has some weird properties. It may look like a cloth flag, but it acts like a wall. If you hit it, the ball usually just drops straight down. So, Danny pulled out a driver, which shoots the ball faster than any other club, and aimed right for the flag. It's really precise, but possible to hit that tiny target. And Danny did, at the end of a run, on world record pace. It was amazing, and it was enough for a new world record of 10:27. For the first time in several months, Tyler had been knocked off the top. Danny was the new champion. And even though Tyler had been so dominant in the past, this time he wasn't even trying to beat it. So, Danny's record stood alone. And then, 9 months later, Tyler came back. He had one goal in mind, beat 10:27, which he had made splits for to compare it to. And on attempt number 18,402, he had a shot at it. He was half a second ahead going into the last hole. If he could get an eagle, he would get the record. All he had to do was sink this putt, and he would once again be crowned the champion of Wii Sports Resort. Tyler had some work to do. He was back. After 20,000 attempts of Wii Sports Resort Golf, Tyler had himself a 10:24. He was once again alone on top of leaderboards. But he wasn't done yet. By June 2020, Tyler had taken the record down to 1014, which is where the world record stands today. Tyler is the true champion of Wii Sports Resort Golf. It's hard to argue with nearly 26,000 attempts and 19 world records. His name currently rests at the top of the leaderboard, and it'll probably stay there for a while. How low can the speedrun go? Adding together the fastest front 9 holes with the fastest back 9 comes out to 10:05, but getting under 10 minutes is theoretically possible. MD Cross was the first person to get an 11-minute run. Tyler was the first to get a 10-minute run. So, who's going to be the first to get a 9-minute run? Thanks for watching.
Without question, the flood represents the greatest threat to biodiversity in the galaxy. Whether it was wise for the foreigners to have exacted galaxy-spanning genocide to save future generations may be debated. Yet, such luxuries only exist now because of Halo. At present, the parasite has been kept at bay, but it is uncertain how long this will remain. Hey everyone, welcome back to Installation 00, and just a couple of things before we get into today's video focusing on the flood. I have just finalised the most recent batch of Patreon perks for patrons of Installation 00, and my patrons have received a tasty array of merch over their tenure, including t-shirts, mugs, mini prints, hoodies, collectibles, oddball skulls, replica indexes, Forerunner Energy Fusion Coil power banks, Pillar of Autumn statues, Cortana chips, and much, much more. Now, unfortunately, you've missed out on all of those awesome perks, but we are now at a refresh point. All of the merch is now being refreshed for the next batch of Patreon fulfilled and Installation 00 fulfilled merch, which I cultivate from across the internet, both things that I create myself and things that other people across the community who are extraordinarily talented have created that I bring together and get sent out to you guys for helping to support the channel. So if there's any time to jump aboard as a new patron for Installation 00, now is the time. That's all I wanted to say on that, and now let's return to the true focus of today's video, the Lovecraftian horror of the Halo universe, the Flood. The Flood constitutes a peril to life in the galaxy that remains largely unequaled. It is an omniparasitic species that seemingly originated beyond the borders of Forerunner civilization, and was the reason for the creation of Halo, the Forerunner's weapon of last resort, specifically designed to eradicate all thinking life. The Flood is a ravenous hive mind parasite that aggressively and relentlessly seizes, converts, and controls sentient hosts in an effort to propagate and spread into every possible space. When infected, individuals have their nervous systems completely suborned by the parasite, turning their bodies into puppets while their memories are assimilated and exploited to further the infestation. Each new host is then linked to existing ones in a distributed intelligence based on the transsentient science of neural physics. This allows for interstellar coordination and the formation of increasingly sophisticated consciousness nodes that eventually manifest a meta-intelligence known as a grave mind. The Flood have one singular goal: the infection and transformation of all life in the galaxy into an undifferentiated mass of biomatter, with every sentient being consumed and absorbed by the grave mind. As the Foreigners learned, the Flood cannot be reasoned with, swayed by threats, or manipulated. The only viable solution in the end was Halo, and what was effectively a galaxy-spanning genocide of all sapient organisms. The Flood did not arise naturally, but were created as a tool and a weapon by the last of an ancient and powerful species thought to be wiped out millions of years ago through an act of treachery committed by the foreigners. The precursor's final breath was one of patient reciprocity, slowly grown in the vengeful heart of the primordial, a bizarre, ancient creature found in stasis within a ruined planetoid. It was only later revealed to be the last of its kind after the foreigners had annihilated the precursors in the shadowy reaches of Pathchthona. Although the Flood's origins were first presumed to have been discovered by ancient humans in a strange dust stored within enigmatic, derelict vessels at the edge of the galaxy, it was the primordial's haunting disclosure that held the truth. The parasite was the elegant handiwork of the precursors. The punitive infestation that followed gripped the galaxy without any mercy. As a product of madness and despair, the Flood are nightmares given form, unrelentingly devoted to merging all living things into one. Flood hosts are transmuted from their original form by resilient and adaptable Flood supercells, which can be configured into immense variety of combinations. These cells are most often grafted onto the hosts to augment their native physical capabilities, but amalgamations of Flood supercells can also be used to create mockeries of living creatures comprised of this same purpose-built bone, bile, and flesh. In later stages, pure forms are manifested entirely from Flood supercells, created to further the Flood's expansion or fortify its existing domains. Given their parasitic nature, there is no known universal form of the Flood. They express a singular intellect and purpose through countless physical permutations. Apart from their capacity to absorb the knowledge and abilities of those they infect, the greatest weapon of the Flood is its preternatural manipulation of ancient, esoteric elements of reality. Powerful, neurophysical brains inherited from the precursors and leveraged to effect untold destruction on a stellar scale, as was the case with the Star Roads and the loss of the Greater Ark. The Flood have no formal culture and would more accurately be considered a single macro-organism instead of a group of individuals or even a group of subsapient individuals controlled by a greater intelligence. For all intents and purposes, every Flood cell in the galaxy is part of a singular, larger body and intellect known as the Gravemind. The conscious control that the Gravemind could exert on its lesser components is limited, but all are inescapably connected through neural physical links, and its will is made manifest through the creation of specialized key minds that coordinate local Flood. Their society, if it may be called that, most closely resembles an idealized social utopia, as there is no wealth, no poverty, no want, no crime, and no conflict. Every individual works for the advancement of the Flood as a whole. The Flood see all life as either food or vectors for further infection. There may be situations in which the Gravemind needs to temporarily cooperate or debate with sapient creatures in order to achieve a goal. But such events are conspicuous exceptions. In these rare instances, the Gravemind may construct unimpeachable logical arguments couched in eons-old philosophical observations that are designed to erode resistance and manipulate the prejudices and fears of its target. The Gravemind also seems to enjoy broadcasting the inevitability of its victory to all through infected hosts and infiltrated communication channels in order to spread terror and chaos and thereby weaken the resolve of its enemies. In all cases, its ultimate purpose is clear and unambiguous: the total absorption of all thinking life in the galaxy, eradicating all diversity into a single, consummate entity, which now holds a vast, immeasurable reservoir of knowledge and history. There are no accounts of the time before the precursors, and even their civilization was relegated to myth and legend at the time of the Foreigners. Holding firmly the mantle of responsibility, the precursors had created and safeguarded many species in the galaxy, known as Path Tolgrath, eons before any muttering of the name the Milky Way. And these created and safeguarded species included both the Foreigners and humanity. When they had determined to grant humans the right to inherit the mantle, the Foreigners turned on their makers, driving them to the edge of the galaxy and beyond, to Path Chthona. The genocide that followed destroyed all but a handful of the precursors. By the Gravemind's account, the surviving few fled into the dark expanse between Path Chthona and Path Tolgrath. Most of these perished. The dust of their remains, a pale, desiccated powder, was collected into capsules and hidden aboard starships abandoned to the desolation of space. What was believed to have been the very last precursor, consumed by an insatiable hunger for revenge, managed to transmute itself into a form that could survive millions of years. This timeless being would become known as the Primordial, locking itself away on a dead world at the edge of Path Tolgrath. It entered deep hibernation, enduring long ages before its purpose would ultimately be realized. The first emergence of the flood occurred near the ancient human civilization and their allies, the Sanshayo. Stumbling upon these bizarre derelict ships, humanity secured their capsules and the curious dust within. While the ships and their contents were studied for years, it was eventually discovered that the powder could induce desirable mutations in some creatures, including a common human pet called the Faru. For centuries, this modification was embraced by pet owners, and though it seemed entirely innocuous on the surface, an extreme genetic transformation was taking place underneath. Soon, human exploration also came upon the Primordial, extracting it from a lifeless planetoid and bringing it to their greatest holdfast, the precursor world of Charum Hakor. Impassive, inscrutable, and unlike anything they had ever encountered before, the humans referred to this creature as the Captive, keeping it contained within a time-locked prison. After years of observation, they eventually discovered how to awaken and communicate with the creature. Despite their probing, they could only invoke cryptic and seemingly useless responses, though eventually these became frighteningly lucid. First signs of the parasite appeared on human worlds where the Faru had been treated with the strange powder. What began as an aesthetically pleasing patch of fur mutated into strange, mysterious growths, and the affected Faru began to attack and devour their own kind. What became known as the Shaping Sickness eventually started to manifest in humans, virulently spreading and dramatically altering their behavior before sending entire worlds into chaos. By the time local governments could respond, dozens of planets were already devastated, their inhabitants twisted and reshaped into various forms, driven to attack, consume, and absorb. Those infected escaped all efforts at containment, spreading to new worlds and placing human civilization into jeopardy. When the Captive was asked about the Shaping Sickness, the answers were so shocking that many of the researchers who heard them committed suicide. There is a link in the description on my theories on exactly what was spoken about. Others probed deeper, interrogating the creature, which seemed to have some connection to the plague. Unaware that the primordial itself had direct influence on the disease, the humans became its unwitting pawns as it slowly evolved the sickness into an unstoppable force. No longer was it a mindless infection, but the disease had now become a dark, parasitic tide known as the Flood. Armed with wisdom gleaned from the primordial, yet driven by utter desperation, the humans believed they had found a solution to the Flood. A third of humanity would have to be sacrificed, their altered bodies tragically placed in the parasite's path to infect the Flood itself with a destructive set of programmed genes. Followed by military strikes and orbital bombardment, the enemy finally seemed to be eradicated within their civilization. But reservoirs of the blight were soon detected on fauna worlds along their borders. The humans swiftly assaulted these sites, trying to halt the parasite's resurgence, which roused the Foreigner Empire and its indomitable military strength in the process. The Ecumene Council soon authorized war against the humans, deploying the full extent of their forces to stop this unforeseen enemy. This conflict lasted for half a century, with humans effectively fighting a war on two fronts, both the Flood and the Foreigner. The war's final battle took place on Chatham Hackle, the last remaining human stronghold. Although the Foreigners knew of the Flood, its presence seemed to suddenly retreat, many believing that the humans had developed a cure. For centuries, the Foreigners would prepare for the Flood's return, their primary efforts focused on Halo, a galaxy-spanning weapon network that would eradicate not only the Flood, but the very sentient hosts it needed to propagate. When the Flood finally returned, the Foreigners met the parasite headlong in a terrible and unprecedented war that lasted 3 centuries. Many years later, Chatham Hackle was chosen by those building Halo as the test site for the weapon, inadvertently releasing the primordial in the process. Retrieving this strange specimen and placing it on one of the ring worlds, its interrogation was entrusted to Mendicant Bias, an ancilla that had been given full authority over the Foreigner's defenses against the Flood. Over time, the primordial opened up to the prodding of Mendicant Bias, but only to turn and twist its jailer's own questions, testing the ancilla's logic and loyalty. After 43 years, the creature eventually broke the shackles of the artificial mind, compelling the ancilla towards its own purposes against the Foreigners and seeking to execute its long-awaited revenge. Fully persuaded by the primordial's goals, Mendicant Bias turned against the Foreigners, siding with the Flood as it continued to ravage the galaxy. Striking the Foreigners' capital with the Halo weapon network, Mendicant Bias effectively severed the head of Foreigner power before seizing one of the ring worlds and narrowly escaping. As the Ecumene reeled from the loss of its leadership, the Flood surged onto millions of worlds. Although it was pressed on all sides, the Foreigner military managed to retake the rogue Halo, capturing Mendicant Bias and destroying the primordial. By then, however, it was too late. The primordial had already resurrected itself as the Gravemind, a powerful compound intelligence that could lead the Flood in its merciless spread. Much of the galaxy was now deemed part of the Burn, designated sectors formerly replete with wonderfully diverse life, now seething beds of infestation, hordes clawing out from grotesque hives and belching from long-tended spore stacks. The Foreigners ultimately fled to the extragalactic Ark, the foundry of the Halo. And here, they solemnly activated the weapon network, destroying the Flood throughout the entire galaxy, as well as all species that could sustain it. In the years that followed, the few foreigners who survived repopulated the galaxy with the preserved forms of species that had been decimated by Halo, and prepared heavily secured installations, including sites on the ringworlds themselves, to continue research on the parasite, hoping that one day a cure would be discovered. When their work was finished, these foreigners fled the galaxy in exile, leaving behind only traces of their civilization in the powerful machines and facilities which remained on numerous worlds. 100 millennia later, incited by these same curious artifacts, the Covenant was created, a religious alliance that mistook the foreigners' weapons as keys to spiritual transcendence. Its members sought to activate Halo in order to attain divinity. During the Covenant's efforts, they stumbled upon humanity, an encounter which resulted in a war that lasted 3 decades. This conflict came to a head on one of the Halo rings when the Covenant inadvertently released the Flood from a containment site, suddenly imperiling the galaxy once more and forcing humanity to destroy the installation. However, the war continued, surging across yet another ringworld where a grave mine had already been formed due to an earlier containment breach. This infestation eventually reached the Covenant's homeworld of High Charity, where the grave mine began plotting to eliminate its sole threat, Halo. Harnessing all of its power and traveling to the Ark installation, the grave mine found the Covenant desperately seeking to activate the rings. Working alongside humanity, the parasite managed to stop the Covenant's efforts before it was too late. This alliance, however, was short-lived, as the grave mine immediately turned on the humans, forcing them to activate an unfinished ring that could eradicate the local infestation and stop the Flood yet again, though without endangering the galaxy. While this act catastrophically damaged the Ark and scoured the parasite from its surface for a time, the threat of the Flood was not yet averted. Hidden within the devastated remains of High Charity, a vestige of the Flood still festers in the shadows. The Ark's security systems presently keep the parasite at bay, though its insidious presence is patiently waiting for an opportunity to emerge onto the galactic stage once again. Without a key mind to direct their activities, the Flood act as simple predators, seeking out new hosts using pack tactics, but dominated by instinct alone. Feral Flood are extremely dangerous and fast-spreading, typically overwhelming opposition with sheer numbers and brute force. During this time, Flood supercell spores are generated to spread the Flood's corruption by converting any available biomass into new infection forms and other mobile vectors. Encysted Flood cells form chitinous spores, which can remain dormant for centuries. When a spore arrives in a favorable environment or becomes attached to a potential food source, it becomes active. Spores can parasitize both sapient and non-sapient species, consuming them and transforming their biomass into egg-like incubators for larger, more mobile Flood infection forms. Infection by Flood spores is a gruesome fate, for which there is no cure or inoculation, no treatment to slow the parasite's growth, and no reversal of its transformation. The only effective countermeasure is containment and incineration. The Flood's only desire is to expand and corrupt. Once enough biomass is available, the parasite can establish layers for defense and the growth of specialized forms. These layers are usually repurposed spaces, for the Flood does not build when it can only infest instead. These tumorous blights are the most obvious targets for attack and cleansing, but they are simply a symptom of Flood infestation, not its cause. The foreigners recognize this distinction far too late, after countless sterilization missions resulted in empty victories. The appearance of the first key mines marked the transition to the second stage of Flood infestation. At this point, the parasite's goals shift from simple expansion to the accumulation of neural tissue and biomass for the creation of larger hives and higher-order compound minds. Combat and carrier forms under the direction of a key mind are cunning and capable of tactical maneuvers, in addition to making more effective use of the tools and weapons of their original hosts. This new level of capability includes the operation of vehicles, ambush tactics, and the sourcing of ammunition. Combat form bodies in the coordinated stage also become progressively more warped as they are remodeled with Flood supercell appendages to increase mobility and lethality. Once victory is assured on a given world, the bodies of those who perish fighting the Flood and damaged combat forms are recovered and used to feed massive Flood supercell growths that blanket former population centres. The largest of these are spore towers that rise into the sky in great peaks, symbols of the Flood's victory and engines of destruction that choke all remaining life as it marshals its new strength to spread and grow on further worlds. When a grave mind has been fully established, the Flood infestation will make efforts to leverage any technology and knowledge available to its larger consciousness and leave their current domain in search of others to infect. Though the Flood prefers to utilize existing transportation technology when possible, the grave mind is a depthless well of knowledge who can adapt many long-lost secrets of space travel to local situations. Eventually, if left unchecked, thousands of interstellar stage collectives and their gravemind avatars will coalesce, spiraling around the galaxy in a harmonized pattern that ensures that no habitable planet goes uninfected. The parasite's goal at that point is unknown, but may have something to do with their origins, the precursors themselves, that has been hinted, though not explicitly stated, that may serve as a cyclical pattern of birth, growth, advancement, harvesting, consumption, death, and then rebirth. Ships taken over by the Flood are reinforced by chitinous Flood supercell growths and transformed into nightmarish hives that spread the parasite across the stars. The Flood is careless with its resources and often simply crash infected ships straight into the heart of their enemies, allowing festering monsters and clouds of spores within to surge out and consume everything they touch. The Gravemind unlocked the Precursor's secret roads across the galaxy for the Flood's use. These corridors through esoteric spaces allowed its plague fleets to bypass foreign defences and crush their largest fortifications. Star roads function as pathways woven between dimensions, built with strange matter and neurophysical links, which were obliterated when the Halo fired. Their extraordinarily resilient and powerful brain composition allows those who wield them the ability to manipulate immense objects at a stellar scale, easily tearing starships apart and pummeling planets and moons into debris. The vast regions of space completely under Flood domination were referred to as burns by the Forums. Deemed unrecoverable, worlds within these quarantine zones were subject to total sterilization wherever possible. Their continents burned to molten slag and their oceans boiled by orbiting fleets, a last-ditch measure to deny the Flood any resources. By the end of the Flood War, much of Path Tolgrath was designated as burned by the retreating foreign military. Flood infection forms are nightmarish creatures spawned in extraordinary numbers for the singular purpose of converting all living creatures into carriers, tools, or food for the parasite. They come in countless sizes and forms that may crawl, climb, fly, swim, and dig their way through an environment towards fresh victims, whether viable hosts or raw sustenance. Although barely intelligent on their own, Once infection forms infiltrate and take control of a sentient creature with sufficient neural complexity, they can easily turn the victim's cognitive power to the furtherance of the Flood's goals, sifting through its memories for any data that can be applied to benefit the propagation of the parasite at large. All infection forms share several key morphological traits across their variations, each suited for subduing and subverting any available organic targets. The most commonly encountered infection forms have a frond-like array, which acts as the creature's sensory system, stemming from soft, pod-shaped bodies filled with noxious gases that allow them to bound over the ground and obstacles at surprising speeds. Tentacle-like appendages are equipped with barbs that can latch onto a target's body, even cutting through armor or environmental suits if necessary. Where the target is compromised, infection forms inject flood cells to suborn the victim's nervous system, as the infiltration form itself bores into the host's body to hollow out a nest, quickly twisting the remains of its victim into a combat or carrier form. Once a hive is established, massive numbers of infection forms can be produced, spreading out in search of new creatures to infect. Both ground and airborne infection forms often function as living weapons, hurling themselves at the enemy to overwhelm even the most comprehensive defenses. Though visibly distinct from the crawling forms generally associated with the parasite, the Flood's simplest vectors are spores, astonishingly resilient creatures that can take a number of shapes depending on their existing environment. These small, elegant forms are able to remain inactive for even hundreds of years, slowly adapting to their environs, waiting with unending patience for a potential food source to arrive. Once a spore is adequately fixed to a suitable target, whether sapient or not, it will quickly begin to transform any existing biomass into Flood supercell surrogates. While keeping its victim alive, the spore violently and excruciatingly molds its subject into a fleshy crash of egg-like incubators, an essential step in the creation and dissemination of larger infection forms designed explicitly for the environment they have adapted to. Non-sapient animals or mangled corpses deemed unfit for being harnessed into larger combat forms are seeded with flood cells and quickly transformed into sacs filled with infection forms and membranes that function as incubation chambers for the development of spores. These festering growths pose a monumental threat to even the most seemingly isolated regions of an infected world, harboring the potential to transform an entire planet's biosphere into desolate, diseased hellscapes if left unchecked, devoid of any prospect for restoration. Blisters can exist in any shape that best fits the environment they are created in, though most are pale, sickly coloured ovoid bulbs that distend from the flood's existing membrane and can vary dramatically in size. Upon the establishment of a self-sufficient hive, the parasite will immediately begin to produce larger numbers of diverse infection forms, unequivocally designed to accommodate the environment they find themselves in. These forms will voraciously spread out in search of creatures to infect or feed upon, able to traverse a world through land, air, and even water. Cedars perfectly embody this diversity, as lighter-than-air infection forms that soar through the sky to seek out prey and coordinate strikes against any resisting the parasite's spread. Cedars gather into immense swarms, creating dense, living barriers that are able to effectively defend the flood's expansion from aerial threats. Dispersal pods are living drop pods, grown to be disposable containers for flood combat forms, pure forms, and spore clouds. They shield their cargo during orbital insertions and burst apart on impact, often deployed from a flood-infected vessel down onto a world's surface. Dispersal pods can also be expelled from ground-based hives, using a directed discharge of built-up gases to propel them across great distances and into targeted territory. These pods are one of the key infection vectors utilized by flood during its interstellar stage. plague ships quickly seeding worlds with the parasite without ever even needing to set down. Once a host is infected, they become a combat form, aiding the Flood in securing other hosts and collecting biomass and neural tissue to establish key mines. In this form, the host's body remains relatively intact, yet under the control of an infection form that has nested within it. Although sections of the host's body are consumed and converted into Flood supercells, some limbs and sensory organs are retained to utilize available weapons, tools, vehicles, equipment, and even ships. The infection form does augment its new body, prepare minor damage to better serve as a living weapon, but ultimately every combat form is utterly disposable, even as they insatiably search out new victims to subdue. Combat forms are covered in spore-filled polyps, and much of their internal organs are in the process of being consumed and replaced with Flood supercell accretions that function as support lattices, protecting a sickly green liquid that contains Flood spores in suspension. Ironically, damage incurred by this form scatters small chunks of infected flesh and distributes it in the environment, aiding the Flood in spreading its influence. The Flood form that controls the body sees the environment using its own sensory organs, and whatever remains of the host's native senses are usually redundant and ignored. The active sensory organs often take the form of flexible fronds or antennae on the end of narrow tendrils. There are as many variations of combat forms as there are hosts, though most of these fall within specific parameters allowing loose and overlapping categories for each kind. The most basic combat form is simply called an attacker. While the infection form driving the host's body does not feel pain or fear, the same cannot be said for the host. In some circumstances, the infection form is unable to completely dominate the original personality of the victim, and the victim remains fully aware of their irrevocable transformation and their being used as a tool for the parasite. Though their bodies are bent to the Flood's will, occasionally the victim can still whisper for mercy or cry out in pain. More often, the parasite will speak on their behalf, using stolen thoughts and memories as a psychological weapon, terrorizing both the host and anyone unfortunate enough to be within earshot. Although many non-sapient animals spawned by infection forms are not capable of being fully exploited by the Flood, some can be marshaled as combat forms in the early stages of infiltration and expansion if they bear sufficient neurocomplexity. Broadly characterized as thrashers, these hulking, vicious creatures are simple weapons. They have limited intellects and grossly distorted bodies that conceal whip-like barbed tentacles and toothy maws that gorge on flesh to fuel their rampage. Bearing a vague reminiscence to some pure forms, the Thrasher is employed mainly to eradicate any threat to an existing hive. The large, blistered monstrosities hovering ominously from one victim to another is often called the Bomber, pouring out fetid blisters full of spores and pods onto its target. Originated from a pseudo-cephalopod that travelled in the air through the use of gas bladders, the parasite quickly discovered that rather than converting it to spore-packed blisters as with many other non-sapient life forms, the creature could be used to incubate and distribute infection pods and spores, effectively seeding enemy territories from above. This particular creature bears a strange and haunting shape with a large, flesh-mouthed mouth and long finger-like tendrils, a horrifying sight that stops victims in their tracks. Certain predatory avian creatures with adequate calcium reserves and resilient neurosystems may also be infected and transformed into flying combat forms. Despite their large size, swarm forms are remarkably swift and capable of launching highly sophisticated coordinated attacks on enemies from the air, an aspect which earned them their name. Not only can they fire infectious barbed projectiles at enemies, but they can use razor-sharp talons and teeth to gouge and rend their prey into pieces. As is the case in some other forms, the parasite may limit overall Flood supercell modification on specific hosts to minimize resource loss. Damaged combat forms and infected creatures who have outlived their usefulness but retain some mobility are transformed into mobile incubation chambers for new infection forms. What remains are bloated creatures whose entire body is converted to serve this new purpose. Filled with noxious and volatile gases, carrier forms throw themselves at the enemy to explosively release the newborn infection forms roiling within them. There are two types of carrier forms: converted and demoted. Converted carriers are hosts with little offensive potential, transformed into this form immediately, while demoted carriers are combat forms that have been damaged beyond utility. As the flood consume and convert everything in its path, a lack of potential hosts will limit its ability to create new infected victims. However, with the conversion of the environment and the existence of centralized intelligence, the flood can spontaneously generate new forms entirely from flood supercells and the salvaged biomass of their defeated foes. The variety of forms that these creatures take is vast and nearly impossible to effectively catalogue, as many of these can spontaneously transform into another configuration in response to new threats. The most common iteration of a pure form is the Shifter, a shape-changing monster created for the purpose of direct assaults and the support of existing combat forms. These can most commonly transition between 3 separate configurations during combat, all in response to the flood's most immediate needs. In many ways, this form reflects a central facet of the parasite's ultimate goal. Shifters are an undifferentiated dynamic mass of flood supercell that can spontaneously adjust into specialized functions in order to accommodate its present purposes. The shifter is most often found near newly established flood hives, synergistically using its native-born environment to fiercely protect the layer from any perceived threat until larger pure forms can be created. When mobility is needed, the shifter will transform into a stalker configuration. Its body sits horizontally, resting atop 2 spindly, wide-set legs, and its 2 long arms end in remarkably strong claws. Shifters in this configuration can travel very quickly, even on vertical surfaces, and jump great distances. The shifter will usually transform to a new configuration once it locates an enemy and can find an angle to engage it. Its ranged configuration resembles a large pod-like creature with 2 hind legs and a single multi-pronged forelimb. This form can launch razor-sharp calcified spikes of potential threats from a large abdomen segment which rests atop its body. Ranged forms cannot move, but will affix themselves in areas that have good vantage points for attack. For frontal assaults, the shifter can transform into a hulking tank configuration, balancing the mobility of the stalker with the aggression of the ranged form, as it wars against anything that threatens the hive. Although this bipedal giant can only lumber slowly from one location to another on ungainly trunk-like legs, its arms are enormous, scything bludgeons that can cause extraordinary damage. The tank form is no more lethal than other pure forms, though the mere sight of it strikes fear in the heart of any foolish enough to intrude upon its domain. Combat multipliers for the Flood's strategic advance, the Gaunt leverage their fused intellects to serve as elite assassins and independent agents of the parasite. Gaunts are incredibly agile and mobile, using their whip-like arms as both weapons and tools to traverse the environment. They rarely engage in any conflict with even odds, preferring to stalk from the shadows accompanied by hordes of infection forms. Gaunts tactically subdue key enemies, absorbing them into the Flood's consciousness in order to reveal hidden strategies and glean countermeasure plans. Few survive this creature's astonishing speed and savagery. Pure forms called spawners quickly gestate new infection forms in their diseased brood sacs. Highly mobile and capable of independent action, these creatures may lurk at the rear of larger flood assaults to spawn fresh waves of infection forms, but, in most cases, they range far from their birth hives to establish new reservoirs of flood parasites in the most remote areas. As the flood invokes dominion over a territory, spawn has become an essential facet of its expansion, spreading the parasite's horrific influence as far as physically possible. Specializing in cracking open vehicles and converting their crew into flood-controlled puppets, the Infestor is a viciously aggressive element of flood-dominated terrain. When it detects any mechanized prey, the Infestor grabs onto it with its tentacles and bores into the hull to reach the crew. As a purpose-built biological weapon, Infestors expend all their energy on attacking before collapsing in a dying heap and spreading spores upon the completion of their singular task. The parasite often utilizes this form strategically to force enemies to move on foot, a foolish misstep which always proves disastrous. Bitter monuments of pulsating flood supercells, vaguely reflecting the majesty of the Gravemind. Hellions are engines of desecration that form to overwhelm the most stalwart planetary holdouts. In their ever-changing shape, they serve the Flood not as a keymind, but as a mobile hive and siege machine, able to incubate and shelter massive numbers of smaller parasites, rending and refashioning its flesh and bone into a living weapon aimed at any defenses that attempt to stall the Flood's unyielding spread. As flood infestation grows in strength, it begins to harvest complex neurotissue to weave into biological networks that augment their collective intelligence and allow synchronization between disparate groups. The appearance of these keymind collectives typically indicates that most local animal life and sentient hosts have been infected or consumed. The first keyminds to appear take the form of multiple infected, who are crudely grafted together into a biological network cluster. Widely varied in size and appearance, these nodes of consciousness are dedicated to the control of lesser forms, many terminating into three powerful categories. The appearance of keyminds mark a sudden and dramatic shift in flood behavior from feral to coordinated. A massive keymind warfall, the abomination brings order and direction to the lesser flood, turning feral parasites into a cunning and efficient collective. An evolved command form, these towering nightmares are used when standard hives cannot be established, and the flood must stay mobile to avoid detection and destruction. Given its enormous size and strength, the abomination is extremely formidable, capable of decimating enemy fortifications and reducing mechanized defenses to smoldering debris with its massive tendrils. If multiple abominations have focused on eliminating a stronghold, there is little hope for its survival, forcing those within to a deadly retreat, often into gaping maws of lesser forms. Functioning as field commanders, the highly specialized pure form known as the Juggernaut makes use of multiple infected host minds to bend their intellect towards the analysis of enemy countermeasures and containment protocols, adjusting the local flood strategy accordingly. Despite their impressive mobility, they still bear the traits of a typical keymind, including the ability to synchronize nearby parasites and relay information between distant flood hordes, even if they are subservient to greater coordinated entities. Due to this strategic function, Juggernauts prefer to avoid direct encounters but are fully cognizant of their status as high-value targets, and will make use of their appearance to tactically draw the enemy into traps and feigns. Terrifying hunters, which ravenously scour the parasite's fetid hellscapes, Lightstalkers are pure forms that function as keymind coordinators in environments where no high-intelligence hosts are available for assimilation and exploitation. They are large, aggressive predators, haunting the shadows of blightlands to seek out elusive sources of biomass, while providing a command node for local flood forces. Their speed and power make them remarkably dangerous, easily overcoming any who survive the first wave. Blightstalkers represent one of the most unquestionably terrifying and ravenous embodiments of the keymind. The flood can survive and prosper in almost any environment, even airless voids in some situations, but flood supercell growth and activity is optimal within a surprisingly narrow band of temperature and atmospheric composition. Fauna containment protocols allow the use of terraforming and environmental sculpting systems to be employed to combat the flood, most often executed by significantly dropping local temperatures to slow the parasite's growth. For its part, the flood will seek to adjust local environmental factors in its favour immediately after reaching the coordinated stage. If not stopped, blightlands are the result of uncontained flood expansion, areas around established hives filled with flood supercell growths and spore bodies, which harvest the vitality of the soil, soak up solar energy, and consume all native life within its boundaries. While this strange landscape flowers with a grotesque vitality, ultimately even these zones are themselves consumed to provide raw materials for city-sized spore towers, oceans of pulsating flood supercells, and colossal stacks of strange flood pseudo-organs that complete a planet's ruination. The apex of the flood is the Gravemind. Many such entities can exist simultaneously, each a fount from which a single will can exert control on the galaxy through parasite-infected hosts. The Gravemind considers itself many things: a monument of ancient sins and transgressions against the mantle of responsibility, a self-aware compound mind that transcends individual hosts and less evolved species, and a formless intellect who knows all the flood have ever possessed. When the flood expands in both dominion and influence within a given area, it begins to generate and collect large amounts of neurotissue, forming immense networks which exponentially extend its collective intelligence, allowing communication and interaction across vast distances. Using powerful, esoteric methods linked to neurophysics, the most stable and critical of these is the proto-Gravemind. Although a single entity, the proto-Gravemind may begin as a coalescent assemblage of vital intellect nodes in a location. These are typically infected individuals and sometimes even machines that contain the most useful data for the flood's propagation. Proto-Graveminds vary in shape and size to some degree, but all are horrific amalgamations of beings merged into one another and anchored to the center of the flood's infestation, an entity which, unchecked, will eventually result in a Gravemind. As the network of effect grows even further, the evolving mind can truly begin to manifest its will, directing its disparate components in the final steps needed to assemble a form large enough to house the full measure of its intellect. A Gravemind is the height of the flood's coordinated intelligences. Its vast knowledge, which includes memories, information, and personalities, it has acquired over hundreds of thousands of years. This leaves lesser individuals with a sense that it is near omniscient, almost godlike. The Gravemind brings its horrific form to peace through unification, a salvation which can only be rendered through assimilation. Its only goal is the consumption of every thinking creature in the galaxy. Each Gravemind avatar is a fusion of flood supercell tissue with vast numbers of harvested neurosystems, processing sufficient complexity, the inevitable conclusion of a proto-Gravemind. In essence, the Gravemind is simply the composite mind that controls and directs the flood during infestations. Its local influence increases as the flood grows in number and creates specialized forms through which it can manifest its will. Although rare, multiple Graveminds can exist simultaneously with overlapping spheres of control. Each Gravemind is merely an avatar for a much greater intellect, unique in form and task, but indistinguishable from each other in terms of personality and goals. Though strict protocols were enacted to eliminate or contain outbreaks, there were errors and lapses in judgment over the many centuries since the Foreigners departed. One significant example was an outbreak on Delta Halo, which inexorably led to the formation of a Gravemind. When the Covenant arrived at the doorstep of this ringworld, toward the close of their war with the humans, this Gravemind acted quickly, capturing the frigate in amber-clad and using it to breach High Charity. The massive station was soon converted into a putrid hive, assimilating its population into food and hosts for legions of new flood forms, seemingly guaranteeing its victory. However, after discovering an ancient fauna portal complex beneath Earth's surface, the Covenant had set in motion a plan to activate Halo from the Ark, threatening to end the Gravemind's new freedom almost as soon as it is begun. In desperation and rage, the Gravemind and its flood forces intercepted its foes at the Great Foundry and quickly demolished almost all of what remained of the local Covenant, Sangheili, and human forces on the facility's surface. But victory was only fleeting, and the flood was soon defeated by a handful of human and Sangheili survivors who managed to fire the Ark's incomplete Installation 08, once again reducing the Gravemind to a pale shadow of its full intellect. What remained of the flood was soon contained within High Charity's wreckage by Sentinels and other automated systems. A few years later, the destruction of the Ark's monitor, 000 Tragic Solitude, slowed the installation's containment and excision operations, allowing the Covenant's former capital to continue to fester with a residual flood presence. As it may exist in the current era, the Gravemind is but an echo of its earliest form, the Primordial. The twisted, enigmatic precursor which single-handedly brought about the destruction of the Foreigners was unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen, even though it was ultimately destroyed by the isodidactyl Installation 07 and reduced to ashes through an accelerated aging process within a stasis chamber. Yet even that could not stop it. The Primordial's consciousness had already been transferred into the Flood, emerging as the Gravemind and making the Foreigner's defeat all but complete. Any Gravemind that followed this event, though merely reverberating manifestations of each other over the long ages, entertained the same knowledge and wisdom once held by the Primordial, as if they were all one entity. While a single Gravemind may not wield the same uncanny authority over neurophysical brains as the Primordial ones did, the vast span of time since this arcane creature's death has given those that followed a greater store of knowledge than was ever possessed by what had come before. For this reason, the peril represented by a single Gravemind should never be underestimated. Not only does the formation of a compound intelligence signal that a critical stage of the Flood's expansion has been reached, but also that it can govern with a level of authority that is dangerous at a galactic scale. When the Gravemind's deep wells of knowledge are paired with access to superluminal transport, there is little that can stand in its way. When the Flood was first discovered during their war with humanity, no Foreigners expected that their entire civilization would soon find themselves drawn into a perilous struggle for their very survival. Even then, however, many and varied endeavours were applied, conceived by the greatest minds the alchemy had ever produced, and led by the brilliant and indefatigable life-shaper herself, the librarian. Technologies long forsaken were revived. Extreme measures, once thought too hazardous and profane to the mantle, were carefully reconsidered. Nevertheless, there would be no clear and decisive solution to the Flood achieved during the Foreigners' time, except for their weapon of last resort. The first and most hopeful of all attempts to stem the Flood was the possibility of a cure thought to have been achieved by humans. During the final days of the Foreigners' conflict with humanity, the parasite suddenly fled, receding untraceably to the dark edges of the galaxy. Early speculation led to the theory that humanity had discovered a cure. After the siege at Charapakor, many humans were composed for this very reason, their essences interrogated and evaluated for hidden secrets. The librarian herself seeded these essences into bodies of surviving humans, hoping that they would awaken and reveal the truth, saving those who were now in danger. Despite such grand efforts, any cure discovered by the humans was lost to time, leading many to believe that there had never been one. Still, the Foreigners would continue their research, even beyond the activation of Halide. During their 3 harrowing centuries of war, the Foreigners saw few victories against the parasite. Many of their weapons and combat platforms had to be dramatically modified to face this new foe, igniting rapid warfare development and even a return to an abandoned technology once thought to be too barbaric to use against living creatures. Weapons that employed hard light, plasma, and directed energy were extensively explored, including those which could achieve complete disintegration of their living target, leaving no trace of the Flood detectable. A myriad of fauna ancillas, drones, and emplacements were soon equipped with powerful beam weapons capable of scorching away metal, bone, and flesh. These sterilization methods worked in limited contexts, but the surging tide of the parasites saw little fatigue, often turning these weapons against their makers as they continued to take hosts from the fauna's own numbers. With their own warriors consumed by the flood and tragically used against them, some strategists sought to find or forge soldiers impervious to infection, capable of infiltrating the parasite's strongholds and burning them to the ground without risk of compromise. Dangerous creatures such as the seething Thanolekgolo and towering Sharkoi were initially considered both invulnerable to flood and devastating in large numbers, yet both too erratic and difficult to effectively employ. Machine soldiers like armigers and sentinels were also used in great numbers during the waning years of the war, but without the minds of warriors, they were far too predictable and relatively easy for the parasite to dispose of. Upon his return to the Ecumene, the Urdidact desperately sought to find a solution with the composer, eventually resolving to transfer his own Promethean soldiers into powerful, weaponized bodies capable of reaching plague ships and grinding the flood's advance to a halt. This was short-lived, however, as their numbers dwindled, forcing the Urdidact to use humans, an act so reprehensible it led to his own exile at the hands of his wife. Forced back on their heels, large swathes of the Ecumene, referred to as burns, were abandoned in retreat of the flood's advance. Entire star systems filled with billions suffered premature supernovae to stunt the parasite's relentless movement toward even larger population centers, a ruthless fire-breathing tactic developed by humans hundreds of years earlier. The final solution came in the form of Halo and its foil, the Shield Worlds, immense artificial refuges for populations escaping the parasite and capable of protecting sentient beings from the deadly blast. However, most of these sank below the rising deluge and became inaccessible in the final days of the Ecumene. After Halo was activated, automated research sites on the Ring Worlds and Shield Worlds would continue seeking a cure during the long ages to follow, employing extraordinary security protocols and quarantine contingencies if an outbreak were to ever occur again. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, consider hitting the subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss out on future videos. Be sure to like the video if you did, and pop a comment below on what you'd like me to cover next. I just want to take a moment to thank my patrons, Spartan1014, the Metarch of my facility, Falcon, Sophia, Mikhail, Ashley, Jordan, and Esoteric Sight, my dutiful monitors, Darian, Legions Lost, Labrat, Spartan0137, Jacob Kemp, Sean, Element Zero, J3, Mr. Keys, Gunslinger, Evermore, Personal Devil, Aldeas, Toxic, Scion Esports, Gem, Saber, and Relentless, my diligent sub-monitors, my fleet of Strato Sentinels, my loyal enforcers, and all other patrons who continue to support the channel. If you want your name on the end of the video and some perks earned along the way, head over to Patreon and consider supporting the channel yourself. Big shout out to my Tier 0 Transcendent YouTube members, Spartan137, Jacob Kemp, Talia, Fenrir, Bornstella, Jimbo, and Baz, and all the other YouTube members keeping my installation running on that glorious vacuum energy, with a special mention to the Accursed Hunter. Shout out to John due to the mathematical formula used to determine the area within a pentadodecahedron. Oh, and Lena because that sandwich. And remember, there are tons of ways to support the channel and keep my installation pumping out content at a breakneck speed. Much love to you all, take it easy everyone, and find peace in the domain.
The Nintendo GameCube is one of the greatest game consoles ever. I hold a deep love for the system, as do many others. It has an amazing library of games, one of the best controllers ever made, and a plethora of add-ons and accessories that make the system stand out. Despite these factors, many issues held the GameCube back and caused Nintendo, once the dominating force of the video game industry, to change how they approached the market. It laid the groundwork of the modern-day image we see in Nintendo today. It wouldn't revolutionize the gaming world, but its impact is still felt to this day. Everything has a story. This is the story of the Nintendo GameCube and why it failed. To explain why the GameCube failed, we first have to look at what Nintendo was going through before the system was even released. Nintendo did well with their Nintendo Entertainment and Super Nintendo Entertainment systems in the 80s and 90s. By the mid-90s, however, new players in the video game market were pushing the industry in new directions. Much like Nintendo before it, electronic giant Sony became the leader in the field. The release of the PlayStation 1 would not only give Sony a foothold in the growing video game market, but would also set new records as their PlayStation 1 system would go on to sell over 100 million units by the end of its lifespan. Nintendo stuck to their guns and offered a more powerful and cheaper game console, the Nintendo 64. The problem came with Nintendo's format of choice. Rather than utilizing CDs, Nintendo would continue to use cartridges. Not only were they more expensive to produce, but they also limited developers on how much information they could stuff into their games. This alone caused already tense relationships with third-party developers to completely sour. The Nintendo 64, despite having better hardware and costing consumers less, would only see 296 titles released in North America, and a total of 33 million units sold worldwide. Sony's PlayStation, on the other hand, would see almost 8,000 titles released on their system. Nintendo was thoroughly knocked off their high stand and relegated to a distant second place. Nintendo tried to rectify their partnership with third-party developers by making the GameCube easier to develop for. However, Nintendo's format of choice ended up causing more headaches. Rather than utilizing the new DVD format, Nintendo decided to use mini-disc. While technically a form of DVD, the mini-disc held less information than the standard DVD. A regular DVD would hold around 4 gigabytes of data on a single layer. A mini-disc could only hold 1.5 gigabytes. Nintendo's ultimate reasoning was that the mini-disc would help stop piracy. Unfortunately, this held back developers from putting their best versions of their games out on the GameCube. Nintendo even stated that the smaller size of the mini-disc would benefit creators. Legendary game developer at Nintendo Shigeru Miyamoto stated, "In a way, the smaller disc is a message from Nintendo that you don't need to fill out the capacity of a normal-sized DVD disc. If we want to make larger software, then we just make the game on 2 or 3 discs." This didn't go over well either, as developers of larger games would see an increase in manufacturing costs due to the additional disc. Adding higher licensing costs than Sony and Microsoft, third-party developers were not interested in putting their titles out on the system. In the early 2000s, Nintendo didn't support online gameplay. Despite talking about supporting online gameplay before the launch of the Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo would basically abandon these plans. The GameCube did support limited online gameplay through the use of a broadband adapter that was sold separately from the system. Publishers and developers were tasked with creating and maintaining their own network for online play. Few ever would. Sega was the only publisher to support online gaming in North America with their Phantasy Star Online games. This would cause some big titles to skip out on the GameCube entirely. Sony had an online system, and multiple titles that featured play through it. Both first and third-party titles utilized these options. Similar to the GameCube, Sony sold a separate broadband adapter for these uses on the PlayStation 2. The elephant in the room, though, was Microsoft. Not only did the Xbox have a built-in broadband adapter on the system, but Microsoft heavily invested in their own network, Xbox Live. It's because of this service that Microsoft was able to carve out a spot in the gaming marketplace. While Nintendo would claim that players weren't interested in online gaming and would continue to do so until years after the GameCube ended production, it's hard to argue with the success that online gaming brought to Microsoft and Sony. Nintendo would eventually launch their own service on the Nintendo DS and Wii, but to this day, they still fail to implement online services that match other game consoles or storefronts. Another reason the GameCube failed was that it struggled with its competition from day one. Originally, Nintendo had hoped to launch the GameCube in 2000, but were unable to due to a lack of software ready for the system. Nintendo would even push some late Nintendo 64 titles, like Luigi's Mansion, onto the GameCube to make up for this. Nintendo did launch the GameCube in 2001, but did so 3 days after the Xbox came out and a full year after the PlayStation 2 in North America. Coming out last caused the PlayStation 2 to get a head start in sales and build a strong library of titles. It didn't help that the GameCube's launch lineup wasn't the best. A small batch of titles that notably lacked a plumber with a red hat didn't seem to impress people as much as Nintendo had hoped. Normally, an average launch for a game console wouldn't make a huge difference, but a massive drought of new releases in early 2002 only hurt the GameCube more. It wasn't just the delayed launch that gave the GameCube trouble. The PlayStation 2 functioned not only as a game system, but also a DVD player. This was an incredible asset to the system, as many DVD players cost just as much as the PlayStation 2 at the time of its launch. The Xbox would also support DVD playback, albeit with the purchase of an accessory. This pushed the divide between the competing platforms even further. Nintendo was never hesitant to say that the GameCube was a system specifically for video games. Nintendo would sometimes even refer to it as a toy. Nintendo had struggled with its image since the late 1980s. Sega famously made Nintendo come off as a company interested in making children's toys as opposed to titles aimed at an older audience. The image problem hit its peak with the GameCube. The system's strange design, which supported a handlebar and came in colors such as indigo, were a stark contrast to the bulky and solid black consoles from its competition. The GameCube controller was also a hard sell at first glance. It featured oddly shaped buttons with different colors. The toy image was being capitalized on by Nintendo's competitors, as well as the third-party developers who didn't back the system. American audiences had supported Nintendo systems pretty consistently over the years, but they would see a drop-off with the GameCube. Nintendo of Japan was perplexed by this. Western audiences had grown to enjoy more mature and violent games over the years. Kyle Mercury, someone who was hired to market the GameCube in North America, recalls an almost famous quote from an unknown Nintendo executive. "Consumers don't want fun anymore. They just want to kill people." In HD. Whether or not this was ever said by a Nintendo executive, it's pretty clear that Nintendo's headquarters had difficulties understanding the Western market. By ignoring, or at least failing to understand older audiences, Nintendo struggled with their image for the entire generation. Nintendo of America seemed to understand that this was a problem and tried to rectify it. They would start to push for more mature titles on the GameCube as early as 2002 with the launch of Eternal Darkness. Perrin Kaplan, the Vice President of Marketing and Corporate Affairs for Nintendo of America, summed it up best. "The kids who played Mario when they were 6 are now 28. They still want to play Mario, but they want some other stuff. For most, however, it was too little, too late. They had already moved on past Nintendo." The misunderstanding of their audiences stems from the miscommunication between Nintendo of Japan and Nintendo of America, and the entire company's overconfidence in their product. Early on, Microsoft wasn't even a competitor to the GameCube. Nintendo and others thought that a computer software giant, especially an American one, would not understand gaming culture. Eventually, Nintendo would see themselves as an outlier in the game industry, with the GameCube and its successors. They would embrace coming up with their own ideas to chase, rather than the most popular trends others were setting. Before the launch of the GameCube, Nintendo oftentimes seemed overconfident in the product. In interviews, executives would often state that the GameCube was going to sell simply because it was a Nintendo product. While the company had a strong history in the young video game industry, much of the old guard at Nintendo failed to see the significance of many trends. This overconfidence would lead to disbelief after the GameCube failed to meet its sales targets. The Nintendo GameCube was, in many ways, a failure. Nintendo made a lot of mistakes with the system. Their failure to understand and properly market the game system came down to their misunderstanding of an ever-growing gaming community. They didn't embrace popular trends like the DVD or online gaming. They created an oddly shaped console and marketed it in an even stranger way. While their family-friendly nature helped in some aspects, it drove others away. Nintendo failed to truly improve on its third-party relationships after spending the previous decade ignoring them. Their own overconfidence led them to think of themselves as the center of the video game universe, when it was beginning to leave them behind. All of this because of their inability to understand the current video game world. But as I said before, I absolutely love the GameCube. For everything the GameCube got wrong, it got so many things right. The legacy of the Nintendo GameCube is not the same as the image it obtained during its run on the market. In many ways, it has grown and become a beloved system. It was in part because of the GameCube that Nintendo changed the way that they marketed themselves. They became a dominant creative force in the industry that always tried to one-up themselves as opposed to any others. They still have their problems, especially with online play, but they continue to push the industry forward in new and creative ways. All because their little purple lunchbox failed. In 1996, Nintendo released the Nintendo 64 after great anticipation. Gamers from around the world lined up to purchase the latest Nintendo hardware. But at Nintendo headquarters, planning and ideas for their next home console was already underway. Development for the system began as early as 1997 for what would eventually be known as the GameCube. Dolphin was meant to be the most powerful system ever created. At least, that was Nintendo's goal. The Nintendo 64 was much more powerful than both the PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn, its only real competition in the market. Nintendo had hoped to continue their success in that regard, while also shoring up support to avert the failures of the Nintendo 64. Despite its extra horsepower, the Nintendo 64 was outsold by the PlayStation 1 by a margin of 3-1, and continued Nintendo's shrinking footprint in the console market in regions outside of North America. To create the most powerful game console ever made, you would need the most powerful 3D graphics card. Nintendo had originally entered talks with Silicon Graphics, the same people behind the Nintendo 64 chip. Silicon Graphics, however, would experience some inner turmoil within the company. Nintendo shopped around for a manufacturer before settling on ArtX, a startup founded by former Silicon Graphics employees. And to create the CPU, Nintendo would reach out to IBM. A powerful home console was important to Nintendo, as they wanted to make sure the GameCube could outperform the PlayStation 2. Nintendo would also make the system easier to develop for, as the Nintendo 64 was notoriously difficult to create games for. Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi was very ambitious in launching the system before or around the same time as Sony. Plans were put into place to launch the system as early as the fall of 1999, with the goal being to launch the system before holiday 2000. Nintendo believed that the constant delays of the Nintendo 64 had given Sony the opportunity to outsell them. They were adamant about getting the system out as quickly as possible. Nintendo's first mention of their next-generation home console came at E3 1999. Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln would reveal to the world just enough info to whet fans' appetites. Their next system was known under the code name Dolphin. It would be more powerful and cheaper than the PlayStation 2. And, more importantly, it would not run on ROM-based cartridges. Fans cheered. Lincoln, however, wouldn't mention what the system would use to play its games. In May of 1999, it was reported that 4 development studios had received development kits for Dolphin, Nintendo's EAD studio, Nintendo of America's NST studio, second-party developer Rare, and the relatively unknown Retro Studios were all at work creating software for the system. Unfortunately, Nintendo had a hard time creating enough development kits. To make matters worse, third parties were generally the last to receive these development kits. By the time of the Game Developers Conference in 2000, most developers were hard at work making PlayStation 2 and Xbox games. Few had Dolphin games in development. This was in part due to the lack of development kits. Nintendo suggested that developers make their games with the specs of the highest-end PCs in mind. Third-party developers were not amused. Company spokesman Hiroshi Imanishi would make matters worse in an interview with Next Gen magazine in December of 2000. He said, "We are not approaching third parties and asking them to develop software for Nintendo. If they would like to make GameCube software, it's fine, but we will never demand them to make games for GameCube." Nintendo's mindset was always to beef up their own system's library and then have third parties come once they'd sold enough units. While this thinking had worked in the past, it didn't apply as well in the modern landscape. Third parties often felt like second fiddles when it came to working with Nintendo, while Sony and Microsoft would treat them far better. Nintendo didn't like multi-platform games either. They claimed that it diminished the value of game systems when they all had the same games. They were more interested in having quality exclusives than yet another version of a third-party title. This, Nintendo claimed, was what made them and their products different. They emphasized quality over quantity, and in a lot of ways, it's a respectable approach. Business-wise, however, it only hurt them, as third parties left to form closer relationships with other console manufacturers. Nintendo began hyping up Dolphin as soon as it was announced, but gave few details on the system itself. Nintendo claimed it was holding information due to the revisions the company was constantly making. Developers and publishers were unimpressed. Eventually, Dolphin would miss its holiday 2000 release, and it would once again see Nintendo being the last to launch a home console in the market. Nintendo would claim that there just wasn't enough software to launch the system. Instead, they encouraged players to purchase more Nintendo 64 games, and that the Dolphin would launch in 2001. Nintendo had created an interesting controller when crafting the Nintendo 64. Its three-prong design was unusual, but its analog stick was revolutionary in the video game world. For Dolphin, Nintendo wanted to completely reinvent their controller and create one that was not only comfortable, but easy to use for everyone. Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to perfect the controller on Dolphin, and claims to have spent more time on its controller than any other Nintendo system. Miyamoto and his team would work for over 3 years on the controller. The controller would go on to become a Nintendo mainstay for 3 generations of gaming. During the 1990s, Nintendo held an annual event known as Space World. Space World 2000 would be when Nintendo officially revealed that Dolphin had become the GameCube. Nintendo would present a highlight reel for upcoming titles for the Dolphin. While not every game made it out of the gate, none stood out more than a teaser for the Legend of Zelda series. Nintendo would showcase an older Link fighting Ganondorf in a dark and ominous location. Fans went wild for the teaser and eagerly awaited more information down the road. The most notable game at the event, however, was Mario 128, a prototype that Shigeru Miyamoto had been working on with his team at Nintendo EAD. The title was meant to showcase the power of the GameCube. They showcased changing platforms, as well as 128 different characters occupying the screen at once. The title would never be officially released, but its concepts would be carried over to later titles, such as Pikmin and Super Mario Galaxy. Nintendo didn't just experiment with software on the GameCube. Early design concepts showed multiple ideas that Nintendo would later revisit for future consoles. While Miyamoto and his team worked hard on the GameCube's controller, Factor 5 reportedly received early prototypes of a controller with motion controls. Nintendo would go further and file patents in the United States in September of 2001 for prototypes from a company called Gyration. The GameCube would never use motion controls, but Nintendo continued to explore the concept during the system's run. In 2003, Nintendo would file patents regarding tilt controls featuring both a Nintendo GameCube controller as well as the Game Boy Advance. These tilt and gyration controls would eventually become a staple in Nintendo systems when they launched the Nintendo Wii. Nintendo even worked on creating stereoscopic 3D with the Nintendo GameCube. In 2010, then Nintendo President Satoru Iwata stated, GameCube is secretly designed to load graphical circuits, which display graphics from right and left eyes respectively, through a future possibility of realizing 3D gaming experience. Nintendo would abandon the concept on the GameCube, but would revitalize it with their successful Nintendo 3DS line in 2011, after the success of 3D blockbuster films. There could be even more secrets to the GameCube's development that we still don't know about. After all, we didn't find out about the GameCube's 3D capabilities until years after it was discontinued. Since the GameCube was delayed into 2001, Nintendo would once again be behind Sony. The Nintendo 64 was tasked with holding fans over in the meantime. Due to the GameCube and the Game Boy Advance, Nintendo's latest handheld console, software was stretched thin across all Nintendo platforms. Nintendo would only release a handful of Nintendo 64 games in 2001. The last Nintendo 64 title developed by Nintendo would be Mario Party 3, when it released in May of 2001 in North America, over 6 months before the Nintendo GameCube launched. At E3 2001, Nintendo dedicated their press conference entirely to the Nintendo GameCube, revealing the launch date, launch price, and the software hitting the system on day one. The GameCube would first launch in Japan in September. The United States would see the system on November 5th, with the rest of the world receiving it in 2002. The Nintendo GameCube was priced at $199.99, $100 less than both the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. Nintendo's launch lineup would include a handful of third-party titles and impressive exclusives for the system. However, one major icon was missing. Mario, the mascot of Nintendo, would not have a new title available on the system when it launched. In his place would be his brother, Luigi, in his first solo outing, Luigi's Mansion. With roughly 6 months between E3 and the launch of the GameCube, there was one final event to hype the system up, Space World 2001. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase to the world what the future of Nintendo's latest system would have. While Mario would be missing the launch of the GameCube, a brand new Super Mario title was revealed, Super Mario Sunshine. Alongside it, the next chapter in the Legend of Zelda series would be shown. Critical first impressions for both titles would be strong, but Zelda fans were not happy with the new art style the series was taking. A year after the now famous tech demo for Zelda, this new title featured cel-shaded graphics and a lighter tone. It would hurt Nintendo's image and further solidify the kiddie concept. The GameCube was originally slated to come out on November 5th, but it would be delayed briefly in North America to November 18th. Nintendo said that this was to increase the total number of available units. Unfortunately, this would put the GameCube's launch 3 days behind the Xbox, making Nintendo the last one to the party once again.
The latest video game war is heating up tonight. Nintendo's GameCube system is about to hit the stores.
The Nintendo GameCube would launch in September of 2001 in Japan, and a launch in North America would follow in November. After successfully launching the Game Boy Advance in the spring and summer, all eyes were on Nintendo to see if their new system could live up to their past glory. It wouldn't be easy. The Japanese economy was in a slump. The United States of America had just experienced the worst terrorist attack in the country's history, and Sony had already been out on the market for over a year with the PlayStation 2. It would be the most difficult launch for Nintendo yet. The Nintendo GameCube launched in North America on November 18, 2001. It was priced at $199.99, and it came with a system, one controller, and the appropriate hookups. The system would launch with a total of 12 games. Nintendo published 2 titles for their new system, Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race Blue Storm. Nintendo's former rival Sega would release 2 titles at the launch after discontinuing their Dreamcast system earlier in the year. They would port Crazy Taxi to the system and bring a brand new exclusive to the GameCube in Super Monkey Ball. The biggest launch title would be Factor 5's Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader, an exclusive to the system. The game was an audio and visual treat, featuring 480p resolution and 5-channel surround sound, thanks to Dolby Pro Logic 2. The rest of the launch games would be rounded out with licensed titles and sports games. As far as quantity was concerned, the GameCube was definitely lacking. The PlayStation 2 had launched a year earlier with 30 titles, and had spent that year releasing more critically acclaimed games. The Xbox, which released a few days before the GameCube, launched with the same number of titles, but it also had a massive hit, Halo Combat Evolved. Nintendo's lineup wasn't too bad, but compared to what else was out there, it's hard to argue that Nintendo started off on the right foot. It was even smaller in Japan. Only 3 titles launched with the system in September, the 2 Nintendo-published games, and Sega's Super Monkey Ball. While the quality of the games wasn't too bad, there just wasn't a killer app for the system. Just a few weeks after the launch, on December 2nd, Nintendo would release 2 new exclusives for the system. The first was a new IP, Pikmin, from the legendary game developer Shigeru Miyamoto. The second would go on to become the best-selling game on the GameCube, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Melee would create one of the biggest followings of any Nintendo game. The title would sell over 7 million units, and it's still being played by major competitive fighting game tournaments to this day. Nintendo delayed the initial release of the GameCube by 2 weeks to ensure that they had an ample supply of systems. 700,000 GameCubes would be available for the launch, but what good is it to have a system that no one knows about? In North America, the GameCube would receive a $75 million ad campaign. This paled in comparison to Microsoft's marketing push for the Xbox, which came in at $500 million. Nintendo was somewhat struck by this. Microsoft began promoting the Xbox in retailers much earlier than game makers had done in the past. Nintendo would go so far as to reach out to retailers, asking why the Xbox would be promoted months before its launch. Nintendo's ad campaign was mostly used to highlight first and second-party Nintendo games. The campaign featured full-page ads in magazines, giant banners in malls, and even a Hollywood party featuring the biggest and brightest stars at the time. Of course, Nintendo also invested in television commercials as well. They're interesting. Ads would showcase games and would feature the GameCube's iconic shape. Microsoft was out to make their name known with the Xbox, and Nintendo struggled to match their marketing presence. Microsoft would have commercials on major networks, including ESPN and Comedy Central. They would have massive print ads and even a promotion with Taco Bell. Microsoft's goal wasn't to completely snuff out its competition with the GameCube, but rather to snuff out all of its competition in the market. At the end of the day, it helped Microsoft establish a foot in the console market and has stayed there to this day. After the North American launch of the GameCube, one final piece of Nintendo-related hardware would launch in 2001. On December 13th, Panasonic released the Panasonic Cube. It was a game console with a similar design to the GameCube and even played GameCube games. The most notable difference was the included DVD player on the system. The system came about through a deal between Nintendo and Matsushita, the parent company for Panasonic. The system would launch at a retail price of 39,800 yen, or roughly $440 US. Despite its added features, the Panasonic Cube was largely a failure. It sold only around 100,000 units and was never released outside of Japan. The biggest problem was the cost of the system. While having an all-in-one unit is convenient, the Panasonic Cube ended up costing more than a separate GameCube and a DVD player. It would be discontinued in December of 2003, just 2 years after its release. Despite the strong competition, the GameCube would have a successful launch in North America, selling through most of its allotted stock. Nintendo was off to a decent start. What followed was probably the worst period for the GameCube, its first year drought. From January to August of 2002, the GameCube would only see a single first or second party exclusive come to the system, the M-rated horror title, Eternal Darkness. Nintendo would also release the first ever first-party developed wireless controller for a game console, the Wavebird. The Wavebird was slightly larger than the original GameCube controller and lacked the rumble feature, but was completely wireless. Nintendo would see some support from third parties, notably an enhanced port of Sonic Adventure 2 and a remake of Capcom's hit Resident Evil. The lack of software was noticeable, and Nintendo would spend its time reminding the world to hold out hope for the titles coming soon. With the GameCube's launch behind them, much of Nintendo's staff would see a shakeup. Many high-level executives would retire or join different companies. The biggest was Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo. Yamauchi had been the president of Nintendo since 1949, the young age of 22. Yamauchi would completely change Nintendo as a company during his 53-year reign as president, transforming them from a small toy company in Japan to a global leader in the video game market. Yamauchi had been planning his retirement for a while, and had picked his successor, Satoru Iwata. Iwata had joined Nintendo in 2000 as the head of its corporate planning division, as well as sitting on the board of directors. Iwata had made a name for himself, previously as the president of HAL Laboratories. Iwata would become the company's fourth president, and the first not to be related to the Yamauchi family by marriage or blood. Iwata's leadership style was very different from that of his predecessors. He started by meeting with all of the department heads at Nintendo. Iwata would encourage employees to follow their own ideas when they disagreed with his direction, stating, "Creators only improve themselves by taking risks." Satoru Iwata would become president of Nintendo in May of 2002 and would serve as the head of Nintendo during the rest of the GameCube's lifespan. Iwata would become one of the most respected and beloved figures in the video game industry during the 2010s as he hosted Nintendo Direct. Iwata would serve as president of Nintendo until his death in 2015. He was 55. The software draft for the GameCube would come to an end in August of 2002, when the highly anticipated Super Mario Sunshine released to critical acclaim. The title was a follow-up to the beloved Super Mario 64 that had released alongside the Nintendo 64. Despite its differences from previous titles, the game would go on to sell 5 million copies, making it the third best-selling GameCube title ever. Other notable releases at this time included Animal Crossing for North America and The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker in Japan. Sega would port Phantasy Star Online to the GameCube in October, the only online GameCube game to ever be released internationally. In September of 2002, Star Fox Adventures would be released on the GameCube. Originally under the title Dinosaur Planet for the Nintendo 64, Star Fox Adventures would mark a special occasion. It would be the last title Rare would ever release on a Nintendo home console. Rare would become a second-party developer under Nintendo in the mid-90s. The company started making games for Nintendo consoles with the NES, but made their mark with the release of Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo in 1994. For the next 8 years, Rare would become one of Nintendo's most important assets. Rare would create several of their own successful IPs, as well as create some of the best licensed titles of the era. Rare became restless as a second party with Nintendo. In 2001, they began to shop around for a new partner, a company that would purchase 100% of the company. Nintendo seemed like an obvious choice, and had the option to make the first bid on the company. Rare, however, was interested in working with a third-party developer, so they had access to all the current consoles. A bidding war broke out for the company. Activision and Microsoft had both expressed interest in the company and began making offers. Eventually, Activision would withdraw, leaving Microsoft as the sole bidder. Nintendo still had the priority option to purchase the rest of Rare, but Microsoft had raised their bid too high for Nintendo to feasibly consider it. Nintendo would sell their portion of the ownership of Rare for $375 million to Microsoft, making Rare a first-party studio for the tech giant. At the end of the day, it only made sense for Nintendo to sell the company. Rare's production of titles had slowed down during the early days of the GameCube. Nintendo still wanted full ownership of Rare, but the price tag associated with it was just too great. Microsoft would win out in the end, not just by gaining another well-known development studio, but by denying Nintendo one of their key players. With Rare gone, Nintendo turned to the other development studios to continue the effort of quality titles for the Nintendo GameCube. Luckily for Nintendo, a small studio would become an overnight sensation just a few months later. Retro Studios was founded in 1998 by a group of former acclaimed developers in Austin, Texas. Retro had received funding from Nintendo to create new titles for the GameCube that catered to an adult audience. They were one of the first developers to receive Nintendo GameCube development kits and would begin work on multiple exclusive titles for the system. Titles would include Raven Blade, an RPG, Thunder Rally, a racing title, NFL Retro Football, a licensed football game, and a project simply known as Action Adventure. All of the titles, excluding Action Adventure, would be canceled, and Retro's staff would be cut down to compensate. Poor management plagued Retro during their early days. The studio was understaffed for the amount of titles they were working on, and company president Jeff Spangenberg was oftentimes absent during the workday. With the controversy surrounding the studio, Spangenberg would eventually sell Retro Studios to Nintendo in May of 2002 for $1 million. Retro's next task wouldn't be an easy one, though. Metroid had been missing in action for a while. The last title in the series was Super Metroid, which released in 1994. Nintendo never created a Metroid title for the Nintendo 64, citing the difficult task of translating the series to 3D. Retro would transform Action Adventure into Metroid Prime. Not only would it be the first Metroid title in 3D, but it would be the first title in the series to be developed by an American developer. Retro Studios would rush to finish Metroid Prime before its fall 2002 release. Their efforts would pay off when Metroid Prime was released on November 17, 2002, to critical and commercial success. The title would help revitalize the Metroid franchise and would see 2 additional sequels before being spun off into its own series. Retro would become one of Nintendo's most consistent developers, and the studio continues to make games for Nintendo to this day. Nintendo struggled greatly during its first year on the market with the GameCube. The lack of major software for the system slowed any momentum Nintendo had gained during its launch. The system would rebound later in 2002 thanks to strong first-party titles, but Nintendo's competition knew that blood was in the water. It would take everything in the company's power to make the GameCube a success.
My body is ready.
After the Nintendo GameCube launched, it had struggled to find its footing in the video game landscape. The system suffered a major drought throughout the first half of 2002, and sales were sluggish. Microsoft had stepped up and purchased Rare, one of Nintendo's most prominent developers. The world Nintendo had known in the 20th century was gone, and with new leadership at the helm, they sailed into uncharted territories as a true underdog in the console war. Sony had become one of the biggest names, not only in video games, but in entertainment. By mid-2002, the PlayStation 2 had already sold over 30 million units and showed no signs of stopping. The PlayStation 2 might not have been as powerful as the GameCube or the Xbox, but with smart marketing, name recognition, and a killer library, plus a built-in DVD player, it was more than enough to dominate any competition. Nintendo's biggest hope was the price of their systems and their own exclusive titles. The PlayStation 2 sat at $299, with the GameCube at $199. In May of 2002, Sony would close the gap. The PlayStation 2 would receive a $100 price cut, making it the same price as the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo pricing advantage was gone. Sony would sell an additional 20 million PlayStation 2s in 2002 after the price cut, bringing their total to 50 million units. Sluggish hardware sales weren't the only problem. Software sales were poor as well. Major third-party titles like Grand Theft Auto had already skipped the GameCube. When developers did put their titles on the GameCube, it sold less than other systems. There were exceptions, of course. Many of Sega's titles did better on Nintendo hardware, especially the Sonic series. Soul Calibur 2 sold better on GameCube as well, thanks to the inclusion of an exclusive fighter in the form of The Legend of Zelda's Link. Software publishers began to pull support for the GameCube in 2003. Eidos became one of the most notable Nintendo defectors, with their CEO saying, "The GameCube is a declining business. If other companies follow us, Nintendo will have a hard battle to fight." Eidos would cancel development for all of their GameCube titles and shelve plans for continued support down the road. Other publishers would follow Eidos' lead. Atari, Midway, THQ, and others would either discontinue or scale back development for the GameCube. Even Japanese developers criticized the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo's high licensing fees, lack of development kits, and lackadaisical support for third parties was the final straw for what had become over a decade of resentment for the company. Third parties like Eidos would eventually return with new software for the GameCube, but the damage was already done. Nintendo was at one of its lowest points. Nintendo would start off 2003 strong with the North American release of The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Despite the title's early controversial art style, it would be a critical and commercial success, spawning a direct sequel a few years later on the Nintendo DS and a full remake in 2013 on the Nintendo Wii U. It just so happens to also be one of my favorite games of all time. In the summer of 2003, Nintendo would release the Game Boy Player, an attachment for the Nintendo GameCube that allowed the system to play Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance cartridges. Nintendo had emphasized connectivity between their successful Game Boy Advance line and the GameCube before, and this would take it to its furthest reaches. With the addition of the Game Boy Player, the Nintendo GameCube's library grew to massive proportions, but it still wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. In September of 2003, Nintendo would make the most important decision regarding the Nintendo GameCube yet. With low sales and their warehouses full of unsold systems, Nintendo would enact a price cut, bringing the GameCube to $99.99. The system's new price would put it at the same price as Nintendo's other system, the recently released Game Boy Advance SP. At the time of the price cut, the GameCube had sold a total of around 10 million units worldwide. During Q4 of 2003, after the price cut was put into place, a total of 3.5 million GameCubes would be sold. It would be the best-selling quarter for the system ever. The boost in sales was also helped by the release of hot new titles for the system, the biggest release being Mario Kart Double Dash. It released in the coveted November time slot and went on to sell 7 million copies worldwide, making it the second best-selling game on the system. Nintendo had been struggling with third-party developers for some time. It had received some low-profile exclusives like Baked Kaitos and Lost Kingdoms, thanks to support from Japanese publishers. But the world would be shocked when Capcom announced 5 new games for the system in late 2002, most of which would be under the supervision of Shinji Mikami, a well-known developer at Capcom who had directed the first Resident Evil title. To make things even sweeter for Nintendo, all 5 would be exclusive to their system. Well, they would have been. Capcom would claim just a month later that only one of the games would be an exclusive, but it didn't take the wind out of Nintendo's sails. The first game would be PN03, a third-person action game released in March of 2003. The title would sell poorly and received mixed reception from critics. The next game would be Beautiful Joe, a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up coming out in June of 2003. The response from critics would be better, but it didn't deliver on the sales. It would eventually be ported to the PlayStation 2 and receive 2 additional sequels. The third title was known as Dead Phoenix. Unfortunately, this game would be canceled before very much information was known about it. It was meant to be a 3D-style shoot-'em-up. The final 2 titles wouldn't see release until 2 years later, in 2005. Going into 2004, Nintendo was finally starting to see positive results. The GameCube's price cut was paying off, and software sales were rising. It was time for Nintendo to finally pull out the big guns, and there was no better place to do it than E3. Enter Reggie Fils-Aimé.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games.
Reggie had become the Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Nintendo of America in December of 2003, but shot to fame at E3 2004. Reggie would become an internet sensation, thanks in part to his no-holds attitude when it came to speaking with the public. He would eventually go on to become president and COO of Nintendo of America, a position he holds until this day. Reggie's attitude wasn't just for show. It showcased a change in Nintendo's lineup for the year. Nintendo spent much of E3 2004 showcasing more mature titles to the GameCube that's geared towards an older audience. Retro Studios was back once again with a sequel to Metroid Prime, with Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Nintendo even allowed Capcom, a third party, to spend time showcasing their new exclusive for the system, Resident Evil 4. Other big games included Pikmin 2, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, and Mario Party 6. Resident Evil 4 would be released in early 2005 for the Nintendo GameCube, with the rest of the titles coming out in late 2004. Nintendo would close out E3 2004 with one major announcement. The Legend of Zelda series was back. Shedding these cel-shaded graphics for a more mature look, the crowd went wild. Rumors state that grown men wept at the announcement, and the timing couldn't be sweeter. The game was slated for release in 2005. Once the trailer had concluded, Shigeru Miyamoto, the series creator, stepped out of the shadows. He held a Master Sword and a Hylian shield, just as Link had done in the trailer before. Miyamoto, smiling ear to ear, would thank the audience for their support of the series. The announcement would go down in history as one of the greatest moments at E3. With the hype surrounding the GameCube, on January 1st, 2005, the Nintendo GameCube would get its newest owner, me. $100 was a lot for an 11-year-old, and a $50 game alongside it wasn't cheap either. I was mesmerized by video games my entire life, and after receiving a Game Boy Advance just a little over a year before, I bought my first ever video game system. It was a solid black GameCube, and with it I bought Pokemon Coliseum. I didn't have the widest taste in video games at the time. I took my GameCube home and hooked it up to the only TV that had the right hookups in our home. It just so happened to be a TV in the kitchen, with a small screen that was around 8 inches big. I was floored by the graphics at the time. It was the first time I'd ever seen Pokemon in 3D. I tried playing the game, but it wouldn't let me save. I thought it was odd at first until I realized I needed a memory card, something I wasn't used to with cartridge-based games. I would return to that old Walmart and purchase a memory card for $20. I still own all of these accessories to this day. Later on, I would purchase a ton of titles for the system. I remember my second game being Sonic Heroes, a title my grandparents bought for me on a Friday night. I would go on to purchase some Anime Fighters, additional Pokemon games, and eventually I would dig out a copy of Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door out of a clearance bin. I love my GameCube, so much so that I have a second one. My wife ended up buying this before we left for college years ago, and played a few games on it. Early on in our relationship, I recall playing GameCube games from her childhood. Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, Super Mario Sunshine, all great games I had missed or hadn't experienced enough of while growing up, and I did it thanks to her. She even gave me a copy of Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes, which was going for a hefty price at the time. We even made our first joint purchase together in the form of Pikmin 2 during our senior year of high school. The GameCube became a part of my life, and the memories I've had with it stick with me to this day. While I was just receiving a GameCube myself, Nintendo had other plans in the works. Officially revealed at E3 2004 was an experimental new system from Nintendo, a handheld known as the Nintendo DS, to be released in late 2004 and throughout 2005 worldwide. Nintendo would stress that the system would serve as a third pillar for the company, alongside the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube. The system would be a massive success, going on to become the best-selling handheld system of all time. It would allow Nintendo to fully phase out the Game Boy line of systems. But it wouldn't be the only new reveal for the company. With a new system already in development, the GameCube's days were numbered, and it had to make them count. The GameCube was once again on the rise in 2005. It had received a price cut, making it the cheapest home console on the market. It had a growing library with third-party support returning to it. Nintendo top brass were showing that they were willing to make the changes necessary to make their company work in the modern landscape. All was well until a new threat emerged. It wouldn't be a new competitor. It would completely change the way we looked at games. It would send the GameCube to its grave. It was a revolution. Nintendo's biggest success with third parties mostly came from the association with Japanese developers and publishers. Nintendo had a strong history with these companies since the 80s. It would utilize their talents to create new titles. This is how developers from Sega were able to create F-Zero GX, and the people at Namco were able to develop Star Fox Assault. The biggest developer backing Nintendo at the time was Capcom. Capcom had worked on Nintendo projects before by developing some handheld titles for the Game Boy systems and their group of GameCube titles known as the Capcom 5. By the end of 2003, One of these games had been canceled, and 2 others had already been released. It wouldn't be until 2005 that the final 2 games would finally come out. Killer 7 was released on July 7th, 2005, or 7/7. It was a moderate success and helped put its developer, Grasshopper Manufacture, on the map. It didn't hold a candle to the biggest title of the Capcom 5, and arguably the biggest game to ever grace the Nintendo GameCube. In January of 2005, after being delayed for years and reworked in a whole host of ways, Resident Evil 4 launched exclusively on the GameCube. The title had first been hinted at in late 1999, and had gone through many different revisions. One of the most notable was reworked into its own game and eventually became the franchise Devil May Cry. But it all paid off. Resident Evil 4 became an instant success. It was considered one of the best games of 2005 and frequently ranks among the highest rated Nintendo GameCube titles. It would help popularize the over-the-shoulder camera angle used in third-person shooters and set a new standard for action games. The title would sell 1.6 million copies on the GameCube, but it just wasn't enough. Despite Capcom's claims that Resident Evil 4 would remain an exclusive for the GameCube, they quickly began working on a port for the title for the PlayStation 2. It only made sense for Capcom to capitalize on it given the series' history on the PlayStation, as well as the massive install base the PlayStation 2 had. Nintendo wasn't happy, and is rumored to have resented Capcom over this decision. Nevertheless, Resident Evil 4 would launch on the PlayStation 2 in October of 2005, giving the GameCube its biggest third-party exclusive for a total of 10 months. The title would continue to receive ports to basically every console released after 2005, with the only current exception being the recently released Nintendo Switch. With a few minor exceptions, Resident Evil 4 has always received high praise regardless of the system that it's been on, and many still consider that Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games ever made, myself included. At E3 2004, Nintendo had returned to form. For their next conference, they would have to make sure the world was watching. Microsoft was preparing to launch their next system, and Sony had already begun hyping up their new system, the PlayStation 3. Nintendo would shock the world with their own announcement. At E3 2005, Nintendo would reveal their next console under the codename Revolution. The new system would feature motion controls, something Nintendo had experimented with during the GameCube's development. The most surprising feature, or rather the lack of, the new system wouldn't sport HD graphics, making the Nintendo the outlier in the race for the most powerful game console. The Revolution would eventually become the Nintendo Wii. Since the Wii was a successor to the GameCube's days were numbered. It wasn't all bad news for the GameCube, however. The Wii would be fully backwards compatible with the GameCube and would still utilize the system's controllers and memory cards. Many Wii games would use the GameCube controller too. Nintendo basically built the GameCube into every Wii for the first couple of years of production. The GameCube wasn't done yet, as it would still see a plethora of high-profile titles throughout 2005. Fire Emblem would return to home consoles with Path of Radiance. Intelligent Systems also took their Advanced Wars series and brought it to home consoles in the form of Battalion Wars. Mario wouldn't miss out on the fun either, as many Mario spin-offs would come to the GameCube. Donkey Kong even made a minor comeback with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, a 2.5D platformer that used the DK bongos as a controller. Nintendo would continue to reach out to third parties to help with their properties as well. Star Fox Assault was developed by Namco, and Konami helped create one of the strangest spin-offs in the Mario universe, Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. Nintendo would even publish their second M-rated title in August of 2005 with Geist, a first-person adventure title with shooter elements. Third parties would begin to return to the GameCube in 2005. Eidos, one of the biggest defectors, would publish LEGO Star Wars on the GameCube in late 2005, and future multi-platform titles would come to the GameCube, albeit usually later than its counterparts on PlayStation 2 or Xbox. Eidos would even release Tomb Raider Legend on the GameCube in late 2006, a massive change as the series had previously been a PlayStation icon. 2005 would prove to be a good year for the Nintendo GameCube. One major title would miss 2005 though. The GameCube's second Legend of Zelda title, Twilight Princess, would be pushed back into 2006. 2006 would be an otherwise unimpressive year for the GameCube. With the Wii's release coming, the GameCube would see very few new titles. Chibi Robo would come out in February, bringing a new IP under Nintendo's wings. Nintendo would release the experimental Odama in April. The title was part pinball game and part real-time strategy. Using the GameCube's microphone, you commanded troops while trying to move a massive ball across the map with the controller. It was strange to say the least. Baten Kato's Origins would come out in 2006 as well. It was a prequel to the original GameCube exclusive that launched in 2003. The title would be published by Nintendo. Less than a year later, Nintendo would purchase a majority stake in the shares of Monolith Soft, the game's developer, making them a first-party Nintendo studio. E3 2006 was primarily about the new Nintendo Wii, but the GameCube wasn't forgotten. Nintendo would reveal Super Paper Mario, the third title in the Paper Mario series. It was originally a Nintendo GameCube game, planned for release in October of 2006, but the title would eventually be moved to the Wii and released in 2007. Another game announced at E3 2006 was Donkey Kong Bongo Blast, a racing game that utilized the DK bongos. It too would be moved over to the Wii in 2007, being renamed Donkey Kong Barrel Blast, and would use the Wii's motion controls as opposed to any additional accessories. Another title shown off for the Nintendo GameCube during its lifetime was a 3D Kirby title that never officially received a name. The title was shown off multiple times through the years, sporting different looks, but would never release on the GameCube. The game was never officially canceled, but was retooled and released as Kirby's Return to Dreamland on the Wii in 2011, making it one of the last major holdouts from the GameCube era. With many major GameCube titles being pushed to the Wii, fans still held out hope that The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess would be released on the Nintendo GameCube. It would, but with a catch. At E3 2006, Nintendo would reveal that Twilight Princess would be a launch title for the Wii, and that the game would release on the GameCube at the same time. Twilight Princess would eventually come out in November of 2006 on the Wii, but the GameCube version missed the date. It would come out a month later, and would be the final first-party title released on the GameCube. The wait was worth it, as Twilight Princess received critical praise and became the best-selling title in the Legend of Zelda series. Like its predecessor, The Wind Waker, Twilight Princess would receive an HD remake on the Wii U, and was released in early 2016.
It's another late night for gamers as they wait to try out the latest game system. The Nintendo Wii goes on sale at midnight, just days after the PlayStation 3 hit store shelves.
On November 19, 2006, the Nintendo Wii would launch in North America for $249.99. Its release came 5 years and 1 day after the Nintendo GameCube landed on American shores. The Wii would go on to become a massive success. It made history as Nintendo's best-selling home console, and it would be the best-selling game system of the 7th generation, replicating the success Nintendo found in the 80s and 90s. It came with a packed-in title, Wii Sports, which would go on to sell over 82 million copies, becoming the 4th best-selling game of all time. For the GameCube, it was over. Nintendo's Lunchbox was quietly discontinued in early 2007, as releases for the system became fewer and far between. Nintendo would sell just shy of 22 million Nintendo GameCubes during its run. It would be the worst-selling Nintendo home console until the Wii U failed to reach an audience in the mid-2010s. Nintendo also failed to outsell Sony's PlayStation 2, which would sell over 150 million units before it was discontinued in 2013. Nintendo's goal of 50 million units became a far cry of reality. Nintendo even failed to outsell Microsoft, who had just barely outsold the GameCube with 24 million Xboxes. Few titles would release on the GameCube after the Wii launched. Only licensed titles and sports games would grace the system. The final Nintendo GameCube game was released on August 14, 2007. It was Madden 08, an otherwise unremarkable title. The GameCube would live on through the Wii, as the system was backwards compatible with most Nintendo GameCube games and accessories. But with support officially ended, the GameCube was finally dead. If you look purely at sales numbers, you'll see the GameCube as a system that never lived up to its expectations. It was defeated in a three-way console war by an industry giant and a newcomer. It failed to meet Nintendo's sales goals and produced a system that felt behind the times in many ways. But that's only on the surface level. Look beyond that and you'll find one of the best systems ever created. A system whose story completely changed the company behind it, and whose games are still being played by millions to this day. This is the true story of the Nintendo GameCube. Not one of failure to act in its time, but the system that built a legacy and a coalition of passionate fans. This is the story of the Nintendo GameCube and how it was a success. The GameCube would live on through the Nintendo Wii. It wasn't just a statement regarding the Wii's ability to play Nintendo GameCube games. Rather, what Nintendo experienced with the GameCube was largely their failure to create a solid audience of fans. Starting with the Nintendo DS and Wii, Nintendo would employ a new strategy in the video game market. For years, it had always been an arms race to create the most powerful system possible. Nintendo would begin to focus less on creating powerful systems after the GameCube. This new marketing strategy is known as Blue Ocean. Without getting into too many details, Nintendo hoped that it would be able to tap into a market that had not yet been represented with video games. They would create a system that appealed to casual and non-gamers, while still trying to appeal to the more hardcore demographic. Both the Nintendo DS and Wii stripped away features that would normally be seen in consoles at the time. Neither would have bleeding-edge technology built into them. Instead, these systems would create one-of-a-kind ways to play video games. For the Nintendo DS, it would be its dual-screen setup and bottom touchscreen. For the Wii, it would use motion controls. The Blue Ocean strategy worked for a while. The Wii and DS are the best-selling Nintendo console and handheld respectively. The Wii would sell over 100 million units, beating out both the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, despite its lack of high-definition graphics. Nintendo's handhelds never had trouble with sales, but the DS did have strong competition with Sony's PSP, further cementing the success of the system. The Blue Ocean strategy didn't always work, however. The end of the Wii's lifespan saw a massive decline in sales as new competitors started to crop up. The Nintendo 3DS was never able to replicate the success of the DS, and the Wii U would be an even bigger failure than the GameCube. Software sales, in general, were never as strong on Nintendo consoles compared to other systems, and with a few exceptions, attachment rates for software were low. Things are looking up for Nintendo now. The Switch once again features a concept that is both original and well-liked. At the time of this video's release, the Nintendo Switch has already sold over 15 million units worldwide, outselling the Wii U just a little over a year after launch, and it's on pace to sell even more. The GameCube was a somewhat experimental system for Nintendo, as many of the ideas introduced or scrapped for the system would return later on down the line. Motion controls were first thought of with the GameCube, and would be revisited with the Nintendo Wii. Stereoscopic 3D would be used with the Nintendo 3DS. Games like Odama and the later Mario parties would use a microphone to control portions of the game, something that would be built into the Nintendo DS and 3DS for uses with various titles. The biggest was the connectivity between the GameCube and the Game Boy Advance. The connectivity between these two systems would be fully explored with both the Wii U and the Nintendo Switch. The Wii U's two-screen setup might remind many of the Nintendo DS family, but Nintendo experimented with this idea in titles like The Legend of Zelda: Four Swords Adventure. Asymmetrical multiplayer, something heavily featured with the Wii U, was experimented on with the GameCube as well. Pac-Man Vs. is a great example, as one player played as Pac-Man on the Game Boy Advance, while the other players played as Ghost on the Nintendo GameCube. This is incredibly similar to the Luigi's Mansion minigame in Nintendo Land, and it all started here. For the Switch, Nintendo has fully integrated its handheld line with its console line, something the Game Boy player tried to do with the GameCube. It wasn't exactly the same, but it showed that Nintendo was definitely considering how it could merge their two branches together when the time was right. It's almost impossible to discuss the legacy of the Nintendo GameCube without mentioning Super Smash Bros. Melee. Normally, competitive fighting games are dropped when a new version or a sequel to the previous title come out. For Melee, which released in 2001, this isn't the case. The Smash Bros. Series doesn't see as many new releases as other popular fighters, but Melee has managed to weather the release of 2 new entries. This all comes down to Melee's fast and tight combat, and its massive fan base who refuses to let it die. Melee is still being played at top-tier fighting game tournaments like EVO, taking a place alongside the most recent entry in the series, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Fans have even prayed for an HD re-release of the title for years, and simply want the game to remain exactly the same, but with a fresh coat of paint and online support. All of this from one of the GameCube's earliest releases. The dedication from this community alone has kept the GameCube alive over the years. Melee has also had an impact in keeping the GameCube controller around. The first model of the Nintendo Wii would have 4 GameCube controller ports built into the system. It not only let players use their GameCube controllers to play their GameCube games, but many Wii titles would also use it as well. The GameCube controller would even have a symbol on the back of Wii game cases if the title supported the GameCube controller. For the release of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Nintendo would release a GameCube adapter for the system. The accessory would plug directly into the console, and would only be used for Super Smash Bros. Nintendo released a brand new version of the GameCube controller to go along with it, swapping out the original logo for the Super Smash Bros. Logo. Today, the Nintendo Switch supports the GameCube adapter as well. Nintendo sneaked in adapter support through a system update, and as of now, no title has officially supported the adapter. Speculations, however, claim that it could be used for a new Super Smash Bros. Title, or even the re-release of classic GameCube games on the system. Speaking of classic games, the GameCube had a ton of them. Since online play for the 6th generation of consoles is gone and the DVD format is dead, the GameCube is on a more even level of features compared to the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Dreamcast. There are some quality third-party titles on the system. Sega really supported the GameCube with exclusive ports of its Sonic Adventure series, a few exclusive Monkey Ball titles, and new IPs like Billy Hatcher. Sega ported a lot of Dreamcast games to the system as well, including the beloved Skies of Arcadia. Sega would see a lot of success with the GameCube, and almost all of their multi-platform titles would see a release on the system. Namco, or as it would later become known as Namco Bandai, had success with the system as well. Not only would they release Baten Kaitos and their own take on the Star Fox series, but Bandai Namco would even release the JRPG mega hit Tales of Symphonia. Konami would remake Metal Gear Solid 1 on the GameCube, calling it the Twin Snakes. And of course, there was Capcom, who had become one of the most notable publishers for the system. While many of the games Capcom released on the GameCube would be ported to other consoles, their brief exclusivity helped pave the way for the system. The Capcom 5, or rather 4, made big news out of their exclusivity. Beautiful Joe spawned a brief but beloved series. Killer 7 would put its creator Suda51 on the map, and led to a bizarre but praised career. Resident Evil 1 would be remade for the GameCube, with a prequel called Resident Evil 0 coming out shortly after. Capcom ported Resident Evil 2 and 3 to the system too. Resident Evil 4 would become a milestone, not just for gaming, but Capcom as well. Not only would it be the GameCube's biggest third-party title, but it reinvigorated the franchise and inspired multiple action and horror games for years to come. It wouldn't be a Nintendo system without Nintendo games, and the ones released for the GameCube are some of the best. Nintendo would branch out with the GameCube and create many new experimental IPs. Chibi Robo, despite its late release, was a creative idea that helped launch a brand new franchise. Pikmin would be a minor hit too. The series would really get off the ground after the third title released on the Wii U. Pokemon had become a smash hit before the GameCube's release. The series never saw an RPG on the Nintendo 64, but the GameCube would get two of them, Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Neither title was exactly like its handheld counterparts, but it did a great job of translating the battles to 3D and featured interesting new regions to explore. Older Nintendo characters would receive new titles on the GameCube in completely different styles of gameplay. Kirby Air Ride would take the pink puffball and throw him into a racing game. Star Fox would become more like a Zelda game with Star Fox Adventures, and Donkey Kong would even have a few rhythm titles with the DK Bongos in the Donkey Konga series. The GameCube helped bring a lot of Japanese series to the West. I mentioned Super Smash Bros. Melee before, and two of the characters introduced in that game, Marth and Roy, were from the Fire Emblem series. The series had never seen an international release before. Thanks to their inclusion, Fire Emblem would receive its first international release on the Game Boy Advance. And the GameCube title, Fire Emblem, The Path of Radiance, would bring the strategy series to American home consoles. The Advance Wars also saw an international release on the Game Boy Advance, and Battalion Wars would be the console spin-off for that series, first released on the GameCube. Animal Crossing was first released on the Nintendo 64 in Japan, but it would become a hit in America when it came out on the GameCube, featuring its own included memory card. I could go on and on about the great games on the Nintendo GameCube, but three titles in particular stand out to me when I look at the GameCube and the era of Nintendo it represents. The first is Super Mario Sunshine. Sunshine represents Nintendo's need to constantly innovate on old ideas. It would have been easy for Nintendo to just make a Super Mario 64 2. Instead, they came up with a new mechanic that completely changed the way the game was played. In return, the way the game was made became completely different as well. Movement in Super Mario Sunshine is the most important piece of design, and creating levels around that made the game better. The next title that I want to mention is The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. The Wind Waker is a mostly normal Zelda adventure by modern series standard. You explore a massive world and the dungeons within it to save the day. It's a linear path to beat the game, and you have a pretty standard combat cycle. It has more in common with The Legend of Zelda: The Ocarina of Time, the first 3D Zelda title, than any other game except for maybe Twilight Princess. What sets it apart is its art style. The cel-shaded graphics were seen as kiddie at first. Gamers at the time were furious that the series did not go with a more mature style and tone. However, The Wind Waker proved that a more cartoonish art style does not mean a game has to be dumbed down to its subject matter or designed for a younger audience. The team behind The Wind Waker made a game that has stood up to the test of time better than any other Zelda game before or after it. The risk that Nintendo took creating this title when fans were screaming for something different is impressive. Ultimately, we received the best result, as The Wind Waker is one of the greatest games of all time. Super Mario Sunshine showed that Nintendo didn't want to take the easy route, and The Wind Waker showed that they were willing to take risks. But Metroid Prime is perhaps the most important game ever made for the GameCube. Metroid is a loved series, and that was no different in the late 90s. Nintendo had struggled to translate the series to 3D. When Retro Studios, a recently founded developer that had been wrapped in scandal since its creation, took a crack at creating the first ever 3D Metroid game, anyone in their right mind would have been freaked out. The Metroid series was returning, but to many it looked like it wasn't going to be sticking around for long. The level of commitment and expertise behind Metroid Prime made it into one of the best games ever. Metroid Prime translated a 2D side-scrolling series into a first-person adventure game. Nintendo's faith in Retro may have come off as crazy before the release of Metroid Prime, but their guidance and leadership pushed it in the right direction. After all, it was Shigeru Miyamoto who suggested the transition into a first-person perspective, and all for the better. If I had to pick just one game that summed up the Nintendo GameCube, it would be Metroid Prime. It's a game that showed that Nintendo was willing to take risks on new and creative ideas, while shunning the lazy and easy options. It's the best example of why I love the Nintendo GameCube, and why I think it succeeded. Through this series, I've talked about the high and low points of the GameCube. The system never lived up to what Nintendo wanted, and it completely changed the company's view on games. The story of the Nintendo GameCube is about a lot of things. It's about the great games that were released on the system. It's the story of a competitive fighter that's still being played over 15 years after its release. It's the story of many great people who rose to the challenge during an era dominated by the PlayStation 2. But the story that sticks out most in all of this is that of Nintendo's. While I mentioned the other systems Nintendo had released during the GameCube era, none had quite the same effect on the company as the GameCube. The GameCube was the first time Nintendo had ever really lost. It wasn't just that it launched a console war, but it lost its way with the video game industry. They were no longer the center of the universe, and because of that, they were more creative and better game creators. The story of the Nintendo GameCube is one of improvement through failure, and how success is never something measured entirely by who gets the most or who crosses the finish line first. And that's a story I think we can all learn from.
Thank you so much for watching this video. This is the final part in a multi-part series covering the story of the Nintendo GameCube. Check out the previous episodes if you haven't already, and be sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content down the road. Share this video on your favorite social media websites so I can continue to create more content like this. I want to personally thank anybody who has already done these things, as well as gaming outlets like IGN and GameSpot for continuing to keep their older articles up, as well as investigative journalists like Emily Rogers, who have done a ton of great pieces on the development of the Nintendo GameCube. If you go down to the description box below, you can follow a link that will take you to an article where I discuss the making of this series, as well as some sources that I utilized to create it.
be sure to give them a read, as there's tons of great information about the development of the Nintendo GameCube there. I also want to thank my friends and family who have been supportive of me while I make this series, as well as anybody who has subscribed to the channel since these videos started rolling out. There's more content on the way, as I plan on continuing to do the Story Of series down the road. And once again, I want to thank you for checking out this video and series about the story of the Nintendo GameCube.
In the illustrious annals of human achievement, alongside Einstein, Shakespeare and Armstrong, stands a titan. Behold a man whose fingers danced on arcade buttons with unparalleled grace.
Ask Billy a question, no cursing. You understand me? Billy Mitchell runs a clean shop.
Hey, if you want, I bet you we could stand here all fucking day and have this going. I know. You gotta edit that, because I don't cuss.
A symphony of blips and boops, singing a sweet song of victory. In the year of our...
I never questioned Billy Mitchell in the beginning, because I believed everything he was telling me. Why would he lie to me or his close friend?
1982, one name was etched into eternity. First conquering Donkey Kong with a high score so monumental, it became a beacon for gamers everywhere, illuminating the path of gaming glory for decades to come. 874.
You have to deny, you have to live in denial for a long time till the lie catches up. You have to remember all the fucking lies you told to keep the story straight.
You gotta tell more lies and go.
And the stress and the stress and the stress, how do these guys sleep at night?
Apparently some of them sleep like babies.
With first a whisper and then a flash, humanity bore witness.
To Bill Mitchell's assumption is that he didn't think that Bill Bastable had the perfect Pac-Man. After going to Bill Bastable's house and seeing a photo that was in the 80s, it just it sort of corroborates that maybe possibly looking into things that Bill Bastable possibly might be having the.
He transcended Donkey Kong scores, each announcing with unmistakable majesty the dawn of a new epoch of video. Valor. 1,047,200. 1,050,200. 1 million.
Joystick, black top. Is it always a black top? I've never seen anyone but black. Well, no, I have seen other ones. I've never played on one other than a black top. If it wasn't black, I wouldn't have played it. Why is that? Because the other joysticks are not real joysticks. They're not Donkey Kong joysticks.
62,800. Prepare yourself, dear viewer, for you are about to learn of a tale so extraordinary that it's...
Everything will be transparent. Everything will be available. Witnesses, documents, everything will be made available to you. Nothing will be withheld. You absolutely have my commitment.
As a testament to the boundless potential nestled within the human spirit. As a tapestry of twin galaxy high scores and Guinness World Records unfurl behind him like a resplendent cloak of retro video gaming royalty, I introduce to you the tale of Billy Mitchell, the undisputed, unparalleled king of Kong, the video game player of the...
Never any statement from Namco that they crowned Billy Player of the Century. No reporting at the time reported this, and the plaque itself doesn't even say it. It's almost as if Billy Mitchell made it up.
So you were given two different plaques? 2 awards from Namco. All right. It's like I said earlier. And this is one of them, the other one is the Player of the Century? That's correct. Do you have any copies of the Player of the Century plaque? No. Any pictures of it? I guess no. I'd have to look for them. I don't know if I do. Have you looked for any of those creatures? I haven't found any to...
The Century.
In the world of classic arcade gaming, there are few names as iconic and divisive as Billy Mitchell. First introduced to many in the 2007 documentary, The King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters, Mitchell wasn't portrayed as just any old retro gamer. He was the reigning champion, the established kingpin, Donkey Kong, an undeniable presence with a flair for the dramatic, a persona that one could be forgiven for assuming was a character, that he was willingly assuming the role of heel merely for entertainment purposes.
If I have all this good fortune, if everything's rolling my way, if all these balls have bounced in my favor, there's some poor bastard out there who's getting the screws put through him.
Now opposite him stood Steve Wiebe, in almost every way a stark contrast to Mitchell's apparent success and bravado. Portrayed as the genuine, soft-spoken family man, the underdog challenger with a quiet humility, respectable determination, and a hard-on-his-sleeve attitude, Wiebe was quite obviously the protagonist of the story.
His talent is in his hands. He pitched. He was a basketball.
Now, as the documentary unfolds, we see that Mitchell's reputation is built on so much more than just his gameplay, for better or worse. Unlike Wiebe, who we see traveling across the country on multiple occasions to put his skills to the test in live, competitive environments, we never actually see Billy play at all, with him even refusing to show up and compete against Wiebe at a venue mere miles from Billy's house in Florida, when Steve had flown all the way from Washington State.
I told him last night that he had to come, that there's no reason for him not to be here. He says, I have 15 reasons why I can't come. I said, they're all BS. This is at 1:30 in the morning. So they're all BS, because I have 15 reasons why you have to be here.
I traveled 3,000 miles to give myself a chance to get the world record and be in Guinness. I hope he can at least come 10 miles and put his game on the line.
Now, with what's obviously intentionally cut to highlight the painful irony, we witness in real time Billy's complete lack of willingness to actually perform under pressure of live in-person competition, intercut with his own commentary about how that's the only way to truly earn respect from your competition, to prove that you're the best, something he claims he's earned.
Video games are meant to be played in a competitive environment, under pressure, organized, where you have to perform, literally on demand. You have far more credibility than someone who says, oh, I did that last week. If you don't play when you have to play, if you don't play when the pressure's on, you're really not good enough.
Eventually culminating in one of the film's most iconic moments, when Wiebe successfully achieves a new world record of 985,600 points, live at Fun Squad in New Hampshire, only for that moment to be instantly crushed by the deviously timed release of a videotaped performance from Billy, who we see at the time sitting on his couch back in Florida, far away from any real competitive pressure. A tape where he allegedly achieves a score of 1,047,200, the score that would come to be known as the King of Kong score, completely overshadowing Wiebe's accomplishment mere moments after it happened. These kinds of tactics from Billy, his approach to competition, as well as some of the other seemingly devious and invasive actions represented in the documentary, not only raised quite a few eyebrows for many people, questioning the sportsmanship or ethics around this kind of behavior, but also raised questions from others about the authenticity of his gameplay and the integrity of some of his achievements. A recurring sentiment throughout the film, both from Billy himself as well as from others in the gaming community, was that Billy Mitchell always has a plan. Now, this statement, seemingly innocuous at first, takes on a more insidious undertone as the documentary progressed. The audience is asked to ponder if Billy is simply a strategic thinker, always a step ahead, or if this alludes to a more cunning, perhaps even nefarious nature. One thing was clear for sure. For Billy himself, being perceived as the best wasn't just a goal, it was an imperative, a meticulously crafted image that he was determined to maintain at all costs.
Now, in the annals of video game history, Billy Mitchell's perfect Pac-Man score in 1999 stands as a significant milestone, especially if you hear Billy himself talk about it.
It was kind of like Neil Armstrong going to the moon.
Yet even in 1999, 8 years before the outside world would be introduced to the competitive retro gaming subculture in history as seen in The King of Kong, there was already layers of contention and intrigue beneath the surface of this celebrated achievement. While the larger gaming world might have marveled at his accomplishment, whispers from some of the most important figures within the community seemed to suggest a slightly different narrative, one that was more in line with the kinds of shenanigans we'd come to know almost a decade later. Now, Twin Galaxies, the self-proclaimed official scorekeepers for the world of video gaming, with a history dating back to the early 1980s, was a central player in this tale. As the main adjudicating body for arcade game records, it held significant sway over the narrative of gaming greatness. And the character of Billy Mitchell, with his charismatic flair and ever-growing list of accomplishments that he couldn't go without ensuring you heard about, was very much their poster child. Now, the tale of the first perfect score is not only muddled by the fact that there's quite a lot of evidence to reasonably conclude that at least one other person had achieved this over a decade prior to Billy, but it's further complicated by the fact that it was allegedly done in the face of a gentleman's agreement between some of the most well-known and respected top competitors. These elite players had allegedly decided as a group to pursue the elusive perfect score live, head-to-head, at an annual event at that same fun spot in New Hampshire. Yet Mitchell, seemingly sidestepping this pact, captured the score on his own terms, months ahead of the anticipated and agreed-upon showdown. Now, this achievement, now not only having questionable veracity, but also coming along with the baggage of having been done under morally questionable circumstances, also came along with another claim by Billy, that it would result in him being heralded as the video game player of the century, a title bestowed upon him by Masaya Nakamura, founder of Namco. Just one more claim that's now mired in doubt. Recent findings have begun to shift this narrative, strongly suggesting that perhaps Namco's endorsement was a fabrication, retrofitted to the story to lend further credibility and bestow even more prestige onto Billy. This story goes so much deeper than anybody could have imagined, and is fraught with what can only be described as a scorched earth policy from Mitchell himself, seemingly towards any and all criticism or accusation, resulting in countless lawsuits that show all of the hallmarks of having the primary goal of intimidating and silencing critics in hopes of controlling the narrative over both him as a person as well as the legitimacy of his alleged accomplishments, trying to protect his legacy that he spent the better part of 4 decades constructing in one way or another at all costs. Billy Mitchell's journey in the gaming world is as much about high scores as it's about perception, deception, and the power of narrative. And in 2018, everything would change, with a number of allegations that would initiate the unraveling of a legacy for a once untouchable arcade icon. In August of 2017, Jeremy Young, aka Zelnia, a moderator of the Donkey Kong forums, opened up a dispute thread on the Twin Galaxies forums, challenging the legitimacy of one of Billy Mitchell's world record Donkey Kong scores, referencing a lack of evidence that the record actually occurred as it had been claimed, as well as multiple pieces of circumstantial evidence supporting the idea that perhaps not everybody involved in these events were necessarily telling the whole truth about what really happened. This thread would ultimately continue for over 370 pages over the course of 3 years, and would end up delving far deeper and reaching far wider than anybody could have ever imagined, with the major turning point in the case not coming from the initial claims that were raised, but instead 6 months later, in February 2018, when a massive dump of evidence was dropped on the community, resulting from an in-depth video analysis done by the same Jeremy Young on what was allegedly the tapes of 3 of Billy Mitchell's most well-known Donkey Kong world record scores. The conclusion of this analysis was the claim that his findings proved conclusively that the 3 scores that would eventually come to be known as the King of Kong score, the Mortgage Broker's score, and the Boomer's score were not done on original Donkey Kong arcade hardware, but rather generated on something called MAME. And if true, not only would that mean that those scores would be disqualified, but by most interpretations would ultimately mean that Billy Mitchell knowingly cheated to achieve multiple world record scores. This analysis and what followed as a result would eventually lead to all 3 of these scores being removed from Twin Galaxies leaderboards, no longer recognized as legitimate world records, as well as resulting in those scores that were previously featured in the Guinness Book of World Records being removed, initiating a cascade of lawsuits between Billy Mitchell and basically anybody that got involved in one way or another, with multiple lawsuits still ongoing to this day. So, what the hell is this MAME thing that everybody keeps talking about, and what exactly did Jeremy Young's analysis actually say? Buckle up, boys and girls, because things are about to get spicy.
And the fact of the matter is, everybody is looking at the film and everybody is questioning the fact, was it arcade or was it MAME?
What is MAME exactly, for those who may not know?
I've never even played MAME. I don't have MAME loaded in my home. But basically, MAME is an emulation of what is in the arcade. It's just not the arcade.
The Multiple Arcade Machine Emulator, aka MAME, is, well, exactly what it sounds like. It's a free and open source emulator designed to replicate the hardware of many classic arcade systems in an attempt to both educate and preserve knowledge of how these classic systems were designed and built. Since its creation, MAME was commonly used by folks who wanted to play these classic games that might not have access to the original hardware. And much like emulators for all kinds of other systems and consoles to this day, it was also utilized by people to practice for competitive play on original arcade machines, and even for competitive purposes itself. Now, as was mirrored in this Twin Galaxies thread from over 15 years ago, despite being extremely similar in most regards, emulators are not necessarily 100% accurate to the original hardware, with the various differences between each ranging from imperceptible to blatantly obvious. Now, while MAME is an accepted platform for competitive purposes, scores that are played on MAME and submitted to Twin Galaxies leaderboards belong in their own categories entirely, separate from the leaderboards dedicated to scores on original hardware. Now, due to some of the differences that I just mentioned, including but not limited to the presence of additional features that are beyond the capabilities of the original hardware, such as custom settings or cheats that allow you to manipulate many aspects of the gameplay, such as the speed the game is played at, for example, it's common for there to be different rules or acceptance criteria for submitted scores done on an emulator, like requiring additional files that are created by the emulator itself, tracking the inputs of the player, the settings that were used for the gameplay, that sort of thing. So why exactly is MAME relevant to this story? Well, that's where those pesky differences between gameplay done on original hardware versus those done via emulation comes into play. Now, it turns out that, up until this point, evidence of some previously unknown differences between Donkey Kong gameplay done on arcade hardware versus emulation might have been hiding in plain sight for over a decade, in quite the unfortunate location. The following is going to be a summary largely based on two pieces of work. The first being the evidence presented by Jeremy Young in his February 2018 post, and the second being a document entitled Comprehensive Analysis and Case Study of Donkey Kong Main and Arcade Video Output, published by Tanner Fawkins in September of 2022. Fawkins is an electrical engineer with a master's degree from Missouri University of Science and Technology, who also happens to be the youngest person ever to reach the Donkey Kong kill screen at the age of 16, and is also one of the founders of a company that designs direct capture hardware for Donkey Kong arcade machines, seemingly the perfect combination of skills and interests relevant to this story. Allow me to summarize as best as I can my understanding of the most relevant high-level details shared by both Young and Fawkins. I highly suggest anybody who's interested in this subject refer to the original Twin Galaxies dispute thread and the original analysis document, which I've provided in my reference doc linked in the description, as this is merely my personal understanding of their findings condensed and simplified, along with visuals that I've created from a mixture of their source material as well as my own for easier consumption. So along with some interesting history and backstory, Fawkins explains in his paper how these old arcade machines were designed primarily for use with CRT televisions, as well as how RGB signals are sent from the arcade PCBs to the displays. The most important takeaway at this point, put as simply as possible, is that the color information that's sent to monitors comes along with additional data outside of the red, green, and blue color information. And this data is used by the monitor to synchronize the incoming video signal with its own refresh rate. If the monitor doesn't properly sync with the input signal, then the resulting output is basically foobar. Now on that note, there are a few noteworthy things about Donkey Kong's video output that we should get out of the way. First is that its vertical refresh rate is 60.60606 Hz, and that's what determines how many times per second the image is generated from top to bottom. The second is that the screen's orientation is actually vertical inside of the arcade cabinet itself, with the TV being rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise. And I'll quote directly from Hawkins' paper here. Due to this scanning mechanism and RGB video standard itself, the output video from a 240p arcade game will always draw in the same orientation, assuming the input video hardware and software are unmodified and the screen data is read in the same order from memory. So what all of this means is that the direct video output from an unmodified Donkey Kong cabinet to a normally oriented monitor will always result in the picture on screen being rotated 90 degrees clockwise. Now, interestingly enough, there's one more fortunate fact that's quite relevant to this discussion, and that's that earlier versions of MAME incorrectly handled the orientation adjustment. So all versions of MAME displayed the image rotated in the wrong direction by default up until about 2018, which conveniently acts as a marker for MAME gameplay versus arcade. As you can see from this picture, when an arcade machine outputs video to a TV, the TV needs to be put on its left side in order for the video to render properly. Whereas on the opposite side of this picture, we can see that the TV needs to be put on its right side because the video is coming from those older versions of MAME. You're going to want to keep this in mind for later. We'll be coming back to it. Now it's at this point where we need to introduce the concept that's at the heart of all of this research. Arguably the most important thing in this entire story. Screen transitions. According to Hawkins, the way that the game transitions between the different screens acts like a fingerprint, uniquely identifying the platform that the game is being played on. So in Donkey Kong, there are 4 different stages that the game cycles through. There's the barrel stage, the rivet stage, the elevator stage, and then the conveyor belt stage. And in between each stage, there's the how high can you get screen that's shown temporarily before the next stage is loaded. Now, this next part of his paper is both super interesting to me and also undoubtedly not remotely interesting for probably 99% of you, as it has to do with assembly language, VRAM, processor architecture, blah, blah, blah. I'll skip over all of the details and I'll summarize it in an overly simplified manner as such. First, we know the exact order that the graphics are loaded into memory. Second, we know the rate that the graphics data is sent from memory to the display. Third, we know the order, direction, and rate at which the display renders the image. So because of all of that, we know exactly how the resulting image will be displayed frame by frame when that image is output by original unmodified Donkey Kong arcade hardware. Let's take a look at the barrel stage. When looking at this, remember that the video output coming from the original arcade hardware is rotated, which means our display is going to be rotated. So in this case, what that means is that the vertical scanning ends up being horizontal. With that in mind, take a look at this animation that for me was helpful in visualizing the relationship between the loading of graphics into memory and the scanning process of the monitor. The pink line moving from left to right represents that scanning. What you see on the left side is the representation of the VRAM being populated. It's basically just all the graphics loaded into memory. So to summarize as simply as possible, Donkey Kong itself loads graphics into memory in a very specific predetermined sequence. And as the scan line traces along the screen, if graphics data has been put into memory at the location that the scan line is currently at, it's drawn on screen. Notice how at first no graphics data has been put into VRAM, but then the loading sequence of graphics begins and we see the first bit of data is written into memory. Nothing is shown on screen yet though because the scan line hasn't gotten there yet. So as we continue on, a part of the second girder is then put into memory, although once again the scan line hasn't gotten there yet, so nothing is drawn. Then a bigger chunk of that second girder is put into memory, and this time the scan line actually has something to draw, although it's only able to draw from its current location forward, missing the left side of the girder for now until it comes back around. The game then loads more of the third girder, the fourth girder, and part of the fifth girder as the scan line approaches the end of drawing the first frame. This is why the first frame of the screen transition shows this slanted pattern of 5 girders. What's drawn on screen is what was loaded into memory for that part of the screen prior to the scan line getting there. And once again, I want to reiterate, this is effectively a completely deterministic process. Every single original Donkey Kong arcade machine draws its graphics exactly like this. Now when you're running Donkey Kong in MAME, you're running what's effectively an exact dump of the game code in the form of a ROM. Although MAME is a hardware emulator that tries its best to approximate the behavior of the original arcade hardware without necessarily perfectly replicating the physical hardware itself. Now, because the game ROM itself is, for all intents and purposes, a perfect copy of the arcade game, the order that the graphics are loaded into VRAM on arcade and MAME are identical. But when it comes to how and when graphics in VRAM are drawn on screen, this is where the key differences come in. MAME doesn't draw graphics scanline by scanline like arcade does. Instead, once per frame, whatever graphics have been populated into memory since the last frame was drawn gets instantly drawn to the screen, which in this visual is represented by that pink flash. Because arcade and MAME load graphics into memory in the exact same way, but arcade acts like a scanner, whereas MAME basically takes snapshots. That's why their transition screens are always consistently different in the exact same ways every single time. This behavior is now very well understood for each of the individual screen transitions, and is actually a beautifully consistent process that, as Falcon said, acts like a fingerprint for arcade hardware. Now, while his 2022 analysis outlined the how and the why behind the screen transitions, undoubtedly an insanely valuable contribution to the discussion, it was 4 years earlier in Jeremy Young's bombshell February 2018 post where this revelation was first introduced to the Donkey Kong world. The meat of this two-part post is in the visuals. For each screen transition in the game, he put together a collection of animations showing the frame-by-frame rendering of each stage from a handful of different sources. First, multiple versions of MAME were tested in order to be able to compare any idiosyncrasies between the different versions of the emulator, as it's remained in active development for many years now. Second was from reference footage compiled by another member of the DK forums, Chris Gleed, who went through the expensive and painstaking process of putting together a direct feed recording setup on his original Donkey Kong arcade machine in an attempt to try and replicate the setup that Billy Mitchell was reported to have used at the time. The third was from reference footage compiled by Jeremy Young himself, this time using his cell phone camera to record the screen on his own original DK arcade machine. Finally, these reference animations were compared with transition images gathered from footage of Billy Mitchell's various world record scores from over the years. The King of Kong score, the Mortgage Broker score, and the Boomer score. In order to make what I think is the most important, relevant information as digestible as possible, I've put together my own little visual that shows what I would argue is the most compelling evidence. The first frame of each transition on one version of MAME, which I'll get to later, Chris Gleed's direct feed setup, and the associated frame from Billy's high score tapes. Take a moment and look at each comparison. Knowing what you know now, what would you think if you came across this evidence and had to make up your mind as to if Billy was playing on arcade, as he claims, or on MAME, which is what's been alleged by Jeremy Young as a result of this evidence.
Tell me you don't watch any videos that you're in.
I read online a few years ago in an interview you said you never watched the King of Kong movie before. Is this true, and have you still not seen it?
What are you questioning me for? If I said I didn't see it, I didn't see it.
And I won't lie to you, when it first came out, I'm like, the different aspects it altered the timeline, it was annoying.
The truth is, no, I haven't sat through it and seen it. Have I seen various scenes because they come on an email or, yes, I have seen that, but I've never seen the movie.
They said we can simply zoom in on the Donkey Kong screen, and by zooming in on the Donkey Kong screen, we can absolutely see what was on the screen.
I challenge somebody here. Raise your hand and tell me the last time that you saw me do an interview.
It's not that movie. I haven't seen any of the movies I've been in. I don't watch the interviews.
I don't do interviews.
I don't need to see the interviews. I live it.
For like our 100th interview, so thanks Billy for talking with us on Obstacle.
100th interview. Who was the first one?
Tell me the last time you saw me do an interview.
And actually, these interviews are different.
Billy, Joel, you there?
No, I left a few minutes ago. The show was boring.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carlos Figueroa. I was the tech that was working on behalf of Billy Mitchell to assist them in finding and investigating this plane.
Did you know that Carlos was coming in?
Yes. Steve says he's got some guy coming in who says he can help.
So help you determine the validity of the dispute regarding your scores?
And I'm working on that, but the truth is, I don't own the donkey cog machine. I'm actually physically going to a place, taking my time, getting the equipment, putting it together, and I still have a life to live. And stuff, because I don't want to buy another house, find another wife.
I'm known as the guy who has been sticking up for Billy Mitchell through thick and thin since day one. The Billy Mitchell shill that people like to say.
It's not even trying to keep me out. It's that you run a lie, get people to post that the lie is real, because you have people that follow you, Billy Mitchell. You have people that follow you that believe you, and they stand up for you.
And this is a really hard video for me to make because I feel stupid. I have caught Billy lying to me in the past month a few times.
Did Carlos do that? Did he help you?
At times he was helpful. That's all.
I never questioned Billy Mitchell in the beginning because I believed everything he was telling me.
Was he working on your behalf?
No.
Definitely not?
Definitely not.
That's another part of the investigation that's really hard. You literally have to set the thing up and record for hours.
He wasn't working to help you though, right?
Definitely not working on my behalf.
Why would he lie to me or his close friends? Well, we all know how that turned out.
In the weeks and months following this major breakthrough in the case against him, Billy Mitchell would speak publicly on multiple occasions, attempting to address the controversy, initially outright denying that his video showed any evidence of gameplay done on main. I've just decided I'm going to refer to it as mainplay from now on.
But you don't dispute that video, that main video, is your video. It's always been your case that there's a second video out there that Twin Galaxies has, or somebody has, that shows
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the video or not.
Okay.
Okay. I'll even assume that it is. But what I'm telling you is that it's not main, and I didn't play on it.
Okay. And that's what allowed.
Not a chance. None. Zero.
There were two major problems that arose from the situation that became abundantly clear almost immediately. The first was the general lack of understanding, or even intentional misrepresentation, of findings. Many lazy people simply did a half-cocked drive-by look at the evidence that Jeremy presented, and came away from it thinking that the case against Billy was effectively that a few random things popped up on screen and a few still images of Billy's gameplay that kinda sorta looked like random things that popped up on screen from some still images from an emulator, and therefore he cheated using an emulator. You might reasonably come to the conclusion that there's a million reasonable explanations to explain this away. Digital artifacting, camera and monitor discrepancies, video quality degradation over time due to copies being made or because of the older analog tech that was used, maybe that it was even just an unfortunate coincidence. But at the end of the day, when you actually pay attention to what was presented and why it's significant, you'll realize why this line of reasoning simply doesn't cut it. Others tried to do their own analysis in what may very well have originally been a well-meaning attempt to peer review the work done by Jeremy and others, while unfortunately not fully understanding quite what they were dealing with or how to do this kind of analysis. Unfortunately ignorant of nearly all of the important considerations and pitfalls that are present here.
It is very important to understand and take away from this that main is an actual emulation of the arcade and not vice versa. So an arcade game acting like main or main game acting like an arcade is supposed to happen because it's an emulation of the arcade.
In case it's not painfully obvious, what he just said misses the point entirely. Main may be an emulator, but it's not a perfect one-to-one emulation. That's the point. It's not what's common between main and arcade that's important, it's very specifically the differences that are used to identify main play from arcade, with Billy's gameplay only ever exhibiting differences from arcade, not the other way around.
His game loads up in about 3 to 4 frames, right? And if you look at how his screen loads up, there is a similarity. 3 girders appear on the stage first before loading everything else. But if you notice, on the 3rd frame, the entire screen is populated. Let's take a look at the oil barrel, the blue barrel. It loads on the 3rd frame. But if you look at main doesn't load it on the 3rd frame. The barrel actually loads a frame or 2 later, depending on which main version you use. That's one example. So there are some similarities, but they are not exact.
When you actually understand how the arcade and emulators load their memory and generate their images on screen, which everybody watching this video now should, and couple that with even a basic understanding of a few additional relevant concepts like rolling shutter, frame blending and ghosting, and other things like YouTube's video compression, then all of the inconsistencies that you point out here are 100% in line with the conclusions that Jeremy Young's research came to. One such example was this.
Frames are lost. I've actually tried a couple of this in my Premiere program, and you can stretch frames and find invisible frames that the eye can't even catch, that the games don't even normally catch, but you can catch them in there.
Now this is, of course, nonsense, and is what happens when you use tools that you don't fully understand and then jump to conclusions about what you're seeing. He's not magically finding some kind of hidden frames in the video. He's almost definitely just using tools that are literally duplicating frames or creating entirely new composite images by blending multiple frames from the original video, resulting in frames that were never there to begin with, and then concluding that the inconsistency that he created somehow calls into question the evidence presented.
Time interpolation is the way that Premiere is going to interpret the footage if you were to stretch something out beyond the frames that you have available. It's either going to use frame sampling, which is just duplicating frames in between the frames that it does have available. With frame blending, just imagine Premiere Pro adding crossfades in between each frame to fill those gaps. And then with optical flow, Premiere Pro is going to artificially create new frames where they're needed.
Let's take a look at a couple of games that Steve Wiebe has played. His games are not in question, but they're the point that I'm trying to use about Billy's games. If you look at 2 of his games here, this is the same game, but a repeat of the barrel stage being loaded up from 2 different points in the game. As you can see, they are different and shows the inconsistent loading match of the stage. This could be due to a number of reasons that no professional expert in the field has come forward to explain.
Now what he's describing here as the inconsistent loading of arcade screens is of course wrong on a number of different levels. His problem here is that he's assuming that what he sees from the video recorded by a camera pointed at this monitor is what was actually displayed on the monitor at the time, which isn't true in this case. Saying that this video proves Donkey Kong arcade machines load inconsistently is the equivalent of looking at this video and saying that the wheels on cars don't always rotate consistently. You're just misunderstanding what you're seeing. Now I'll come back and respond to that specific example in a moment, but first we gotta go over a few bits of prerequisite information. The loading of levels and their display on screen, frame by frame, is unbelievably consistent. The inconsistencies that explain what we see in situations like this are entirely due to differences in timing, differences in recording equipment, and differences in the conditions under which they're recorded, not differences in how the graphics are loaded or displayed on screen. Think about everything that's at play here. First, we have a CRT TV. This is drawing the image on screen, pixel by pixel, row by row, column by column, in real time. Each frame is fully drawn about 60.6 times per second. And then don't forget that we're dealing with tube technology here. We have an electron beam firing at luminescent chemicals, producing pixels that initially glow brightly, but then slowly dim over time, which causes a kind of ghosting effect. Now next, consider that most handheld cameras around this time period were recording at 29.97 frames per second, the NTSC standard. But again, even that is simplifying the fact that in order for the camera to capture a full frame, it has a sensor that reads the captured image data sequentially. This is what causes the rolling shutter effect. Now, to throw one final wrench into the works, the camera would have very likely been recording interlaced video. And what that means is that the recording splits each video frame into 2 sets of alternating lines, all of the odd lines in one set and the even lines in the other. These 2 sets are recorded at slightly different times, and given that the camera is recording at half of the frame rate of the CRT, that means that each individual image of the resulting video potentially contains image data from 2 or more frames of the CRT. Let's go ahead and take a look at 2 practical examples of how this all fits together. First, starting with an example of one of the more common misunderstandings that comes as a result of people doing this kind of testing or trying to interpret the results of somebody else's test.
I don't know what to think here. There's a couple things I wanted to do. Number one, I wanted to replicate the same screens on Billy's machine. I cannot. Number two, I wanted to replicate the same machines that are the same screens that are considered normal for a Donkey Kong machine, according to this website. I cannot. So I'm kind of stuck here. I can't make Billy's footage, and I can't make the footage that is considered to be normal by a few people here. I don't know what the whole story is here.
These are the first 4 frames of the transition to the barrel stage captured from the direct feed recording of an original Donkey Kong arcade PCB. Here's a brief clip from a live record attempt by Steve Wiebe. And if we pause at the first frame of this YouTube video's transition, then we see this, an example of one of those screens that simply doesn't match what we'd expect, until you take a moment to consider what's actually going on here. Here's the frame just before the transition begins. The white line here represents the CRT monitor's scan line as it moves from left to right, drawing the contents of that first frame onto the TV screen. Now obviously this doesn't look like what we just saw, and that's because we're missing a key element, the rolling shutter effect caused by the camera capturing the image data onto its sensor in real time, while the CRT is also actively drawing the image. We can represent the image data being read onto the sensor with this red line. Now the final image we end up with on the video is a function of both of these moving targets, and in a nutshell is because the CRT has only drawn a small portion of the screen when we first start capturing the image data onto the sensor, and as it moves down the frame to build the image, the TV is rendering more and more of the image. So the further we get in rendering the image, the more of the frame we actually end up capturing, which is why we end up with a final image that's basically a composite of 2 frames split by a diagonal line. Now as soon as we try and visualize these 2 things together at once, it's much easier to understand how we end up with the resulting still frame in the video, which looks an awful lot like the frame from Steve's transition, and clearly demonstrates how the arcade transitions can be 100% consistent, and yet we can still see weird or confusing images when frame by framing through videos online. Now, to complicate things a little bit further, not all cameras suffer from this rolling shutter effect, with some effectively capturing everything onto the sensor at once, which can give a slightly different set of things to consider, and on top of that, not all of the quote-unquote anomalous transitional images are as straightforward as this. So now with all that out of the way, let's return back to this example.
As you can see, they are different and shows the inconsistent loading match of the stage. This could be due to a number of reasons that no professional expert in the field has come forward to explain.
I'm no professional expert in the field, but I'll take a crack at explaining how we could very plausibly get something like this, which is an example that I purposefully chose as being one of the most difficult to explain, because it actually contains elements from all 4 of those transition frames, coupled with basically all of the other phenomena that I just explained. First, the CRT fully draws frame number 1. As it begins to draw frame number 2, the pixels that were lit up on the display for the first frame begin to fade out. But again, this isn't instantaneous because of the phosphor persistence. The CRT then begins to draw frame number 3, which is when the camera begins capturing its image. In this case, all evidence points to the footage being from a CCD camera without the rolling shutter issue, recording roughly 30 FPS interlaced video, which if you recall means that every frame of the final video recording is actually composed of 2 different images captured at just under 60 fields per second stitched together. Now the camera's sensor takes a near instantaneous snapshot of the image for the first of its 2 interlaced frames, which captures the tail end of the first transition frame as those pixels are still partially illuminated, most of the second frame with the 5 girders, and even a tiny portion of the third frame. The CRT then finishes drawing the third transitional frame and begins drawing the final frame. 1 frame's worth of time has elapsed since we captured the first field, so now the camera snapshots the image data onto its sensor for the second field of the frame. Now this would leave us with this resulting composite image, which as far as I can tell contains exactly all of the same elements we see in the example frame that was said had not been explained. Because this frame is the result of interlacing 2 images together, any of the girders, ladders, or other areas where common pixels are illuminated across more than one of the frames are noticeably brighter than the others. The pixels in the 5 girder pattern are shared between the second and third frames of the transition. The pixels that were still barely illuminated from the dimming of the stack of gorillas that overlap with the girders from the following frames brightens up these areas on those girders. And this even explains the very specific pattern we see on the left side of the screen, with the bright rectangular portions of the girders that extend all the way to the left side, as well as the slightly dimmer portion in the bottom left-hand corner. The third frame of the transition contains the top 3 girders, but this frame doesn't include the bottom left-hand portion of the bottom girder. But the snippet of the last frame that the camera captures contains all 4 of these girders, 3 of them having shared pixels between the 2, which is why they're much brighter than the bottom one. And it also explains the small gap here, which you should now instantly recognize as being caused by the CRT scan line not yet making it far enough from drawing the 4th frame to fill in that gap. These transitions on Arcade, as well as the transitions on MAME, are, as far as I can tell, as close to 100% reliable and consistent as we could reasonably say. And everybody that's tried to debunk this idea for the last 5 years has utterly failed. Any images that we come across that are not consistent with these transition screens are almost definitely caused by something external to the game's transition screens themselves. Until somebody's able to demonstrate some way for an original unmodified arcade PCB to reproducibly output these very clear and specific MAME transitions, I genuinely don't believe that there's any other reasonable conclusion that we can come to other than Billy's records were done using MAME.
So to me, because of this inconsistency, there's just nothing to stand on because they have similarities, which is supposed to make sense. One's an emulator. It's supposed to emulate the arcade, so there's supposed to be certain things similar.
The unfortunate side effect of these kinds of responses is that despite him not really knowing what he's talking about at all and getting it all wrong, he speaks so confidently that anybody who doesn't fully understand the concepts here can easily be convinced that, at the very least, this one guy just casts serious doubt on the entire case against Billy, giving those people a false impression that Twin Galaxy's findings were baseless or unjustified. Now, whenever I have the chance to collect my own evidence, to do my own testing, and to come to my own conclusions about anything remotely interesting or important to me, I try to take the opportunity. So even as compelling and overwhelming as the evidence presented thus far was for me personally, I felt like I needed that additional layer of confidence that comes from independently coming to my own conclusion, especially if I'm going to be making a video sharing my personal opinions or judgments related to another person's character or actions. So there were 5 things that I personally felt needed to be researched before I could totally be on board with Jeremy Young's accusations. The first was to personally examine all of the available footage that I could find of Billy's gameplay, examining the transitional frames for indications of gameplay, attempt to identify arcade-specific indications that would contradict the conclusion that it couldn't have been done on arcade, to verify that this was the same footage that Jeremy Young used in his analysis, and to ensure that the evidence he presented wasn't cherry-picked or misleading in any way. Second was to personally install and test various versions of MAME to become familiar with how it's used and to be able to gather my own footage for my own independent analysis, trying to replicate the results of Jeremy Young's research. The third was to collect as large a sample size as possible of outside video footage of genuine arcade Donkey Kong gameplay, captured in as many different ways as possible, so I could study all of the footage and see if there are any inconsistencies, discrepancies in behavior, any patterns, or if I can make any observations that didn't fit into the MAME versus arcade model. The fourth was an idea that I had to try and replicate what would be the most absurd, yet still plausible, chain of events regarding the production of video footage for analysis, to try to attempt to learn if actual footage of legitimate original Donkey Kong gameplay could have anything unintentionally done to it that would result in it being considered suspicious or remotely MAME-like. Finally, the fifth was to personally capture genuine Donkey Kong arcade gameplay on video for my own analysis as a final sanity check separate from any outside sources. Now, while the question of whether or not the footage that's purported to be Billy's is actually his or not is a question for another time, for now, I wanted to go through that footage and do my own analysis. What was interesting is that there are seemingly a few different versions of the same score videos that have been uploaded to YouTube by various sources over the years. Now, this is very helpful as it provides multiple sources of the same alleged footage, which could potentially reduce the amount of observations that we see that are either missing or inconclusive. Although in order to consider all of these different versions of allegedly the same footage, I first needed to cross-reference each version with the others to ensure that they weren't recordings of different gameplay, rendering one or more of them obviously not the gameplay in question. And while the different versions of this footage appear to have been recorded at different times, with video of slightly different dimensions and to varying degrees of quality, I was unable to find a single instance of any indications that they were not the same footage. As far as I could tell, these videos showed the same exact gameplay. That being said, when it came to all of the personal analysis that I did of all of the footage of Billy's gameplay, everything I found was entirely consistent with what Jeremy Young presented. Anything that wasn't inconclusive clearly showed zero arcade-specific indications, and instead, what was found throughout pretty much every video were a considerable number of MAME-specific indications. Now at this point, it was important that I do my own independent analysis of MAME to try to get familiar with how it works in general, learn some of its capabilities, and get a sense for the kinds of things that you can do with it in terms of custom configurations and settings, something that'll be super important a bit later on. Once I was able to get everything up and running consistently, ensuring that I tested a handful of different versions, some overlapping with the versions that Jeremy Young used to test, as well as ensuring that I tossed in a few random versions as well for good measure, I then got to collecting as many samples of MAME Donkey Kong screen transitions as I could. Now, getting my own personal first-hand experience using MAME was not only a prerequisite for feeling more comfortable about my ability to objectively analyze the conclusions that other people like Jeremy had come to, but it was also super valuable as it served to introduce me to some additional quirks and behaviors that specifically MAME Donkey Kong exhibits, which fortunately provides us with even more opportunities to distinguish MAME play from genuine arcade gameplay. One example is what's shown when the game is initially launched, which on arcade gives us a brief flash of a seemingly random jumble of multicolored characters and sprites, a pattern that's unique to every arcade PCB, referred to as a rug pattern. Now, conveniently, none of Billy's record footage ever shows the game being launched or reset. The recording always seems to start after this, so we never actually get a chance to make this comparison, which is unfortunate, as this is something that's not too uncommon for many of the record submission videos that I saw, like this one from Steve Wiebe. Now let's compare that to MAME's loading screen, which, looking at some of my loading footage, we can see a wall of multicolored zeros. Another aspect of genuine arcade gameplay that would be a valuable piece of evidence for Billy that isn't present in any of his videos is sound. MAME historically has a number of incorrect sound effects for Donkey Kong, so if audio was included in his video and didn't have any anomalous sound effects, that would have been really good for his case. Now, we even know the converter that Billy claims to have used to capture his footage, and we know that it's capable of recording audio. So, once again, we have one more element that's blatantly different between arcade and MAME that also just so happens to be conveniently missing from all of Billy's submission tapes. In my testing, a number of different versions of MAME had some sound effects that seemed fine, but then I'd hit entire sections that would be totally silent and other sections that would play totally weird, broken-sounding audio that, if present on any gameplay footage, would be a dead giveaway for MAME. The last missing arcade signature that I want to discuss is known as the rivet ramp, which occurs when the rivet stage is completed and the blue girders below DK collapse underneath it. These blue girders are rendered in the same way that the other elements, like the red girders and ladders on other stages are, and when played on arcade, what this means is that during the collapse we can see what looks like a stepwise stack of girders that form a kind of ramp, while on MAME, the collapse is instantaneous, so you never see the ramp. Now, as expected, this is missing for every example that I can find in Billy's footage. Now, of course, it needs to be said that there's a number of plausible explanations as to why one or more of these could be missing from any of the footage, depending on how they were recorded, how they were uploaded, and compressed. So the absence of evidence here doesn't really tell us anything definitive. Maybe this transition is rare or hard to capture. Or looking back at that Steve Wiebe video that I just showed you a moment ago, if we look at the first 3 rivet stage completions, we see that the first, second, and third all clearly show the rivet ramp. Man, either everybody else is just really lucky, Billy's just extremely unlucky, or perhaps maybe, just maybe, he wasn't playing on arcade. So, with all of that being said, when it came to my own personal MAME testing and analysis, everything that Jeremy Young presented was entirely consistent with my personal findings. After compiling as many different original Donkey Kong cabinet gameplay videos as I possibly could, going back a decade more in time, including a wide range of completely independent and unrelated sources, a wide array of recording setups, direct feed, handheld cameras, cell phone cameras, all kinds of different frame rate combinations, viewing angles, rendered and uploading using all kinds of different software at different times, everything I observed was entirely consistent with what Jeremy Young presented. I never once witnessed a single frame that looked anything like MAME, and every single video I watched contained at least one arcade-specific indication. Now, if you have any reasonable doubt at all, which you shouldn't take my word for it, This is the easiest thing that any of you watching this video can test for yourself. Go find a YouTube video that claims to show original arcade gameplay. Pause the video right before one of these scene transitions, and use the period or comma keys on your keyboard to go frame by frame. What I predict that you're going to see most commonly is going to be a single frame that's basically a mashup of one or more arcade-specific frames, either catching the CRT partway through drawing one frame while the previous is still lit up on screen, or sometimes even diagonally cut off due to the rolling shutter effect, with the occasional case of the initial frame of the transition being lost entirely, which can easily happen for a number of totally normal, mundane reasons, and is ultimately inconclusive. What I can pretty much guarantee that you won't see is anything that looks remotely like MAME. Now, moving on, the fourth thing I wanted to test was admittedly in response to a very specific claim made by Billy.
One problem is a stream goes 60 times a second, and then it's a copy. That's why we went to the original. And it's a copy of a copy. And then it's from analog to digital. It's played on the TV screen, and then they film the screen. There's all loads of stuff missing, and that's why there's so much that's inconclusive.
After hearing him say that, the question I had was, could I reasonably fuck up some legitimate video footage enough to either get quote-unquote loads of stuff missing, or to introduce anything that looked remotely MAME-like? I wanted to start with source material that was as close as possible to Billy's video, and ultimately I think I found a pretty good candidate. This video is from 2007, where it appears as though a number of folks related to the story on one side of the argument or another are at FunSpot, watching a record submission tape from Steve Wiebe, being fairly skeptical about the legitimacy of his gameplay for a number of different reasons that honestly we don't have to get into right now. I'm not interested in doing some kind of debunk on the claims in this video. I only say that more so to point out that I think it's interesting that one of the things brought up is the potential for MAME shenanigans here, more than 15 years before we'd finally have the knowledge to be able to do this kind of video analysis.
You take the main game, the save state footage, directly into a monitor, put it in a cabinet, and have a million points. Like, you have to go through and analyze something because there's so much stuff you can do to cheat if you really want to.
This video is an example of a reasonably similar set of circumstances to much of what we see in Billy's videos, using the same kinds of technology in the same time period. The major difference here is that Billy claims his footage came from a direct feed out of the arcade cabinet, whereas Steve's footage is from a camera recording his gameplay. Although, if anything, this difference is not in Steve's favor, as his video is simply not going to be as clean as if it were a direct feed recording, so there's more opportunities for something to be introduced into the video that might make it look suspicious. Let's use what we learned to go through the transitions shown in this video. Now, unfortunately, within the 15-minute video, we can only see 4 screen transitions, but this is nevertheless 4 opportunities to corroborate some of the claims being made here. What we're seeing when we watch this video is supposed to be video footage of gameplay done on an original Donkey Kong arcade machine, with a camera on a tripod recording the gameplay shown on the cabinet's monitor. The assumption here that we're testing is that Steve Wiebe was using the setup that we saw him use in the King of Kong. Now, according to Billy, we already have one potential source for some kind of artifacts to be introduced to the video that could possibly make the gameplay appear to be MAME. A camera pointed at a screen with all kinds of things like inconsistent frame rates and the potential for rolling shutter. Now, next is a bit of an assumption, but I would think that he would have made a copy of the tape before submitting it between galaxies. I don't know about you, but if the only evidence that I had of a world record was a single VHS tape, I'd probably want to make as clean a copy as I could and send that in, holding on to the original myself, just in case it were to get lost in the mail or something. Nevertheless, according to Billy, that's one more potential source for MAME-like indications to be introduced. Now, the copy of that tape was then played on a different TV screen, and then also recorded with a second handheld camera, then digitally converted, compressed, and uploaded to YouTube. Now, my hypothesis is that this gameplay was done on arcade hardware, not MAME, and as such, I predict that we will not see a single MAME indication. We should see at least one arcade-specific indication, and we'll very likely see one or more cases where rolling shutter or drop frames will make the transition inconclusive. And you know what? Fuck it. Let's take it one step further. I grabbed my cell phone, pointed it at the screen, recording my monitor playing the YouTube video, and then I sent the video to myself through Discord, where Discord's compression makes the video look like it's being played back on a TI-83 graphing calculator. Now, seriously, this is what the resulting raw video from Discord looks like being played back inside my video editor. Now, to quickly recap before I show you the results, what we have here is an insanely compressed version of a cell phone video that recorded a monitor playing back a YouTube video of a 16-year-old video taken on a shaky-ass handheld camera, pointed at a shitty television, playing back a VHS tape that was a copy of another VHS tape, recorded from a handheld camera pointed at an arcade CRT monitor. There's got to be, like, no way that we can see anything remotely conclusive here. And if anything, it should look all sus and main-like, right? Let's look at the first transition shown in the video, which shows one of the barrel stages loading. At this point, I think we can all pretty much instantly identify the 5-girder transitional frame that's indicative of genuine arcade hardware. What we have here in the first transition that we see in this video, this single frame by itself is already more positive evidence that this is genuine gameplay than we have in the sum total of all of the hours of Billy's footage. Moving on, let's look at the ending of one of the rivet stages to see if we can see the rivet ramp. Well, take a look at that. Even blown up to 400%, I'm willing to bet that you all watching this video can clearly see one more of the obvious indicators of arcade hardware being used, something that we curiously have never seen once in any of Billy's record footage. Now finally, let's look at the 2 different versions of the same transitional frame they showed at different times throughout this video, with one of them seemingly happening during a mini earthquake. Now looking at these 2 frames, at worst, by themselves, one could argue that they're inconclusive, given the poor quality, all of the ghosting and frame blending, and the potential for rolling shutter. But along with the other 2 frames that we've already seen, if you put a gun to my head and made me choose between arcade or main, I would feel pretty confident saying that this looks like arcade to me, especially the image on the right, as what we see here looks to me to be the first and second frames of this transition on arcade summed together, which would look exactly like this. So, with the deck completely and utterly stacked against us, in a situation far, far worse than anything Billy has claimed, we don't have a single instance of anything that looks remotely like MAME, and multiple clear indications of genuine arcade hardware. So when it came to this little worst-case scenario case study, everything that Jeremy Young presented was consistent with my personal findings. Now finally, it came to doing my own personal testing on an authentic arcade machine, which was going to be difficult considering that I don't own one, although I did have a bit of an ace up my sleeve. Anybody that's seen King of Kong would recognize this place, Fun Spot, the arcade where a noteworthy amount of the documentary was filmed. Believe it or not, I actually lived within a reasonable driving distance of this Fun Spot location in New Hampshire, so I gave them a call, confirmed they had an original Donkey Kong arcade, and decided to make the pilgrimage there to test for myself. Now, unfortunately, I'm not very good at Donkey Kong. In fact, as far as I can recall, this is the first time I ever actually played the game. I was also cognizant of the other people there that wanted to play, so I didn't want to hog the machine. So with that being said, I was only able to replicate a few of the screen transitions presented as a part of Jeremy's evidence package, but in my opinion, what I found was more than enough. Hell, I even managed to complete the rivet stage exactly 1 time during my entire playthrough. What do you guys think? For my one and only chance at seeing the rivet ramp, was I as unlucky as Billy? Of course not. When it came to all of the personal analysis that I did regarding the footage of Billy's gameplay, with my analysis of MAME, of third-party reference videos, with some unique use case testing, as well as everything I found on my little day trip to Fun Spot, as far as I've been able to determine, everything that Jeremy Young presented in his February 2018 post appears to be entirely accurate. But something else that was far too common at this point in the saga was people using evidence presented not only by Jeremy, but also from all of the random people that would end up flooding into the public dispute thread to share their half-baked theories, ultimately coming to the wrong conclusions and making bad arguments. Some people interpreted some of the evidence as indicating that Billy spliced his records, recording multiple pieces at different times and stitching the video together after the fact, something that was never seriously argued or entertained, at least by those we're discussing at the moment. Some folks interpreted the findings as suggesting that Billy played those records live on an arcade machine that was internally running MAME inside of it, something that was never claimed by Jeremy or any of the prominent community members seriously involved in the discussion. Now, interestingly enough, this narrative would ultimately come to be one of the most prominent arguments that Billy would latch onto for the next 5 years, dedicating the vast majority of his time to trying to debunk this one claim that nobody relevant ever actually made. But while the people jumping to the wrong conclusions or making unfair claims based on the data were far and away in the minority and were largely irrelevant to the conversation, whether intentional or not, I can't say, and whether it was based on ignorance or a concerted attempt to mislead, I also can't say, it appears as though Billy's response to all of this going forward was to employ an ingenious 4-step strategy. Step 1. Ignore any and all legitimate claims against you, and instead, construct a straw man and focus any and all responses on said straw man. Ensure that you always fail to understand every single aspect of the case against you, and instead, try to focus any and all discussion on the things that you understand the least, as well as the least compelling arguments that random irrelevant trolls made so as not to draw any attention to any of the actual arguments or evidence.
Well, the way the board draws, it's drawn vertically, and it should draw horizontally. No, a Donkey Kong board. You play it on the TV. What do? Come on, smart lady. Now it's horizontal. That's why it draws in a different direction. So when I call the company that made the converter, they say, well, you're not recording off the monitor. That's why it doesn't look the same. You're recording directly from the board onto a TV. So we ran it from the board to the TV. It had the game monitor, and it had a TV next to it. And it looked strikingly different. A different monitor. There was a 4-hour Facebook post. Maine, this is arcade. This is Maine. The same game. Looks like arcade. Looks like Maine. Because the camera doesn't capture everything. Captures very little, actually, unless you have the original tapes. Is there anything you can plug into a Donkey Kong board, into a Donkey Kong cabinet, that would play like Maine? Anything. The only thing that plugs into a Donkey Kong cabinet is a Donkey Kong board. There is no Maine Donkey Kong in the world. Somebody who knows better, correct me if I'm wrong, because there's not. But nobody here has ever seen a Donkey Kong with a main board in it. It doesn't exist. We're chasing a ghost.
Step 2. If you ever find yourself in the position of being unable to ignore or avoid any specific accusations, be sure to respond with some half-baked, hand-wavy explanation, and then try to suggest that those arguments were never remotely reasonable, they've long since been debunked, and they originate from untrustworthy people with ulterior motives.
The way that it pops on the screen is not correct. Wait a minute. 3 other high-quality Donkey Kong players, their screens were shown on footage that's on the internet to appear the same way at different points in the game. Gee, I thought we were okay. Gee, the board went to and from Nintendo. Gee, everybody was there.
Step 3. Contradict yourself whenever possible. In order to confuse your enemies to the point where they'll eventually be forced to conclude that it must be their fault that none of what you say makes any sense to them, you need to ensure that you remain as inconsistent as possible. This also comes with the added benefit of allowing you to shift to whatever narrative makes sense in the moment. Any chance you get to state something matter-of-factly that's clearly untrue and easily debunked, do so. At some point, they'll assume that you must know something they don't.
Notice the press release. No longer says it's Maine. They just say that they don't think it's arcade. And it was recorded. And the game was recorded. And there's a moon camera, just like one of these, 9 feet in the air, viewing down on the area. It took 6-hour tapes. They're part of the record. They were turned in. I don't have to record the game. I'm recording the game for my purpose. So when we do a movie, I got it. It's a better movie. We used a special converter so that it recorded directly off of the board, so that it was high quality play to be used later in the movie. Obviously, I like to do movies.
How did you even get in here anyway?
There are over 3,000 tapes, over 3,000 game tape world records that have not yet been collected by the current regime who has owned it for 4 years. There are 4 years. And he says, do you have the tape yet? Oh, we're working on it. Those tapes were handed over to the referees. Those referees of those days would state in writing, yes, I saw the tapes. Yes, we brought them back to the room. Did you watch them? No, we didn't watch them. We didn't have to watch them because the score was done live in front of TG personnel. So they decided they didn't have to watch it. When did you last see the tapes? And I saw the tapes in the morning when they were out of the room. Do you know where they were? No. What's more likely is I'm sorry to say, bad news, is there was a falling out between that owner and basically every referee, and many of them told me that they took their stuff into the dumpster. My lucky guess is along with a lot of other stuff, it was chucked and thrown in the dumpster. But those originals, they're all good copies. That's crazy to me. The original's got to be in there. The original's got to be in there. I mean, putting it in the game, locking the game, it's got to be in there. The room shot, showing them play all that time. Has there been due diligence done?
Step 4. Confidently give the impression that you effortlessly debunk each and every claim against you. And when they inevitably point out that you completely failed to understand literally every element of the arguments against you, make sure you accuse them of moving the goalposts and then claim one more victory in the fight against the haters.
But once again, they came up with a problem. Okay, we debunked what they had to say. Let's move the goalpost. We showed that. No recognition. We moved the goalpost again. It was about the 6th or 8th time they moved the goalpost. It was never a congratulations. It was never a, gee, we learned. We didn't know. I understand. Nothing. We moved the goalpost.
Despite traveling far and wide, attempting to control the narrative as best he could, Billy wasn't making much progress, at least outside of a small circle of simps that would be there to defend him no matter what the evidence said. As the weeks and months went on and the mountain of evidence continued to amass, more and more, day by day, it was clear that he was going to need some help, and fast.
Good day, everyone. My name is Carlos Pinedo. I'm an electrical engineer. And in this video, I'm going to talk about the Billy Mitchell video discrepancy dispute.
Carlos didn't know Donkey Kong. He didn't know Billy Mitchell. But what he did know was retro arcade electronics. After happening upon a random Facebook post from the owner of a local retro video game distributor that he had previously sold some miscellaneous arcade parts to, Carlos's interest had been piqued. The post was asking for some help or answers related to some interesting arcade hardware, and after a bit of back and forth, he found himself at arcade game sales in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in front of a number of gentlemen telling a crazy tale of some antisocial, jealous losers on the internet and their unjust crusade to take down a retro video gaming legend. Ultimately drawn in by the prospect of having access to exactly the kinds of technology that he'd been nostalgically craving to get his hands on for years, to effectively be given free rein to conduct whatever tests and experimentation that he could want for free, while at the same time having the opportunity to help somebody in need is any engineer's dream come true. Little did he, as well as a few other members of a group that would eventually come to be known as Team Billy, know that they had just wandered their way into a hornet's nest, only to realize far too late the debacle that they had become a part of. You see, Carlos had come into this situation operating under quite a reasonable assumption that the folks that made up this motley crew of entrepreneurs, day traders, tech enthusiasts, and even a seemingly well-known and apparently well-respected public figure, a Guinness World Record holder and the subject of multiple documentaries, everybody involved here were all trustworthy, well-meaning, and informed, rational actors. There really wouldn't have been any reason for anybody coming into this situation to be skeptical of a handful of what appeared to be professional, responsible business owners, hobbyists, and family men, to assume that they were on the wrong side of a dispute against what had all the hallmarks of the stereotypical anonymous mob of toxic, frantically drooling internet trolls, let alone have any reason to remotely suspect that the person at the heart of this whole thing may not have been, let's just say, the most trustworthy of individuals. Both Carlos's introduction to this whole situation, as well as his exposure to the arguments and evidence being levied against Billy in the beginning and quite some time after, had the unfortunate quality of having been spun, filtered, and distorted by Billy himself, whose impressive ability to confidently misunderstand and misrepresent all of the arguments and evidence presented against him proved to be quite effective at controlling the internal narrative that Carlos and other members of Team Billy had been sold on, beginning with the foundational aspect at the heart of this whole situation. Exactly what were people saying that was suspicious about Billy's gameplay?
The situation was the arcade and what Billy's tapes look like are completely different. My job was simply to demonstrate if the arcade can produce the images that we were seeing on the tapes. That was it.
In his mind, Carlos understood both the misconceptions and pitfalls related to this kind of technology, as well as the ultimate question at the heart of this dispute. He had not only the experience required to be able to test the claims being made, but also believed that he had what almost nobody else did, arguably the most important element of this kind of investigation.
I had access to the equipment stated was used, the arcade boards, the cabinet, the converter, even the capture card that was used for one of the recordings. This was stated to me that these were what was used. So no one else had access to this stuff. Everybody that would submit a videotape or record their video game at the time was simply a camcorder set up on a tripod or right over their shoulder, aimed to the screen, and you can see the person playing. Billy Mitchell's video submissions were different. They were done using a method now that everybody recognizes called direct feed. Direct feed was just something really nobody was using. With a direct feed, the cable itself is also transmitting the sync signal into the VCR or into the recording device or even the capture board. It makes a much clearer, a much better refresh rate, and the hertz, the screen are always matched up. Much better because the signal is hardwired. So I was of the impression, I was really heavily in the impression of, oh yeah, you know, it's all timing and syncs and camera.
At the time, I honestly believed Billy 100% everything he told me. What I had done was compiled a list of really good players. These were like top players like Weeby and Wes and Robbie. And I found their gameplay on YouTube, and I recorded that to send to the guys. When I mean the guys, I'm talking about Team Billy, the circle, where I go, look, everybody who plays the game, if you analyze the camera long enough, you're going to find frames that just are missing portions of the girder. And they're like, oh, that is great, this is great and stuff. And I was under the impression that that's what they were holding against Billy. I had no question of what I was looking for. It was just based on information that was huge. They were lying to me. So I was really looking for something that didn't exist.
Now, as Carlos did more testing and spent more time actually engaging with more of the well-meaning and knowledgeable members of the community that were still willing to actually engage in dialogue with him, once he began to see more information trickling in that didn't exactly jive with what he had been told, once he dug a little bit deeper and began questioning some of his assumptions and started to do more testing outside of the influence of Billy, a different picture began to emerge.
And finally, I'm like, is it a possibility that I'm being lied to? I bought myself an old laptop that had a video out. I bought an old CRT icon on Craigslist. I did that so I can test it myself. And all of a sudden, I saw it. Oh.
It's actually really a bit sad, knowing exactly how this all eventually unfolded, and then going back and watching him go through these explanations for the various elements of his testing, seeing what has all of the hallmarks of a guy having, one, been conned by somebody intentionally feeding him misinformation, and two, making the kind of mistake that honestly we've all been guilty of at one time or another. When we believe we have the right answer, believe we're more than justified, and then let that unfortunate combination of being overly confident and having motivated reasoning give you a kind of tunnel vision, making you blind to what's obviously right in front of you. The tragic irony of this video is palpable. Watching him analyze a bunch of different players' footage, accurately describing so many of the important elements needed to understand what's actually going on here, dismissing the evidence against Billy so casually and matter-of-factly, while simultaneously pointing directly at the evidence that clearly and unambiguously proves the case against him.
All of a sudden I go back to watch myself, I'm like, God damn it. It was right in my fucking face this whole time. But I was under the impression that they were after Billy. Billy really had me convinced, so I did not put any faith on what anybody else was saying, especially after I started the investigation. There were people on that Twin Galaxy forum coming up with such cockamamie stuff. So I'm like, I can't waste my time on that. I'm just going to find what I believed I was looking for, which was to show that on a direct feed, the arcade is going to look different than what a person with a camcorder recording their arcade looked like. I was confident that I was going to find it, and it never showed up. And I'm like, I just got to keep playing. I got to keep recording.
Carlos undoubtedly made some mistakes along the way. Anybody that tries to understand the circumstances in which he was in, with all the elements involved, should be able to empathize at least a little bit with the unfortunate situation he was in. All of those toxic trolls, all of the abuse and personal attacks, all of the bad arguments coming from people who were right for the wrong reasons, the fact that he came into this controversy so many steps behind everybody else, that he came into this whole thing just trying to help somebody, but made the mistake of trusting the wrong people that lied to him, withheld and misrepresented key information. It really is no wonder that he didn't get it right, at least not right away.
Somebody sends a video and says, "Oh, Billy, I found this online where you're playing, Steve Sanders is playing Donkey Kong, and you walk up and push him out of the way and you start playing." And I noticed, I zoomed in on the footage of the game, and I noticed it loaded in the same manner that everybody says is main. And I said, oh, well, quite honestly, without all these people stepping forward, without all this information arriving, I would have heard everything that everybody's saying, and I would have just went like this. I don't know.
This is a perfect example of Billy's deceptiveness. Who knows if this alleged guy who sent him this video is real or entirely made up? But if this is the kind of thing that he or other members of Team Billy presented to Carlos as evidence from the other side, it makes sense how Carlos would have continued as long as he did. Billy talks about this video as if it's alleged evidence presented by his accusers as main gameplay, when it is in fact genuine Donkey Kong gameplay. This is quite a clever ruse by Billy, presenting a straw man to his own guy to debunk, simultaneously discrediting the people accusing him, as well as conning someone trying to help him into debunking the straw man and being more and more convinced that his accusers don't know what they're talking about. They said this was main, but obviously you agree it's arcade, right? See? Everybody's just out to get me. Please help prove that I'm innocent.
This is one of Billy's downfalls, is that he will stick to a story so hard that friends of his that believe him will do anything in their power to help him. And Billy doesn't like that because he's not pulling the strings on that. And what had happened was Ricky Knuckles went to Jake and said, "Hey, I got a copy that I know nobody's touched. This has been in my warehouse. Nobody's touched it. It was handed to me, and here it is." And when they digitized that video, not with a camera faced at a TV, but a direct feed copy of a videotape. So when they digitized that, man, that gameplay of Billy, you can see those 3 girders in those 2 hours at least 45 times. And it was like, it was so clear. And I confronted Billy. I really wanted to help Billy. I really did. I contact Billy, and he meets me at arcade game sales, and I go, "Billy, we have a problem. Is there something you want to tell me?" That game, in those videos, are not arcade. He goes with a straight poker face. How can that be?
Now Billy, very likely realizing just how bad this all looks for him, once again has to go into damage control, without there likely being any meaningful way for him to dispute the evidence that's pretty evidently damning against his case. Billy does what Billy does best. In a shameless and blatantly obvious attempt to cast any kind of doubt on Carlos's findings, all Billy can do is go after Carlos, attempting to paint a picture about him and about what occurred that seems quite obviously to be different from reality. Forget about the fact that Carlos was brought into this entire situation by Steve Klyzak, a one-time friend and former member of Team Billy, that reached out to Carlos when he saw him respond to an arcade game sales Facebook post and realized that he had knowledge and expertise that could be of use in Billy's fight. Carlos was asked to help by one of Billy's friends, and Carlos obliged. No. Instead, we're told that Carlos was some kind of fanboy that forced his way into the situation and was working entirely independently from Billy without his knowledge or cooperation.
Carlos was very much an enthusiast, interested in everything going on there. He was offering his opinions.
Opinions about what?
About gameplay.
Whose gameplay?
Mine.
To who?
To whoever would listen.
But Billy, didn't you work directly with Carlos to source equipment needed for testing? Didn't you get your daughter's TV as well as buy another CRT on Craigslist for use in testing with Carlos at arcade game sales? If he wasn't working with you, then why would you be texting Carlos about all this equipment used for testing that apparently had nothing to do with you?
Did you provide that Hello Kitty television to arcade sales?
Yes, to arcade sales.
Why did you send it to Carlos in this text message? Is there a reason why you sent the text message to Carlos?
It'd be silly for people to bring double equipment.
Where it says here, looks funny, but it's perfect for our testing. Thank you. What did you understand Mr. Pinheiro to mean?
Now he doesn't have to go get one.
For his testing, right?
Yes. It'll be at arcade game sales whenever he needs it. That's why I was acquiring the TV.
But Billy, after you went and got all of this equipment together for testing that you knew Carlos was doing, equipment you worked with Carlos to get, what did you think you were doing when you were sitting playing Donkey Kong on a machine that had the entire testing rig set up and connected to it, the one that Carlos was actively working on while you were playing? You mean to tell us that he wasn't doing any testing on your behalf, or that you had no idea what he was doing?
In fact, you helped Carlos in his testing, didn't you?
No.
Not at all? Never once?
Never once.
Did you see Carlos performing any testing?
I saw him doing different things, yes.
Yeah, what did you see him doing?
Looking inside games.
Did you understand why he was looking inside the game?
Not at all.
Did you ever play for him?
I don't play for Carlos, I play for him. I guess I'm missing the question there.
Yeah, did you ever play for Carlos when, say for example, when the back of an arcade machine was open, he had a white table set up right next to him with a Dell monitor and a PCB hooked up to a converter board. Did you ever do that?
Oh, I was already playing on my own.
That video that we just watched, was that you helping Carlos test the validity of the claims against you?
No.
Did you ask Carlos why he had his testing set up?
No.
Or did you have any idea why he had his testing set up?
No, I don't understand anything like that.
Did you understand that he was trying to determine the validity of your score with that testing setup?
I don't know what it was he was trying to achieve.
But Billy, didn't you fly Carlos out to California to speak on a panel on your behalf as a technical expert about the nature of his testing and findings related to the allegations made against you?
Have you ever appeared on stage with Carlos Pinheiro?
Not a stage, but yeah, I did. I was somewhere with him.
What was the purpose for you being there with him?
I was there in case anybody had any questions.
About?
About the dispute.
So, was Mr. Pinheiro there talking to a group about the dispute?
There was.
Okay. Were you there as well?
Yes.
Did you talk about your dispute at all?
And I asked if anybody had any questions.
But Billy, how come for months you had nothing but good things to say about Carlos, and on multiple occasions made comments about how helpful he's been, how you'd effectively be lost without his help, and even went so far as to point to him and say that he was the one who would find the truth? Could your complete 180 about his expertise, what he was doing and why, perhaps be because he ultimately came to the conclusion that your gameplay wasn't legitimate?
Well, the fact of the matter is, what happened was, one day, for lack of a better term, I guess he had seen something online, and he basically walked into the arcade and says, hey, I heard what's going on here, and without him walking in the place, at least me, I'd just still be here scratching my head. Well, quite honestly, without all these people stepping forward, without all this information arriving, I would have heard everything that everybody's saying, and I would have just went like this. I don't know. So the fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for these people, this information, everything coming forward, and someone smart enough to explain it, I'm not too proud to say I'd be totally lost. It's the truth.
When you were talking about someone smart enough to explain it, you were sort of gesturing towards Carlos.
He's smarter than I am.
Did you rely on Carlos as part of your team to explain the technical portion of the dispute?
No, others did. He did as well. Everybody did.
Do you still deny that Carlos was working on your behest?
You're losing me. No, he wasn't. He was supposedly said he had the answer because he said he was a Sega engineer.
The answer to what?
the answer to the anomalies that everyone's questioning.
Is that the answer to whether or not your Donkey Kong score performances that are at issue were in fact from an original unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB? Is that correct?
Yes. And he
Did you ever believe that he had the truth?
I thought he made strides, but he wasn't honest.
So now that the one guy who was most likely to be his savior basically figured out he was a con man, Billy continued to do everything he could to either distance himself from or straight out attempt to discredit both Carlos as well as other members of Team Billy that had since also figured out the ruse once Carlos shared his findings. Billy Mitchell's Project Damage Control had to pivot, this time with a new focus on 3 major defenses. And at first glance, one of them in particular actually struck me as being quite a compelling argument, potentially destroying the case against him.
But then I thought, wow, here it is. This is awesome. They were saying, no, this is main, I forget, 1.16. It's 1.16 to 1.12. It's the only one that has the finger. Dead in the water. The finger gives it away. You're dead in the water, there's no way around it.
There was one element of Jeremy Young's initial analysis that was far and away the most compelling for those familiar with the case. A single detail that by itself was enough to convince most people that Billy did in fact set his records on Maine. This is what's come to be known as the infamous girder finger. Now, some of you really detail-oriented folks out there might have noticed that there's been a few similar, albeit distinct, girder patterns that have been shown as references for that first transition frame of Maine. Most notably, these two. Now, the difference here is quite subtle, unless, of course, you put them side by side like this. And when we examine the reference frames taken from Billy's gameplay footage, we see that his perfectly matches the one with that extra little bit of girder that's been drawn over here. And while some consider this the smoking gun, to others, it actually complicates things quite a bit. This talk, that I've shown a number of clips from already, is from Billy's, quote, Road to Redemption talk at the 2018 Southern Fried Gaming Expo that took place a few months after Jeremy Young's post went public. Now, as I was listening to this panel, there was one comment that Billy made that, for the first time in all of my research on this topic, made me think, oh shit, Billy, that's actually a good point.
Because I couldn't believe it when it was sent to me. It's here. It's real. It's off of the main website. Main 116 to 1.22 was developed and became available. Don't fall down in the back. Became available 3 years after I submitted the score. For the first time, you could play it 3 years later. Period. End of paragraph.
Now, in case it's not clear how this poses a problem for the case against Billy, what this effectively meant was that the versions of MAME that best match what we see in Billy's footage weren't released until years after we know that those scores were actually done. And when we go and compare the versions of MAME that were actually available during that time, we still get the 3 girder pattern, but we never once see the pesky girder finger. Now, regardless, this doesn't look good for Billy because what we see doesn't look at all like what we'd expect from arcade. But what this observation does is add some amount of plausible deniability to the idea that we fully understand what exactly we're looking at when we examine this gameplay. There's a missing piece somewhere that needs some kind of explanation. What we're trying to do is remove all reasonable doubt. Now, as soon as I became aware of this discrepancy, I put everything else on hold and jumped into the deep end, wanting to see if I could answer this obviously very important question. The question of if and how either arcade, MAME, or some unknown third option, given the hardware and software available circa 2004, could produce the infamous girder finger on the first frame of the barrel board transition. Now, little did I know that I had actually found the beginning of the breadcrumb trail towards the answer just days earlier, when I was trying to debug what was to me a completely unimportant but massively annoying issue that I was having with MAME. It's sound. Now, during my analysis of the different versions of MAME, they all had their own unique set of issues related to sound. Sometimes certain sound effects were completely silent, other times they were the wrong pitch, with some of these issues being almost painful to listen to. And while Googling for a fix for this, I'd come across a post on the Arcade Controls forum that was talking about how these sound issues can at least partially be caused by the difference between the emulator's refresh rate and the arcade's refresh rate, 60 versus 60.6 Hz. And while trying to figure out how to go about making this change on MAME, I came across another thread posted on the Blurbusters forum discussing how to go about changing MAME's refresh rate to more closely match the arcade by basically enabling cheats as a command line parameter, allowing us to alter the emulator's CPU overclock setting, effectively allowing us to change the emulator speed. Now, hitting the tilde key with MAME running opens up this little debug menu here, and using the arrow keys we can find the CPU overclock setting, change it, although by default it only changes in 5% increments. And to be honest, I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to set it to anyway, so I just changed it to 95% and did a test recording to see if the audio would be any different, which it wasn't. And unsure if I had actually changed the speed of the game or refresh rate at all, I briefly reviewed the footage and saw this. Now, it immediately clicked that less of the bottom girder being drawn here was entirely consistent with what I would expect. With a slightly faster refresh rate, the time to render each individual frame of the transition would be just a bit less, meaning a fewer number of individual graphical elements would be loaded into memory. Although at the time, this really only stood out to me as a solidification of my understanding of how MAME worked, and really nothing else. But with this new girder finger mystery in mind now, this random observation that I had made days earlier ended up being the key to figuring out the answer. Now, at first, when looking at the still frame showing the girder finger, I had assumed that MAME was basically adding that little finger onto the girder, but I realized my assumption was backwards when I was working on a little animation that was fading between the two, and realized that the finger wasn't something added, it represented something that was actually missing, like 2.5 of these little triangle sections of the girder. But this didn't exactly make sense to me until I came across what was effectively the sprite sheet for the game, clearly showing exactly how the girders are constructed. And then it clicked. I finally made the connection in my head. If this is what we see when the emulator is running at 100%, and this is what we see when the emulator is running at 95, then perhaps setting it to something in between might result in this. Now, I excitedly started searching to see if there was any way that I could actually change the CPU percent setting by increments of 1%, and then came across a handful of references that had literally already figured all of this out before, like 5 years ago. Like all the threads and documents that I had read and had opened in other tabs, but I just never saw or noticed them yet. So fuck me, I guess. So I then went and tried to replicate this myself by changing the relevant setting on the version of MAME that I was testing at the time that would have been contemporaneous to Billy's records. And that ended up producing this result. So I guess we can put that one to bed. By default, the version of MAME that Billy would have used at the time to produce his scores didn't produce the girder finger. But when modifying the emulator settings to make it behave much more like the arcade in terms of refresh rate, something that we know was known and done at the time and would be something that one might very well consider doing if they wanted to potentially pass off MAME play as genuine arcade gameplay, you know, for reasons, then we actually do get that infamous girder finger that we just so happen to see on Billy's footage every single time. So, when presented with even more damning evidence, all Billy could do was employ his favorite strategy, the one that he projected onto everybody else.
We move the goalpost again.
When the allegations first hit, Billy's initial strategy was to simply reject the claims and deny their validity. The analysis that very strongly suggested that gameplay in Billy's videos was MAME can't possibly be true, because he didn't play on MAME. So that means that Arcade must be able to produce the observed video output. This was the beginning of the Carlos era, where it was believed that perhaps some kind of counter-video analysis could either prove he was innocent or at least poke holes in the accusations. When this strategy proved to be ineffective, it became harder and harder to ignore the writing on the wall. So the best that he could do was try to cast doubt. Okay, so something is weird here, but it couldn't possibly be what you say, because of any number of reasons that amount to spaghetti thrown at the wall, like the MAME versioning issue we just covered. Eventually, when the explanation had been found for that versioning issue, and then when even Carlos came to the conclusion that the gameplay was absolutely not produced from a genuine arcade PCB, not even Billy could deny that there was something very wrong with the gameplay. This is where the shell game began. The analysis was no longer in question. Instead, it was the subject of the analysis.
And the film footage that he has, that Jeremy has, shows main play. Now, I contend that if he gets the original tape or he gets the original room shot, he will see that what I say is true. I'm not disputing what he says. What I'm disputing is the fact that I want him to have the original tape.
Okay.
Until we can dig up his original tapes, how can the analysis be conclusive? Well, as we learned earlier, the fact of the matter was that, as far as we know at the time, no surviving copies of the original were known. This was awfully convenient for Billy. Until, of course, it wasn't. As we eventually came to discover, there did appear to be surviving copies of the original tapes. Billy, of course, attempted to cast doubt on at least one of these sources of the footage, namely from Dwayne Richard, a noteworthy member of the community and one-time friend of Billy's that's since joined so many others in defecting into the anti-Billy camp. Billy has long spoken of all kinds of elaborate conspiracies, usually involving tales of his arch-nemesis Dwayne framing him, getting copies of his tapes and modifying them to look like they're cheated, that kind of thing. Well, as far as I know, there's no actual evidence that anything like that took place. In fact, if you watch any of the documentaries that Dwayne has put out over the years on topics very much related to Billy and questionable records, you'll forgive me for doubting that he has the video editing experience required to pull off such a hoax.
All the power pellets that turned them blue, getting all the blue monsters, getting all the prizes.
But it's not the hardest thing I've done. There was a lot of other great gamers out there that mastered so many different titles.
That Billy is a very positive, very good person. He can be cocky and stuff like that at times because we know how wonderful he is.
I says maybe it was actually Knight Rider first.
Now combine that with the fact that not only can the original footage be compared with the tapes that allegedly came from Dwayne, but it can also be compared with multiple other independent sources, like the tape Carlos mentioned earlier from one Richie Knuckles, a prominent member of the classic arcade community and friend of Billy's, and even a copy that allegedly surfaced from quite the unlikely source, Steve Wiebe himself.
At some point, were you given a copy of Billy Mitchell's 7200 score performance?
Yes, I was given one later on after Fun Spot before the documentary came out. Can't remember exactly, putting it in the time frame of 2006. I had it stored in this box with all my other Donkey Kong tapes. I just put it in there and forgot all about it.
Did you ever modify that tape?
I did not.
From the time that you received the tape until the time that you turned it over to pursuant to a subpoena, had that tape ever left your possession?
No, sitting in a box in my closet for 15 years or whatever it was.
And wouldn't you know it, the loading screens, the gameplay, 100% of the footage is exactly the same as every other piece of footage that we've ever seen. This copy comes straight from the film crew of The King of Kong and has been sitting in a closet untouched for over 15 years. Unless Billy wants to claim that the producers of The King of Kong also knew about MAME transitions and edited the footage, not telling anyone until they were found by chance 13 years later, I think we can safely assume that this really is Billy's tape. Or maybe Steve is in cahoots with Dwayne and they've been plotting this scheme the entire time.
Now, not only do all extant copies of Billy's videos match each other in terms of gameplay, supporting the idea that they're all recordings of the same original performance, but none of them show any evidence of having been edited or tampered with in any way. None of them show any arcade-specific indications, and all of them show a number of MAME signatures. At this point, it seemed like Billy was left with a single out, one remaining answer given to those questioning the legitimacy of his gameplay. How do we know the gameplay on those tapes is even him at all? Now, unfortunately for Billy, the answer to that question would come from a number of different sources, with a couple quite surprising ones. First, the current Twin Galaxies administration doing the investigation not only had access to historical emails that supported the notion that the footage being examined was the original footage used to verify the scores, but this was also further substantiated by contemporary testimony from multiple judges who'd been involved in the adjudication of the original tapes.
Because the tape that Billy had at the 8 Candle Bed, that tape, I never saw that tape after that. That tape was with Brian too. What he did with it at that point, God only knows.
Yeah.
But master tape, that arrived to me directly from Billy post-event, and that was the tape that went to Steve Miller.
Now, in that interview, Robert Merchek, who was featured prominently in The King of Kong, mentions the name Stephen Totillo, which some of you might recognize as the gaming writer who's been with various organizations over the years, the most relevant of which being MTV. In 2006, just 1 month after allegedly receiving the master tape of Billy's King of Kong score, Merchek was interviewed about a number of gaming referee-related topics, with one of the segments entitled Smashing Apart the Donkey Kong Record.
This is Bill Mitchell, the world's greatest Donkey Kong player,
at 1,044,100, and he is in screen 116, and his score is now going to be 1,047,200 when the bonus is added. And at this point, you're going to see the kill screen in Donkey Kong. The game has an absolute conclusion, level 22-1. Notice the timer is back to 4,000 points. It started at 4,000. And Mario, who's over here, is going to die any second. The timer only went down like 300 points.
So, did you catch it? Let's take one more look. This footage from the master recording of gameplay sent directly from Billy to the head judge of Twin Galaxies at the time. Footage from 2006, 12 years before the Donkey Kong community would know anything about the transition screens or MAME signatures, clearly and unambiguously shows the old smoking gun, the bloody glove, the nail in the coffin. This 2006 TV spot single-handedly completely obliterates so many of Billy's defenses. Given the provenance of this tape and the timeline of this interview, unless you want to invoke some kind of elaborate conspiracy that, as far as I can tell, only makes sense if Dwayne Richards has a time machine, which admittedly is my favorite meme theory, I'm currently out of plausible alternative explanations for the evidence, outside of Billy's recording his gameplay using MAME. But wait, there's more. Just when you thought it couldn't get any more damning, there's one last collection of video evidence that we need to examine. And once again, I really don't think that Billy has any way out of this one. Now, until this point, all of the video analysis that concluded the gameplay did not originate from an original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB was done on the purported gameplay footage from the first 2 of 3 of Billy's most prominent scores, the King of Kong score and the Mortgage Broker score. But what about that third one, the Boomer score? Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, no gameplay footage of the full performance of the score exists anywhere on the internet, so nobody's been able to analyze the gameplay. Or at least we wouldn't have been able to if Billy didn't seemingly feel the need to constantly boast about his achievements to the world. On August 7th, 2010, in Autumna, Iowa, just 1 week after 2 new world record scores on Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. were allegedly performed by Billy Mitchell on the same day at Boomer's Arcade, we'd see Mitchell himself, standing in front of a pair of TV screens and VCRs, showcasing the tapes of his record gameplay that he just announced in front of a small crowd at the Big Bang 2010 event. But fortunately for us, a handful of people in said crowd decided that this would be an interesting event to film. So we have a handful of videos from a number of independent sources released at various times over the last 13 years from different angles of varying quality that we can analyze. And we'll want to keep 2 important things in mind as we do. The first is to remember that we're seeing footage from CRT monitors being filmed with all kinds of handheld cameras. So let's not forget about all of those issues like rolling shutter. And the second is to remember that the gameplay footage we're examining is directly from Billy himself. There's no questionable chain of custody. Nobody else should have gotten their grubby mitts on the tapes. He's the one that had them. He's the one that put them in the VCR and pressed play. He really has nowhere to hide here. So, what do we see? Well, first things first. The orientation of the gameplay on these videos is actually correct for the first time. It's entirely possible that Billy figured out by this point that his previous footage was rotated the wrong way, at which point he would have likely adjusted the setting in MAME that allows you to correct for this rotation issue. Next, I want to point something that initially caught me off guard, which is these things on the screen. At first, I thought there were graphics being shown on the screen, but then I realized that they're reflections on the monitor, probably from lights inside the venue shining on the glass, which you can clearly see in this frame-by-frame example. So, taking a look at the first barrel board transitions, it appears as though in the 3 years since his last record, he might have updated his MAME setup, as there are a few subtle differences that are present from his past gameplay footage, like the girder finger being apparently missing here. Despite that, it's clear in all of these examples that what we're looking at is entirely consistent with MAME and not at all consistent with arcade. Now, moving on to the spring stage transitions, we really only managed to cleanly capture 1, although this one is about as conclusive as it gets. We can clearly see the 2 pairs of ladders on the left side, which indicates MAME, where there should only be 1.5 on arcade, as well as the 5 ladder pattern on the right side, where there should only be 4. And finally, we have a few transitions for the pie stage. The first one is a bit tough to see, admittedly, although it does appear that we can see a pair of ladders up top, coinciding with MAME, but that largely doesn't matter, as even with the low-quality video, the last 2 seem to bear an undeniable striking resemblance with MAME, even with the last one having the bottom portion being cut off. So, there you have it. Billy has admitted before that the video analysis does in fact show MAME, but then claims that the tapes were either edited or denies that they were even his to begin with. But given the existence of the 2006 MTV interview footage, as well as the multiple contemporaneous video sources of the footage when it was directly in Billy's possession back in 2010, all of which showing clear and undeniable MAME signatures, I just don't see how we can come to any other conclusion. So in light of the seemingly insurmountable collection of evidence that demonstrates repeatedly time and time again that his gameplay was not done on a genuine unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB, it makes sense that Billy would finally own up to whatever shenanigans he's been up to and come clean, right? Well, what do you think happened next?
It goes back to 1982, 83, back to the time when I was lying about my scores. I was not the only guy lying about scores. The famous Life magazine photo shoot has, I've never tried to count them up, but 3, 4, 5, 6 guys that lied about their scores. And so Twin Galaxies early on recognized that there is a big problem with guys trying to lie and cheat their way in to the record books. Video games, classic arcade gaming, sort of then died for 15 years and was resurrected in the internet advent of the emulators, MAME and Retrocade and some of those. And almost immediately, people started to, again, lie and cheat their way into the record books. Or attempt to, at least, and Twin Galaxies had to put the clamps on that. And they did several things in the emulator world to stop lying and cheating, and within about that same time, all of a sudden, here's a guy making a claim about Donkey Kong, a game that nobody had ever come close to Billy on back in the 80s. So immediately, not just Billy, but all of Twin Galaxies were suspicious. Wait a second, is somebody really as good as Billy? Nobody ever was before. That sounds really odd. And with all the cheating that had gone on 20 years before, and now again with MAME, the first thought was, let's verify. Let's go find out, is this really true? Was there a double standard? You bet. Twin Galaxies knew who Billy Mitchell was. If Billy Mitchell called me up today and said, Steve, I just scored 1.2 million on Kong, I wouldn't say, I doubt that, prove it. I'd say, Billy, I know you, I believe it. He was absolutely trustworthy.
Forget about the accusations, pay no attention to the technical analysis, ignore the mountains of evidence that unanimously point to the gameplay shown in those 3 record tapes not having been done on an original unmodified Donkey Kong arcade machine. Let's give Billy one last enormous benefit of the doubt and examine the evidence that is, at this point, his last bastion for innocence. The testimony of the people that he claims directly witnessed these performances live, and the existence of any evidence supporting that these performances happened. I think at this point, humoring Billy is being generous, so I think it's only fair that before we examine the remaining evidence for the 3 scores in question, that I share a bit of relevant perspective. In October of 2021, Billy attempted to do what he regularly claims is his MO, to achieve his video gaming goals in the high-pressure environment of live performance.
Man dubbed the video game player of the century was in Lebanon this weekend. At Music City Multicon, Billy Mitchell set out to beat every level of Pac-Man and also walk away with a perfect score.
Professional gamer Billy Mitchell is in a league of his own. Mitchell scored the title of Video Game Player of the Century for being the first to make it to the end of Pac-Man with a perfect score.
It was awesome because it was kind of like Neil Armstrong going to the moon. I was first and I thought, gee, I don't have to do that again. No one else will be first.
Mitchell once again is going for a perfect game here.
So we want to go all the way to the end, to the split screen, without missing any points. So far, we haven't.
While the now generally agreed upon quote-unquote perfect game of Pac-Man requires a score of 3,333,360, completing a perfect game with the specific settings that Billy was using during the Music City Multicon, known as the Jumper Edition, requires getting a final score of 3,297,360. Now, after playing the first half of his game the night before, and then parking the game overnight, positioning Pac-Man in a safe spot where he can't be hit by the ghosts, coming back in the morning to continue, here we see Billy just before successfully achieving the never-before-done live jumper revision perfect score.
Now on the right side, with all the computer marbles, there's 9 dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'm missing 1. 9. So every dot's been eaten, and the memory's been exhausted. There's nothing left to do, except to die. But when you die, the 9 dots that were just eaten on the computer side, they reappear. So you get 90 points again and again. That's why you have to get there on your first die.
After playing over the course of multiple days, in front of a live audience of excited onlookers, Billy successfully completes one of those rare epic gaming achievements, live for all to witness. Now, of course, for all the Billy haters, anybody that has any doubts, we've got multiple sources of both picture and video evidence that prove it happened, with even the News Channel 5 there to report on it.
Playing Pac-Man with an audience, Mitchell says you can't beat.
I don't want to lie to you. It's flattering. It is. It's fun. It's awesome. It's great to interact with people that share a passion with you. And this is the kind of place where you share it.
And in the end, Mitchell did win. In Lebanon, Hannah McDonald, News Channel 5.
Even a pair of reputable members of the arcade, pinball, and retro gaming community, the hosts of the Broken Token podcast, were there to witness it live.
So he publicly played the first perfect Pac-Man on the advanced chipset.
Hell, one of them even brought a few of his own Pac-Man marquees from home, knowing Billy would be there, hoping that he would sign them. Unfortunately for him, Billy even went so far as to number them, commemorating the historic nature of this achievement.
He signed all 3 of them.
Okay, cool.
And on them he wrote, history's first Pac-Man original advanced chip, and he dated it and signed it Billy Mitchell, and it's October 31st, 2021, Billy Mitchell.
So, all you Billy haters out there, how are you going to deny that this happened? Well, wait a minute. Didn't I just say that he parked the game overnight? Doesn't that technically disqualify this as being a perfect score?
So when you started this game, you told them that this, I'm going to say at the end that this is a perfect Pac-Man game, but it's really not?
I didn't start. That game was held overnight, which means it's not qualified to be perfect Pac-Man. He should know that.
So it was paused?
It was in a hiding spot overnight.
Okay, so it was parked overnight, but really, who cares? A perfect score is a perfect score. As long as you get 3,297,360 points, then it's a Wait, what the fuck? What does that say? But this score is 5,090 points short. How is that possible? We know that every key that you collect is worth 5,000 points. So did he miss a key? But what about the other 90 points? Now recall that Billy told us not once, but actually twice, that every time that glitchy split-screen board is loaded at the end of the game, collecting those extra dots on the side gives you an additional 90 points.
Yes, they keep coming back. So that's why if you get to like the second time, it's not a perfect game because you still be 90 points short of perfect.
So with all these settings, you start with 5 lives, and you get a bonus life at one point during the game, giving you 6 total lives. Although there's of course no icon for the life that you start with. So after you get that bonus life, we should see 5 little Pac-Man sprites on the bottom of the screen.
So we want to go all the way to the end, to the split screen, without missing any points. And so far we haven't.
Now like I said, he said this not once but twice, that you have to get to where he's at in the game without ever dying. Oh. Well, that's awkward, eh? But David Race, one of the former members of Team Billy, an actual legitimate accomplished gamer, even attempted to reach out to the hosts of the Broken Token podcast in multiple ways to inform them that they were mistaken about what went down at the Music City Multicon, receiving only one response back that was largely dismissing his claim, although they did mention that they would share Race's comments of this argument in a future episode of their podcast.
Billy is for reasons I can't comprehend, having been in a position that we're in, he is, for whatever reason, very controversial among a crowd of people.
And you know,
I don't know why.
I don't really get it. I really don't.
And
Billy's been nothing but good to me. In every scenario that I have interacted with him, he's been nothing but above board and straight.
Let me clarify that. You're not saying that in a way that you're appearing to take sides for Billy because he's good to you.
No.
The point, he does stuff for people that people never see or hear about.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And
would never know about.
It's not as much as what you see with Billy or anybody in public as what goes on in private.
That's right.
That really spells out who a person is.
That's exactly right.
And that feeds into where I don't get it. But a lot of stuff is met with a very militant attitude and response.
When I don't think it's warranted. Yeah, make up your own mind, because we're not here to take a side at all. We were there to witness Billy's skills and what he did on the machine, and we take that at face value, because why wouldn't someone, if they see the demonstration of the skills, and over time it's like, why would somebody lie about that or lie about anything related to that? It's not worth it. So
there's a level of trust there so I'm not going to jump in and just have to spend my time and cycles from my life to try to disprove or prove.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Anybody.
That's exactly right.
Now, can we really blame these guys? Now, in my opinion, they 100% could have handled their response to David Race and their follow-up much better. But I also don't want to effectively victim blame here. These guys were lied to, plain and simple. As layman onlookers, put yourself in their shoes. They know that this guy is some kind of gaming legend. They see him play all day and eventually get to that wacky, garbled-up split screen. He's clearly great at the game. And then they hear Billy saying to the audience, that's a perfect game. These guys aren't going to know the esoteric rules behind the different game settings and chipsets and have the perfect scores for each variation memorized. Any normal person in that situation would take what they're told and what they see at face value. Now couple that with the fact that Billy may very well go out of his way to do lots of nice things for people behind the scenes. I don't doubt that in any way. But if I'm honest, I also have to admit that, at least to me, having seen what I've seen, all of the things Billy's done and said, it's hard for me to not immediately assume that all of the nice things he does for people are ultimately self-serving.
Have you always been a winner?
Yes.
At everything?
Yes, I always win.
Always? Like even when you were a little kid. Do you remember the first time you won something?
No.
But you just remember like always, it was always very important.
When I say that I always win, always, for example, I came here. Okay, I come prepared. Whether I do a good podcast or not, I'm going to win because I've made the right effort, I've made the right impression. Yeah, I win. I'll go out to eat with somebody and they want to pay the bill, or I want to pay the bill. I already made arrangements ahead of time with the maitre d'. The bill's already paid. I always win.
Step ahead.
Billy knows full well how to use this to his advantage. How many examples have we already seen throughout this video? He banks on the fact that so many of the things he's said and done most people wouldn't think twice about. He knows he's got this long-standing reputation that many people simply don't question, and then goes out of his way to bring people gifts and always treats everybody nicely. And when you couple that with all of the proven, demonstrable lies he's told over the years, big and small, and then see all of the nice folks that have been hoodwinked along the way that feel the need to come to his defense, his behavior just feels too eerily similar to that of every con man that I've ever heard of. As soon as you see how Billy responds to scrutiny that he can't get away from, and how he explains himself when he's forced to, like during his deposition earlier this year related to his ongoing defamation lawsuit between Galaxies, where he's testifying under oath, I'd imagine it's got to be pretty tough to simply dismiss the criticisms that he's getting as simply being from militant people that just have it out for him. Remember, these guys talk about how they have no reason to doubt Billy. They've built up this level of trust with him based on all of the nice things they know that he's done in public and in private, whatever relationship they've had with him over the years. He's clearly good at the game. They were there. They saw it with their own eyes. Why would he lie? It makes no sense, right? What's interesting is that on that same Part in My Take podcast episode, Billy said this.
Recently, I was at a convention. I thought, yay, I did it. And then I realized, oh, wait, I came up short. Damn it. And so next time, how do I keep that from happening, or missing the mark, or misunderstanding, or
So this podcast appears to have happened about 8 or 9 months after the event, and at this time it seems as if Billy was trying to explain that what happened was just a mistake, that he thought he got a perfect score in the moment, but was wrong. Well, okay then, let's assume that it was an honest mistake. All the Broken Token guys would need to do is say, oh yeah, whatever, it was an honest mistake that got lost in the heat of the moment, no big deal, and we could all move on. I tried reaching out to them because I wanted to hear what their updated take was on the whole situation, given all that's happened in the year plus since the 2 podcast episodes discussing the topic. Given that they effectively stated that they had no reason to distrust Billy, that they didn't think he had any reason to lie, and questioned the motives of people that were simply trying to correct what was effectively misinformation that they themselves had spread about supposed accomplishments that would have been important to anybody that was actually a part of that community, I wanted to hear what they thought now that we did in fact know that Billy's score was not what everybody thought it was at the time. And perhaps I was being too optimistic, but I really did hope that some amount of progress could have been made with these seemingly nice, reasonable dudes. But unfortunately, things get even more complicated. At first, the claim was that Billy got that perfect score, but then later we found out that he realized that he didn't get the score and that it was actually an accident. But then, even later, Billy's story changes again. And this time, during his deposition in January of 2023, under oath, Billy spins an entirely new tale, attempting to walk the entire thing back and rewrite history.
The Pac-Man performance wasn't a perfect Pac-Man performance?
It was not.
Why wasn't it?
Number one, the game was set for 5 men in the bonus, and the score was 5,000 points short of what it should have been.
Did you tell the crowd that that was a perfect Pac-Man score?
No, I told ahead of time that it would not be a perfect score. I said that on Saturday and on Sunday. Is that what you're getting to?
No, I'm asking you, did you tell the crowd that that was a perfect Pac-Man score?
I told the crowd that it was not more than once, and I told the camera it was once.
So you did tell the camera it was a
Yes.
perfect Pac-Man game? Okay.
We were filming, that's correct.
All right, was that untrue?
What?
You telling the camera that it was a perfect Pac-Man game? Was that untrue?
That was film. It was entertainment.
Well, I'm asking you, is it untrue?
Is it untrue that it was perfect? It was not perfect.
It was not perfect.
It
But
was not.
You represented
It was not. It was 1 man short, and it was 1 key short.
But you represented to the camera that it was a
What
perfect...
camera?
Did you say that is a perfect game before you got up?
I did.
Was it a perfect game then?
No.
Were you deceiving the audience when you said that?
No.
How was that deceptive?
Because I spoke to the audience on Saturday, and I spoke to them on Sunday. Told them that it would not be, that we were filming.
So you're just pretending that that was a perfect Pac-Man game for a film that you're producing? Is that right?
We were filming.
Filming for what?
Filming.
What were you filming for?
He actually wants us to believe that it was clear to everybody that was there that his supposed perfect game was just for filming and not actually a legitimate performance. That he repeatedly told the audience it was just for the cameras, and that not even some of them who showed up to watch this achievement, maybe the ones that arrived after he made that announcement, might have been under a different impression. You know, like his 2 podcaster friends who were defending him months later for the fucking Channel 5 News. No, I'm sure all of those people that were cheering and filming all knew that it was just a joke and they were all just playing along, right?
But you told the crowd that you were going to lie at the end about this being an actual perfect Pac-Man game?
Objection to characterization of lie. In fact, it would have been more of a joke if the crowd knew that it wasn't perfect.
Now, so once again, back to the folks from the Broken Token podcast. Remember, they were led to believe that Billy got a perfect score. Now, we obviously can't really know if this was because Billy believed it but was mistaken, if he knew it wasn't going to be a perfect score for one reason or another, but just wanted to say so for the camera and told the entire audience that it wasn't real and maybe they just, I don't know, didn't hear his announcement. Or perhaps Billy knew it wasn't going to be a perfect score and just wanted to try and sneak it by everybody. Either way, when the truth was actually put in front of them, they doubled down, said that they trusted Billy, he had no reason to lie, and ignored the clear, undeniable, incontrovertible evidence put in front of them while questioning the motives of the person who was just trying to get the truth out. Billy gets to lie, benefit from the lie, have people defend him when the truth comes out, and despite the people telling the truth being demonstrably correct and Billy being forced to admit it multiple times for various reasons, he still manages to get away effectively unscathed. Now, I hesitate to say that it feels like these guys are victims of some kind of long con or true believers who drink the Kool-Aid, because I feel like that's not quite a fair representation of who they are. I'm sure there's more to the story, and I really wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt and get their perspective. I wasn't looking for them to turn on Billy, to start drama, or to give him a hard time. What I really wanted was for them to simply acknowledge the truth of what happened, to perhaps admit that they were wrong about how they chose to respond to David Race when they dismissed his claims, questioned his motives, implied that he was militant or had some nefarious agenda, but no. After I told them the simple, basic facts of what happened, hoping to be able to share their response here because I actually feel like these guys are, to some extent, victims of this situation, but because of the minefield that Billy has manufactured surrounding his entire persona, even these guys are too afraid to have a simple conversation about what went down that day at the Music City Multicon and how they chose to address that situation. Even if his story was true, which I don't believe, what he did would have still been shady as hell, and would have almost definitely resulted in at least some, if not most people in attendance being misled in a way that just so happens to benefit him quite nicely. At best, Billy's trying to have it both ways. He wants to reap all of the rewards of having people believe that his achievements are something that they're not, and then pretend as though that was never the case if the pressure's put on him, something that we're going to see come up again momentarily. And at worst, he lied to everybody. He was unable to get that perfect score live in front of everybody at this event, and instead pretended like he did and assumed that nobody would be the wiser. This is why folks familiar with this whole saga cringe when we hear Billy say shit like this.
You knew I could do it. Other people knew I could do it. Because every score we're talking about, every single one was done in a public venue like this. Remember the fact that that means it wasn't something that was being accused of me. That means you were a liar, and everyone who watched or participated or helped.
Now the sad thing here is that Billy's strategy actually works, and it relies on a twisted kind of Stockholm syndrome. Billy just told one of his defenders that the critics aren't doubting Billy. No, no, no. Instead, we're all questioning them. And of course, they know what they saw. They were there. They know they're not lying, and of course that leads to them doubling down and digging their heels in. They become emboldened and refuse to be told that they're the ones that are lying. And keep in mind that what Billy said here was actually in response to the question of why this is so important to him. So amidst all of the other manipulation, he's also trying to play it off like he's actually the one defending them, not the other way around. It's honestly a really clever strategy, and also makes me sick.
But I kept being told that nothing matters except scientific evidence. And I said, I don't understand. This is all documented. Why wouldn't you want to see it? No, just scientific information. And I said, well, there's scientific information on both sides, I'm sure. As a matter of fact, an attorney chimed in and said scientific evidence is great. Both sides always have scientific. It always comes down to eyewitness testimony. Who was there? Who saw it? Who substantiated it? And multiple times. Every one of those people is available. No, that's all hearsay. We're only dealing with scientific information.
But let's ignore the fact that Billy infers multiple times that he has scientific evidence to substantiate his claims about the three major scores in question, when, as far as I can tell, he's never produced a single shred of that evidence. He then makes an appeal to eyewitness testimony as if it's the gold standard for proof in a court of law, when one of the most established and well-understood facts is just how unreliable eyewitness testimony can be. And I don't think we need any more of a clear and obvious demonstration of this than what we just looked at with the Music City Multicon. We have all of this eyewitness testimony from multiple seemingly reliable independent sources that all report that Billy achieved a perfect score in front of their very eyes. And yet we know for a fact that the claims made by these witnesses are objectively false because of the available photographic and video evidence. The fact of the matter is that absent this evidence, Billy probably could have gotten away with passing this off as a legitimate perfect score. He had multiple people that would testify that it happened, and nobody would be the wiser. This reminds me of just one more painfully ironic quote from Billy.
Anybody who excels in any area, you have to be somewhat obsessive. It takes an obsessive behavior to do anything.
That's true.
I mean, Barry Bonds has to be sort of obsessive about what he does in order to be on top of what he's doing.
Nobody ever doubted that Barry Bonds was great at baseball, and millions of people would all testify to his accomplishments, and nevertheless, we know he cheated. Not because of eyewitness testimony, but because of drug testing. Actual, hard evidence. So with all of that very important perspective in mind, let's finally take a look at the evidence for the 3 scores in question here, starting with the King of Kong score. I'm going to be referencing a 156-page evidence package that Billy put together back in September of 2019, as well as LA County court documents related to his various lawsuits that include all kinds of evidence declarations and witness statements. So, when did this performance occur? While it's generally understood that this happened back in 2004, it's unclear exactly when in 2004, as Billy never provided a date in his evidence package and has given conflicting accounts in the past.
How long did you have the video
That score was done in June of 2004.
Do you recall stating in that declaration that you achieved your 1047-200 score on December 28, 2004?
Now that I see this, yes, I do recall that.
Now, according to that same deposition, Billy claims that the score was done at Arcade Game Sales, owned by his friend Robert Childs. According to Billy, the only people who were present for this performance would have been Rob Childs himself, some wandering customers, and maybe a few employees at the shop. It doesn't point to any specific individuals as having directly witnessed it.
Was anyone present when you did the 1047?
Yes. Yes, we went over that and they were.
Yeah, people saw you do it?
Yes.
Did Robert Childs see you do it?
Yes, he was in and out.
Did he see the final score?
He said awesome, so I hope he saw it.
When did he say awesome?
Afterwards.
In your presence?
Yes.
Did he say that in front of the Donkey Kong machine?
Said it in his place.
Yeah, where in this place?
It was a small area. I mean, it was. I don't have an answer for such a question.
Was your score in his eyesight when he said awesome?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Is there anyone else that still lives in the United States that witnessed your score, your 1047-200 score performance?
And there were people in there, like customers that who knows who they are. Those arcade game stuff. That's all.
In Robert Childs' written statement dated in July of 2019, he claims that he provided the official Donkey Kong machine for Billy to use, that his employees were the ones who had installed the direct feed setup that allowed Billy to not only record his gameplay, but also to display his gameplay to be easily viewed at live events. Now of note here is that Childs also testifies that this was the same machine and setup used during his mortgage broker score performance that would come a few years later, which again we'll be coming back to. Childs' written statement claims that Billy achieved the King of Kong score on this machine at his shop in 2004, but doesn't provide a more concrete date and does not state that he was a direct witness to the score that was achieved. Billy also does not provide any additional witness statements, so at this point I can only conclude that nobody directly witnessed this performance when it occurred. All we have to substantiate this score is Billy's personal testimony, the testimony of his friend who was in and out of the building, not explicitly watching his gameplay, that he's actually not sure actually saw the score on screen, and who never actually stated that he was a direct witness to it happening, and the various copies of his gameplay footage that we're able to cross-reference with each other, as well as compare to the footage seen in both the King of Kong documentary and the 2006 MTV interview, all of which appear to indicate that it was played using MAME. And at the very least is quite definitive that the gameplay was not produced from a genuine, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB. I don't know about you, but once again, this doesn't exactly look that great for Billy. When it comes to the 1047 score, we're left with nothing more than what we started with. Billy says he did it, and we have a videotape that shows MAME. And moving on to the mortgage broker score, this was claimed to have occurred on July 14th, 2007, live at the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers convention. Apparently it was an 80s themed convention, hence the inclusion of retro video game stuff and Billy being invited to perform. Alright, so what do we have in terms of witness statements for this performance? First, we have Todd Rogers, a former Twin Galaxies referee who was there to adjudicate the score live at the event, along with one Kimberly Mahoney, another TG ref who we'll get to shortly. His statement describes the general setup of the convention room inside of the Rosenchantle Creek Hotel and Resort in Orlando, comments on some of the people and happenings at the event, and describes being present for all of Billy's gameplay, tracking his progress along the way, and ultimately witnessing the moment he achieved the score, 1,050,200 points. He also mentions that there was a monitor and recording equipment on top of the machine, a machine that he claims was an original, authentic Donkey Kong. That seems pretty convincing. How about this Kimberly Mahoney? She was also a TG ref and claims to have been present to adjudicate Billy's mortgage brokers and boomer scores, claiming to verify that the machine was original with unmodified hardware and that no emulators were used. Continuing on, we have Valerie Saunders, the chairwoman for the convention. Now, while she wasn't a direct witness to the record being done, she heard that Billy broke the record on the second day of the convention while she was over at the registration table and then went over to take part in the celebration. Next, we have a statement from one Sheila Kinnery, who was a member of the Florida Mortgage Brokers Association that knew of Billy, having been a bit of a local Florida celebrity, and worked with him directly to coordinate his appearance at the conference. Part of her responsibility was to manage some of the aspects related to the verification of the hardware used during this event. She states that she was, quote, informed that a game board would be shipped directly to the venue, addressed to me from Nintendo, and a local GameStop manager would be meeting me to install the board. The board was received and held by the hotel security. The GameStop manager arrived and, as per Walter Day's instructions, installed the board in the game cabinet, verified the settings and recording equipment, pack-locked the machine, closed with a master lock, and left with the key. She claims she was within a few feet of him when he achieved the record, and also goes on to outline the steps that were taken after the event to ensure that the game board wasn't tampered with, mailing it back to Nintendo to have its authenticity verified. She claims both the installation and removal of the game board was videotaped and sent to Twin Galaxies. Finally, we have the statement from one Richard Mallion, where he claims to have been in attendance, and although he says he was mostly wandering around the convention as one would normally do, he did check in on Billy every now and then, noting at one point that Billy's score had surpassed 1 million points until eventually he reached his target score, a number that he doesn't recall. Well, that all sounds pretty convincing, huh? Now, I would tend to agree if there weren't a few, let's just say, issues involved. First, I could dedicate an entire video to Todd Rogers, and many folks have done so already. Not to mention this video is already way longer than I planned, so I'll just cut to the chase. It wouldn't necessarily be an issue by itself, but Todd is one of Billy's close friends, so there's already a bit of questionable objectivity here. Although the fact that Todd is widely considered one of the most prolific cheaters in retro video gaming history, with countless high scores that were found to have been literally impossible, many of which he reportedly entered into the Twin Galaxies database directly himself, might hurt his credibility just a tad. Now, I can only speak for myself, but I personally wouldn't want my video game high scores adjudicated by somebody known for themselves submitting fraudulent video game high scores. Feel free to look into all of the evidence on this case yourself and make up your own mind, but what I know is way more than enough for me personally to flat out reject him as an unbiased, impartial, trustworthy witness. Now, it's also important to know that Kimberly Mahoney, aka Morning Dove, also just so happened to be Todd Rogers' girlfriend. Not to mention the fact that the Mortgage Brokers Convention happened in July of 2007, and Mahoney wasn't listed as an official Twin Galaxies ref until September of the next year, all of which just casts further doubt over the veracity of her claims. Now, Billy claims he completed the high score on his second attempt of the day, and the record tape was nearly 3 hours long, and he's provided a timeline for when all of this stuff went down.
Which of those 3 days did you perform the score?
Saturday.
Saturday. What time was it?
Early afternoon.
Was that when you started or when you finished?
No, that's when I finished, about 2, I'd say.
When did you start?
Oh, like 9, 10 in the morning.
During her deposition, Valerie Saunders had something quite interesting to say about the timing of his performance as well. As you might expect, the purpose of inviting somebody like Billy to an event like this is to get as many people into the convention as possible and keep them there for as long as possible. Saunders' statements were generally in agreement with the estimates that Billy gave regarding what time the conference started and ended, but she also stated that while she had no idea how long it was expected to take for Billy to set his record, when it actually happened on that Saturday, she distinctly remembers being surprised at how short it apparently took him, saying, quote, "It seemed from the time that he started to the time when he broke it, it was a very short period of time. Because I remember thinking, oh gosh, this is kind of not fulfilling the goal or objective of having him in there for a long period of time to drive traffic into the exhibit hall. So I recall it being very early." Now, what Valerie stated about being told by Sheila when the record occurred does line up with what Billy testified to.
Were there people watching you?
Yes.
About how many people?
There were thousands of people. There was another lady there, Valerie.
Valerie Saunders, right?
Yeah, I believe Sheila called Valerie, who came running up from the door.
Although her recollection of the fanfare at that time paints a slightly different picture, while still remaining consistent with her initial, let's say, disappointment, when she was asked about how much attention the achievement had garnered, stating, quote, "My recollection is that because it happened so quickly, there wasn't time to develop a throng of people." When asked to provide an estimate for how long it took for Billy to complete his record from the time he started, she states, quote, "I mean, thinking back, it seemed like it took 10 or 15 minutes. Now, of course, I was doing other things, but I do recall that it was extremely short. It appeared to me to be an extremely short period of time." So, we have one seemingly impartial witness with no reason to lie, despite having been brought in specifically by Billy to testify to support his case, basically states that she was disappointed that Billy only played for 10 or 15 minutes before achieving his score that morning, because it explicitly detracted from the value that he was hired to provide. She had all the reason in the world to pay close attention to and remember the general timeline of events that happened that day, and even if we were extremely generous and assumed that she was off with her estimate about how long it took Billy to complete the score by even a factor of 10, that it still wouldn't have been remotely enough time for Billy to do what he claims he did. If he had played for 3, 4, or 5 hours like he claimed, and was done nearer 2 p.m., closer to the closing time for the conference, it would have been quite odd for her to recall so clearly being disappointed with how long he performed. Billy's story is kind of unraveling one piece at a time here, and it gets worse. And what about his buddy Richard Malligan? Well, it turns out that him and Billy were high school friends.
There was another guy named Richard Malligan and his wife were there.
You know Richard, though, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You went to high school with him, right?
Yes.
How long have you known
That's
him?
how he was easy to remember.
Yeah. And he saw you perform the score?
Yes.
The 10-50-200 part?
Exactly.
So right when you hit the high score, he was there?
When I turned around and it was hi, hello, and congratulations and thank you, yes, he was there.
Now, of course, that fact by itself isn't enough to disbelieve anything he has to say. Although the whole thing about him being charged and convicted of multiple crimes, including conspiracy to commit securities fraud, unregistered brokerage activity, unregistered offering, conspiracy, money laundering, and criminal contempt, does kind of hurt his credibility just a tad. Man, Billy really does surround himself with winners, huh? Now, what about Sheila? I recall that she was responsible for overseeing the delivery of the game board and its installation into and removal from the cabinet by the GameStop manager, who was also supposed to be responsible for setting up the recording equipment, all of which she claims was recorded. Now, as far as I've been able to find, no footage of this exists anywhere, so that doesn't exactly help us. But we keep talking about this GameStop manager. What does he have to say? Now, when Josh Ryan, the GameStop manager in question here, was eventually deposed, he testified under oath that he never set up or connected any AV or recording equipment when he came to install the board into the machine. When asked about any other cables coming out of the back of the machine, he repeatedly states that there were no other cables coming out of the back other than the power cable before he padlocked it shut. When he was asked, "There's no way for that gameplay to have been recorded to a VCR, is that right?" he replied, "Not externally, no." Now that's obviously a major problem, because according to basically everybody's testimony, immediately after he installed everything, he was the one who padlocked the cabinet shut to remain locked until after the event was concluded. The very measure taken to allegedly prevent any kind of tampering or foul play precludes the possibility for the gameplay to have been recorded. In order for the feed to have been recorded and displayed on the TV, the GameStop manager, who's the one responsible for installation of the PCB into the cabinet, would have had to have been the one to do some combination of connecting the PCB, inverter, and 2-bit converter, and any other AV cables to and from the converter to the VCR and or television, something he's quite adamant about not having occurred prior to his closing the back of the cabinet and padlocking it shut for the event. Now, what about the VCR and TV that both Todd Rogers and Billy himself testified about being above the cabinet to display his gameplay? Perhaps if we were to go back and look at the photo with Billy and Todd Rogers that day, we can maybe see that there's some wires or something running from the TV to the... Oh. Well, that's awkward. Where's that TV he was talking about? Why is it that evidence that would help Billy's case is always conveniently missing, and the evidence that we do have always seems to contradict Billy's stories? Again, is he really this unlucky? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Or perhaps could he and his sketchy friends all be lying? Now this brings us to the final piece of evidence that we need to examine, something that, unfortunately for Billy, effectively demolishes this whole story. The entire case against Billy hinges on the accusation that he did not produce his scores by playing on an authentic, original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade machine. Twin Galaxies had a rather extensive set of rules and requirements at the time, and there was one rule in particular that's most relevant here. Quote, "The joystick itself must be an original, stock, 4-way Donkey Kong arcade joystick, or a replacement 4-way joystick of exact size and shape as the original Donkey Kong arcade game joystick." Now, luckily for Billy, both Todd and his girlfriend Kimberly testified that the machine was original, authentic, and unmodified. So, it's probably fine, right? Now, what did Billy have to say about this in his deposition?
Would you consider yourself to be an expert in Donkey Kong, the game?
Gameplay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Donkey Kong cabinets? Would you consider yourself to be an expert on those?
Cabinet?
An expert on how those original Donkey Kong cabinets look. Would you consider
Would I
yourself
recognize something that's different? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, I would.
What color is the cabinet?
Sometimes blue, usually blue, sometimes red.
And that's how you can tell it's an original Donkey Kong cabinet?
That is correct.
What color are the buttons?
You can make the buttons any color you want.
What about an original Donkey Kong? What color is it?
Blue, red.
And what about the joystick?
Black top.
What does that mean?
Joystick, black top.
Is it always a black top?
Never seen anyone but that. Oh, no, I have seen other ones. I've never played on one other than black. Yeah. Again, almost always black.
Had you seen that cabinet in Robert Childs' store prior to the performance in Orlando?
Oh, yeah.
How did it look?
It looks like a cabinet. It looks the same.
Was it a blue cabinet or a red cabinet?
Gee, good question. Yeah. I think it was blue, but it's a good question.
What about the color of the joystick?
If it wasn't black, I wouldn't have played it.
Why is that?
Because the other joysticks are not real joysticks. They're not Donkey Kong joysticks.
They're not four-way joysticks?
They're not authentic joysticks.
There'd be something else?
Yeah, there'd be something either not from Nintendo or something I'm not familiar with playing.
And then if it wasn't either a black or white joystick, would that make it a non-authentic machine?
So four-way joystick, the ball on top is almost always black. Very rarely have I seen anything else. If it wasn't black, then I wouldn't have played it.
And why wouldn't you play it?
Because it would be a different feel. When I say that when I express it confidently, it's just that I know I would have ran away from it if it was something different.
Do you have any photos of you at the Mortgage Brokers convention?
I don't.
Do you have any photos of the Donkey Kong arcade machine that you played there? If I showed you a photo of the machine with a purple joystick, would that be the machine that you played on?
No.
Definitely not. What about a green joystick? Would that be the machine you played on?
I remember it being black.
What if it was a red joystick? Would that be the machine you played on?
I remember it being black.
But what if it was a red joystick?
Are you asking whether he would have played the machine?
Yeah, would you have played the machine then? If it was a red joystick?
No. I would have made him change it to black.
Would that happen?
It was black.
I'm going to now show you Exhibit G, a picture of Mr. Mitchell with Todd Rogers at the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers show.
Oh, okay.
Is that you?
That's me.
Is that Todd Rogers?
That's Todd.
Who's the other gentleman there?
I don't know.
Is that the Donkey Kong arcade cabinet that you played on?
It looks like it's it.
Okay then, so as long as the joystick on that machine is one of those original blacktop joystick...
Oh.
Well, that's awkward. That doesn't look like an original joystick at all.
I'm now going to show you Exhibit H, another picture of Mr. Mitchell at the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers. Do you see that there?
Yep.
Is that still the same cabinet that you played on?
That doesn't look like the joystick, though.
Was the joystick changed?
Not by me. Maybe in the photo.
So are you contending that photo was altered?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm saying I don't remember the joystick being red. That's all.
Not only do these photos further discredit both Twin Galaxies referees that both testified that the machine was authentic, unmodified hardware, which we now know for sure is not true, and not only would this fact alone disqualify the mortgage broker score from being accepted as an official score, but don't forget that Robert Childs, the guy who provided the cabinet for this event, testified not only that this was an original unmodified arcade machine, but that the machine was the exact same machine that Billy played years earlier for the King of Kong score, which would also disqualify that score. All of the people involved here that should have known what was going on appear to be clearly lying about multiple things easily demonstrated to be untrue, and the rest of the people involved without any serious skin in the game are either the definition of untrustworthy and should basically be ignored, or themselves provided testimony contradicting Billy's official narrative, raising major doubts about whether or not Billy even really played at all that day. All contemporaneous photographic evidence is at odds with his questionable supporting witness testimony, and if he actually played at all that day, would demonstrate that he played on illegal hardware. And of course, all of that ignores the fact that the video footage we have of that performance looks exactly like Maine. Now, I'm sure that the evidence supporting the legitimacy of his third record, the Boomer score, has to be much better, right? Now first, looking at Billy's written statement, he remembers a few different people that were present, quote, at times throughout the weekend, including Robert Childs, Todd Rogers, Kimberly Mahoney, someone named Pete Bouvier, Matt Fergal, and Joe Tortorella. He then goes on to say, quote, I do not remember all the present parties at the moment I achieved the score, however I know Todd R., and then I guess it just doesn't finish that sentence. Okay then. He mentions that Todd and Kim witnessed this and other records prior, and that they knew what an original Donkey Kong machine looked like. Yeah, sure they do, Billy. He also claims that they had a tripod set up to record a wide-angle room shot, but that Billy retained no copies, and then goes on to blame Twin Galaxies for losing the original. Now his ultimate plan was to achieve both the Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. world records over the course of a single weekend. And on the evening of Saturday the 31st of July in 2010, after first achieving a new world record on original Donkey Kong, him and his friends went to dinner with the plan of returning back the next day to attempt the DK Jr. world record. Although allegedly at dinner, Todd Rogers convinced Billy to go back and attempt to do it that same night. Now Billy allegedly did, and claims that around midnight, after pretty much everybody but Todd had gone home, he successfully achieved the DK Jr. record as well. Alrighty, so we have an idea for who might have been there for these attempts and a rough timeline of the events. Let's go ahead and take a look at the other witness statements. Now, let's begin with our friend Robert Childs. Now this time around, he does say that he was directly involved in creating the recording setup for the event, although he doesn't give any specific details about it because it was, quote, 9 years ago, which is convenient, as there will end up being a few questions later on, and his inability to recall effectively gets him off the hook from answering. Now he states that Billy did achieve the Donkey Kong world record as claimed, mentioning some of the other witnesses that Billy mentions, including, quote, Boomer's personnel and other spectators. Now he also goes on to mention that tripod footage, and also testifies that the video was lost, which seems weird to me as that sounds like purely his own speculation based on hearsay. He has no direct personal knowledge of anything related to the tape, so I'm not sure why he would make this claim in an official disclosure statement, outside of something akin to Billy and him just getting together when they wrote their statements and making sure that everything was consistent and that they said the same things. Who knows? This seemed just as bizarre to me as when Childs mentioned in another of his written statements that he didn't attend the mortgage broker's event, but he knows Billy achieved the score in front of hundreds of witnesses. Like, how could you possibly know that to any degree of certainty that would be required to testify under penalty of perjury that it was true? It's just so sketchy. Next, we have the statement from one Enzo Celani, one of the local Florida reps for Brady Distributing, a company that sells, services, and distributes amusement equipment, including retro arcade games. He claims that he was the one that provided the Donkey Kong machine for the Boomers event, that he only ever deals with authentic licensed hardware, and as such, the machine Billy played on was legit. Honestly, I personally see no reason to doubt this. So let's continue. Jack Becker is a guy that's, quote, been in the arcade game machine business for more than 30 years, and took part in coordinating this event. He allegedly visited the arcade, met some people, and said hello. And I guess that's it. Okay then. That absolutely is the testimony of all time. Moving on, we have Josh Hauslander, a Twin Galaxy staff member at the time. But Josh did not attend the Boomers event or otherwise take part in it in any way. Now, about a week later, at the Big Bang event in Iowa, that same event where Billy was standing in front of the two TV screens and VCRs showing off his gameplay, he was allegedly in a hotel suite with a group of other TG staff, who were all discussing whether or not they needed to watch the tapes of Billy's gameplay to authenticate it. They ultimately determined that there was no need to review the tapes because the DG staff were there during the event itself, presumably referring to Todd and Kimberly, even though Billy admitted only Todd was there for the DK Jr. score. All of the TG folks were, quote, very comfortable with this decision, and no one expressed any reservations. But Josh claims the last time he saw the tapes were when they went off with some unnamed TG staff, and he never saw them again. So a bunch of TG refs decided not to review the tapes because basically Todd Rogers was there live, so it must have happened. One of those refs at the time testified that they actually saw the physical videotapes themselves, not the footage on those tapes, but doesn't know who took them or where they went. Okay, I guess the takeaway from this is that it happened because Todd said so. Joe Tortorella was the Boomers manager at the time in question, and he claims that it was, quote, easy to identify as an authentic Donkey Kong machine based on the physical hardware inside the cabinet, which is so vague it's effectively meaningless, and also claims that he was present at the time that Billy got the DK score and recalls the celebrations, although doesn't actually testify whether he witnessed the end of the game or saw the score itself. The manager goes on to say the event was witnessed by hundreds of customers who viewed the event in curiosity. Interesting. Hundreds of customers. I bet one of them has some photos or video, right? Now, as a quick side note, does anybody else find it fucking weird how these people focus so much on the celebrations after Billy allegedly gets records? Like, I can't quite put my finger on it, but it just seems odd to me. I get the impression that Billy focuses on this aspect of the story because of how much he enjoys focusing on the praise and adoration he gets for his awesome achievements when he talks about it. And then everybody else only mentions it because of how frequently Billy emphasizes it. Like, people specifically pointing out details about celebrations after these things happen just seems weird to me. Am I the only one?
And I managed to set a new world record. Well, with all the fanfare that went on, there was a lot of hugs and kisses and hooting and hollering.
I don't know. Anyway, I digress. Finally, we have Matt Fergal, the guy responsible for picking up the machine, delivering it to boomers, and setting it up. But during, quote-unquote, a visit, he witnessed the final stages of the DK High score, and wouldn't you know it, after it was over, he recalls celebrations, handshakes, hugs, and congratulations. Why the fuck does everybody talk about it? He confirms the machine was authentic and confirms the achievement because he was present when it occurred. Alrighty then, that's all the witness statements we've got, although there are still a few important things to consider. Now, despite multiple people alluding to there being hundreds of witnesses to Billy's achievements, we have no footage. Literally zero video from anybody ever shared publicly about this achievement. We have a handful of different videos from different people, literally 1 week later at the Big Bang event. Do we expect there to be more documented interest in the announcement of a record than there would be of the record itself? Like, where were all the witnesses that saw this happen? There was apparently all this fanfare and celebration, remember? Yet we have no pictures or videos. I guess maybe nobody had their cell phones or video cameras at the time.
There were scores of people, maybe as much as 100 people at times behind him. They had their cell phones and videos.
So who the fuck was actually doing all this celebrating? Each of these scores would have taken like 3 hours to do. Why wouldn't a crowd have begun to gather? Where the hell was Brian Koo when Billy needed him?
There's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen if you want to watch. If anybody wants to see, there's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up if anybody wants to watch. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen might be coming up if anybody wants to see it. There's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen if you want to watch. Hey, Todd, if you're interested, there might be a Donkey Kong kill screen in the couple.
Now, while we have literally zero footage from any actual onlookers, we do actually have some, let's just say, interesting additional video from this event, all recorded by our old friend Robert Childs. Now, I want to go through these videos for a bit and share some moments that I feel are worth taking a look at, but just keep in mind for a bit that we're going to be operating outside of the realm of hard facts and more into some of the things that stand out to me personally as weird or give me odd vibes, that sort of thing. So just remember to take it with a grain of salt. And if you happen to get a different read on things or think something different, leave a comment with what you're thinking. The first video we have is entitled, "We Have a New Donkey Kong Jr. Record, July 2010.
Just got word that Billy Mitchell just got the Donkey Kong Jr. record. Bill.
It's about time. All right, so I've got to stop already. Look at Billy's body language here. What's with that little dash he did to do what looks like block the machine? I could, of course, be reaching here, but it just instantly gave me the vibe that he didn't want the dude holding the camera to walk over to the machine that he just allegedly set the record on to maybe look at the high score list, you know, as if maybe his score wasn't there. Now, before we play this next bit, let me remind you what you already know so that you'll perhaps keep it in mind while you listen to what these guys are saying and how they behave. One of these guys just set a new world record moments earlier, and the other dude is the official referee in charge of verifying the legitimacy of his performance. You know, like whether or not he did the score and like what the score was. And then also keep in mind that they are literally inches away from the very machine he supposedly just did the record on, where like the score would actually be visible to see on the screen.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Where the Hades were you, man?
Unbelievable. Wow. 2 records in a day. Wow, what do you think?
1,279,50. No 50.
What was the score?
I'm giving him extra 50 points. Yeah, I get a bonus for the tie. It's 1,270,900. Yeah, but the people know when they see the score, they'll know what it is. So, hey, if all that matters, he did it.
Yeah, who cares what the score is, right? They'll know what it is when they see the tape. Like, what? Again, maybe I'm projecting here, but when I hear him say all that matters is that he did it, it just feels to me like he's almost trying to justify to himself that, yeah, of course it doesn't matter if he did it here, live in front of an audience or not. He did it, so it's just like the same thing, right?
Anyway, it's all on tape, and
where's the tape?
He has it. I have it in my phone.
It's right in there.
Now, according to Carlos Pinheiro, he recalls that during the time period where he was helping Billy with the investigation, that Todd Rogers told him some interesting pieces of information. The first was that the whole event wasn't really planned at all, and that at least Todd's involvement was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Todd happened to be in the area that day as he was out shopping for tarantulas, which apparently he collects. Now, this kind of makes sense, as in the video we see he wasn't wearing that old referee jersey this time around, which we may expect that he was there specifically for official adjudication purposes. But hold up a second. I know the first question that Billy would be asking is, oh, well, can we really trust Carlos? Well, we don't have to, as we have Todd on film saying the exact same thing a week after it went down back at the Big Bang event in 2010.
There was no intent in the beginning to make any records.
Really?
I went down there to shop for tarantulas, and since I was in the area, I had given him a call and said, hey, well, he didn't just walk in. Like I told you earlier, nothing was arranged, and since I was in the area, we stemmed with the idea of having Bill Mitchell against Todd Rogers at Donkey Kong blindfolded, just to take him out of his element of gaming. And it progressed to, okay, since I'm here, I want to see a stellar performance. Show me what you got on Donkey Kong. And it developed into a gameplay. Because he was asking me, what would I do? Would you go for both records or would you just do one? I said, but you're not me. I said, me, I do both, but that would push the record up so high that the person would not be able to touch me.
Okay, so wait, what the fuck is this story now? That there was nothing planned, but instead something about the two of them doing some spur-of-the-moment heads-up blindfolded Donkey Kong contest? I have no idea where any of that came from. Now, Carlos states that Todd told him that they were acting as if the bag had the tapes in them, when in reality that was actually the bag with a couple of the spiders he just bought. And Carlos also said the same thing in an interview with EGM Magazine, who also interviewed Rogers about the incident, who claimed they didn't remember if the tapes were in the bag or not. Well, add that to the ever-growing list of sketchy things that makes this whole entire story so hard to believe. At this point, I literally have no idea what to believe. The only thing that's clear is that at least one person is lying about a number of things, but who knows who or what that is at this point.
Well, anyway, congratulations, man. That's unbelievable.
Well, it took you long enough to get here. I was really fired up, and now I'm a little more stable.
You pulled me out of bed, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. That reminds me. Didn't Billy say that he got the DK Jr. record after midnight? It's really hard to tell in this video what time it is, but if it really is sometime around midnight, it's kind of surprising how lively it at least seems to be in the background. As a quick sanity check, I wanted to go and ensure that the arcade would have been open at that time, but to first do that, I needed to establish which boomer's location the assault took place at, as there are multiple locations even in Florida. I found an old article during this time period that mentions Joe Tortorella as the general manager of the Dania Beach location right next to Billy's stomping grounds in the general Fort Lauderdale area, so that all tracks. I then went to the Wayback Machine and checked the hours of operation of this very location at that period of time, and it does actually seem that the arcade likely would have been open at this time. So at least that checks out. Now, one of the people that Billy claims was present for at least one of his scores, in both his written statement as well as in his deposition, was Pete Bouvier, the then owner of Twin Galaxies. Now, in the second of Robert Childs' multiple videos that day, entitled Billy Mitchell Speaks, July 2010, moments after breaking Donkey Kong record, Billy says this.
So we're here. I guess one more person we're hoping to say hi to is Pete. Pete from Twin Galaxies is on his way here. And, we'll share some good conversation with him.
Okay, so initially it was a little bit difficult to try and orient myself to when this video was filmed, as the title and description of the video both refer specifically to him setting the Donkey Kong record, not the DK Jr. record or both records. So I figured that this was taken after the first record was done, which would have been before they went out to dinner. But then elsewhere in the video, he says this.
It was a little slow getting started, but then once the records came, they came.
So there he says records, i.e. DK and DK Jr. So this implies that this would have had to have been at the midnight time period in order for the whole story to be consistent. So I guess that means that Pete Bouvier was also pulled out of bed after midnight to come celebrate Billy's record? Billy said he was on his way. So was Pete there or not? What other info do we have on this? Well, unfortunately, Pete passed away in 2017, so we can't corroborate any of this information directly with him. And I suppose, once again, that happens to be convenient for Billy's narrative. So what else do we know?
I sat down in front of a Donkey Kong, and after a little trouble, as there normally is, I managed to play, and I managed to set a new world record that I guess you're going to see finalized right here. Well, with all the fanfare that went on, there was a lot of hugs and kisses and hooting and hollering. And from Twin Galaxies. Pete was on the phone, and Pete was on his way over. And I turned and I said to the Twin Galaxies people there, I said, one more thing I got to take care of. And I started a game of Donkey Kong Jr. And I thought it was neat because I think it would have been the first time Pete would have seen a world record. Am I right? No. So I played, and I guess I was about 3/4 of the way through it before I said, boy, where's Pete? And then Todd said, oh, he's not going to be able to make it.
So wait a minute. A week later, when Billy's actually in front of Pete Bouvier himself, he tells a completely different story. Not only casually implying that he sat down at the DK Jr. machine and banged out the record on his first try right after his Donkey Kong record, but also that this whole phone call to Pete happened after the first record was done, and that he found out partway through his DK Jr. record that Pete wasn't going to make it. A drastically different timeline than we've heard before.
But none of us hit the score we want on the first game. You play, and it just happens. So the fact of the matter is, I was playing, okay, and obviously I'm locked on the screen. So we have Twin Galaxies there, we have the gameplay,
right?
We have room coverage, and when I absolutely had the good fortune, and I got the score on Donkey Kong, and I turned around, one of the people shaking my hand, one of the people patting me on the back, okay, was Pete Bouvier, the owner of Twin Galaxies.
Pete Bouvier shook your hand.
Very easily seen on the room shot in the tape that was created.
Well, of course, years later, after Pete's passed away, now that he's no longer able to speak up for himself to avoid getting roped into Billy's little fairy tale narrative, all of a sudden he went from being on the phone, on the way to the venue to show up late, then unfortunately unable to make it, to now suddenly being there when it happened to shake his hand and pat him on the back. Something that, of course, would be incredibly easy to corroborate had any of the external footage that Billy played in the game at Boomers that night that he claims to exist actually exist. Now, I'm sure Billy has some Ocean's 11 starring Dwayne Richards and Roy Schultz level explanation for how the tapes managed to unexist themselves, but something tells me that if those recordings were taken at all, the tapes probably never made it out of Todd Rogers' tarantula bag. Now, believe it or not, the whole thing gets even more complicated with additional interviews that were done as a part of the same EGM piece I mentioned earlier. Recall that Josh Hauslander, one of the TG staff members debating whether or not to watch the footage of Billy's tapes in that hotel room or wherever it was, stated that nobody took issue with accepting the score. Now, this is contradicted by statements from multiple people. The first was David Nelson, the Twin Galaxies chief referee at the time, who would cause some disagreement about whether or not the scores should be accepted, questioning the impartiality of Billy's choice of referee. Quote, when someone is going to set a world record of this caliber, really the procedure should be to contact Twin Galaxies, tell them of your intention, and we'll work out how to get a referee to you to witness it, and the referee will be one of our choosing. Billy went ahead and selected his own referee to witness the score, and he did it in secret without anybody's knowledge. It was a very difficult decision because none of us liked the circumstances, but the decision came down to, we'll accept the score. Now, apparently Nelson also had what was referred to as a tense conversation with Billy and Steve Sanders, where they apparently were pressuring him to accept the score in such a way that at one point even came off as having a rather threatening tone to it. Sanders allegedly also said, "Hey Dave, do the right thing," to which Nelson commented that anybody who comes to you and says, "do the right thing," they don't mean do the right thing, they mean do the right thing for them. Patrick Scott Patterson, the assistant chief referee at the time, corroborated many of Nelson's claims, echoing that there were referees, including himself, who were not comfortable with accepting the scores. According to this piece, Todd Rogers stated, quote, with absolute certainty that he gave both of the Boomers tapes to Nelson, who denies ever receiving them from Rogers despite his repeated requests to turn them over. Okay, so there are a few more remaining things to point out in the last few moments of the second video. First, we see what appears to be a laptop. Now that's interesting because during Carlos's testing, he was told by Robert Childs that he had the same setup that Billy had for his Boomer score, including the same laptop and capture card.
The original device we used was this. We've been able to find all the devices, which is a GigaWare with a composite in, using and running on the same software. The converter, we actually even have here the receipt in 2003. And that was how the direct setup and recording was done.
Now, despite Childs denying remembering what the setup was in his sworn testimony, Pinheiro was told by Childs that the setup that they had put together in arcade game sales for testing out the claims against Billy were the same as what they had in the Boomer score. And interestingly enough, because it was supposed to have been directly recorded to a laptop at this time, rather than to a VCR like the previous tapes were claimed to have been, it wouldn't actually make any sense at all that they would have VHS tapes of those performances at Boomers at this point. A VCR simply wasn't a part of this recording setup. So where did they get these tapes from? Finally, at the tail end of this clip, when Childs shows himself to the camera, we see this. Now, I don't know about you, but those look either like doors or windows to me, with a bunch of daylight pouring through. And thanks to an anonymous source who provided some reference images to Ursat's Cats, the author behind PerfectPacman.com, we now know that these are in fact external doors at the arcade. So once again, the entire midnight timeline makes absolutely no sense, and is further destroyed by a series of text messages uncovered between Robert Childs and his friend Brett Cirque, where Childs told him before the weekend that the Boomer event even occurred, quote, Billy to take the DK and DK Jr. record back on Saturday at Grand Prix. And then on that day, he sent another message at 7:24 p.m. Eastern, quote, Billy took back both records today. Now this is further corroborated by a tweet just 3 minutes later by Brett himself that reads, breaking, Billy Mitchell takes back both Donkey Kong and DK Jr. records today. Now I made sure to double and triple check the timestamp on this tweet to avoid any kind of time zone mishaps. But again, unless they got a hold of Dwayne Richards' time machine, none of this timeline makes any sense whatsoever. That brings us to the last massive issue with the Boomer story that Billy and his friends have tried to feed us, and that comes from Childs' final of the 3 videos, known as the infamous board swap video. In this video, we see both Billy and Robert Childs both taking part in the laughable charade that is them pretending to be swapping out the Donkey Kong PCB for the DK Jr. PCB, allegedly in between Billy doing both of his records. But in reality, it was all staged. In fact, the board that Childs was shown removing from the cabinet was the same exact board he was seen moments later, after a clever camera angle shift, to then be installing back into the cabinet. Now, interestingly enough, this board swap video was the impetus behind the original Jeremy Young post, the one that basically sat for months, ignored, with nobody acting upon it, until of course Jeremy Young was able to provide the video analysis evidence proving that it was done using MAME. So we've come full circle. Now, this whole board swap incident was later admitted on multiple occasions to have been a sham, including in Billy's deposition testimony, although every time Billy downplays it as simply being a stupid stunt solely for Child's YouTube channel to get clicks, with Billy fervently denying that it was in any way intended to lend any amount of credibility to the legitimacy of his scores.
It's not different. You want the truth? I'll give you the truth. You stop. I got the whole story. Okay. We finished. We ate. An hour later, he goes, I want to put this on my YouTube channel. And everybody went back over to the game, and he took out a board, and he put a board in, and he's too lazy to grab the other board, and he did it for his YouTube channel. He's an idiot.
So the one score that would have been there in 2018 would have been 162.
And that's your Boomer score?
Yes.
Is this the incident where the fake board swap video occurred?
Afterwards, it occurred, yes.
What do you mean afterwards?
Afterwards.
So there was a fake board swap video?
Long, not by me, but long afterwards, after the game was over.
Robert Childs pretended to swap boards?
He did.
The reason for there not being any recording equipment visible at the time, and for clearly swapping out a DK Jr. board with the same DK Jr. board, while trying to pass it off as something different, with Billy happy to once again lie to the camera for entertainment purposes, playing along quite convincingly, was simply because they had already packed everything up in Child's car and he was too lazy to go and retrieve it, at least allegedly. Note that all 3 of these Boomer videos were posted by Robert Childs on August 7th, the same day as the Big Bang event, which would have been exactly the same period of time that all that drama was beginning to ensue surrounding whether or not the Twin Galaxies judges were going to accept his score. Curious timing indeed. So where does all of this leave us? Well, honestly, the only thing I believe is that the machine was probably legitimate. But if, when, and what Billy played, as well as any scores he claims to have earned, are in serious doubt based on all of the contradictory testimony from all of Billy and his pals. Even if we assume that they're either being morons or they're extremely forgetful, rather than simply fabricating the entire thing completely out of whole cloth, which one could argue is what the evidence suggests, and even ignoring the fact that Billy's own footage that he's standing in front of live clearly shows that it was generated on emulator rather than legitimate arcade, there's just no way it's remotely reasonable to assume that what they claim to have happened. And that's basically it, folks. As far as I can tell, that's all of the evidence that substantiates the claim that Billy did those scores on legitimate, authentic, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade machines, live in front of large crowds of people. In my humble opinion, it's not even remotely close to meeting any semblance of the burden of proof to overcome the immense mountain of evidence that's completely and utterly damning to all of his claims. Were any of the witness statements compelling for you? I'm genuinely interested to hear what you guys think. At the end of the day, nobody other than Billy knows what happened. Now, if you'll allow, I'd like to speak candidly for a moment. I personally suspect that most people are afraid to outright accuse Billy of exactly what they think he did, to propose specific accusations, or to share any kind of theory about what they believe happened, solely out of fear of legal repercussions. The unfortunate outcome of that is that it allows Billy himself control over the narrative. When people feel the need to walk on eggshells when discussing what they think went down, they tend to speak vaguely and hesitate to say what it is they actually believe occurred. And that has the unfortunate side effect of allowing Billy the opportunity to fill in the blanks that are the ambiguities of the accusations, letting him have free rein in constructing whatever straw man he feels like tearing down. Now, alternatively, some of the folks that actually do speak up against Billy and who are willing to share their suspicions very often don't have all of the facts quite right, or end up misinterpreting where the evidence actually leads. And that ends up reinforcing Billy's strategy of only ever focusing on the least credible accusations and using those to try to discredit anybody and everybody who questions his narrative. Here's a perfect example of somebody who clearly has the balls to say what they believe, which I have respect for, but at the same time, I ultimately think their conclusions aren't exactly supported by the evidence.
But there's a guy on YouTube, Mario4356, who just uploaded a video, and he pointed out something very interesting in this fake board swap video.
But the biggest issue is, why is there a laptop? You had a cameraman, it was 2010, I get the feeling that this laptop was used to run a version of MAME into that cabinet. Why is it there?
Do you see that laptop back there? Why would they have a laptop there? They weren't live streaming it. They weren't even filming it. I mean, there's no footage of him actually playing at this event, and there's no, like, they couldn't get a video of him standing there with, like, a thumbs up and his American flag showing his high score. I mean, obviously they had a camera there. He claims that he announced his playing, so they knew they were going to be there. I mean, could it just be there for whatever reason? I guess so. I mean, we'll never know, but it's very suspicious, and it's something else that's really interesting about all of this.
In situations like this, all Billy needs to say is, well, I was recording directly into my laptop using that direct feed setup that I've shown before. I've already told everybody this, but they won't listen. See, you're not being honest, and you're just trying to discredit me however you can. And the unfortunate truth is that, in all honesty, that makes Billy's case seem just a little bit stronger, solely because of the absurdity of the counterclaim. Pretty much none of the noteworthy, credible folks that are making any accusations against Billy are saying that he ran MAME into the cabinet. And the only reason why he keeps talking about that is because of folks like this that keep saying that that's what happened. The fact that we have videotapes that show MAME play doesn't point to the fact that he actually played that night on that machine using MAME. What it does is call into question that he played that night at all. Now, this creates a situation where both his supporters, as well as people unfamiliar with the case who are now just being introduced to it, only ever hear a misinterpretation of what the evidence suggests and Billy's attempts to debunk those misinterpretations, which unfairly represents what many folks like myself actually believe. So to do my best to prevent my position from being misrepresented, misinterpreted, or strawman, I want to state it clearly and unambiguously. While at the same time, I need to make it very clear that while I think what I believe is entirely consistent with all of the available evidence I've analyzed, there simply isn't enough evidence to know what happened for sure. Again, only Billy can answer this. The following is not a statement of fact. It's merely a summary of what I personally feel is the most plausible explanation that attempts to account for everything that I've discussed thus far. I believe that all three of Billy's most famous Donkey Kong records, the King of Kong score, the Morgan Kroger score, and the Boomer score, were complete fabrications. These scores were not achieved on genuine arcade machines live in public, but instead were likely created somewhere far away, safe from prying eyes, by Billy or some unknown third party on a computer somewhere running MAME. Using save states or other emulator features, these perfect performances achieving whatever score he desired would have been trivial to manufacture, piece by piece, board by board, without needing to worry about bad RNG, making mistakes, or taking risks. Anytime you mess up or get unlucky, you just hit that load button and you rewind to moments before, without any real progress actually being lost, allowing you to effectively brute force a fully segmented run. Now, as I talked about earlier, I've played Donkey Kong only a handful of times before, and generally have no idea what I'm doing. When I made my little trip to Fun Spot, I only made it past the second stage one time in the handful of attempts that I had. But now looking back at all of this, I wanted to see how long it would take me to get to the 100,000 point milestone, a fairly respectable score for the up-and-coming PK player learning the game, but I would be using save states on main. Pretty much right away, it became painfully obvious that the use of save states like this completely and utterly trivializes the game. Within a few minutes, I was easily able to get 100,000 points. So I imagined if I actually knew what I was doing, getting 1,000,000 points using this method would probably be extremely easy. And once you're done, the entire thing gets saved as an IMP file, which can then be loaded back into MAME and replayed in real time, at which point it could have easily been recorded to a VHS tape, with no one the wiser. You could effectively create these tapes whenever you wanted, effectively on demand with almost no lead time, hold onto them for as long as you needed to be used whenever made the most sense strategically. During the filming of King of Kong, when it was clear that Steve Wiebe was the real deal, traveling across the country, performing live under pressure at the highest level, not only removing the spotlight from Billy, but going so far as to make him look bad, because he was too cowardly to actually compete himself, in what was likely a desperate attempt to save face, this would have been a perfect time to release his first tape. Now, of course, this left Billy in a bit of a pickle. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted the recognition of this quote-unquote achievement to be given all of the respect and praise for the accomplishment, while at the same time avoiding any criticisms related to it not being a live score performance, because he's of course the guy incessantly bragging about doing scores live. In a shameless attempt to have it both ways, he relentlessly denies that score ever being an official score submission, claiming it was merely for entertainment purposes only, and therefore that should make him immune to the obvious accusations of hypocrisy. This could also arguably be seen as an attempt to remove that score from any scrutiny that would come as a result of the allegations against him, as if the tape not being an official submission would somehow make the proof that the tape was cheated irrelevant. There are, of course, a few problems with this narrative. In the King of Kong, we saw this.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're getting at. Are you officially submitting the score? So I think it's an acceptable score.
Let me go see if I can put that on the website, okay?
Now, we never actually hear what Billy's answer was to the initial question of whether or not he was officially submitting that score. Although, in a 2007 MTV interview, Walter Day stated that Billy's answer was yep. And then, in 2008, just a year later, in a forum post attempting to address some of the concerns people were having about the score being accepted, including an apology to Steve Wiebe for how shitty the whole thing was towards him, Day confirms what he said in the MTV interview, saying, quote, Billy requested recognition for the score over the phone, asking that it be viewed as an official submission as shown in the movie. Billy also personally commissioned posters commemorating the score, referring to himself as the Donkey Kong World Champion for this achievement. Now, I don't know about you, but so far it seems a lot like Billy really did want the score to be accepted. Not to mention that at no point did Billy himself personally request to have the score taken down. Although years later, when the dispute happened, it was clear that Walter Day and Billy Mitchell would begin to attempt to rewrite history. In his 2019 evidence package, Billy and Walter conveniently contradict everything we've just heard. In Day's statement, he states, during this time, Billy Mitchell made it very clear that this tape's score was for entertainment purposes only, not for submission, as he only submits live world records. However, I chose to input the score for the King of Kong's entertainment purposes, but made sure the score was removed from the database after the event was over. Now, this, of course, goes against what we saw in the film, what Walter Day himself said to MTV in 2007, and what he also said himself posted in his own forums in 2008. It also not only appears to co-opt the kind of language that Billy himself uses, as he only submits live world records, which leads me to believe that Billy told him exactly what to write, but also contradicts his prior claims in the testimony of Robert Merchek, who was actually the one to remove Billy's score. This whole reframing of the series of events that occurred paints everything in a totally different light than what actually happened. Oh no, we just did it for the film. It wasn't a real record, when in fact all evidence points to Billy actually wanting it on the leaderboards, but Robert Merchek took it down because the quality of the tape was unacceptable for adjudication. Now, in Billy's statement, he makes a number of claims on the subject. The first is that Billy Mitchell holds himself to a high standard. Mitchell only submits score performances at live events under proper adjudication. Mitchell has never submitted a score via videotape. Now, even if you ignore the 1047 tape and all the evidence that that was actually him trying to get that in as a submission via tape, there's plenty of evidence to show that this claim is simply untrue. For instance, listen to this 2004 interview with Billy Mitchell and Steve Wiebe on Retro Gaming Radio at the Classic Gaming Expo.
And then on the 3rd of July, I scored 6,600. And then Billy came in, and he already had scored like a year ago, right? Was it? He had 1 million, but he didn't want to reveal. He was going for his ultimate score. He didn't want to like put out some intermittent score. Yeah.
But he's breathing down my neck.
But,
I mean, pressure's on.
When I had the 999,500, I actually talked to Billy, and he was, I don't know if you were ready to turn your tape in or you thought maybe he won't get it. And I don't know what he was thinking.
So why don't you relax for a minute?
Yeah.
But
Take a vacation. Yeah. So then I turned mine in, and then Billy turned his in.
So they're both being verified.
Yeah.
That seems kind of weird coming from somebody who's never submitted a tape, saying your tape has been submitted and you're now waiting for it to be verified. Now what about this clip from not long after the documentary was released, where one of Billy's best friends answers the question about Billy's live score performances?
Right here. I haven't heard of any live scores. How about yourself?
The last live score I know of was Perfect Pac-Man in 1999.
All right, so let me get this straight. Now Billy and Walter are saying that the 1047 score was never a score. They also claim that this is backed up by video evidence. Video evidence that, of course, they haven't presented. Fine. Now, after Billy had sued Guinness World Records for the removal of his scores, while Guinness was likely trying to settle to avoid the headaches and costs of a silly lawsuit they didn't care about, in one of their initial settlement letters, they offered to reinstate 4 of Billy's scores, excluding the 1047 score from that list, which should of course have been fine with Billy, considering he never intended it as an official record in the first place, right? Well, Billy's lawyers refused, requiring that his 1047 be included as they were quote-unquote previously recognized. Now historically, Guinness deferred to Twin Galaxies as the de facto authority on video game high scores, so why would Guinness have recognized Billy's 1047 if Twin Galaxies didn't? Once again, this is Billy trying to have it both ways. But what about the letter that Day sent to Guinness World Records after they stripped Billy of all of his scores, where he formally requested they reinstate all of his records, including the 1047 score, which was recognized as the first million-point game, and had been included in the 2007 edition of the book in a list of 30 greatest video arcade game scores of all time, as selected by Twin Galaxies. You gotta love how in the lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, they're trying to argue that the score was never intended to be an official score, so it shouldn't have been a part of the dispute process, while simultaneously they're telling another party in a completely separate lawsuit that that same score needs to be reinstated as an official record. Which is it, Billy? Now, Walter's letter also later had a footnote added to it where a number of contradictions were introduced. First is that now Walter wasn't taking credit for removing the score, but instead finally admitting that it was in fact Robert Murchek. But of course, at this point, Murchek was no longer defending Billy, and the 2006 MTV footage showing that girder finger was known at this point. So Billy had to now categorically deny that he sent the tape to Murchek for adjudication to try to cast some semblance of doubt on that evidence. Now, Day also goes on to explain some of Billy's apparent trepidations about the decision over whether to officially recognize his 1047 score or not, casting further doubt on Billy's assertion that it was never intended to be a submission. First, he definitely said it was a submission. Then, he categorically denied it was a submission, and now when asking for Guinness to reinstate his record, he was apparently back and forth on it. How convenient. Now, after the initial January 2007 showing of The King of Kong at various film festivals around the country, I'd be willing to bet that it became pretty clear how the series of events portrayed in the documentary made Billy look. And it wasn't great. Just before the wider theatrical release of The King of Kong that was slated for summer of '07, Steve Wiebe was the world record holder with a score of 1,049,100, solidifying the narrative that had been nicely tied up at the end of the film. That Wiebe, the lovable underdog and protagonist of the story, had overcome all odds and proven that he was in fact the best. Now, the best way for Billy to get out in front of the criticisms that were undoubtedly going to be coming later on that year would be to retake the first place spot in as grandiose a fashion as possible, live at a big public event, exactly 25 years to the day after his first record performance. This was Billy's metaphorical called shot. You can see clear as day how fragile Billy's ego is about this when he's asked a completely innocent question from what sounds like a child in the audience about how long he held on to his original tape. After giving his answer, he gets all defensive and feels the need to tack on the additional details that he feels will redeem himself while simultaneously adding in a dig at Steve Wiebe.
How long have you had the video taken through 1,047,000 scores?
That score was done in June of 2004.
So 2 years or so before we submitted. But again, I had done scores beyond 1 million points. I had done scores that were witnessed, but I don't submit scores that aren't at a live venue. And one thing you'd be fooled by here is the score that eventually was put up as the world record at 1,050,000 was done at a live venue in Orlando. And the record that it beat, which was 1,049,000, was done in Steve's garage. That's the exact opposite of what the movie would have you believe. But if it was shown exactly the truth, the way I just described it to you, it wouldn't be as exciting.
Even at this point, we can see that Billy was still trying to dishonestly skew the narrative in order to downplay Weeby's accomplishment and to prop himself up, pretending as if the movie left out the score that he quote-unquote did at a convention, even though the score he's referring to didn't even allegedly happen until a year after the movie was filmed.
I go, oh, that record that you saw that guy do in the movie? Yeah. I go, that wasn't a record. I go, that wasn't even 1 million points. They go, no, that was the record. I go, he goes, I go, he did the record in his garage. He sent the tape in. He sent the tape in? And I go, yeah, he did. We call it a garage score. And he goes, I thought yours was a tape. And I go, that was a different tape.
Yeah.
I go, the score I did at the convention in high school. They go, no, I saw it. And I go, I know what you saw.
Hey, you
I go,
saw a movie,
yeah, I go,
there's reality, and then there's a movie.
and I say, I'm glad
Despite the dishonesty in these responses, it's also easy to forget the simple fact that Billy lived down the road from all his little Twin Galaxies minions that would show up whenever he wanted to summon them to unquestioningly sign off on whatever scores he wanted them to. Steve lived 3,000 miles away on the opposite side of the country. This whole I don't submit tapes nonsense is an arbitrary self-imposed standard. There was nothing wrong at the time with submitting videotape scores, and Billy knows that. Nobody was upset with Billy because he submitted a tape. It was that he was a giant fucking blatant hypocrite. The vast majority of scores on the Twin Galaxies leaderboards were tapes, because that was the only way to do it at the time outside of showing up to some pre-scheduled event where Twin Galaxies was planning to be at. You know, like the ones in Florida and New Hampshire that Steve flew to in the movie and actually performed at, while Billy was back home sitting on his couch getting score updates from his minions. Billy can't hide behind deceptive editing or all that entertainment purposes nonsense. On this very basic fact, it's clear. Billy never put his money where his mouth was, and Steve did. And Billy's been desperately scrambling to save face ever since. The anxiety that we saw in that first clip and the arrogance we see in the second, clear as day, is exactly why Billy needed a new high score and why it needed to be done in some epic, noteworthy way. He needed something to allow him to take back control over the narrative, to eliminate any doubt that he was the best.
In 2007, before the movie came out, I wanted to screw things up for the movie. I mean, it's a cynical thing. I'm just being honest with you. And I had a disliking for Sun, and I wanted to screw it up for him. And it was coming up on the 25th anniversary of when I did the very first kill screen back in the 80s. And so I openly said, I'm going to play, and I'm going to get a new world record.
I suspect that this is precisely the reason why Billy, who had previously declined to appear at the mortgage broker's event when he was initially invited, ultimately changed his mind, reaching back out to Sheila Kinnery in late January, right after the initial showing of the King of Kong. This would be the perfect opportunity to stage a live performance that could serve as the justification for the release of a new MAME-generated tape. The timing lined up perfectly with his original 1982 record, and there would be a lot of potential witnesses around to corroborate the story without knowing remotely enough about Donkey Kong high scores to be able to call into question any aspect of his performance. This is perhaps related to why Billy loves to focus on and emphasize all of the fanfare and celebration. As we've already seen before, all he needs to do is say, "That's a perfect game," and anybody around is going to cheer and applaud and be excited for the achievement that they really kind of don't fully understand. But whatever, who cares? We're all super stoked for whatever it is the guy did, right? Despite the Music City Multicon incident occurring after Billy was already the subject of major cheating allegations, and the fact that it wasn't a perfect score was caught almost immediately and called out publicly, you could argue that Billy has still really never answered for trying to pass off this supposed perfect score as legitimate for over 2 years. And that was at a gaming convention with fairly savvy gamers all around him, cameras all over the place, and even the local news there covering it. It really isn't that far of a stretch to think that him effectively doing the same thing at a mortgage broker's convention with no real heat or pressure on him would have been anything but trivial to pull off. Let's assume he took a few days to put together the 1050 tape in his basement and brought it with him to the mortgage brokers convention. Imagine what would typically happen during one of these high-score performances. A few hours go by, you start to get up there in points, the hype begins to build. Brian Koo frantically runs around telling everybody a Donkey Kong kill screen is coming up. The crowd begins to form, eyes trained on the screen, excited for that moment when the achievement finally occurs. Now imagine you have a tape that you want to pretend you created at the event. You need all that fanfare, but you don't want all that attention, because of course you aren't actually going to be playing to achieve the score. Would you want it to happen around 1 or 2 o'clock when the most people are around and all eyes are on you? No, you'd want to do it when the fewest number of people were around. Hell, all you need to do is play for 10 or 15 minutes, score 50,000 points because Donkey Kong doesn't show a millions digit on the score, so to any layman it would be indistinguishable from 1,050,000 points, exclaim you just got a new world record, stand up from the machine and turn around and start shaking hands, hugging people, you know, all that fanfare and celebration that puts the focus on you instead of on the machine that you didn't actually just get a score on. Now this lines up with his own witness's sworn testimony under oath, that she was disappointed when he was done with his performance, 10 or 15 minutes into the day, before any hype could have been generated or a meaningful number of people were there to witness it, before Billy would have been able to actually finish a single game, let alone claim to have done 2 attempts, the second of which should have taken nearly 3 hours to do if he was telling the truth. Instead, the day starts off early, you see some folks walking around the convention, Billy looks both ways to ensure that Dwayne hasn't emerged from his time machine with a camera to catch him in the act, and boom, he can start celebrating. All of a sudden, he's got a handful of witnesses that would all testify to the fanfare without ever actually stating they literally witnessed him get the score. All he needs to do is then go through the charade of having the board shipped from Nintendo, installed by a third party, padlocked into the cabinet so as to be tamper-proof, whisked away into a secure location after the record was done, and have the board shipped back to Nintendo for verification. Even more of the air of legitimacy has been established. The hardware was verified. How could I be lying? Remember, Billy was very clearly concerned about the optics over the legitimacy of the score, right? Hence all of those precautions? Well then why wouldn't he retain his own copies of the most compelling, obvious, and relevant evidence for the performance? The tapes that he claims of cameras on tripods showing room shots in his gameplay. If he retained his own copy, he wouldn't then be able to point to someone else in the future to say they either lost or manipulated the tapes, which conveniently seems to happen every time. It's the perfect series of events that gives his story an air of legitimacy, adds a bunch of plausible deniability, without actually proving anything. Now fast forward to 2010, a few weeks before the inauguration of the International Video Game Hall of Fame in Ottumwa, Iowa, the home of that 1982 Life magazine shoot, and Billy Mitchell once again finds himself in second place, this time behind Donkey Kong great Hank Chan. Now, once again, familiar setting, Billy wants to try to sneak in right before the Hall of Fame event and establish himself as the best once more. And what better way to do this than to do a repeat of his prior one-up attempt? This time surpassing Chan's score by the exact same 1,100-point margin as he previously did with Steve Wiebe. This allows him to not really have to push himself to any kind of limit, while also allowing him to further the myth that he's just so good that he can beat anybody's score so easily, on demand, and doesn't even have to play until the end. He can just quit early to make a point because of how cool and badass he is. Once again, he fabricates some tapes and needs to stage another live event to legitimize their existence. Now, rather than show up to a normal competitive event like Wiebe did multiple times in King of Kong, the thing that Billy pretends is his MO, or bother making a big announcement of his record-setting intentions to the world so that folks could be there to witness him be a legend live, he instead sets up this low-key performance in the dark back corner of an arcade, does the same song and dance related to sourcing and validating the equipment that he doesn't actually plan to play on, and then when nobody's looking, claims he's done the thing, whips out the MAME tapes as proof, manages to lose track of all the external recordings that would show him actually playing live in front of a crowd of onlookers because that never happened, and then blames everybody else but himself for this ineptitude and short-sightedness. But don't forget, Billy Mitchell always has a plan. He was probably ready for some pushback or controversy over this performance, so he readied a trap card, a few staged recordings made by Robert Childs that he could keep in his back pocket, where they go through the effort of pretending that he just got a record and are now swapping boards so that he can get the second record and then later pretend to be celebrating right after he gets another one. He had this gotcha ready that he could whip out the moment that anybody questioned what happened. Again, a half-hearted attempt to add an air of legitimacy to this story. That might explain why these videos came out literally the day after the score announcement, when people were there questioning the legitimacy of the scores.
You don't mind if I ask a question? If you were going to do this in public, why did you make an announcement before you had even done it? Why did you make a public announcement about the time and location when you were going to do it? Well, there's the answer.
That was Roy Schilt, aka Mr. Awesome, one of Billy's most eccentric critics that was also featured in The King of Kong, put forward as being a part of the anti-Billy conspiracy. Now, in a number of forum posts that were going around in the weeks leading up to the Big Bang event, someone who I suspect was secretly Roy Schilt on a sock puppet account predicted that Billy would do this exact thing. Billy Mitchell's former world record Donkey Kong score of 1,050,200 points of July 2007 is a sham. In July of 2007, Billy played that score at an out-of-the-way broker convention as a smokescreen so it couldn't be scrutinized. We must assume that Billy's world record score was actually played at another time and place and somehow switched for what Billy played that day. Between now and August 7th, Billy will reclaim the Donkey Kong world record with some bullcrap scenario. Honestly, it's pretty fucking crazy how accurate this ended up being. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this kind of wacky trap card gotcha plan would even be too much for Billy, but it turns out that he isn't a stranger to this kind of nonsense. In a recorded phone call between him and ex-friend David Race, the release of which ultimately leading to a lawsuit against Race for allegedly illegally recording the call, a case that was ultimately dismissed, Billy discusses his ingenious plot to discredit and embarrass all of the haters on the wrong side of his record dispute, starting with him creating a totally new performance of his boomer score.
But what I plan on doing is, it's also being recorded out the back. The direct feed is hooked up. And what I plan on doing, and this is top secret, I plan on doing it, I'm going to take the tape, and I'm going to have it sent to Chase Hall. When I say have it sent, I'm going to have it sent to New Hampshire, which is where I think it last was. I'm going to FedEx it to New Hampshire, and somebody in New Hampshire is going to FedEx it to Chase. Just like the Wayne's tapes suddenly showed up at Chase's doorstep, this tape will suddenly show up. And the news will be, we found the 1,062 tape. And it's nothing except a silent tape. There's not my voice, my face, nothing, just like the others. And I want Jace to look at it, put it online, I think he will, and many people, maybe Jace too, are going to pick it apart, how rotten it is, how evil it is, how maimed it is, how corrupt it is, this and that. Oh my God, a third tape to prove Billy Mitchell, SOB, and all that. Okay, I hope Jace does it because it'll destroy his credibility. Okay. Then once it's out there, I will send the exact same one on the white webcam, and I'll put it on the internet. And everybody that was an idiot is going to absolutely be caught on the carpet. I mean, absolutely shamed. I mean, so many people are going to be mad at me. Oh well, the truth will come out. I think this might eliminate things with me and Jake permanently, which I don't care. He needs me more than I need him, believe me. And I'll say, it's a special game, a very targeted game. This game is meant to sting, and it will, more than one way. And that's what I'm going to say. But it's at that point that I turn on the VCR and I hit play. The VCR, the tape that Jace initially has none of that. It has the play from the start to the end, nothing. Nothing colorful, nothing. And I'm sure that people are just going to find a way, oh, look at this, oh, look at that. And when it's the exact same gameplay out with the webcam, I mean, it's just going to be, I mean, okay. I hope Jace bans me for being a son of a bitch. I don't know.
So Billy had an elaborate plan to try and pass a brand new tape off as the original Boomers tape, except this time a totally legitimate performance, in the hopes of baiting the community into doing video analysis on it and coming to the conclusion that it's not legit either. But of course it would be legit, so that would prove that they're out to get him. Man, Billy, that's a genius plan, as long as you don't think about it for like 11 seconds. First, all we need to do is compare that tape to the footage shown at the Big Bang event, and we'd see that it wasn't the same gameplay, which would instantly discredit the legitimacy of the tape, whether it was played on arcade or not. Second, even if the community was as corrupt as Billy's claiming they are, and would go so far as to lie and say that the legit gameplay looked like MAME, that doesn't discredit the original analysis on all of the other footage, which stands on its own merit, definitively proving that he cheated. Now lastly, outside of the few random trolls that would probably take the bait and would come up with some brain-dead reason for why the gameplay wasn't legit, I think the people in question, who are the ones doing the real analysis, who understand what they're looking at, would come to the conclusion that this was in fact genuine arcade gameplay, even if that somehow vindicated Billy in some way. Because just as before, at the end of the day, that doesn't discredit the original analysis done on all of the other footage. In fact, in this scenario, Billy would be the only one to look like a dishonest asshole for trying to bait the community into discrediting themselves when they actually ended up showing they were in fact doing unbiased and fair analysis. But of course, this is all hypothetical. Billy may very well have figured out why this was a stupid idea, although I'd be willing to bet he simply wasn't good enough to be able to get that score legitimately in whatever time period he was hoping to, and probably just gave up. Now regardless, this goes to show you one more example of Billy's willingness to be deceptive in order to get what he wants. It should be clear to everybody watching that Billy loves the dramatic. He places a massive amount of symbolic significance on accomplishments done on certain dates or achieving certain scores relative to his opponents. Billy likes to send a message.
The other ones I'll do. Not only will I do them, I'm going to do the exact score. Exact score. And just let the game die. You mean you're not going to go higher even if you can? No. Why? Because I'm Billy Mitchell. And I'm going to make a statement.
All Billy really cares about are accolades, titles, and accomplishments. He wants to try and prop himself up as being a pivotal part of the history of esports, as some kind of godfather of competitive gaming. In every context, he has to paint himself as some sort of paradigm-shifting legend, totally changing the narrative and manufacturing whatever story he can to try and defend his ego. Before, he used to talk about how he only ever does scores live and never submits tapes, despite that not being true at all. But that isn't really good enough because he's already been caught in that lie. No, no, no. Now he has to take it to the next level and try to rewrite history completely. All of a sudden trying to take credit for the fact that people who do competitive high-score gaming or speedrunning on Twitch only do that live because of him. Before Billy Mitchell, everybody on Twitch was just uploading VODs, right?
And once again, I liked it because it was in a public venue. Because I made this commitment to myself that each time I approach a score and I'm at home on Twitch, I would just kill it at 1 million. Because I like significant things to be done in a public venue.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that score came while we were there at Glitch. There had been some visitors who came to town, just fans who came to town to see. And what I didn't know when I began this, my son and a couple other people brought to my attention was, I always play live. Always, 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 always. I've never played on Twitch or anything that it wasn't live. And I didn't realize that when people played and they got a significant score, then they took it and they uploaded it to Twitch. I always thought it was live. So, and there are some exceptions to it, but with some people, but I always played live, and now it's very rewarding for me to know that so many other players now play live. They don't just upload score, and I like that. I like it very much. I don't think I'll ever upload a performance to Twitch.
Jesus Christ, Billy. It's time to stop. This has gone too far. Next thing you're going to do, you're going to tell me that your company was the first one to sell chicken wings in Florida.
We were the first ones in our area to serve chicken.
Oh, come on, for fuck. Billy has an insanely fragile ego. Without documentaries or drama, articles, events, anywhere where he can be the center of attention, nobody really cares that much about the games he's playing or what he's doing in particular. But Billy needs to do everything he can to remain relevant and to maintain his carefully crafted image. He feels the need to hyper-focus on all of his own mediocre accomplishments and how much adoration and love he gets from everybody. Yet he's so obviously self-conscious about his public image, despite trying way too hard to come off as confident, but then gets jealous and defensive whenever anybody remotely insinuates something that he doesn't like or even speaks highly of any of his peers. Billy wishes that he was the best and wishes that everybody thought he was the best. But Billy doesn't have the skill to perform at the level he claims he can, and especially not live, on demand, and under pressure. Nobody will deny that he's good at Donkey Kong or Pac-Man, but he's also not that good, and he's definitely not as good as he thinks or as good as he wants everybody else to believe. In order to reconcile his love of being the center of attention, his fragile ego, and his lack of skill, he needed to get creative, and that ultimately led to the wholesale fabrication of the 3 record scores in question, as well as the stories and events required to explain their existence. This explanation is consistent with all of the discrepancies, the changing stories, the lack of evidence, the existence of contradictory evidence, the MAME tapes. It accounts for everything. It makes perfect sense when you consider how Billy surrounds himself by all these sketchy, untrustworthy folks, how a notable number of one-time friends and defenders eventually became enemies, all with consistent and believable stories of all of the lies and deception and manipulation behind the scenes. It explains events like the Music City Multicon and other things that Billy's done that demonstrate his willingness to lie and deceive to benefit his reputation, all the while attempting to play dumb and act like he's the victim when he comes under pressure, and how his only course of action ends up being forcibly silencing people who are critical of him by abusing the DMCA and bullying people using the legal system. Now, Billy's lies are further exacerbated by the enablers and true believers that have historically surrounded him. Whether any of them have been conned or are knowingly participating in the lie, obviously I can't be sure, but it's clear that so many have taken on the role of being his attack dog, spreading lies and misinformation whenever they get a chance.
That biasness is why you guys cannot look at this entire situation objectively, but a judge will. A judge who does not care about video games, does not know about Billy Mitchell, does not know about Twin Galaxies, does not know about any of this, will probably sit there and say, okay, listen, so what do you sue him for? You want to get your score back at the Twin Galaxies? Get our score back at the Twin Galaxies? No! You think we care about a score? This person defamed us! Slander and libel, and we're suing for that! Then the judge go, okay, now we're talking. The judge doesn't care about the video games. The judge wants to know what crime has been committed and if whether or not the case is for real. The judge doesn't care if it was played on MAME. The judge doesn't care about it. You see how we're asking this question? Hey, Twin Galaxies, why didn't you say it was MAME in your final decision? Why didn't you call Billy a cheater in your final decision? You see how we can ask that question and Twin Galaxies can ignore answering that? When a judge asks you that question, or you're brought to the stand and that question is asked to you, you have to answer it, and you're under oath.
Because the response to his nonsense rant is so basic and obvious, I have a hard time accepting he's not fully aware of the game he's playing. But the reason why Twin Galaxies doesn't say definitively that it was done on MAME was because they don't have to. Their rules are clear. The scores need to be done on original, unmodified Donkey Kong hardware. They don't need to prove exactly what version of MAME the scores were done on when the evidence conclusively proves what we see on the tapes could not have been generated by an authentic arcade machine. Twin Galaxy's official post that served as the announcement for their final verdict said it best. While we know for certain that an unmodified original DK arcade PCB did not output the display seen in the videotape score performances, we cannot definitively conclude that what is on the tapes is MAME. To definitively conclude that MAME was used, Twin Galaxies would need to comprehensively rule out the possibility of all other methods that could produce what's seen on the tapes. This would mean testing all other emulators other than MAME across all other platforms to eliminate the possibility that a different emulator was used. It would also mean testing visual effects software and anything else we can think of to be definitively certain. This kind of testing is beyond the scope of the dispute case needs. From a Twin Galaxies viewpoint, the only important thing to know is whether or not the score performances are from an unmodified original DK arcade PCB as per the competitive rules. We now believe that they are not from an original unmodified DK arcade PCB, and so our investigation of the tape content ends with that conclusion and assertion. Anybody with any reasoning capability should be able to recognize that while all of the evidence points to the tapes being MAME generated, there's no need to officially make that specific claim. That just goes above and beyond what they're required to prove or demonstrate to be justified in removing Billy's scores. And coupled with a zero tolerance policy, that's enough to remove all of his scores. Full stop. Now also, there's no point in explicitly saying he cheated. In fact, simply disqualifying his scores and saying they weren't done on arcade is actually generous to Billy, because it might even give Billy some wiggle room to make up some kind of story for how he played on MAME accidentally, if he ended up wanting to try to save face without actually admitting to what he did. On one hand, Triforce complains that they've slandered his name, and then on the other hand, he's mad that they didn't call him a cheater. It's all nonsense as usual, but then again, this also tracks with my very limited personal experience with Triforce, who made it painfully clear straight away that he wasn't interested in engaging in anything remotely resembling a good faith discussion when I reached out to him to try to have a chat about my initial disagreements with his video analysis. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I did my best to try to come in peace and initiate a potentially interesting conversation. But because I mentioned that I believed that he had gotten something wrong, he immediately pointed to that and said I was biased, implying that I wouldn't be capable of a good faith discussion. Give me a fucking break. Billy might have at one time been a gaming legend. I won't even bother trying to dispute that. I believe that Billy believes that he's one of the best in the world. I believe that Billy believes he's entitled to all of the accolades and achievements that he claims he is. Now, Billy's final, desperate attempts to save face have taken the form of claiming that his ability to recreate the 3 infamous scores exactly on the head are what will ultimately prove that he never needed to cheat in the first place. He's just that good. He's just that cocky. It'll be trivial for him to hit all of those scores exactly whenever he wants, and as soon as he can do that, that should shut up all of the haters, right? Well, first, it's important to note that literally nobody relevant ever told Billy that this would prove anything. Nobody asked for him to do this. This was his own entirely arbitrary requirement. Proving that you could do something similar today does not prove that you did it in the past. It's not really a complicated idea. Twin Galaxies didn't ban Billy because they didn't think he was capable of achieving the scores he submitted. They banned him because the scores he did submit violated their rules. If I stole something yesterday and then I proved that I could pay for it today, that wouldn't mean that I was innocent. It also needs to be said that Billy's scores might have been world record level during their time periods, but those scores are generally not super impressive today. There's more advanced techniques that have been developed in the last 10 or 15 years, there's more competition, there's better players. Billy often brags about getting a bunch of million-point scores soon after he started live streaming during that initial dispute period back in 2018. And sure, that's absolutely an impressive feat, but in the world of modern high-score competitive Donkey Kong, getting 1 million points is fairly trivial. Today, Billy's best scores would be somewhere in the realm of like top 20, nowhere near world record level play. But again, that's also sort of besides the point. It's simply a non sequitur to think that doing an exact score more than a decade after the fact would exonerate you or silence the haters. It's not that you couldn't do them then or couldn't get them now, it's that you demonstrably didn't do them legitimately. But even then, we had the 1047-200, the 1050-200, and the 1062-800 scores. Was Billy able to pull off matching these scores exactly? Well, in August of 2018, Billy was live streaming attempting to match that King of Kong score and ended up getting 1047-500. Alright, cool, I guess. He's 300 points off. It's not quite an exact score, but whatever. In November of 2018, Billy managed to get 1,050,100, which is 100 points off. Not quite the exact score he had hoped for, but it is what it is. 2 years later, in June of 2020, attempting to hit his 1062-800 score, Billy didn't even bother trying to hit it on the head exactly like he claimed he would, and instead got 1,092,100. So again, not only did him hitting these scores not actually demonstrate that he was innocent, but he also didn't hit the scores exactly on the head, which was like the whole thing he was emphasizing. It was the whole point behind demonstrating his mastery of the game, right? Ironically enough, these scores now only serve as additional examples of Billy's willingness to lie, mislead, and misdirect attention away from the true facts. He still repeatedly uses these scores as examples of how his opponents move the goalposts, despite his opponents never placing these arbitrary goalposts in the first place, and worse yet, he straight up repeatedly lies, shamelessly asserting that he did in fact actually get the exact scores when we of course know this is untrue.
I said I was going to take each score in question during this process that I knew would take too long. And I said I would redo them in a public event under all the right auspices, and I would do it again. I said I would hit the score on the head. Just a little cynicism I had within me. Well, when my son set up Twitch, in the first month I hit 1 million point scores within 1 week, something that people said I never did. I did 3 in a week. Then, at a live event, I hit an exact score and killed it. Another live event, I hit an exact score and killed it. After a short bit, I hit a score. I hit a score. I go, man, that's 3 in 1 week. I go, wait a minute. In the 36-year career, there were 3 of them they said I didn't get. And I thought, wow, that's cool. I did 3 in a week. Well, then the narrative changed. Well, he did play real good. He did get the score, but he didn't get that score. Well, then, at the live event there at the Indy Trench, I hit the score. When I got back home, again, the live event, I hit the score. So you might say playing and doing a little bit of cynicism back at people, that helped occupy that time period of gathering, which is so frustrating.
When the question came up last July, when we started streaming on Twitch, I did 1 million points 3 times in a single week. I mean, where was this guy? He's just on a gossip train. Then I went to a major event in Indianapolis, and I matched the high score I had that they were crying about, and I killed it on the high score. I didn't even go higher, just to be arrogant, yeah. Then I went to another event, and I got another score that they were questioning, and I killed it at that score. I could have went higher just to be arrogant. This guy's like, there's people that follow that just like to talk silly, and usually I don't even respond, but I had fun embarrassing the guy here.
Very little coverage for any good news, but every score that was actually spoken ill about, he didn't get it, he can't get it, he won't get it, he's not good enough to get it, you'll never see it. Of course, then when I produce it, let's just move the goalpost and have another excuse. It just fell together, and I couldn't have it fall together better. And what I mean is, like I said, I started streaming and I knocked out the 1 million point scores like that easy. And then I hit the other scores, I hit them like exactly on the head. And I thought, well, that takes care of that.
I suppose I really shouldn't be surprised that in light of everything we know about Billy and all of the claims he's made and stories he's told over the years, that he can still keep going around lying and misrepresenting these new achievements in an obvious attempt to legitimize all of his past achievements we know were embellished or flat out fabricated. And then all of these people just sit there impressed, smiling and nodding and laughing without questioning anything. It really does feel like a cult. It truly does boggle the mind. And one last time, just because Billy might have been able to achieve those scores then, or could maybe potentially kind of get close to achieving those scores today, that doesn't mean he didn't cheat. There's a well-known idea in the context of speedrunning that attempts to explain why some talented people, even some of the best in the world, end up succumbing to the temptation of cheating to achieve their records. Carl Jobst said it best. Players don't cheat to get a faster time. They cheat to get a time faster.
Now there were referees around. Now there was management around. Now there was their original Pac-Man was there. And of course it was filmed. But in light of events, I don't know, maybe it really didn't happen.
Also, I'd ask that you allow me to finish my question before you give your answer. What it is I receive, I'm not a... Just answer the question. Sentimental, okay. You didn't ask me if I could go out and research that. You don't need to. Okay. Walter, you've answered. Like I said, I believe you. Like I said, I believe you. Just answer questions, okay? Understood. It doesn't matter what it says on the director. Listen, answer the question, okay? Okay. What are the directors? Your question. Just answer questions, okay? Okay. Except they would want my support. Don't. Just answer the question. Don't speculate. I'd imagine that's why you brought it. Don't speculate. If you don't know, you don't know. You've answered. It was a Photoshop picture. You've answered. Sorry. That's exactly what I said. Just answer the question. Go to Robert Murzak's. The question is which ones? Oh, I apologize. Well, I haven't scrolled through them at this moment. Yes or no? I believe so. Yes or no? No. I'm giving you common sense. You're the one making the answers here. Just answer the question. Just the question and answer. Right. You get to ask the questions. I get to answer. Stop. Because he had his priest with him. Imagine that. So, just answer the question. Try to learn or play. You've answered. If I told you how it was installed... Answer it. That's a yes or no question. I don't know. So you've never seen... I'm trying to be honest with you. You're doing a really good job here. Sure. Answer the question. Well, how many people have I... Answer the question. He's asking for a number. I have to ask you. It means they're affiliated. Just answer the question. My question's a little bit different. It is. Listen to the question. Answer only the question. Yep. Okay. Did you... That's so vague. Between the 4 of these lawsuits? Well... let's start the question. It's a bad one. No commentary. Protection relevant, but you can hit. Okay. Yeah, why don't they just read the suit? Answer the question, don't. Okay. Yeah, we'll skip that question.
No, you can't.
No,
say
I don't mean that. You got to give me a better question. Stupid question. That's what he told me.
The question, by the way, was whether or not he sued you.
I don't know.
So I know, but what I'm telling you is listen to the question and answer the question.
Oh.
You've answered.
Yeah. See, there's another guy, another little kid.
Okay, keep going.
Right. That's why I said it was.
You've answered.
That's how we adjudicated it.
Answer the question. Not me.
That was at a time period.
No question pending.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say something to him that's.
Don't worry about it.
That's going to keep going.
Don't. No commentary. Just answer the question.
Zip. Was he giving me advice?
That's it. The question's answered.
Was he giving you advice?
Oh yeah. Just whatever.
Answer the question. Listen to the question. Answer the question.
I just wouldn't jump over to that one.
There's not a question pending yet. He's just asked you to read it.
Okay. I had become less and less.
The question is, what if this is incorrect? That's the question.
Carlos did not head up the team.
The answer is yes or no.
If I was on a
That's
call.
all you've answered.
Could we have the call?
Look, just answer the question.
I said on
what's
the next
question?
call to Jace, as fresh as my
That's it. Whether it does or doesn't. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
So you're just confused all over the place?
At the moment. Yeah, I believe the last call.
That's you answered. That's not a question. Just whether he is there.
Now, as exhibits.
Don't say nothing. What I'm telling you is.
That you've answered.
Okay. You didn't understand it the first time.
No. Just answer the question.
I knew it was in my daughter's room.
And just answer the question.
We were at.
Yes or no question.
Yes. From the hot sauce? You didn't say that.
Okay, let's start.
Not at all.
Let's start with the hot
This is
sauce.
very misleading. Maybe you should repeat the question.
That's the.
What else?
He is the.
No question pending.
Okay. I don't talk to anyone. Period.
No question pending.
So the question is, what evidence is there, aside from what you've spoken about with your attorney?
Besides common sense? Again, they would have shown.
Right.
No. You get
Strained
nothing.
relationship, right?
Oh, are you answering the question now?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, then the answer is no.
It's not a strained relationship?
That's what I said. Okay, could I clarify?
No.
And then it hit the brakes.
He's just asking what it's about. So you said it was about.
There was no interest. Not enough.
Yes or no question.
No. People don't talk to me.
It's a yes or no question, Bill.
No. Zip. None.
Zero.
Zero. It's a trick question. I'm not answering.
No, you.
Against the advice of counsel, it's a dumb question, but I'll answer it. Yeah, what is this, man? You're like a screwball.
Wait.
No, I'm asking you.
You're not a psychiatrist.
I'm not. I'm asking
Answer the question. Just yes,
Yes,
or no.
of course I am. And she was there with a doctor, and they said it is completely stress related.
That was not the question.
Oh,
Are you taking any medication because of your stress?
no,
What about because of your depression?
no,
What about because of your anxiety?
no,
What about because of your embarrassment?
no,
Have you treated with a psychologist?
no,
How about with a psychiatrist?
no. Seeing a priest. I can't see why.
Yes or no. Just answer the question yes or no. If it's a yes or no question, okay?
It's
So-
social media.
So a
It's
TV
not
thing.
real.
Don't. There's no question pending, okay? Listen to the question. Answer the question.
When you're filming for
The
entertainment.
question is, are there any live performances where you inaccurately described a perfect game?
Never.
Except for this one.
I told him the score would not be right.
Would not
Wait
be
for
right.
the question to depend, and then answer just the question, okay? Or it's going to take longer than we need to
Sorry.
take.
Nope. I wrote a check.
No is the answer.
No. So what a question. I have never reason to trust or not trust him.
The answer is yes or no.
Oh.
Do you really?
I spoke of the witnesses. He wouldn't hear of it.
The question is how much cake?
Oh, repeat the question, please. I'm sorry.
Madam Reporter, would you please?
It didn't matter what name I gave him. He was.
That's not the question.
Oh, zip.
How many times did you say that?
It doesn't matter.
It's the question is how many times
Right.
if you know.
I know more about this than anyone.
The question is how many
one of
times you
those.
say
He said one of those statements. I felt much more comfortable.
Yeah, there's no question pending.
Okay. I'm more of a talker than I am a texter. Yes. No, I didn't. I'm not checking with him. Sorry.
At their office?
No, I didn't meet with Rick. I said hello.
Let him finish his question and then answer it specifically in case I need to object.
Okay.
I need to have a moment.
Question again, please.
You didn't know that?
I heard about it when it happened.
The answer's no.
No. He calls. Sorry.
It's going to be A.
I don't think Exhibit A was marked confidential this year.